According to legend, atop the ethereal Wufeng Mountain of the Misty Sect in the Eastern Domain, there exists a transcendental master. This master, through the art of angling, is capable of reeling in supreme treasures and has cultivated 10 formidable disciples who have attained the rank of emperors. The eldest disciple, Lung Yanzhu, possesses a divine phoenix bloodline and, as a time traveler, has achieved the status of an emperor. The second disciple, Dantai Qingwei, is an orphan scion of an imperial family. She possesses the unique ability to hear the thoughts of all men, yet is unable to perceive the thoughts of her master. The third disciple, Long Batian, was originally the holy son of the Luotian sacred land, a quintessential antagonist. However, he was vanquished by a protagonist archetype and fell to the mortal realm, subsequently becoming the protege of the protagonist, achieving the rank of emperor and exacting his revenge. The fourth disciple, Shao Chun, is an ancient emperor who has been reborn. Yet, due to his defiance against the heavenly Tao, he was compelled to undergo reincarnation, becoming a disciple of the protagonist and evolving into an even more powerful emperor, ultimately shattering the heavenly Tao. One day, a powerful emperor ventured into Wufeng Mountain, perplexed, and inquired, "Who are you, O hermit master, capable of nurturing so many formidable emperors?" "I beg your pardon, but I am merely an angler," replied the angling aficionado, Chi Hao. Chapter 1. The Recruitment of Disciples. Misty Sect. Wufeng Mountain. Chi Hao stood at the base of the peak, gazing nostalgically at the familiar mountain before him. Ever since he traversed into the Huangtan Dalu, he awakened his system. He must act according to the tasks assigned by it. Refusal would result in punishment. The nature of the punishment is to be bound as a partner to the most unattractive woman in the world. How could Chi Hao ever consent to such a fate? Thus, he had no choice but to exert himself to complete the tasks. All side quests have been accomplished. Now it is time to address the main quest. For 20 years, Chi Hao had been diligently completing the side quests assigned by the system, and upon their completion, the main quest has now emerged. His cultivation has also reached the realm of kings. At last, he has returned to the Misty Sect, to the very place where his journey of cultivation began, Wufeng Mountain. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed all side quests and has been awarded a forbidden treasure fishing rod. The main quest details will now be announced. Main quest details. Within a century, recruit 10 disciples and cultivate them to the level of emperors. Failure to complete the quest. As usual, an emperor? Are you jesting? Chi Hao doubted his own eyes. Not only was he expected to recruit disciples, but he was also tasked with cultivating them to the level of emperors, despite the fact that he himself was merely at the king's realm. Chi Hao was utterly bewildered. What kind of main quest was this? I was mistaken. Might you allow me to continue undertaking side quests? I beseech you. Subsequently, Chi Hao gazed at the fishing rod's description, which, being labeled a forbidden treasure, surely possessed remarkable qualities. Forbidden treasure fishing rod. A fishing rod inherited from the primordial era, capable of angling in any location. Not only can it catch fish, but can also ensnare all manner of celestial entities, disregarding the flow of time and the passage of eons. There is nothing that this rod cannot capture, limited only by your imagination. Hiss! This description is undeniably impressive. Chi Hao felt a surge of excitement, eager to commence his fishing endeavors. Oh, who do we have here? Is that not Chi Hao, the lone seedling of Wufeng Mountain? It has been nearly 20 years, hasn't it? Just as Chi Hao was about to begin fishing, a man soared by on his sword. Passing Wufeng Mountain, he spotted Chi Hao below. The man's name was Yang Wei, a fellow disciple who had entered the Misty Sect alongside Chi Hao 2 decades ago, and he had since ascended to the esteemed rank of elder at the upper spirit peak. Chi Hao furrowed his brow as he looked up and recognized the man before him. They had unresolved grievances from years past, during which this individual had mocked him, claiming that his strength was so feeble that he was no better than a waste. After 20 years apart, this fellow's prowess was commendable, having reached the great innate level. The realms of the Buntenelu are classified into 9 tiers: Chi training, spirit transformation, postnatal, innate, great innate, king, sect leader, heavenly saint, and emperor. Each tier is further divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. As for Yang Wei, after 2 decades, he had achieved the great innate realm, which explained his arrogance. He had the audacity to mock Chi Hao upon his return. If this man were to discover that Chi Hao had already attained the rank of king, would he be struck with terror? What? Chi Hao, after 20 years apart, You venture out only to find your strength stagnant, and now you have returned as mute? Yang Wei continued to deride him, having detected Qi Hao's power, which revealed that he had made no progress over the past 20 years, remaining in the Qi training realm, truly a waste. Qi Hao was at a loss for words. The impression he currently conveyed was indeed that of a Qi training cultivator, a result of the system concealing his true cultivation level, making it understandable that the other could not discern his strength. He stared at Yang Wei as though he were a fool and remarked, "Yang Wei, your words are quite plentiful. It has been 2 decades. How fares your health?" Yang Wei was taken aback. What did this imply? Was he genuinely inquiring about his well-being? "Qi Hao, what do you mean by that?" Qi Hao smiled. "Yang Wei, what a splendid name. I trust your health is satisfactory." "Nonsense." Yang Wei regained his composure. Were it not for the constraints of sect rules, he would have struck out. "Qi Hao, revel in your hubris. Wufeng Mountain now boasts no other disciples and is on the brink of being expelled from the 9 mountains. You shall soon become a stray dog, ha. Qi Hao was taken aback. Wufeng Mountain is to be expelled from the 9 mountains? Yang Wei chuckled. Today marks the new recruitment for the sect. If Wufeng Mountain fails to recruit disciples this year, you may await its removal, ha. Yang Wei laughed heartily, seemingly envisioning the pitiful state Qi Hao would find himself in thereafter. After a bout of exhilaration, he departed on his sword. Qi Hao frowned, astonished to learn that Wufeng Mountain now had not a single disciple left, truly a reflection of the harshness of the world. Upon returning to Wufeng Mountain, Qi Hao surveyed the surrounding dilapidation and overgrown weeds of his abode, feeling a pang of nostalgia. 20 years prior, this place was bustling with life and numerous disciples. How had it come to such a state? Old man, look at what has become of Wufeng Mountain since your demise. It has fallen into decline, and all have fled. He mused, yet in a way, this is advantageous. I am now unburdened and free from troublesome matters. Just so, my main quest requires me to gather 10 disciples, thus serving as a recruitment for Wufeng Mountain. After reflecting, Qi Hao found solace in solitude. With no one around, he could leisurely cultivate without distractions. With this thought, he promptly retrieved the forbidden treasure fishing rod. He was too lethargic to even tend to the overgrown weeds of Wufeng Mountain and commenced his fishing endeavors. Master Qi, is Master Qi Hao present? Just as Qi Hao intended to set forth, a voice called out. Qi Hao was exasperated. Was fishing going to elude him? Seamless interruption? He observed a disciple hastily ascending from below Wufeng Mountain. Qi Hao inquired, I am indeed Qi Hao. Who might you be, and what matters bring you here? Reporting to Master, my name is Lu Ming. Today is the day of recruitment for the sect. Elder Yang has sent me to inform you that you are to represent Wufeng Mountain in gathering disciples. Lu Ming replied respectfully, ensuring to show the requisite reverence to the elder before him. Qi Hao nodded. Very well, I understand. I shall head over shortly. Lu Ming, having completed his task, said no more and turned to depart. He had heard the rumors surrounding Wufeng Mountain and knew that Qi Hao was now the only remaining disciple, and the weakest among them. Elder Yang, is it? This Yang Wei truly knows how to push one into a corner. He cannot seem to let things rest now that I have returned. Qi Hao surmised that Yang Wei was behind this scheme. After his long absence, he had coincidentally encountered the man who was eager to exploit the situation. Qi Hao recognized that dwelling on it was futile. The rules of the sect must be adhered to. Previously, with Wufeng Mountain devoid of disciples, no one could represent it in recruitment. Now that he had returned, as the sole remaining seedling of Wufeng Mountain, the responsibility of gathering disciples naturally fell upon him. Qi Hao rose and made his way down the mountain towards the recruitment venue. Meanwhile, within the Piao sect's recruitment hall, a young girl of approximately 15 or 16 gazed deep into the heart of the sect. Her youthful visage was striking, her bright eyes shimmering with vitality, and her delicate features graced with flawless skin. A pair of long legs set her apart in the crowd. Despite her youth, her figure was exceptionally alluring, drawing the attention of many disciples. She exuded an air of noble grace, akin to a pure lotus flower, her breath as fragrant as orchids, wafting through the spring breeze. I never imagined that as a girl from Blue Star, I would also find myself transmigrated, inhabiting the body of a namesake. She mused, the potential of this body is extraordinary, and its background is impressive. Henceforth, I shall join the Piao sect and embark on my path of cultivation. The young maiden is named Lung Yanzhu. who recently transcended from the blue star into this realm of cultivation. The former owner of her body was a member of a prestigious cultivation family. Filled with aspirations, Lung Yenju fortuitously encountered the recruitment of new disciples by the mysterious Cloud sect, and thus she resolved to ride this wave and officially embark on her path of cultivation. Lung Yenju secretly mused that one day she would reign supreme over the world. Chapter 2. The Contest. The Recruitment Conference of the Misty Sect. As the most formidable sect in the vicinity of 10,000 miles, the Misty Sect once boasted emperors of unparalleled might in ancient times. However, as years passed, its glory diminished and its power waned. Yet, even in its decline, the remnants of its former grandeur instilled a sense of awe and trepidation among lesser beings, deterring many practitioners from daring to act recklessly. Each year, nearly 100,000 disciples are welcomed into the Misty Sect for several years of cultivation. After this period, those who fail to meet the standards will be expelled, leaving only the most exceptional among them. Chi Hao, once deemed inadequate, was fortuitously retained by the former master of Wufeng Mountain, who took him under his wing, allowing him to remain. At this moment, the venue of the Misty Sect was teeming with over 1 million individuals, all possessing the potential for cultivation within the 10,000-mile radius. The sect was poised to select qualified candidates from this vast assembly to join its ranks. Concurrently, within the sect, the peaks began to stir as the spiritual energies of the world surged and the very fabric of space trembled. Streams of luminescence erupted from the mountains, coalescing into figures that took their seats at the recruitment conference. These figures were the various mountain masters of the Misty Sect. The Misty Sect comprises 9 mountains and 108 peaks, each differing in strength. The 9 mountains are the most powerful, followed by the 36 celestial peaks and 72 earthly peaks, collectively forming the present-day Misty Sect. The 9 mountains are named Body Mountain, Pill Mountain, Talisman's Mountain, Array Mountain, Soul Mountain, Martial Mountain, Sword Mountain, Blade Mountain, and Wufeng Mountain. At this moment, 8 of the 9 mountain masters were present, seated side by side, their formidable auras exuding a palpable power that instilled both reverence and fear among those in attendance. Chi Hao, too, was among them. Yet he appeared rather inconspicuous in comparison to the other 8 masters. Logically, he would not have qualified to sit alongside them were it not for Wufeng Mountain-esque circumstances. Without the previous master, Chi Hao was the sole disciple left and had unwittingly become the acting master of Wufeng Mountain. Junior brother Chi, who would have thought you would return to the sect this year? It has been nearly 20 years, hasn't he? Remarked one of the mountain masters, a hint of surprise evident in his tone. Chi Hao smiled and replied, Esteemed mountain masters, please excuse my absence. I have been cultivating in the outside world for many years, yet I have always held the sect close to my heart. As fate would have it, I returned just in time for the recruitment. One of the mountain masters interjected, Junior brother Chi, if I recall correctly, Wufeng Mountain has only you as its disciple. Chi Hao nodded. Indeed, I am the only one left. Circumstances had forced this reality, as time passed and the elder passed away. The resources for disciples at Wufeng Mountain dwindled, leading many to seek opportunities in other peaks, leaving Chi Hao as the sole remnant. Another mountain master continued, Junior brother Chi, forgive my candor, but if Wufeng Mountain does not recruit new disciples, it may soon lose its title of mountain master and be relegated to mere peak master. Chi Hao understood this all too well. He had once relied solely on the elder's strength to secure his position. If he could not uphold the title, it would not be long before he fell to the celestial peaks, or even the earthly peaks. The 8 mountain masters, witnessing Chi Hao's silence, exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in dismay. After 2 decades, they perceived that Chi Hao's strength had scarcely changed. He remained at the Chi refinement stage, further affirming their belief in Wufeng Mountain's decline. As their conversation unfolded, the competitions below had already commenced. The air was rife with whispers, discussions, and excited chatter, creating a cacophony of sound. From above, the multitude appeared like a swarm of ants. With the announcement of the recruitment test by an elder, eager faces began to undergo evaluations of their cultivation potential. Joy and despair intermingled. Most candidates lacked sufficient aptitude, their spiritual roots too weak to cultivate. Yet, a select few exhibited promising potential, their successful evaluations sparking ecstatic responses. Some peak masters nodded in approval, beginning to scout for promising candidates. This individual is formidable. I hear he is a prince from the Huasian dynasty, with exceptional fire spiritual roots. Who is that robust man? He possesses immense vitality and strength, likely not to be underestimated. Look at that young woman. She is breathtaking. One can only imagine her beauty as she matures. Her strength is notable as well. I hear she is named Lung Yenju, hailing from a prestigious family of cultivators. Chi Hao gazed below at the youthful faces, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he recalled his own past. After observing for a while, 3 candidates particularly stood out to him. One was named Huang Tianfeng, the third prince of the Huaxian dynasty, possessing exceptional spiritual roots with the potential to reach the Grand Master stage. The second was named Di Longhu, rumored to be a member of a hidden tribe, his formidable physique radiating an aura of power and fear, showcasing remarkable potential. The last was a young girl of striking beauty, captivating attention among the testing disciples. Her presence alone commanded a 100 rate of admiration. Additionally, her cultivation aptitude was exceptional, rumored to possess the bloodline of a phoenix, a quality indicative of potential sanctity, instantly capturing the attention of the 9 mountain masters and the 108 peak masters. Silence. As the day drew to a close, the evaluations concluded, and those who succeeded were filled with exhilaration. Conversely, those who failed left with heavy hearts, expelled from the sect, each returning to their respective homes. As an elder's voice echoed, the successful disciples turned their gaze toward him. The next phase would be the disciple selection, where the peak masters would extend invitations to the candidates they favored, who could either accept or decline. However, it was crucial to remember that refusing an invitation from a peak master or mountain master without receiving another offer would result in being relegated to the status of a miscellaneous disciple. This was a point all disciples should consider carefully during their decisions. Now, let us invite the esteemed mountain masters and peak masters to select suitable disciples. As the elders' words faded, the recruitment venue erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Chi Hao, eager and anticipatory, had his eye on a few individuals. His immediate task was to invigorate Wufeng Mountain by recruiting disciples, with the decision to accept them as apprentices to come later. Just as Chi Hao was about to speak, a teasing voice broke through the din. "Oh, isn't this senior brother Chi? I almost overlooked your presence. What a lapse on my part. After 20 years, Wufeng Mountain is left with only you, senior brother Chi. With your unchanging Chi refinement cultivation, you still come to recruit for Wufeng Mountain. Truly, you deserve the respect of all disciples in the sect. Senior brother Chi is indeed my role model," another voice chimed in. Chi Hao froze, his lips twitching as he turned to see Yang Wei not far off. What was this insufferable fellow up to? Chapter 3, The Recruitment of Disciples. As Chi Hao prepared to retort, other peak masters began to chime in. Indeed, if it weren't for Yang's remarks, I might have missed it. It appears Chi Hao is also present. Haha, with Wufeng Mountain's dwindling numbers, it seems senior brother Chi is left to fend for himself. I've heard that if Wufeng Mountain fails to recruit new disciples, it may be removed from the ranks of the 9 mountains, likely relegated to the celestial peaks. Or perhaps even fall to the earthly peaks given senior brother Chi's current strength. Do not speak so. Have you not seen that even after 20 years, junior brother Chi remains at the Chi refinement stage? Perhaps in a century, he may rise to prominence as a grand sect leader? The words of the crowd were piercing to the ear, yet Chi Hao merely chuckled. These fellows truly excelled at mockery. It was evident they aimed to undermine Wufeng Mountain, instilling disdain among the new disciples. Chi Hao observed that as these nonsensical remarks echoed, all the new disciples turned their gazes towards him, their expressions beginning to reflect disdain, inwardly vowing to never join Wufeng Mountain. Had they not heard the peak masters proclaim, after 20 years, still at the Chi refinement stage, they would rather serve as menial disciples than affiliate with him. Chi Hao felt anger rise within him. Did these fools truly believe him to be merely at the Chi refinement stage? Just as he contemplated unleashing his kingly realm power to deliver a resounding rebuttal, a voice rang out, "I wish to join Wufeng Mountain." The words of Leng Yanzhu left all the mountain lords and peak masters momentarily stunned. Had they misheard? This Leng Yanzhu wished to join Wufeng Mountain? Was she jesting? Leng Yanzhu, did you misstate your intention? Where do you wish to join? Leng Yanzhu, did you not hear our conversation? This Chi Hao has been at the Chi refinement stage for 20 years, and you wish to pledge yourself to Wufeng Mountain? Is that not madness? Leng Yanzhu, I see you wield a sword. Join us at Sword Mountain. We shall provide you with abundant resources to aid your ascent to greater heights. The peak masters and mountain lords began to panic, for Leng Yanzhu was undoubtedly the most gifted among this batch of new disciples. To allow a genius to cultivate in a mountain devoid of resources and powerful mentors was tantamount to leading a bright jewel to dimness. They could not permit it. I only wish to join Wufeng Mountain. I have no interest in the other peaks, Leng Yanzhu asserted firmly, unfazed by their barrage of words. What fueled Leng Yanzhu's resolute stance? The reason was simple. As a traverser from Blue Star, she preferred the seemingly weaker peaks, finding solace and freedom in their sparse numbers and lack of power. Here, she could cultivate at her leisure, unencumbered by distractions. This is unacceptable. The master of Sword Mountain rose, unable to remain seated. The thought of a genius potentially squandering their talent was intolerable. The other mountain lords shared his sentiment. unwilling to witness such a brilliant pearl fade into obscurity. Ah, esteemed mountain lords and peak masters, are you attempting to forcibly seize her? Do you intend to treat the rules of the Piao sect as mere trifles? Chi Hao interjected, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Upon hearing Chi Hao invoke the sect's regulations, the mountain lords and peak masters fell silent. They could not disregard these rules. Yet, they still sought to salvage the situation just as they were about to persuade Long Yanju further. The rules of the sect must not be violated. The disciple shall decide which peak to join. A graceful figure suddenly descended from the heavens. Clad in a fitted white gown, her exquisite form was accentuated, her alluring phoenix eyes and willow-like brows captivating all who beheld her. This enchanting woman was Lu Piao, the sect leader of Piao sect, whose strength and authority compelled even the mountain lords and peak masters to bow their heads in submission. With the sect leader's word, what could they do? Frustration coursed through them. How had the sect leader appeared? At that moment, none were more displeased than Yang Wei, whose original intent was to witness Chi Hao's disgrace and the diminishment of Wufeng Mountain's prestige. The unfolding events, however, incited jealousy and frustration within him, leaving him too intimidated to voice his thoughts. Lu Piao regarded Long Yanju. Long Yanju, are you certain you wish to join Wufeng Mountain? Long Yanju nodded emphatically. I am certain. Lu Piao acknowledged her determination, then turned her gaze to Chi Hao, sensing a peculiar aura emanating from him, which caused her brow to furrow slightly. It was no wonder Lu Piao found it strange. Due to the system's influence, Chi Hao had concealed his cultivation level exceedingly well. If he did not reveal it, none could discern his true strength. Over the past 20 years, by leveraging the system to mask his prowess, Chi Hao had played the part of the underdog, deceiving many. Chi Hao, as the last disciple of Wufeng Mountain, I hereby decree that from this day forth, you shall be the master of Wufeng Mountain. Lu Piao contemplated the situation. With Long Yanju joining, Wufeng Mountain finally had a new disciple. According to the rules, they would need to participate in the sect's grand competition in a year. Should Wufeng Mountain's performance fail to meet expectations, I shall command its removal from the ranks of mountain lords, allowing a more deserving peak to rise among the 9 mountains. Do you accept this, Chi Hao? Chi Hao nodded. I accept. Excellent. Long Yanju, from this day forth, you shall enjoy the privileges of a direct disciple of the sect. Within the confines of the sect, you may cultivate various martial skills and techniques, and utilize numerous resources, Lu Piao stated, glancing at Long Yanju. Moreover, you may seek guidance from anyone, including me, whenever you have inquiries regarding your cultivation. Chi Hao, your cultivation is too weak to assist Long Yanju. Do not hinder her progress. Upon hearing this, Chi Hao merely touched his nose, appearing unfazed. Lu Piao's heart swelled with a desire to nurture talent. Truth be told, she had initially intended to take Long Yanju as her disciple. However, seeing Long Yanju's firm desire to join Wufeng Mountain, coupled with the sect's regulations, she did not press the matter further, recognizing their lack of compatibility. Instead, she issued orders to grant Long Yanju the utmost privileges. The disciple understands. Thank you, sect leader. Long Yanju expressed her delight. The initiation process had finally concluded, and now the sect leader had bestowed such favorable conditions upon her. She felt as if she could do as she pleased. Lu Piao, observing the situation, refrained from further words, nodding before transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the depths of the sect. Esteemed mountain lords and peak masters, I sincerely apologize for not allowing you to vent your frustrations. I am truly embarrassed. Chi Hao chuckled, mocking them. The tides of fortune have turned, have they not? Did you not wish to prevent Wufeng Mountain from taking in disciples? How does it feel now, as you have effectively shot yourselves in the foot? The sight of Chi Hao reveling in his small victory ignited resentment among the mountain lords and peak masters. Whoosh! Some mountain lords, unable to contain their frustration, transformed into streaks of light, returning to their own peaks. Seeing this, the others grew indifferent, choosing to ignore Chi Hao, allowing him to bask in his arrogance. Come a year hence, they would ensure Wufeng Mountain's expulsion. Chi Hao, witnessing their retreat, felt a lightness in his heart. These rascals had finally encountered their comeuppance. Long Yanju, do you wish to take me as your master? Although he knew the die was cast, the formalities still needed to be observed. Chi Hao regarded Long Yanju with a serious expression. Upon seeing this, Long Yanju nodded, kneeling on one knee to acknowledge her new master. With the disciple accepted, Chi Hao's face broke into a broad smile, nearly unable to contain his joy. Yanju, let us return to Wufeng Mountain. Chi Hao waved his sleeve with a grin and turned to leave. Long Yanju blinked, finding the situation amusing. Her new master seemed to be quite audacious, boasting only Chi refinement stage cultivation while exuding such confidence. How intriguing indeed. Yes, master, Long Yanju replied respectfully, following closely behind Chi Hao as they made their way back to Wufeng Mountain. Chapter 4. trouble approaches. Atop Wufeng Mountain, Chi Hao sat within the hall, sipping tea as he regarded the surroundings. Disciple, this place may seem humble, but it is a good location. You shall reside here from now on. Long Yanzhu glanced around at the dilapidated structures overrun with weeds, silently questioning. Master, you call this a good place? Beep. Detected host has accepted a disciple. The enigmatic bamboo, a traveler from Blue Star, cultivating at the lower realm of Chi refinement. Due to the host accepting their first disciple, a special reward for apprenticeship has been issued. Reward, a 7th-ranked superior divine emperor sword and a volume of the cosmic level technique, the purgatory art. Chi Hao, upon beholding the system's task rewards, was momentarily taken aback, convinced he must be mistaken. A 7th-ranked spiritual weapon? He had yet to possess one himself. The ranks of spiritual weapons range from 1 to 9, further categorized into inferior, middle, and superior grades. The cosmic level techniques were even rarer. The current mysterious cloud sect likely possessed but a handful. In the vast realm of the desolate heaven continent, martial arts techniques are classified from 1 to 9 ranks. Known as the divine universe, primal chaos, earth, and yellow. Simultaneously, he noted the disciple taking announcement from the enigmatic bamboo. This prodigious apprentice was also a traveler from another world. What a delightful coincidence. However, he could not allow her to discover his true identity. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. He must perpetually maintain the demeanor befitting a master and avoid revealing his secrets, lest she regard him with disdain. Master? The enigmatic bamboo observed Chi Hao lost in thought, perplexed by her seemingly careless master's behavior. How could such a striking beauty stand before him? Yet he appeared so distracted. Clearing his throat, Chi Hao regained his focus. Addressing his disciple, alas, dear apprentice, I possess little to offer you, but I shall bestow upon you a spiritual weapon and a technique. You must diligently cultivate. With that, he produced the divine emperor sword and the purgatory art. The enigmatic bamboo, bewildered, inquired, Master, what could a Chi refinement cultivator like you possibly present? Though she held a dismissive attitude, she could not refuse the gifts. Yet, upon catching sight of the divine emperor's sword, enveloped in divine radiance, along with the description of the purgatory art, she was astounded. A 7th-ranked superior spiritual weapon? A cosmic level technique? Frozen in disbelief, she nearly thought herself dreaming. As a member of a cultivation family, the highest technique available to her was a heavenly ranked one, accompanied by merely a 4th-ranked spiritual weapon. A 7th-ranked superior spiritual weapon was something even the heavenly saints could not overlook, let alone a cosmic level technique, which could elevate a practitioner to the realm of the grand sect. And now, to learn that such treasures originated from her seemingly insignificant master? Her voice trembled as she asked, Master, do you truly wish for me to have these? Chi Hao, indifferent, replied that he had no need for such items. His cultivation had been meticulously arranged by the system, and by faithfully completing tasks, his realm would naturally ascend. Of course, why else would I offer them to you? He affirmed. The enigmatic bamboo, momentarily dazed, stammered. Then, shall I begin my cultivation? Go on, go on. Chi Hao shooed her away as if swatting at a fly. Swallowing hard, she turned and vanished, hastily finding a room to settle in, before eagerly commencing her cultivation. Chi Hao, seizing his fishing rod, felt a surge of anticipation. Finally, he could embark on fishing to see if it was as remarkable as the description suggested. He made his way to the rear of Wufeng Mountain, where a small lake lay, surrounded by overgrown weeds and desolation. Choosing a suitable spot, he settled cross-legged, casually prepared bait, and cast his line. While fishing, he kept an eye on his disciple, monitoring her progress in cultivation. Relaxed, he awaited a bite, simultaneously channeling his divine awareness to observe the enigmatic bamboo's advancements. Impressive indeed, she was truly a fellow traveler from Blue Star, showcasing exceptional aptitude in her cultivation. Chi Hao felt a sense of pride as he sensed her aura intensifying, growing ever more potent. My disciple possesses the potential of an emperor, Chi Hao mused, considering that if all his disciples were travelers, it would be a simple matter for them to cultivate to the realm of emperors. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his fishing line. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exerted force, reeling in a glowing orb of golden light. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have attained realm level 1. As the system's voice resonated, Chi Hao felt his strength, previously at the lower level of the king's realm, instantaneously elevate to the mid-level. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy flowing towards him, he was overjoyed. Haha, this is truly exhilarating, far more delightful than battling in the field for side quests. His laughter echoed across Wufeng Mountain. What has this seemingly insignificant master found to be so amusing? Is he perhaps losing his mind? His laughter attracted the attention of the enigmatic bamboo, who pondered whether she had unwittingly pledged herself to a fool. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Her current focus was on cultivation. Everything else was trivial. As Chi Hao reveled in his unexpected breakthrough, two figures approached the foot of Wufeng Mountain. Master, you suggested I challenge a newly inducted disciple of Qi refinement. Is this not an act of bullying? A young disciple of the mysterious Cloud Sect, named Wu Guangyi, looked exasperatedly at his master, Yang Wei. Having just emerged from seclusion, he had been summoned to challenge an entry-level disciple of Qi refinement, a task he found rather humiliating. Enough chatter. Among my disciples, you are the only one at the spirit transformation realm. If I had a disciple of Qi refinement, would I need to drag you along? Yang Wei glared, delivering a sharp slap to Wu Guangyi's head. Master, that hurts. Wu Guangyi felt utterly humiliated, lamenting that while his master had many admirable qualities, he had a penchant for delivering slaps. What if he ended up unintentionally dulling his wits? Afraid of pain? Fear not. You must rise to the challenge. For Chi Hao has just accepted a disciple today, and I cannot allow him to lose face. Master, isn't this a bit excessive? After all, Chi Hao was once your peer in entering the sect. By lineage, he is your senior. You know nothing. Today, Chi Hao has embarrassed me in front of the many mountain and peak lords, and I must reclaim my honor. Enough talk. I shall send you up myself. No. Master, I'll go myself. Wu Guangyi, exasperated, resigned himself to his fate and ascended the mountain. What is Yang Wei up to? Who is that disciple? Is he Yang Wei's apprentice? In the rear mountain, Chi Hao suddenly sensed something amiss. His mind sweeping across the area to spot Yang Wei and his companion at the foot of Wufeng Mountain. He speculated they were master and apprentice. Curious about Wu Guangyi's intentions for climbing Wufeng Mountain. Likely nothing good. Chapter 5. Yang Wei's astonishment. Disciple of the upper spirit peak. Wu Guangyi has come to pay respects at the mountain. I have heard that today Wufeng Mountain has accepted a remarkable disciple, hence I have come to seek guidance. As Wu Guangyi reached the summit, he clasped his hands and called out loudly. Chi Hao chuckled, realizing that the audacious Yang Wei, in collusion with his disciple, sought to humiliate him. Did he truly believe himself so easily trifled with? Wu Guangyi? Who is he? What does he want with me? The enigmatic bamboo, deeply engrossed in her cultivation, had experienced a significant acceleration in her absorption of spiritual energy since beginning the purgatory art, at a rate exceeding 100-fold. In mere moments, her cultivation had soared from the lower to the upper realm of Qi refinement, a pace that was nothing short of astonishing. Setting aside her practice, she stepped outside to find Chi Hao grinning at her. Excellent. My disciple's talents are promising. An emperor is within reach. Chi Hao, having discerned the breakthrough in the enigmatic bamboo's cultivation, felt a swell of joy. Thank you for your kind words, Master. Lungju, with a demeanor both respectful and poised, inquired, Master, during my recent cultivation, I heard someone shouting. Might I ask who is causing such a disturbance? Chi Hao waved his hand dismissively. A mere minion from the spirit transformation realm, encouraged by his master to challenge you, hoping to bring me embarrassment while simultaneously suppressing you. Flushing with embarrassment, cold, elegant bamboo reflected on how, on her very first day as a disciple, she was already facing a challenge. Chi Hao continued. Go have a look and teach that fellow a lesson to ensure he remembers this encounter. With a wry smile, cold, elegant bamboo replied, Master, do you overestimate my abilities? How can I, a mere Qi gathering realm practitioner, take on someone from the spirit transformation realm? What is there to fear? Remember, you are destined to become an empress. Battling those beyond your level should be commonplace for you. Chi Hao admonished, somewhat exasperated. Invincibility ought to be your trademark. Strong opponents are merely stepping stones on your path to becoming an emperor. Cold, elegant bamboo was momentarily taken aback. Master, this. Have no worries. Chi Hao reassured her, patting her shoulder nonchalantly. With your master here, he won't dare to harm you. Besides, you have the divine emperor's sword I bestowed upon you. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, simply draw it and strike. Cold, elegant bamboo was speechless, recalling the scene at the disciple induction where her master appeared oblivious to the anger of the crowd, who were eager to see him fall. She glanced at the fishing rod in Chi Hao's hands, sighing in disbelief. Her master, with his Qi gathering realm cultivation, was more interested in fishing than diligent training. In that moment, she felt a flicker of regret over her choice of master. Nevertheless, she resolved to persevere. If her master was unwilling to cultivate, she would train herself. Once her strength grew, she could protect her master, thus honoring their bond. Having come to this conclusion, cold, elegant bamboo made her way down the Wufeng Mountain to confront Wu Guangyi. Chi Hao nodded approvingly. Excellent. That's the spirit. Show that boy what you're made of. As a first-time mentor, he felt somewhat inexperienced. Since he lacked the knowledge of how to instruct, he decided to instill a mindset in his disciple that aimed for greatness. Chi Hao's ambition was straightforward, to cultivate 10 emperors within a century, an ambitious yet not impossible endeavor. To fortify his disciple's resolve against adversity, he began a mental conditioning process. With a fishing rod in hand, he felt confident in his approach. Lost in his daydreams, he chuckled, envisioning the possibility of reeling in an emperor fruit, which would grant immediate ascendancy, a thought that delighted him. I am cold, elegant bamboo. You dare challenge me? She stated firmly, fixing her gaze upon Wu Guangyi. Perhaps due to her cultivation of the hellish sutra, cold, elegant bamboo radiated an aura of icy sanctity, a stark contrast to her previous youthful exuberance. How stunning! Wu Guangyi marveled as cold, elegant bamboo made her entrance. He was taken aback, not expecting the new disciple of Wufeng Mountain to possess such ethereal beauty. For a moment, he was captivated, his eyes fixated on her flawless visage, her crimson lips, skin as pure as snow, and a graceful figure that seemed to defy perfection. Noticing Wu Guangyi's rapt gaze, cold, elegant bamboo let out a disdainful huff, interrupting his reverie. Senior brother, may I inquire why you seek me? Her inquiry jolted Wu Guangyi back to reality. He swallowed hard, composed himself, and feigned calmness. I am Wu Guangyi, a disciple from the Spirit Peak. I heard a new disciple had arrived at Wufeng Mountain and wished to engage in a friendly spar to strengthen the bonds between disciples. Cold, elegant bamboo regarded him coolly. If that is the case, let us commence. Wu Guangyi raised his hands in a gesture of placation. Not so fast. May I know your esteemed name? Before he could finish, cold, elegant bamboo moved, her sword gleaming as she lunged toward him. Startled, Wu Guangyi was unprepared for such an abrupt assault from the breathtaking disciple. The clash of blades resounded as he hastily drew his own weapon to parry her strike. But within 10 breaths, they exchanged numerous blows. My fellow disciple seems to be holding back, Chi Hao observed from a distance, retracting his gaze. He calmly assessed the disparity in their strengths, confident that his disciple would emerge victorious. Despite cold, elegant bamboo being at the upper tier of the Qi gathering realm and Wu Guangyi at the mid-tier of the spirit transformation realm, the gap in their techniques and innate talents was insurmountable. Furthermore, with the divine emperor sword in cold, elegant bamboo's possession, she was more than equipped for the challenge. With this thought, Chi Hao redirected his attention to fishing, now thoroughly immersed in the activity. Be careful, junior sister, Wu Guangyi exclaimed, astonished by cold, elegant bamboo's formidable strength. Underestimating her nearly led him to disaster. He could not allow himself to be outdone by a newly initiated disciple after 2 years in the sect. Thus, Wu Guangyi unleashed his full power, escalating his offensive techniques. As his strikes intensified, cold, elegant bamboo felt a slight increase in pressure, yet it was merely a fleeting sensation. Defeating her was utterly impossible. How dare you challenge me with such feeble strength? Begone! Cold, elegant bamboo's eyes flashed, unwilling to waste time on her opponent, whose prowess barely piqued her interest. Without hesitation, she unsheathed the divine emperor sword. The moment it was drawn, an overwhelming tide of sword energy surged forth. Before Wu Guangyi could fully comprehend the situation, cold, elegant bamboo's blade descended, shattering his sword and severely wounding him. He was sent hurtling down the mountainside, blood gushing from his mouth as he fell. A figure appeared, catching the defeated Wu Guangyi. A 7th grade upper-tier spirit weapon? How can this be? Yang Wei exclaimed, astonished as he beheld the sword in cold, elegant bamboo's grasp. The fluctuations emanating from the divine emperor sword made it evident that it was indeed a 7th grade upper-tier spirit weapon. Cold, elegant bamboo, how did you come by this sword? Yang Wei began to interrogate her. Before cold, elegant bamboo could respond, Chi Hao arrived on the scene. Yang Wei, did your ill intentions backfire? Planning to unleash your fury? I trust you've calmed down now, he said, grinning mockingly. Yang Wei's eyes blazed with frustration as he turned toward Chi Hao. Answer my question. Chi Hao, a 7th grade spirit weapon is akin to a sect's treasure. How could this girl possess one? Chi Hao cast him a sidelong glance, his expression indifferent. What? Have you never heard of our Wufeng Mountain's heritage? It is not surprising that I would pass down a treasure left by my master to a new disciple. Is there a problem with that? Yang Wei paused, momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this angle. It was rumored that Wufeng Mountain had once been powerful, with the previous sect master, Su Xingzi, being the strongest in the sect. Such a treasure was not beyond reason. Realizing he had unwittingly placed himself in a precarious position, Yang Wei seethed. Chi Hao, you are quite clever. Come now, do not be vexed. Harmony is paramount, Chi Hao replied, relishing in the moment. Though he lamented that Yang Wei's attempted outburst had failed, unable to contain himself any longer, Yang Wei shouted, you wish to see me lose my temper? Very well. I shall oblige. With that, to the shock of both Chi Hao and cold, elegant bamboo, Yang Wei stripped off his pants mid-air and began to urinate onto the grass below. Shameless. Cold, elegant bamboo's cheeks flushed crimson as she was taken aback by his utter lack of decency. Chi Hao was momentarily stunned. He had witnessed shamelessness before, But never had he encountered such absurd and brazen audacity. Today, he had truly broadened his horizons. Chi Hao, just wait, this matter is far from over. After spitting out water, Yang Wei pulled up his trousers and left behind a harsh remark before vanishing like a streak of light. As Yang Wei and his disciple departed, Chi Hao couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was indeed quite despicable. Turning to the elegant and cold Yanzhu, Chi Hao praised her. Well done, my disciple. You have not brought shame to your master this time. Come, I have a special gift for you. Hurry and refine it. With that, Chi Hao retrieved a sphere of blue light from his robe, within which swirled an exceptionally pure spiritual essence, ready for direct absorption to enhance one's spiritual energy, a prize he had just caught while fishing. Is this the essence of spiritual energy? Yanzhu gasped in astonishment. The sphere Chi Hao presented was indeed capable of being absorbed by practitioners without any side effects or impurities. According to Yanzhu's understanding, a single essence of ordinary spiritual energy contained enough spiritual power equivalent to that of a congenital realm expert, allowing for continuous absorption and elevation of one's realm. In essence, with this essence in hand, Yanzhu would not have to worry about depleting her spiritual energy or facing difficulties during her breakthroughs for quite some time. Master, are you truly giving this essence to me? Yanzhu's eyes sparkled with desire. Of course, if not to you, then to whom? It's not of any use to me. Chi Hao waved his hand dismissively and tossed it over. Yanzhu caught it, feeling deeply moved. Her master, who possessed such a treasure yet chose not to cultivate with it, instead gifted it to her. Did master realize that his own aptitude was lacking, and that even with the essence, it would not significantly benefit his cultivation, hence he bestowed it upon her? This thought filled Yanzhu's heart with gratitude, and she silently vowed to repay Chi Hao in the future. At the very least, a century from now, she would ensure that her master received a splendid coffin crafted from pure gold, as a testament to her filial piety. If Chi Hao could hear Yanzhu's heartfelt thoughts, he would surely reflect, what a worthy disciple I have, truly devoted. As Yang Wei and his companion retreated, Chi Hao returned to the lake to continue fishing, while Yanzhu went back to her residence to resume her seclusion and cultivation. A month later, atop Wufeng Mountain, Yanzhu remained steadfast in her seclusion, diligently practicing, which prompted Chi Hao to nod in approval. Since acquiring the fishing rod, however, Chi Hao had grown rather lazy, having no desire to engage in cultivation. After all, the treasures he caught while fishing could directly facilitate his advancement. Why exert effort in cultivation? Thus, he wholeheartedly acknowledged Yanzhu's dedication. Keep it up, my disciple. Strive to become an emperor soon. Just then, he felt a tug on the line. It seemed to be something new, and it was struggling. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chaos Dragonfish. Chaos Dragonfish, a fish that resides in the realm of chaos, possessing the ability to transform like a carp into a dragon. In its vicinity, spiritual energy amplifies 100-fold. Consuming it can lead to breakthroughs of several minor realms. Chi Hao's eyes widened as he flicked his wrist, reeling in a fish over a meter long. The Chaos Dragon fish thrashed vigorously, yet it was firmly hooked, unable to escape no matter how it struggled. This was a clear indication of its value. Chi Hao was astonished, glancing at the description of the fish. He nearly succumbed to the temptation of devouring it whole. Who wouldn't he desire to directly break through several minor realms? Yet, he paused, contemplating for a moment. Rather than directly breaking through multiple realms, it seemed far more advantageous to enhance the spiritual energy of Wufeng Mountain 100-fold. After all, his primary mission was to cultivate 10 disciples into emperors. Spiritual energy was essential for this endeavor. It would be wiser to release this fish into the lake, allowing the spiritual energy of Wufeng Mountain to rise, benefiting not only his disciples, but himself as well. Having reached this conclusion, Chi Hao decisively chose to release the fish. He gazed at the Chaos Dragon fish, observing its intelligent eyes filled with pleading as it struggled, seemingly saying, "Do not eat me, I beg you. Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of consuming you. Just remain here and thrive, understand?" The Chaos Dragon fish nodded fervently, fearing that the human before it might change his mind. Chi Hao then cast the Chaos Dragon fish into the lake. Boom! As the fish entered the water, the entire Wufeng Mountain trembled. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth from the heavens, as if a celestial river had descended, boiling with vigor. Centered around the lake, the spiritual energy rapidly escalated, growing a full 100 times stronger. Within less than 100 breaths, this energy permeated throughout Wufeng Mountain, even spilling beyond its borders and radiating into the surrounding areas. What is happening? Why has the spiritual energy suddenly erupted? The cause was unclear. Could someone be breaking through? The direction of the disturbance seemed to be Wufeng Mountain. Let's go and investigate. The sudden surge of spiritual energy quickly captured the attention of many. Within the Misty Sect, beams of light soared toward Wufeng Mountain, Numerous mountain lords and peak masters, upon arriving, were astonished by the overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy enveloping the area. Simultaneously, their gazes were drawn to a particular structure, a house where Yin Zhu was deeply engrossed in her meditation. Chapter 7. The Master and Disciple Perform a Play. Bang! The meditating Yin Zhu suddenly jolted, a powerful wave of energy erupting from within her. Abundant spiritual energy surged towards her recklessly. Concurrently, a phantom of a black phoenix, radiating flames, soared skyward from her body. Caw! A cry of the phoenix echoed through the heavens, dimming the surroundings. The black phoenix ascended, entwining with the dense spiritual energy, resembling a divine being traversing the skies. Following closely, dark clouds laden with divine thunder gathered, unleashing fierce lightning as if welcoming the arrival of the black phoenix. After a brief flight, the black phoenix transformed into a streak of light and returned to Yin Zhu's body. At that moment, she opened her eyes, having reached the spirit transformation realm. Why are there so many people? What has transpired? And why is the spiritual energy around here so rich? Upon awakening, Yin Zhu noticed the multitude of mountain lords and peak masters gazing down from the heights of Wufeng Mountain. Simultaneously, she realized the overwhelming density of spiritual energy enveloping her, invigorating her with each breath, leaving her perplexed. Did I not just witness the activation of the Phoenix bloodline? Indeed, she had seen correctly. It was unmistakably the Phoenix bloodline. Could the reason for the increased spiritual energy on Wufeng Mountain be attributed to Yin Zhu's awakening of her Phoenix bloodline? This was nothing short of a celestial phenomenon. It was said that places where divine bloodlines were activated experienced a 100-fold enhancement in spiritual energy. Could this legend truly be real? The mountain lords and peak masters were all left dumbfounded. Such a rare spectacle had not been witnessed in many years. From the recent appearance of the phoenix soaring through the sky, it was evident that Yin Zhu had activated her own Phoenix bloodline. The Phoenix bloodline, indeed a divine lineage. In the history of the Miao sect, only one person had ever possessed a divine bloodline, the founder of the sect, the only emperor-level powerhouse in its history. What is happening? Why are there so many people? Qi Hao was taken aback, noticing the commotion sparked by Yin Zhu. Upon witnessing the arrival of so many individuals, one might have thought that the Chaos Dragon fish had summoned them. Qi Hao's figure was simultaneously recognized by numerous mountain lords and peak masters, leaving them utterly bewildered. What did they behold? They beheld Qi Hao fishing by the lakeside, while their own disciples diligently cultivated and activated their Phoenix bloodline. This Qi Hao, a mere Qi refinement realm master, was engaged in fishing? This was an outright dereliction of duty. No, it was imperative to prevent Lung Yanzhu from remaining at Wufeng Mountain. Otherwise, this disciple's future would be irrevocably damaged. Qi Hao, do you comprehend the significance of Lung Yanzhu activating such a powerful bloodline? The master of Sword Mountain, Jian Ziqing, admonished sternly. Qi Hao nodded. I am aware. The Phoenix bloodline. What of it? The master of Dan Mountain, Mei Ranjing, chimed in with a delicate tone. Qi Hao, your disciple Lung Yanzhu is striving diligently in her cultivation, yet you are idly fishing by the lakeside. Is this the attitude of a mentor? Following suit, the master of Wu Mountain, Wu Tongtian, added in anger. Qi Hao, your own cultivation has not progressed. Now your disciple has surpassed you. I deem you unfit to continue instructing Lung Yanzhu. She ought to seek cultivation at another mountain. Indeed, I concur. I too am in agreement. Wufeng Mountain lacks an atmosphere conducive to cultivation. With such a mentor, even the most extraordinary talent will languish and eventually fade into mediocrity. The crowd began to express their indignation, lamenting the injustice done to Lung Yanzhu. Qi Hao gaped in astonishment. Was this truly about such matters? Were they once again vying for disciples? Just then, a streak of light flashed by, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Lu Piao, the leader of the Miao sect, was also drawn by the previous anomaly. Sect leader, I have something to convey, Jian Ziqing said, clasping his hands upon seeing the sect leader's arrival. Lu Piao, unfamiliar with the prior occurrences, furrowed her brows and inquired, what is it? Jian Ziqing stepped forward. Lung Yanzhu possesses a divine-level Phoenix bloodline. She should not remain at Wufeng Mountain. The acting mountain master, Qi Hao, is utterly negligent and unsuitable for mentoring disciples. I propose that Lung Yanzhu select another peak for her training, and I hope the sect leader will concur. I too share this sentiment. My soul mountain concurs. So does my talisman's mountain. We cannot allow such gifted disciples to squander their time. The assembly collectively voiced their proposals, all centered around the idea of relocating Lung Yanzhu to another peak for her cultivation. After listening to the discourse, Lu Piao grasped the situation. She then cast a glance at Qi Hao, who was shouldering a fishing rod, and her brows knitted tighter. It appeared that the assertions of the mountain lords and peak masters were not unfounded. Lu Piao asked, Qi Hao, are the claims made by others true? Chi Hao shrugged nonchalantly. That part is indeed accurate. He did not refute their statements. After all, he had not truly taught her. The achievements were solely Lung Yinju's hard work. Lu Piaomiao frowned. Are you not aware that your actions are hindering Lung Yinju's growth? Chi Hao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed to elaborate on his laziness being uncovered. Just then, Lung Yinju interjected, reporting to the sect leader, my master has not been idle. Over the past month, he has been diligently instructing my cultivation. And under his guidance, I have broken through to the spirit transformation realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows. Lung Yinju, do you hear what you are saying? You have advanced to the spirit transformation realm under the tutelage of a Qi refinement realm warrior. Ask anyone else who would believe that. Lu Piaomiao seemed to sense Lung Yinju's defense and queried, Yinju, are you certain that Chi Hao has been instructing you consistently? At this moment, Chi Hao interjected, sect leader. Surely you jest. Of course, I have been guiding her. After all, my master was once a semi-saint powerhouse, and I have always remembered his teachings and methods. Is it not perfectly normal for me to impart this knowledge to my disciple? Upon hearing this, Lung Yinju was rendered speechless. Her rather untrustworthy master was indeed too adept at weaving tales. She had never once heard of her ancestral master's teachings. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Her master treated her well. And remaining at Wufeng Mountain was tranquil, so she decided to play along. Subsequently, the crowd witnessed Lung Yinju nodding repeatedly, seemingly in agreement with Chi Hao's claims. This left everyone in a quandary. Indeed, Chi Hao's words were not entirely without merit, while his own cultivation was lacking. The teachings passed down from a semi-saint were still valid. This was a privilege they had never experienced. Thus, Lu Piaomiao remarked, in that case, you may continue your cultivation under Chi Hao. She then directed her gaze at Chi Hao, as a disciple of the virtual master uncle. I hope you will diligently guide Lung Yinju and not allow Wufeng Mountain to squander her potential. Rest assured, sect leader, I will handle everything. Chi Hao responded with a nod, brimming with confidence. As Chi Hao's playful demeanor reminded the mountain lords and peak masters of the rather disheartening events from a month ago, they could only snort in displeasure and turn away from Wufeng Mountain. Chapter 8. The Clandestinate. Farewell, everyone. Do visit often. You can come for tea or fishing whenever you have leisure time. Chi Hao waved goodbye to the crowd, then smiled at Lung Yinju. Good disciple, you performed admirably. Focus on your cultivation, and on another day, I shall procure some fine treasures for you. Off you go. Upon witnessing this, Lung Yinju mused. What kind of treasures could this rather unreliable master possibly procure? Is there a hidden treasury atop Wufeng Mountain? Otherwise, how could a mere Qi refinement realm warrior possess items like the divine emperor sword and celestial level techniques? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. She realized that during her month at Wufeng Mountain, she had neglected to thoroughly investigate everything around her, having been engrossed in her cultivation. Lung Yinju speculated that there must be a treasure trove hidden somewhere on Wufeng Mountain. She just had yet to uncover it. Oh, unreliable master. I shall see where you have hidden your treasures. Little did Chi Hao know of Lung Yinju's musings. Had he been aware, he would certainly commend her imagination, deeming it quite formidable. With that, Chi Hao merrily returned to the lakeside to continue his fishing. Over the past month, he had scarcely strayed from the lake. Having constructed a thatched hut, furnished with a reclining chair and stocked with snacks and wine, indulging in the simple pleasures of fishing and leisure. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the great flood-level Heavenly Net Formation. Heavenly Net Formation, a formidable flood-level defensive array capable of binding heaven and earth. Even a monarch-level powerhouse would be struck by divine thunder and unable to escape should they rashly intrude. With a tug on his fishing line, Chi Hao once again reeled in a valuable item. His countenance brightened as he reviewed the formation's details. This item was indeed quite useful. If he enveloped Wufeng Mountain with this formation, it would prevent any unworthy intruders from approaching. With this thought in mind, Chi Hao set about his task. Boom. With a mere thought, a glimmering, miniature circular formation appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the small formation transformed into a colossal array, descending to envelop Wufeng Mountain. As the Heavenly Net Formation descended, the entire Wufeng Mountain trembled as if an earthquake had struck, altering its very foundation. Then, a flash of golden light appeared, and a gigantic protective shield enveloped the entirety of Wufeng Mountain, wrapping it securely. The golden light flickered and then faded, becoming transparent as if it had never existed at all. What transpired? Cold Yinju emerged from her dwelling, drawn by the tremors caused by the formation she had set up. However, upon her exit, the extraordinary phenomena had dissipated, leaving her perplexed. This only reinforced her conviction that there must be a concealed treasure trove atop Wufeng Mountain. Curiosity piqued, she resolved to investigate that very night. Meanwhile, not far from Wufeng Mountain, a figure stealthily approached. A venerable elder with starry eyes and sword-like brows, none other than Jian Ziqing, the master of Sword Mountain. After the crowd had dispersed, he had covertly returned, unwilling to accept the fact that an unparalleled prodigy had become Qi Hao's disciple. He contemplated ways to entice cold Yanzhu, vowing to use various resources, martial skills, and techniques to lure her away, believing that his own abilities could surpass those of Qi Hao. What was the situation with Wufeng Mountain? Just moments ago, he had sensed a surge of energy, only for it to vanish inexplicably. Upon his return, Jian Ziqing detected a strong wave emanating from the mountain, almost leading him to believe that a significant event had transpired. Confounded, he decided to disregard his doubts and stealthily approached Wufeng Mountain. Suddenly, as Jian Ziqing moved, his gaze flickered, and his senses detected the presence of others nearby. He quickly called out, "Who goes there?" Before him, 7 shadowy figures materialized, none other than the mountain lords of the other 7 peaks. Ah, what a coincidence. Master Jian of Sword Mountain. Fancy meeting you here, one remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, Wu Tongtian, it is quite a coincidence. Why are you here at this late hour instead of being at Wu Mountain? Jian Ziqing inquired. What are you doing here? I was merely taking a stroll. Is that so wrong? Jian Ziqing retorted. Come now, Jian, don't deceive yourself. We all know your intentions. Are you planning to pull another stunt like the one from years ago when you snatched a disciple from my body mountain? Jian Ziqing's face flushed with embarrassment. There was indeed truth to that statement. Years prior, he had coveted a remarkable swordsman, only for that talent to join Body Mountain. Much to his chagrin. Subsequently, he had infiltrated Body Mountain under the cover of night, abducting the prodigy and promising various resources to secure the apprentice. This had led to a month-long conflict with Li Qiongqi, the master of Body Mountain, which had garnered considerable attention until the newly appointed sect leader, Lu Piaomiao, intervened. Jian Ziqing's face reddened further. Li, you can't bring that up after all these years. You've seen the progress my disciple has made. He is indeed suited for sword cultivation. I only acted for his benefit. Humph. You shouldn't even mention it, Jian. It makes me angry. Remember, you owe me a favor, Li Qiongqi shot back, feigning ignorance. Jian Ziqing responded, What favor? Are you trying to settle old scores? Do you dare challenge me? I could easily storm Sword Mountain and take what I want. Li Qiongqi threatened, his eyes blazing with fury. Just as Jian Ziqing was about to retort, Li Qiongqi's glare intensified, and he began to channel his power. Prepared for a confrontation. The animosity between them had long been simmering, and the mention of past grievances only fueled the fire. Enough bickering. This is Wufeng Mountain, not your Sword Mountain or Body Mountain. If you wish to fight, take it elsewhere, interjected Mei Renjing, the master of Dan Mountain. Upon hearing her words, both Jian Ziqing and Li Qiongqi fell silent, recognizing that this was not the time for quarrels. They all shared a common objective tonight, to prevent cold Yanzhu from wasting her potential on Wufeng Mountain, each hoping to take her as a disciple. I assure you, I am truly here just to wander. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I would never engage in such underhanded tactics, Jian Ziqing insisted. Oh, is that so? Then do not let us catch you ascending Wufeng Mountain, or we shall not hesitate to bring you down, came the warning. Wait, that would be rather dull. I take back what I said, Jian Ziqing retorted hastily. Humph, enough of this triviality. Since we all share the same aim, let us ascend Wufeng Mountain and rely on our own abilities. With that, the 8 mountain lords nodded in agreement, clearly reaching a tacit understanding. Thus, the 8 masters commenced their underhanded recruitment endeavor. Should this absurdity become known, it would surely astonish onlookers. Who would have imagined that such formidable figures as the 8 mountain lords would resort to such clandestine tactics for a single disciple? Chapter 9. Shall we have some tea before we depart? Boom. However, just as the 8 lords set foot on Wufeng Mountain, a formidable wave of destructive energy surged towards them. In an instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. Oh no, it's a formation. How could this be? How could Wufeng Mountain possess such a formation? What in the world is happening? And judging by its power, it is no less than a desolate level formation. Fu Tu, as the master of Fu Mountain and a flood level formation master, swiftly dismantle it. Panic ensued among the group. Having approached stealthily, they were now confronted with this predicament. If word got out, they would face significant humiliation. Silence. Do you think I don't want to dismantle it? This is the flood level heavenly net formation. Fu Tu recognized the formation, though his expression soured quickly. Even he, a flood level formation master, knew that breaking such a powerful formation was not something that could be accomplished in a short span. Boom. As the formation was triggered, an overwhelming force was unleashed. The sky darkened, clouds gathered ominously, and purple divine lightning streaked downwards toward the 8 lords. Simultaneously, the ground of Wufeng Mountain generated a gravitational force 1,000 times greater than before, pinning the 8 figures in place, causing their heads to throb and their expressions to turn to terror. Break. Fu Tu's face darkened. He had not anticipated encountering a flood-level formation here, and the perfection with which it had been arranged made it all the more formidable, with both offensive and defensive capabilities maximized. Fu Tu strained to channel his formation seals, seeking a weakness in the formation to turn the tide. However, his efforts were destined for failure. As the saying goes, a fishing rod crafted with care yields only the finest catch. The flood-level formation set up here was far beyond the ordinary. Thus, a scene of terror unfolded before the 8 lords. Crackle! The purple divine lightning roared like a divine dragon in the skies above Wufeng Mountain, exuding a cataclysmic aura as it directly targeted the 8 lords. The 8, summoning all their strength for defense, found themselves unable to withstand the relentless barrage of divine lightning. Their senses overwhelmed. This is bad. I can't hold on much longer. What is going on, Fu Tu? Are you capable or not? If you don't resolve this, we will all face dire consequences. Do you not see what I'm doing? This heavenly net formation is unlike any I have encountered before. Its power far exceeds that of a typical flood-level formation. Without preparation, a swift resolution is simply impossible. Watch out. Don't let it hit me. In an instant, the sky rained down a deluge of divine lightning, bombarding the 8 lords mercilessly, leaving them dusty and battered on the ground. Though it did not claim their lives, the experience was far from pleasant. What in the world is happening? At that moment, Cold Yanju appeared, initially intending to search Wufeng Mountain for the hidden treasure. She was instead drawn by the spectacle of divine lightning, only to find the 8 mountain lords sprawled on the ground. With a look of confusion, Cold Yanju regarded the scene before her. What had these 8 mountain lords done to incur such divine wrath? As the 8 individuals beheld the striking figure of Long Yanju, their disheveled state was laid bare before her, causing one among them to spit blood in fury. They had initially aspired to seize Long Yanju with an air of righteous indignation, only to find themselves in this humiliating predicament. Their dignity had been utterly obliterated. Boom. What is the meaning of this, esteemed mountain leaders? How could you find yourselves at Wufeng Mountain at such a late hour? Chi Hao made his entrance, casually waving his hand to dispel the divine thunder of the grand formation, causing the oppressive gravity to dissipate. He surveyed the disheveled 8 with a wry smile, pondering whether they could find a moment's peace. Once the formation was dismantled by Chi Hao, the 8 rose, brushing off the remnants of smoke and dust. Each bore the marks of their encounter with the divine thunder, their faces smeared with soot, clothing in tatters, with some even revealing their alabaster posteriors. To be candid, Chi Hao managed to stifle his laughter at this sight, while Long Yanju could not contain her amusement, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Cough, cough, Chi Hao. We chanced upon Wufeng Mountain while idly passing by tonight, Jian Ziqing declared, donning a facade of composure despite his darkened expression. Chi Hao shot him a sidelong glance, conveying skepticism with his gaze. The others, aware of Chi Hao's expression, averted their eyes. It was evident to all that they were weaving a tale of falsehood. Mei Renjing, the leader of Danshan, cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation. Chi Hao, when did this grand formation come to exist at Wufeng Mountain? It nearly cost us our lives. Fu Tu, the leader of Fushan, chimed in. Indeed, Chi Hao. From what I gather, the formation at Wufeng Mountain is the Hong-level Tianluotuang formation, its might rivaling that of the sect's protective array. When did Wufeng Mountain acquire such a formation? The other mountain leaders nodded in agreement, all too aware of the substantial losses they had suffered due to this grand formation. In response, Chi Hao had long been prepared with a retort. Ah, I see. I initially thought some lowly scoundrels were attempting to infiltrate Wufeng Mountain. It turns out it was triggered by you all. My sincerest apologies. At this remark, the 8 mountain leaders' expressions darkened. Chi Hao was clearly spinning a tale, and they were well aware that no one would believe such nonsense. Observing their discomposure, Chi Hao chuckled. I hope you do not take offense. This grand formation was left by my master from years past. It has always existed but was known to few. He only divulged this to me, and upon my return to Wufeng Mountain, I activated it. Hearing his words, the 8 furrowed their brows, finding a degree of credibility in his claims. After all, Chi Hao's master, Su Xingzi, was the sole individual in the sect's millennia-long history to reach the semi-saint realm. It was only natural for such a powerful formation to exist under his legacy. However, it was indeed lamentable that Su Xingzi perished during his breakthrough to the saint realm, a tragedy not to be overlooked. Then, Chi Hao, since it is merely a misunderstanding, we shall take our leave, one of them stated. Indeed, we are fortunate for your timely arrival. Otherwise, the divine thunder of the Tianluotuang formation would have tormented us gravely. With that, we shall bid you farewell. Do come visit us at Wushan sometime. The 8 mountain leaders, clearly feeling guilty, had initially intended to seize Long Yanju. But with this blunder, they had lost their resolve and were eager to make their exit. Chi Hao held back his laughter. Oh, do not be in such haste. Since you have come this far, why not join me for a cup of tea up the mountain? Alas, it is too late. We must return to rest, they insisted. Haha, Chi-Hao, there is no need for formality. We are all from the same sect. We will certainly come by Wufeng Mountain another day for a couple of cups of tea. With a sense of shame, the 8 turned away and vanished into the horizon like fleeting shadows. Chapter 10. Dantai Qingwei, Chi-Hao squinted, watching the retreating figures of the 8. Shaking his head in bemusement, these mountain leaders were truly amusing. Master, does Wufeng Mountain truly possess a Hong-level formation for protection? Lung Yinju inquired. Having laughed heartily until the 8 departed, prompting her curiosity, Chi-Hao nodded with certainty. Of course. Have you not inquired into the formidable history of Wufeng Mountain? Your grand ancestor was so powerful, it is only fitting he left behind a legacy. As his sole disciple, it is quite reasonable for me to inherit his legacy. Lung Yinju regarded him with suspicion. While his words appeared normal, they felt somehow off. Chi-Hao paid no heed to her doubts, and instead urged her to diligently cultivate, striving to bring honor to Wufeng Mountain in the upcoming sect competition 11 months hence. She nodded in agreement and returned to her quarters to continue her solitary training. Chi-Hao, pleased, mused to himself about her promising potential. It seemed that greatness awaited her. I too must strive onward. I cannot neglect my fishing endeavors. Chi-Hao hoisted his fishing rod once more and made his way to the back mountain to commence his fishing. Days passed in this manner. Half a year after Lung Yinju joined the sect, a visitor arrived at the Piamiao sect. The newcomer was a young woman, embodying the grace of a refined lady, her exquisite features evoking instant fondness. Dressed in a form-fitting crimson gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her fair complexion and elegant demeanor captivating all who beheld her. As passing disciples caught sight of her, they were taken aback. Who is this enchanting maiden? This is the Piamiao sect. What business does she have here? A guarding disciple, momentarily stunned by her beauty, soon broke into a smile. After all, beautiful women often enjoyed certain privileges. Had she been a burly man, he likely would have swiftly cast her down the mountain. I have come to seek a teacher, she declared, her voice melodious and refreshing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The young woman was Dantai Qingwei, a renowned courtesan from the Lingtai kingdom in the eastern region. And her purpose for visiting the Piamiao sect was to find that one man, the man who had driven her to distraction. Dantai Qingwei began to reminisce. As an orphan, she had been born with a unique ability, the power to hear the innermost thoughts of all men. With her beauty and extraordinary gift, she thrived in her profession, becoming a courtesan at a tender age. Growing up in such an environment, she encountered numerous men, all of whom desired her physically. Yet, thanks to her ability to hear their thoughts, she had managed to preserve her virtue. The incessant stream of thoughts from men of all walks of life imparted much wisdom upon her, allowing her to discern the distinctions between cultivators and mortals. Dantai Qingwei longed to become an immortal, elevated and ethereal like a celestial being. She vividly recalled the day she turned 18, when she encountered the man who piqued her curiosity. Remarkably, she could not perceive a single thought from him, as if he did not think at all. This intrigued her deeply, for it was the first time in her life she had met a man whose thoughts were utterly silent, igniting her interest. She approached him, and he greeted her with a charming smile, his handsome visage adorned with eloquent words she had never before encountered, leaving her blushing. The time spent together was undoubtedly the happiest of Dantai Qingwei's life. However, that bliss was fleeting, for the man was destined to depart. Realizing he was a cultivator, her heart ached at the thought of his leaving, and she wished for him to stay. With a smile, he informed her, "Your talents are commendable. If you wish, you may leave this place and seek me at Wufeng Mountain in the Piamiao sect." Dantai Qingwei committed his words to memory, resolutely promising to find him in the future. He left her with a jade talisman inscribed with the words Wufeng. The man in question is none other than Chi-Hao. Seeking an apprenticeship? An apprenticeship with whom? The gatekeeper disciple was puzzled. Hadn't the recruitment conference already concluded? Was there still someone wishing to take on a master? Dantai Qingwei smiled gracefully and said, "I wish to take the master of Wufeng Mountain as my teacher. This is the token he left for me years ago." With that, Dantai Qingwei produced the jade talisman Chi-Hao had given her long ago. The gatekeeper disciple was taken aback upon seeing the talisman. Indeed, it was the master's jade token. Wait a moment, this seems to belong to Wufeng Mountain. So, this young lady intends to become Chi-Hao's disciple? The gatekeeper disciple hesitated and asked, "Miss, are you referring to taking Chi-Hao of Wufeng Mountain as your master?" Dantai Qingwei nodded affirmatively. The disciple sighed with a wry smile. "Miss, do you know who Chi-Hao is? Currently, Wufeng Mountain is sparsely populated. Only half a year ago did we accept a new disciple. Moreover, the master Chi-Hao has yet to attain any significant cultivation level. You should be cautious in your decision to take him as your teacher." Dantai Qingwei remained unfazed, Her conviction was unshakable. What a pity, this woman is so beautiful. Seemingly gifted as well, yet she wishes to take Wufeng Mountain as her master. Does she not realize that the Master Chi Hao is regarded as a failure? 2 decades have passed with no progress in his cultivation, and he has become the laughingstock of the sect. However, it matters not. I can get closer to her afterward. Once she realizes the inadequacies of Wufeng Mountain, I can step in. If we could become partners in the path, that would be even better. Dantai Qingwei furrowed her brow at the gatekeeper disciple's thoughts, feeling a surge of anger within her, though her expression remained composed. Humph. These men, whether mortal or cultivator, are all the same. Only he is a true man. Dantai Qingwei maintained her serene demeanor and continued with a smile. I wonder if my senior brother could guide me to Wufeng Mountain? Her smile invigorated the gatekeeper disciple, who laughed heartily. Sister, you are too courteous. With the master of Wufeng Mountain's jade token in your possession, it is my duty to escort you. There is no need for such formality. The gatekeeper disciple turned aside and led Dantai Qingwei into the sect. Along the way, several onlookers noted the presence of Dantai Qingwei behind the gatekeeper disciple, mistakenly assuming she was his romantic partner. The gatekeeper disciple, noticing the glances, stood tall with pride. Meanwhile, Dantai Qingwei silently regarded him, having received an influx of his thoughts. They were all crude, lewd, and perverse. At the same time, the gatekeeper disciple incessantly inquired, Sister, what is your name? How old are you? Are you married? My name is Guoshan. Should you face any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out, and I shall assist you. Dantai Qingwei felt a headache coming on but forced a smile, all the while disregarding Guoshan's intrusive thoughts. How bothersome. In less than half an incense stick's time, Guoshan led Dantai Qingwei to Wufeng Mountain. He called out, I seek an audience with the master of Wufeng Mountain. Is Uncle Chi Hao present? Guoshan's voice echoed, reaching Chi Hao, who was leisurely fishing in the back mountain. Someone is calling. Who could it be? Chi Hao was surprised. Ever since the incident with the 8 mountain masters, Wufeng Mountain had not received visitors for quite some time. Upon learning it was a gatekeeper disciple, Chi Hao's spirit stirred, and he looked over to see 2 figures at the foot of the mountain. One appeared young and of modest strength. That must be Guoshan. The other was an enchanting young woman, somewhat familiar to him. Chi Hao was puzzled. Where had he seen this woman before? Chapter 11. The second disciple. What business do you have with my master? Just as Guoshan's voice faded, Lung Yanju descended from the mountain, her white dress flowing gracefully, akin to a celestial maiden. She gazed curiously at the newcomers. Guoshan respectfully clasped his hands and said, Lung's sister. This young lady wishes to take Uncle Chi Hao as her master and bears the jade token of Wufeng Mountain. Hence, I have brought her to pay her respects. May I ask if Uncle Chi Hao is available? Take her as a disciple? Lung Yanju looked on with skepticism. Having grown accustomed to life on Wufeng Mountain over the past 6 months, she practiced daily and received various extraordinary treasures from Chi Hao. She was convinced that a hidden treasure trove lay within Wufeng Mountain, yet despite her relentless search, she had been unable to find the way. She had considered following Chi Hao, but he spent all day by the lake fishing and never left. This perplexed her. Why could she not find it? Thanks to her efforts, the rich spiritual energy of Wufeng Mountain, and Chi Hao's generous provisions, she had now reached the upper tiers of the spirit transformation realm, mere steps away from breaking through to the postnatal realm. This made her even more fond of residing at Wufeng Mountain, which she had come to regard as her home. Upon hearing someone wished to take a master, she was determined to inquire further. Lung Yanju turned her gaze to Dantai Qingwei, who wore a radiant smile. Her exquisite features rivaling her own, undeniably stunning, with a figure to match. Even Lung Yanju had to concede that this woman's allure could easily captivate anyone. Lung Yanju queried, Are you the one seeking to take a master? Where is the jade token? What is your name? Where do you come from? With a calm demeanor, Dantai Qingwei replied softly, I am called Dantai Qingwei, a resident of Lingtai country. This is the jade token, and I wish to take the esteemed Chi Hao as my master. Dantai Qingwei presented the jade token, which Lung Yanju accepted, confirming it indeed belonged to Wufeng Mountain. What puzzled Lung Yanju was that her master had never mentioned this matter. What was going on? Who was seeking to become a disciple? At that moment, Chi Hao appeared, carrying a fishing rod and munching on a peach as he descended from the mountain. Chi Hao, brother. Upon seeing him, Dantai Qingwei's excitement surged. Without hesitation, she dashed toward Chi Hao and embraced him tightly, leaving both of them in a state of bewilderment. I don't recall who you are, Chi Hao said, slightly taken aback, as he pulled Dantai Qingwei away. You look somewhat familiar. Brother Chi Hao, you do not remember me? Dantai Qingwei felt a tinge of disappointment. Believing he had forgotten her, Chi Hao felt overwhelmed. He truly had no recollection. A beauty of such caliber was not easily forgotten. As he focused, a familiar visage emerged in his mind. Are you not the little sister Qingwei? Chi Hao asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. Yes, yes, it is I. Dan Tai Chingwei rejoiced. Brother Chi Hao, I have come. I promised I would seek you out one day. Now Chi Hao recalled, to his astonishment, the once youthful courtesan he had encountered years ago, whom he had met while listening to a performance in a mortal city, had transformed into a breathtaking beauty, rivaling the grace of a goddess. With that, Dan Tai Chingwei leaped forward once more, embracing Chi Hao tightly. He was left in a daze. Guoshan, the gatekeeper disciple, was equally astonished. The future partner he had just met had taken flight? Lung Yanzhu frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort, though she could not quite fathom why. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chi Hao mused that this was quite unexpected. Years ago, he had sensed Dan Tai Chingwei's extraordinary potential, recognizing her refusal to accept mediocrity. Thus, he had left her the jade token, indicating that when she was ready to embark on her path of cultivation, she should seek him out. Years ago, Chi Hao merely offered a fleeting thought. It is essential to recognize that the Ling Tai kingdom is quite distant from the Miao sect. The fact that Dan Tai Chingwei, an uninitiated young woman, could arrive here is indeed astonishing. At this moment, the elegant Zhu remarked, Master, do you know this young lady, Dan Tai? Chi Hao nodded. Indeed, it has been a few years since then. The gatekeeper disciple, Guoshan, clenched his teeth in frustration, feeling displeased that such a swan had flown away, and thus inquired, Uncle Chi Hao, the young lady Dan Tai wishes to take you as her master. Chi Hao, perplexed, asked, Who are you? He then turned to Dan Tai Chingwei once more. Chingwei, are you certain you wish to take me as your master? Is it not possible to forego that? If I could remain by your side as a maid, I would be content. Dan Tai Chingwei blushed deeply, her gaze fixed upon Chi Hao. Having traveled across the continent for many years, Chi Hao, a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart, recognized the implications of such a look. He felt a headache coming on. How could he afford to make mistakes if she were merely a maid? Chi Hao then declared, It is better to take me as your master. Currently, we are in need of disciples at Wufeng Mountain. By becoming my student, you will have a legitimate reason to cultivate the sect's techniques. Yes, yes. Dan Tai Chingwei nodded eagerly, showing little concern for the formalities. As long as she could stay, she would even be willing to warm his bed. Disciple Dan Tai Chingwei pays respects to master. She knelt, initiating the formal apprenticeship. Chi Hao nodded, pleased. Indeed, another disciple had been added, although uncertain if she could be trained into an emperor with the system in place. Transforming her into a saintess should not pose much of a challenge. Beep. Detecting the host has accepted a disciple. Dan Tai Chingwei, heir of the emperor, possesses a hidden bloodline. Due to the host accepting a second disciple, a special apprentice reward has been issued. Reward: 1 volume of cosmic level martial technique, divine soul art. 1 volume of cosmic level cultivation method, enchantress technique. The system's voice echoed once more, startling Chi Hao. He was astonished by Dan Tai Chingwei's identity as an heir of the emperor's family, endowed with a hidden bloodline, a most unexpected delight. It seemed his previous judgment regarding cultivating a saintess needed to be overturned. An emperor's legacy must be initiated. All right, Chingwei, please rise. Allow me to introduce you. This is your senior sister, Lung Yanzhu. Yanzhu, please take a moment to familiarize yourself with each other. Chi Hao felt a sense of satisfaction as he successfully secured a second disciple. Dan Tai Chingwei first bowed in greeting, senior sister, Lung Yanzhu. Now with an additional junior sister, smiled in return. Do not be so formal, Chingwei. From now on, we are family. There is no need for such politeness. Following this, the two young women began conversing, their laughter and banter creating an enchanting scene that never grew tiresome. Chi Hao observed them with delight. Thinking how wonderful it would be if all his disciples were of such breathtaking beauty, he wondered if he would ever wake from his dreams. At that moment, Chi Hao noticed Guoshan standing nearby, utterly transfixed, staring foolishly at the two women. Hey, stop staring, or your eyes might pop out. Chi Hao waved his hand. Guoshan snapped back to reality. It was impossible to resist the allure of such beauty, and he had been momentarily lost in admiration. Uncle Chi, well. Guoshan stammered, feeling somewhat flustered. Chi Hao chuckled. Guoshan, is there anything you wish to say? Aren't you supposed to be guarding the gate? No, nothing at all. Guoshan suddenly recalled he had lingered too long and needed to return to his post. He gulped, offering a reluctant farewell to Dan Tai Chingwei and Lung Yanzhu before departing. All right, you two, if you wish to continue your conversation, do so later. Chi Hao interjected, turning to Lung Yanzhu. Yanzhu, please take Chingwei to the sect to complete her entry procedures, then come find me at the back mountain. Lung Yanzhu nodded in agreement and led Dan Tai Chingwei away toward the hall for her formal entry. Along the way, many disciples noticed the two young women. Utterly captivated, some were so mesmerized they nearly stumbled. A few even risked choking on their own saliva, showcasing the immense charm they exuded. Once Lung Yanzhu had helped Dan Tai Ching-wei complete her entry procedures, they exited the hall. Look, that's Lung Yanzhu from Wufeng Mountain. She has become even more beautiful since we last saw her 6 months ago. Who is the other girl? She possesses a delicate beauty, yet exudes an innate allure, as if born with captivating grace. As the two women emerged from the entry hall, whispers spread. Was this girl also joining the sect? Could it be that another enchanting disciple had joined Wufeng Mountain? How were the single men among them to cope with such competition? Fool, with your looks, you are destined to remain single for life. You scoundrel, do you seek death? I've long found you displeasing. Dare to meet me at the arena. Why not? Let us go. The appearance of the two women stirred excitement among the young disciples of the sect. Both were stunningly beautiful. One resembled a phoenix descending, while the other was a natural beauty, instantly capturing every gaze. Lung Yanzhu, without needing further introduction, had frequently been seen in the sect's scripture pavilion or the cultivation pavilion over the past 6 months. The emergence of Dan Tai Ching-wei ignited fervor among the disciples, prompting discussions, with some boldly attempting to inquire her name. However, a mere cold glance from Lung Yanzhu sent them scattering in fear. Over the past 6 months, Lung Yanzhu had not only gained a stellar reputation within the Piao Miao sect, but had also proven herself to be the strongest among the younger generation. Lung Yanzhu's imposing presence deterred any further advances. Meanwhile, Dan Tai Ching-wei furrowed her brow, eager to return and find Qi Hao after completing her entry procedures. As she stood there, the cacophony of voices around her surged like a tide. Who is this young lady beside you, Lung Yanzhu? At that moment, a young, handsome man approached, drawn in by Dan Tai Ching-wei's beauty. Lung Yanzhu, noticing him, replied coolly, "This is my junior sister, Dan Tai Ching-wei." Junior sister? The young man, Huang Tianfeng, was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Dan Tai Ching-wei. She frowned, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, and instinctively stepped behind Lung Yanzhu. Huang Tianfeng, is there something you want? If not, please step aside. I need to take my junior sister to see our master, Lung Yanzhu reprimanded, urging him to make way. Simultaneously, Huang Tianfeng's thoughts echoed in Dan Tai Ching-wei's mind. This girl is stunning. She must be Lung Yanzhu's junior sister. No, I fell for her at first sight. With my current strength, I am capable of pursuing her. With Lung Yanzhu present, it would be too difficult to strike up a conversation. I'll have to wait for another opportunity. If all else fails, I might even ask my master to visit Wufeng Mountain to seek out that useless Qi Hao, aiming to bind Dan Tai Ching-wei as my partner. Huang Tianfeng smiled, his thoughts fully transmitted to Dan Tai Ching-wei. Initially, she had no intention of engaging with such musings, as she had grown weary of them. However, upon hearing Huang Tianfeng refer to Qi Hao as useless, her tolerance waned. This was an intolerable affront, a direct provocation. She noted the name Huang Tianfeng. Just as he was about to step forward to introduce himself to Dan Tai Ching-wei, attempting to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor, she coldly replied, "Senior brother Huang, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger." Upon finishing her words, Dan Tai Ching-wei strode past, casting a cold warning glance at Lung Yanzhu, conveying a clear message: keep your distance from my junior sister. Huang Tianfeng observed the departing figures of the two women, a sneer creeping onto his lips. When he first entered the sect, it was Lung Yanzhu who captured his affection, for her innate talent and striking beauty were prerequisites he sought in a companion. However, her exceptional talent surpassed his expectations, especially after it was rumored she had awakened her phoenix bloodline a few months prior, shattering his once lofty fantasies. Now, fate had presented him with Dan Tai Ching-wei, whose beauty rivaled that of Lung Yanzhu, and whose enchanting eyes nearly ensnared his very soul. He resolved to make Dan Tai Ching-wei his destined partner. He would return to the mountain, seek out his master, and implore him to speak to Qi Hao about securing Dan Tai Ching-wei as his companion. Huang Tianfeng's intentions were straightforward. He yearned to possess Dan Tai Ching-wei. Over the past 6 months since he joined the sect, those familiar with Huang Tianfeng understood that he was a notorious flirt, treating partners as casually as changing garments. With his remarkable talent, he had risen to become the leader among the new disciples. How could the less skilled, moderately talented, and somewhat attractive female disciples resist his advances? Huang Tianfeng employed a few cunning tricks, deceiving those naive girls time and again, not only in matters of affection but also in carnal pursuits. When this scandal erupted, some confronted Huang Tianfeng at the Knife Mountain. As the situation escalated, the Knife Mountain intervened, confining him and compensating the deceived disciples with substantial resources to quell the uproar. Yet, the incident tarnished Huang Tianfeng's reputation within the sect. Despite this, Huang Tianfeng remained unfazed, although he had tempered his behavior somewhat. The restless desires within him were impossible to suppress. He understood that, given his talent and status as a direct disciple of the Knife Mountain's leader, Even if some female disciples were aware of his deceitful nature, they would still flock to him, eager to become his companions. Confident in his pursuit of Dantai Qingwei, he planned to return to his master, equipped with ample resources to present to the impoverished Qi Hao at Wufeng Mountain. Surely, Qi Hao would be delighted to allow Dantai Qingwei to join him, and perhaps, seeing the benefits, he might even offer Leng Yanzhu as well. The more Huang Tianfeng contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly turning back to Knife Mountain to discuss his plans with his master. If Qi Hao were privy to Huang Tianfeng's schemes, he would undoubtedly commend him. You truly have an imaginative mind, my brother. Chapter 13. Dantai Qingwei enters the path. At the rear mountains of Wufeng Mountain, Qi Hao sat cheerfully on a bench as he watched the two women approach. Leng Yanzhu nodded. Master, my junior sister's entry into the sect has been completed. Dantai Qingwei beamed at the sight of Qi Hao, her demeanor markedly different from when she was among ordinary people. After all, Qi Hao was the only man whose thoughts she could not hear, and this alone placed him ahead in her heart. Qi Hao nodded. Since Qingwei has joined Wufeng Mountain, it is customary for your master to express his goodwill. He then produced 2 books from his pocket and handed them to Dantai Qingwei. Qingwei, these are for you. Begin your cultivation with these, and I shall provide you with superior techniques in the future. Dantai Qingwei accepted the books, unaware of their significance. One was the cosmic level martial technique, the soul method, and the other was the cosmic level cultivation method, the enchantress technique. However, Leng Yanzhu recognized their worth instantly. Her mouth agape in astonishment. She could not fathom how her seemingly unremarkable master managed to produce such treasures so frequently. If her observation was correct, the 2 books Dantai Qingwei now held were indeed of cosmic level quality. In the past few months, Leng Yanzhu had attempted to uncover the hidden treasury of Qi Hao, but to no avail, ultimately resigning herself to despair. Thus, she began to ingratiate herself with Qi Hao, offering massages, cooking, and various acts of service to curry favor. Leng Yanzhu suspected that Qi Hao must possess even more precious items. No, I must seize this opportunity, she thought, adopting a pleading expression. Master, what about me? I want some too. Recognizing her playful demeanor, Qi Hao could easily guess his eldest disciple's intentions, but instead of being irritated, he produced another item. All right. Enough of the theatrics. Here, take this and cultivate diligently. What Qi Hao presented was a crimson fruit, surrounded by a swirling aura of red energy, brimming with vigorous vitality that stirred the blood merely by scent. Leng Yanzhu gasped. Master, could this be the phoenix origin fruit? Observing her astonishment, Qi Hao couldn't help but chuckle. His eldest disciple was easily excitable. He wondered how she would react if he revealed he had a whole sack of phoenix origin fruits. Over the past 6 months, he had accumulated an abundance of treasures, far more than he could comprehend. His storage ring had been replaced multiple times, filled with bizarre and wondrous items. Any single piece could drive one to madness. Good, you recognize it as the phoenix origin fruit. Cultivate diligently. And if you reach the innate realm in 6 months, I shall reward you with a whole sack of them. Leng Yanzhu was taken aback. A whole sack? Had she heard correctly? Ever since awakening her phoenix bloodline, her cultivation had surged dramatically, breaking through a major realm in less than 6 months. Now only a step away from reaching the postnatal realm, she desperately required spiritually resonant materials to enhance her bloodline and unlock the latent abilities within. The phoenix origin fruit was precisely what she needed. Hearing Qi Hao mention a sack sent her into a frenzy. Leng Yanzhu leapt forward, grasping Qi Hao's hand. Master, could you spare me a few more? I promise to reach the innate realm at the fastest pace possible. Qi Hao pondered but recognized the specific circumstances surrounding Leng Yanzhu. Rapid advancement in cultivation could be detrimental to her, and had it not been for this consideration, he would have gladly fed her the fruits to expedite her breakthrough to the Emperor realm. Ultimately, Leng Yanzhu's relentless pleas bore no fruit. Qi Hao firmly stated, not until you reach the innate realm, no exceptions. Frustrated, Leng Yanzhu silently vowed to devise a way to extract the phoenix origin fruits from Qi Hao. Meanwhile, Dantai Qingwei observed this exchange with a warm smile, cherishing the camaraderie shared between master and disciple. Qi Hao turned to Dantai Qingwei. Qingwei, these 2 books comprise a martial technique and a cultivation method. Since you are new to cultivation, I shall have your senior sister assist you in embarking on your path. Leng Yanzhu interjected. Master, you should teach her yourself. Feeling exasperated, Leng Yanzhu thought it absurd that after half a year, her master remained at the Qi refinement realm, showing no improvement, yet he expected her to guide Dantai Qingwei into cultivation. Qi Hao smiled. Yanzhu, you must remember, you are now the senior sister. Is it really necessary for your master to intervene in such trivial matters? Besides, since Qingwei is female, assisting her in entering the path requires her to remove her clothing, which places me in an awkward position. Hence, I entrust this task to you. Lung Yinju recognized the logic in his reasoning, but retorted, "You are undoubtedly the most outrageous master I have ever encountered." Afterward, Chi Hao merely rubbed his nose. "Is that so? Is it truly unreasonable for me to provide you with treasures and resources for your cultivation?" With no retort left, Lung Yinju resigned herself to her fate, ultimately leading Dantai Qingwei back to her residence. Lung Yinju remarked, "Junior sister, entering the path of cultivation necessitates the opening of one's meridians. To achieve this, acupoint activation is essential. Performing it through clothing may yield suboptimal results. Hence it is imperative to disrobe completely." Upon hearing this, Dantai Qingwei solemnly nodded, her nerves palpable as it was her first foray into the realm of cultivation. With delicate movements, Dantai Qingwei gradually shed her form-fitting crimson dress, revealing skin as pure as pristine snow atop a lofty mountain. Her elegant figure ignited a fervor within the heart. Her long, graceful legs bore no excess flesh, and her slender waist resembled a rose in the bloom of spring, while her flat abdomen rose and fell with her breath, and her ample bosom captivated the senses. At this moment, Lung Yinju could not help but admire her junior sister's splendid physique. Noticing Lung Yinju's gaze, Dantai Qingwei's cheeks flushed crimson. Subsequently, Dantai Qingwei followed Lung Yinju's instructions and sat cross-legged. Whoosh! Lung Yinju commenced her actions, activating the acupoints of Dantai Qingwei, while simultaneously transmitting the operational trajectory of the succubus Great Law into Lung Yinju's mind through sound. Dantai Qingwei, being astute, quickly grasped the essence of the cultivation guidance, and in an instant, she propelled the true qi left by Lung Yinju through her various acupoints. Lung Yinju silently nodded. Under these circumstances, there should be no issues. However, just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The technique that had been operating smoothly suddenly shifted, causing Dantai Qingwei's complexion to darken as she emitted a cry. "What is happening?" Lung Yinju panicked, bewildered by the sudden change in energy. Immediately thereafter, a surge of black light erupted from within Dantai Qingwei, enveloping her entirely. Lung Yinju's expression shifted in alarm, suspecting a mishap. "Do not move." Just as Lung Yinju intended to act, Chi Hao mysteriously appeared in the room. Lung Yinju was taken aback. When had her master shown up, and why had she sensed nothing? Ignoring Lung Yinju's astonishment, Chi Hao approached the bedside with focused intent. Chapter 14, The Bloodline of the Emperor. In this scenario, was this a bloodline awakening? Chi Hao discerned the situation at a glance. It bore an uncanny resemblance to what had transpired with Lung Yinju months prior. This was a sign of bloodline awakening. Simultaneously, he recalled the system's description of Dantai Qingwei. Envy welled within Chi Hao. As the scion of an emperor, she awakened her bloodline immediately upon entering the path of cultivation, a fact that filled him with admiration. "It is nothing to worry about. This is a bloodline awakening, akin to your awakening of the Phoenix bloodline months ago," Chi Hao concluded. Hearing this, Lung Yinju breathed a sigh of relief, yet was astonished. "Master, how could you, a mere Qi refinement realm cultivator, know this?" Chi Hao disregarded her inquiry. At that moment, the black light enveloping Dantai Qingwei gradually dissipated, retreating into her body, leaving her alabaster form exposed before Chi Hao's gaze. So pale, Chi Hao was taken aback, the vivid scene nearly causing him to bleed from his nose. Lung Yinju, realizing the situation, delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, "Perverse master, get out." Unable to contain herself, she acted decisively, expelling him from the room and promptly shutting the door. This eldest disciple is far too impulsive. She must have been a brash young girl in her past life. Chi Hao lamented as he rubbed his backside, chastising his eldest disciple's ferocity. Simultaneously, the image of a fair body flashed in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. No, this is my disciple. How sinful. Chi Hao deemed himself fallen, as the once hopeful path of cultivation now brimmed with such temptations. He resolved to return to his fishing to calm his nerves. Boom. A familiar scene unfolded once more as a powerful force erupted from within Dantai Qingwei. This ethereal power harbored a soul force capable of annihilating heaven and earth. The surging soul energy ascended, casting the sky above Wufeng Mountain into darkness. Concurrently, an ethereal goddess, resplendent in 5-colored radiance, materialized. The goddess's figure towered above, her features obscured, yet her aura unmistakably signified that she was a breathtaking beauty. With the goddess's emergence came a terrifying soul pressure that rapidly spread, enveloping the entire Misty Sect. The magnitude of this presence was equal to, if not greater than, Lung Yinju's awakening of the Phoenix bloodline. What is happening? What is this? Chi Hao pondered, sensing a familiarity in the fluctuations. Could it be that someone has awakened a bloodline? If this energy was indeed a bloodline awakening, who could it be? Wait, the direction of this energy seems to originate from Wufeng Mountain. Surely not. ISN T Wufeng Mountain, only home to Qi Hao of the Qi refinement realm and Lung Yanju, who awakened the Phoenix bloodline. How could another emerge? Let us go investigate this matter. The entire Piaomiao sect was abuzz. The 8 mountain lords and the 108 peak masters hastened toward Wufeng Mountain. What a powerful surge! Junior sister's bloodline is indeed formidable. Lung Yanju was thrust from her dwelling by the overwhelming force, her expression filled with concern. In the sky above, the 8 mountain lords appeared. Having learned from the previous encounter months ago that Wufeng Mountain was protected by a formidable great formation and dared not rush in. However, they were aware that the 108 peak masters were unaware of this. The peak masters, puzzled by the hesitation of the 8 mountain lords, sought to uncover the truth of the happenings atop Wufeng Mountain and charged forward. Boom! The familiar scene unfolded once again. The heavenly net formation reactivated, and the destructive purple divine thunder descended, ensnaring all 108 peak masters to the ground with immense gravity. What is this situation? How can such powerful gravity exist? Not good. This is a great formation, a formidable one at that. How could such a formation exist on Wufeng Mountain? Everyone, prepare defenses. The divine thunder rumbled mercilessly, striking down upon the 108 peak masters, leaving them in disarray, covered in soot and grime. These fellows have also fallen victim, the 8 mountain lords observed from above, their expressions gleeful as they recalled their previous misfortunes, reveling in the misadventure of others. Soon after, their gazes shifted toward the goddess's ethereal image on the mountain, shock registering in their expressions. If I am not mistaken, that should be the remnant of the emperor, correct? You are not mistaken. The power is identical to that of our ancestor. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that Lung Yanju has awakened her bloodline again? But how could one person possess 2 bloodlines? Who knows? Only by ascending Wufeng Mountain can we ascertain the truth. As the crowd pondered in astonishment, a streak of light appeared. The sect leader, Lu Piaomiao, also arrived, her extraordinary grace effortlessly capturing the attention of all present. Sect leader. The 8 mountain lords respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. Lu Piaomiao did not acknowledge them, but instead gazed solemnly at the immense ethereal figure atop Wufeng Mountain, slowly uttering, "Is that the Emperor of Illusions?" The Emperor of Illusions. Upon hearing Lu Piaomiao's words, the 8 mountain lords gasped in astonishment. The Emperor of Illusions was a legendary figure from ancient times, known for her unparalleled beauty and earth-shattering strength. In ancient times, numerous records were left behind, and it is said that descendants of the Shadow Emperor still exist in this world, though few know of their whereabouts. Speculation began to arise. Could it be that a descendant of the Shadow Emperor resides upon the Wufeng Mountain? Might the sect master be the enchanting Lung Yanju, who has awakened the Phoenix bloodline? Inquired the 8 mountain lords. Lu Piaomiao shook her head. Impossible. The Phoenix bloodline, being a divine lineage, is inherently proud and dismissive of all else. Furthermore, the imperial bloodline can only exist within a single individual. Should 2 bloodlines coexist, they would inevitably clash, resulting in the demise of the bearer of such bloodlines. Mei Ranjing, the mountain lord of Danshan, expressed her confusion. Could there not be an exception? Lu Piaomiao smiled. Do you truly believe that a being of imperial caliber would permit another emperor to establish a sect upon their own mountain? It simply cannot happen. This is the reason why 2 imperial bloodlines cannot coexist. Such unique bloodlines of formidable powers are indeed extraordinary. Lu Piaomiao continued. As the pinnacle of the cultivation world, an imperial being possesses unparalleled strength. If 2 bloodlines were to exist within one person, they would automatically engage in conflict, expelling the other. However, once the bloodline is expelled, the individual bearing the imperial bloodline would have already succumbed to that overwhelming power, leaving no chance of survival. The might of an emperor is beyond the comprehension of those at our level. Do you understand now? The 8 mountain lords nodded, as this was the first time they had encountered such profound secrets. Then, Lu Piaomiao's gaze shifted, astonished as she looked in a certain direction. There, amidst the clamor of divine purple thunder, stood the 108 peak masters, on the verge of being overwhelmed. What is happening? What is this formation? Lu Piaomiao felt a bit dizzy. Had she missed something? Chapter 15, The Discontented Crowd. Shortly thereafter, a mountain lord cautiously approached and recounted events from months prior concerning Wufeng Mountain, yet subtly omitted that they had also fallen victim to it. Qi Hao? Lu Piaomiao was taken aback. Qi Hao was, by seniority, her junior disciple. She had a recollection of him. Years ago, Qi Hao's master, her own uncle, the Zheshengzi, had caused quite a stir when he took Qi Hao as his disciple, leading to much ridicule. Who would have thought that the semi-holy Zheshengzi would take on such an ordinary disciple? At the time, no one dared to speak out against it, fearing retribution from the Zheshengzi. 20 years ago, after a failed attempt to ascend to the Holy Realm, Qi Hao had left the sect to wander, It was only half a year ago that Lu Piaomiao had seen him again. Otherwise, she might have nearly forgotten him. Now, upon hearing the mountain lords recount their previous encounters, Lu Piaomiao was puzzled. Had Qi Hao inherited the Zhishengzi's legacy? Otherwise, how could a Qi Hao at the Qi refinement stage manipulate such a formidable formation? Truly astonishing. Qi Hao is here. Lu Piaomiao's voice echoed across Wufeng Mountain. Qi Hao, at the rear mountain, twitched his mouth. He genuinely did not wish to get involved, having already noticed the situation but feeling too lazy to intervene. Why were these fellows constantly leaving their own peaks to come to Wufeng Mountain? It was quite bothersome, interrupting his fishing. Qi Hao reeled in his line and stood up, a terrifying force flickering momentarily within him. After months of fishing, his strength had ascended from the mid-level of king to the upper level. Such a pace of breakthrough would surely leave onlookers astounded. Here he comes. Qi Hao, with his fishing rod in tow, appeared with a bounce, causing Lu Piaomiao and the 8 mountain lords to twitch at the corners of their mouths. After such a significant event, Qi Hao was still fishing. Absurd, utterly outrageous. Qi Hao grinned at the assembly above. May I inquire what brings the sect master and esteemed mountain lords here? Lu Piaomiao frowned, stating directly, you must dispel the formation at once. If this continues, those peak masters will lose their lives. Oh dear, look at this. It seems I've caused quite the misunderstanding. Qi Hao feigned innocence. I shall retract it immediately. With that, Qi Hao produced a jade talisman for the formation, transforming it into a stream of light that retracted the chaotic heavenly net formation. With a crackle, dust began to settle as the disheveled peak masters staggered out. Qi Hao suppressed his laughter, observing the scene. The 108 peak masters emerged in silence, their gazes brimming with fury. At this moment, Qi Hao spoke. My sincerest apologies, esteemed lords. It is entirely my fault for not informing you that Wufeng Mountain has recently set up a grand formation. I had not yet had the chance to relay this information, and thus you inadvertently walked into it, resulting in this predicament. I hope you will not take offense. Upon hearing this, the 108 peak masters spat blood in indignation. So, you mean to say we deserve this? The 8 mountain lords, who had encountered the formation months earlier, darkened in expression. Qi Hao was truly shameless. You said recently, didn't you? Qi Hao, just wait. You little rascal. You are deliberately stirring trouble. Qi Hao, if you do not provide an explanation today, I shall remain at Wufeng Mountain. The crowd began to voice their grievances, determined to extract an account from Qi Hao. Enough, silence. Lu Piaomiao interjected. You all trespassed into Wufeng Mountain and encountered this situation. It is, fundamentally, your own fault. What right do you have to argue here? Upon hearing this, the peak masters felt a wave of shame wash over them and lowered their heads in silence. Seeing that the peak masters had finally quieted down, Lu Piaomiao turned her attention to Qi Hao, directly asking, Qi Hao, has your disciple awakened a bloodline? It seems to be an imperial bloodline. Qi Hao feigned surprise. An imperial bloodline? Is that true? Lu Piaomiao scrutinized Qi Hao, attempting to discern whether he was pretending. But after a long while, she could not detect any signs. Realizing that Qi Hao was unyielding, Lu Piaomiao abandoned her inquiries and shifted her gaze upward. The others followed suit, their eyes filled with fervor, for they knew well what an imperial bloodline entailed. Buzzing. The ethereal image of a goddess atop Wufeng Mountain suddenly flickered, and an oppressive imperial aura bore down upon the crowd. Their expressions changed drastically as they prepared to harness their spiritual energy to resist this pressure. Yet, just as suddenly, the imperial pressure lifted, and the goddess's ethereal form transformed into a stream of light, directly returning to the body of Dantai Qingwei, vanishing from sight, leaving a serene calm in its wake. Simultaneously, after Qi Hao dispelled the formation, the crowd hurried up the mountain. Upon arriving at the location where the ethereal image had vanished, their eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Leng Yanzhu, including Lu Piaomiao. Was it not said that 2 imperial bloodlines could not coexist? How could Leng Yanzhu possess 2 bloodlines simultaneously? If that were not the case, how would one explain the goddess's ethereal form having indeed disappeared from this place? Sectmaster, what is the meaning of this? The 8 mountain lords were perplexed. Was it not stated that one could not simultaneously possess 2 bloodlines? Sectmaster, your information seems to be lacking. Lu Piaomiao, too, was bewildered, casting her gaze toward Leng Yanzhu. Leng Yanzhu, were you here all along? Leng Yanzhu, surprised to see the crowd, had not anticipated that the recent anomaly would draw so many, and she also noticed her sneaky master nearby. Replying to the sectmaster, Leng Yanzhu was indeed here the entire time, she answered, but may I ask what brings you all here? Indeed, every heart present trembled with astonishment. It appears that the enigmatic Leng Yanzhu has indeed awakened 2 types of imperial-level bloodlines, a phenomenon both unprecedented and extraordinary. Lu Piaomiao, in her excitement, stepped forward and grasped Leng Yanzhu's wrist, channeling her spiritual energy to investigate. only to discover a tranquil interior devoid of any anomalies. Meanwhile, the mountain and peak masters began to simmer with indignation. How infuriating! What unparalleled fortune has Chi Hao possessed to take such a prodigious disciple under his wing? I rue the day I failed to resolutely claim Lung Yanzhu as my own disciple. Enough of this. Just the thought brings tears to my eyes. I can foresee years of waking to the bitterness of anger. Scoundrel! Chi Hao, you are utterly despicable. I curse you to live a lifetime without a soulmate. Hold on. That's going too far. Must you resort to personal attacks? Chi Hao, rendered speechless, observed the elderly figures before him, each behaving as though they had lost their wits. Lamenting their plight, it must be understood that it was not I who sought to take Lung Yanzhu as a disciple. Rather, she chose to become my apprentice. This point must be clarified. At that moment, Lung Yanzhu realized the misinterpretation. What had appeared as the manifestation of a divine maiden was wrongly attributed to her, leaving her in a state of wry amusement. Esteemed ones, you misunderstand. It was not I who activated the imperial bloodline, she clarified. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lu Piaomiao quickly pressed, what do you mean? If it was not you, then who awakened it? Lung Yanzhu replied, it was my junior sister, Dantai Qingwei. Chapter 16. Chi Hao's Tung junior sister? Dantai Qingwei, Lung Yanzhu's junior sister? Does that not mean she is yet another disciple of Chi Hao? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. The assembly was left dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that two types of imperial bloodlines were merging? Now I am told that the bloodline of the charming phantom belongs to another? Crucially, it is still a disciple of Chi Hao? Chi Hao, what is the meaning of this? Lu Piaomiao's gaze ignited with excitement as she turned towards Chi Hao, who stood aside, feeling rather uneasy under the collective scrutiny. Chi Hao cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not be overly excited. Dantai Qingwei is merely my newly accepted disciple. Is awakening an imperial bloodline truly worthy of such astonishment? Upon uttering these words, he felt as though he might spew blood. Just look at this absurdity. Awakening an imperial bloodline is akin to finding a common trinket on the roadside. This is an imperial bloodline, a lineage capable of ascending to the imperial realm. The mountain and peak masters could hardly contain their rage, each gritting their teeth, wishing they could swallow Chi Hao whole. Ignoring their ire, Chi Hao remarked, I am aware of my good looks. There is no need for such gazes. It only serves to inflate my pride. The crowd collectively fainted. They realized that after decades, or even centuries of cultivation, the vexations they endured paled in comparison to the verbal mischief of Chi Hao. Truly infuriating. Just then, the door swung open, and Dantai Qingwei emerged, her aura subtly fluctuating. The onlookers turned to her, witnessing her increasingly noble and sacred demeanor. Dressed in a form-fitting crimson gown, her flawless beauty shone forth, with alluring eyes and sensuous red lips, complemented by a perfectly sculpted nose, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, breathtakingly exquisite. As she stepped over the threshold, a fragrant breeze wafted through, invigorating all who breathed it in. Her perfectly curvaceous figure bore no excess flesh, the graceful lines of her form captivating all gazes. Yet, the most significant transformation lay not in her appearance, but in her aura. At this moment, Dantai Qingwei emanated an enchanting allure that beckoned irresistibly to all, regardless of age or gender. None could escape its pull. This was the manifestation of a beguiling essence, the innate charm of the charming phantom emperor. So, this is Dantai Qingwei, the woman who awakened the bloodline of the charming phantom emperor? Her stunning beauty rivals even that of the sect leader, and with an imperial bloodline, even if she does not ascend to become an emperor, she is destined to become a holy maiden of unparalleled stature. Her future is indeed promising. The crowd was left in awe, captivated by Dantai Qingwei's entrance, plunging everyone into a profound silence. This woman, not only is she assuredly on a path to becoming an emperor, but her ascension to holy maidenhood appears inevitable. Chi Hao, observing the scene, thought to himself, holy maiden? Let us aim for emperor, shall we? These old fools truly have limited vision. Master, what is all this? Dantai Qingwei exclaimed upon seeing the gathered crowd, startled, then turned to Chi Hao for clarification. Chi Hao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. These are your elder uncles who merely wished to see you and intended to present you with some gifts to celebrate your apprenticeship. Do not hesitate. They are the best of uncles. His unfiltered remarks drew involuntary twitches at the corners of the onlookers' mouths. How could they refute this? To do so would appear petty in the eyes of the younger generation. Conversely, remaining silent would lead them to seem stingy and unwilling to part with their treasures. It seemed that Chi Hao had skillfully maneuvered them into a corner. Lu Piaomiao, unconcerned, felt elated at the prospect of having yet another promising disciple in the sect. Stepping forward to inquire, are you Dantai Qingwei, Chi Hao's new disciple? Dantai Qingwei paused, taken aback by the sight of this equally striking woman before her. particularly impressed by the ethereal grace that surrounded her. Qi Hao interjected, "This is the leader of our Piaomiao sect, your master's elder sister, and consequently, your grandmaster." Lu Piaomiao shot Qi Hao a glare. "Grandmaster? Am I that old?" Ignoring Qi Hao, she produced a treasured item and presented it. "This was a divine armor I wore in my youth. If Qingwei does not mind, I would like to gift it to you." Dantai Qingwei, bewildered, accepted the gift with a blank expression, unable to discern its true value. The celestial grade spiritual armor? Long Yanju gasped, having been in the sect for half a year. She had certainly heard of this armor. To her astonishment, Lu Piaomiao had actually given it away. Regret washed over Long Yanju. Although she had received gifts from others, none seemed to match such rarity. Frustration enveloped her. Seeing Lu Piaomiao's generosity, the mountain and peak masters, resigned to their fate, began to produce their hidden treasures to present to Dantai Qingwei. Dantai Qingwei felt overwhelmed by the sudden influx of gifts, unsure how to respond. Observing the pained expressions of the onlookers, Qi Hao suddenly remarked, "Esteemed brothers and sisters, why the long faces? It's merely a collection of trinkets. Must you look so mournful?" His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Long Yanju facepalmed. Her master had a knack for uttering infuriating remarks at the most inopportune times, and she had not been spared from such aggravation. The crowd's gazes bore into Qi Hao, and had Lu Piaomiao not been present, they would have surely taught this Qi Hao a lesson for his insolence. Yet, they could only suppress their fury and depart, fearing they might lose control and retaliate against his insolent tongue. "Do take care on your way out. You see, you visit Wufeng Mountain so rarely, and yet you are already leaving in such haste. I still owe you my apologies regarding the formation incident. And now you come to bestow gifts upon my newly accepted disciple. How delightful this is. No need for further words, esteemed brothers and sisters. Next time you visit, I shall certainly catch a few catfish to treat you, or else I would feel remiss." Qi Hao's mocking tone reached its peak, but the crowd had already tuned him out, choosing to ignore him. Qi Hao scratched his nose, surprisingly unperturbed. How dull. Lu Piaomiao could only shake her head in resignation, fully aware of Qi Hao's temperament, and felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Long Yanju directly expressed her approval, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of my master. Possessing at least half the prowess of those internet trolls from my previous life." However, Dantai Qingwei was different, due to her ability to hear thoughts. The inner voices of the male mountain lords and peak masters suddenly reverberated in her mind. What utter nonsense. That little brat Qi Hao is infuriating me to no end. Qi Hao, that scoundrel, has always behaved this way, relying on his Uncle Su for support, and has dealt us numerous underhanded blows. I would love nothing more than to smash that foul mouth of his. What to do? What to do? Someone please stop me, lest I succumb to the impulse to strike. Never mind, I'll let Qi Hao be arrogant for a few days. Today, I'll vent my frustrations on a disciple. Should I choose the eldest or the second disciple? I'll pick the third disciple, since they bear a slight resemblance to Qi Hao. The thoughts of the mountain lords and peak masters left Dantai Qingwei astounded. She had not anticipated that her brother Qi Hao would be so disliked. No. He should be referred to as master. What to do? I adore this personality of his. Chapter 17. Mastering the art of exploiting one's master. Since there was nothing further to discuss, Lu Piaomiao decided to take her leave. "Qingwei, focus on your cultivation. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to visit me at Piaomiao residence," she advised. Lu Piaomiao intended to depart, offering similar words to Yanju, assuring them that they could come to her with any cultivation-related questions, and she would address them one by one. Before leaving, Lu Piaomiao cast a glance at Qi Hao, who was in the Qi refinement stage, shaking her head in exasperation. There was no need to say much about him. Qi Hao appeared bewildered, asking, "Sister Piaomiao, what kind of look is that? Do you disapprove of me?" After everyone had dispersed, the two women approached to greet him. Qi Hao nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Both of you must strive diligently in your cultivation to achieve the status of an emperor as soon as possible. By the way, those trinkets gifted by the old geezers earlier, treat them as mere toys. I shall provide you with far better treasures in due course. Yanju, since Qingwei has just arrived at Wufeng Mountain, please show her around and help her acclimate to the environment here." Long Yanju, speechless, retorted, "And what will you be doing, master?" Qi Hao replied with utmost seriousness, "What a question. Naturally, I shall be cultivating. I have a premonition that I may achieve a breakthrough today." Long Yanju covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. This so-called cultivation likely amounted to fishing in the back mountain. Dantai Qingwei, oblivious to the fact that Qi Hao's cultivation meant fishing, gazed at him with admiration, thinking it commendable that her master, so powerful, still sought to improve himself. She must not fall behind. As for the treasures presented by the mountain lords and peak masters, she genuinely regarded them as trivial items and carelessly discarded them in her room, not giving them a second thought. Soon after, Chi Hao once again shouldered his fishing rod and headed toward the lake in the back mountain, for his objective had yet to be fulfilled. He needed to catch several more fish. Meanwhile, at the southern end of the Wangtan Dalu, in the southern region, there lay a breathtaking mountain range shaped by nature, its winding peaks resembling a celestial dragon coiling in the sky. Within this mountain range was a hidden realm, a veritable paradise, rich in spiritual energy. Here, a village thrived, clearly an isolated community. Strangely, why would the ancestral spirit statue be glowing? This phenomenon indicated the awakening of the ancestral bloodline within the descendants. Yet, no one in the village had recently awakened their bloodline. What could be the reason? The awakening of the bloodline seemed to originate from outside the village, suggesting that one of their descendants had awakened the ancestral bloodline beyond their borders. Who could it be? How could there be descendants of the Dantai family in the outside world? This matter was of great significance. Someone must be dispatched to investigate. Very well. Let us send some less powerful juniors for this task. If we send someone too strong, they may attract the attention of those hidden families. Within the village, urgent discussions began to emerge, revolving around the manifestation of descendants in the outside world and the awakening of the ancestral bloodline. This was indeed a monumental event. Consequently, the village dispatched a young man to uncover the source of this occurrence. As he stepped through the entrance of the hidden realm, spatial fluctuations rippled, and a young man emerged. His name was Dan Tai Jianglong, handsome and poised, at the tender age of 20, and already possessing the strength of a major sect. How curious. The elders had said that someone in the outside world had awakened the ancestral bloodline. Who could it be? Dan Tai Jianglong pondered, bemused by the unexpected emergence of the Dan Tai bloodline in the outside world. He pulled out a compass, adorned with a golden dragon that occasionally roared toward the heavens. After pricking his finger, he allowed a drop of blood to fall, watching as the golden dragon transformed into a beam of light, heading eastward. Dan Tai Jianglong then retracted the compass and tore through the void, employing spatial displacement to make his way toward the eastern region. Days passed. Chi Hao remained completely unconcerned about the happenings in the distant southern region. Such matters were beyond his purview. All his interests lay solely in the art of fishing. However, today, he found himself unceremoniously expelled from the back mountain. How infuriating. To think that his two disciples would dare disrupt his cultivation rhythm. Such disrespect. Chi Hao was indeed furious. Having been chased off by his two disciples, Lung Yanju reasoned that since the master had instructed his disciples to show the junior sister around Wufeng Mountain, naturally, this included the lakes of the back mountain. Chi Hao bristled, questioning, why drive me away from the lake? Lung Yanju maintained her stance. If they are to adapt to the environment of Wufeng Mountain, this must include the waters of the lake. They need to bathe, hence your removal. Chi Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it really so? Lung Yanju continued, and do not attempt to peek. Should you dare, I shall ensure that the entire Piao sect hears of your prying on your disciples. Chi Hao indignantly protested. You are slandering me, master. This is an act of disrespect. I demand an apology. I haven't even looked yet. With a cold stare, Lung Yanju regarded Chi Hao, while Dan Tai Qingwei, though slightly older than Lung Yanju, found herself at a loss for words. Having spent a few days together, she recognized Lung Yanju's maturity and care for her, leading her to heed Lung Yanju's words. Witnessing Chi Hao in a predicament, Dan Tai Qingwei stifled a laugh behind her hand. Chi Hao's cheeks puffed up in irritation. Indeed, this eldest disciple from Blue Star had a well-honed strategy. Reluctant to depart, Chi Hao found himself unable to resist as Lung Yanju began to remove her clothing, unabashedly fixing her gaze upon him. With a wry smile, Chi Hao ultimately had no choice but to leave the back mountain. He couldn't help but admire how thoroughly his character had been mastered by his eldest disciple. Fortunately, before his expulsion, he had successfully hooked a fish, achieving a breakthrough to the major sect realm. Before being ousted, Chi Hao had fortuitously reeled in a fish that elevated his cultivation from the upper tier of the king realm to the lower tier of the major sect realm. In just 6 months, he had advanced a full major realm through his fishing endeavors. It is worth noting that for an ordinary cultivator, achieving such an elevation would typically take decades. Yet, Chi Hao accomplished it in merely half a year. This realization further affirmed to Chi Hao that fishing was indeed the righteous path. He must work harder and persevere. Additionally, this peculiar brick was also caught today, appearing to be quite formidable. Chi Hao extracted the object, revealing a square brick, pitch black and exuding an eerie aura. Eerie brick. It is said that this was once wielded by a certain emperor in their youth to strike the back of others' heads. Truly, with this brick in hand, the world is yours to command. Young one, act swiftly. All the heads are awaiting your action. Chi Hao grasped the brick, its weight considerable. Even with his cultivation at the lower levels of the Grand Sect, lifting it required a notable effort. He tentatively struck it against the back of his head, and instantly, stars danced before his eyes. Shock coursed through him. What terrifying power! In that fleeting moment of contact, he felt as though his very soul was on the verge of escaping. It was evident that this brick was no ordinary object. With a little force, it could very well render him unconscious. As a weapon, this brick seemed quite promising. Chapter 18. The Misfortunes of Dantai Jianglong. While Qi Hao busied himself with his newfound treasures, a figure emerged high above Wufeng Mountain, vanishing into the fabric of space. Is this the place? Dantai Jianglong, guided by the compass, tore through the void at great speed, finally arriving at his destination after several days. His mission was straightforward: to locate the descendants of the Shadow Emperor left behind in the outside world and escort them back to the village. The Qiaomiao sect, once a formidable power in ancient times, now languished in obscurity. Upon arriving at the Qiaomiao sect, Dantai Jianglong encountered the sect's protective formation. Yet it posed no hindrance to him. He skillfully infiltrated without alarming anyone. As he gazed down at Wufeng Mountain, he quickly spotted Qi Hao's silhouette, sensing that the latter possessed merely the strength of the Qi refinement stage. Meanwhile, Qi Hao had been fishing in the back mountain for nearly half a year and had finally been compelled to leave. He felt it was time to treat himself. First, he would prepare a turtle soup, followed by braised tiger whip, and perhaps indulge in some fine wine for a hearty feast. Rubbing his hands together, he set to work, producing a large cauldron and an enormous pot. Boom! The cauldron crashed to the ground, a magnificent three-legged vessel standing 2 meters tall, enveloped in searing flames. With fiery serpents coiling around its mouth, exhaling intense heat that would reduce an ordinary person to ashes upon contact. Any alchemist witnessing this would undoubtedly recognize it as a 7th-tier superior fire serpent transformation cauldron. The pot was equally remarkable. Its surface was pitch black, smeared with thick crimson paint that emanated a terrifying aura, remnants of high-level beast blood. Clearly, this pot was no ordinary utensil. Occasionally, the pot would emit the phantom of a ferocious beast, but Qi Hao effortlessly suppressed it. Should a craftsman be present, they would identify this pot as forged from heavenly iron, the primal purple Qi iron. Now, Qi Hao utilized the 7th-tier superior fire serpent transformation cauldron as a furnace and the primal purple Qi iron pot for cooking. Who could withstand such extravagance? Above, Dantai Jianglong observed these two items with astonishment. Although he could not discern their exact names, their overwhelming aura indicated they were exceptional treasures. At that moment, he wondered what this Qi refinement stage martial artist intended to do with such artifacts. Surely, he did not plan to use them as a stove and cooking pot? As if to confirm Dantai Jianglong's suspicions, Qi Hao proceeded to produce 2 ferocious beasts, leaving Dantai Jianglong completely dumbfounded. Boom! 2 colossal creatures, each about 100 meters long, materialized. One was a dragon-patterned armored turtle, imbued with dragon blood, its vitality resonating powerfully, sending ripples through the air. The other was a vibrant, multicolored sky-swallowing tiger, its body adorned with striking stripes, exuding an aura of majesty and ferocity. Judging by the presence of these mighty beasts, they were at least of the 6th-tier lower level, equivalent to a human king-level martial artist. Now, these renowned beasts lay lifeless, brought forth by a mere Qi refinement stage ant, seemingly to be cooked. Dantai Jianglong was taken aback. He questioned whether he was dreaming, wondering if the world had changed too much during his prolonged stay in the village. A martial artist at the Qi refinement stage preparing to cook 2 6th-tier beasts? Absurd. As Qi Hao chanted incessantly, brandishing a knife that radiated an aura of high rank, he prepared to pluck feathers, draw blood, and dismember the beasts for culinary purposes. All the items he possessed were sourced from his fishing endeavors. He had caught whatever he desired. Suddenly, he sensed someone spying on him. Could it be someone from the sect? Surely not those stubborn youngsters again. Qi Hao felt the presence of an observer, but refrained from using his divine sense, believing it to be just the 8 mountain lords lurking nearby. After a previous encounter, they had become clever, waiting outside Wufeng Mountain for their disciples to appear, employing soft persuasion to coax them into their mountains for cultivation. A smirk crossed Qi Hao's face. How naive to think they could lure away his disciple. Indeed, swaying Lung Yanzhu was nearly impossible. Her recent surge in strength was evident to all, making any attempt to sway her unreasonable. As for Dantai Qingwei, that was an even more distant dream. Her affections lay firmly with Qi Hao, and venturing to other mountains? Preposterous. Qi Hao couldn't help but scoff at their persistence. He simply shook his head in resignation and chose to ignore them. Meanwhile, Dantai Jianglong could hardly fathom that his covert observation had been detected by Qi Hao. After a moment of scrutiny, Dantai Jianglong noted that a powerful formation still existed atop Wufeng Mountain, its potency astonishing, akin to that of the flood level, which surprised him. First, he needed to find someone. Dantai Jianglong quickly dismissed Qi Hao as the individual he sought. There was no way such an ordinary-looking person could possess the awakened bloodline of an emperor. Thus, he extended his divine sense, discreetly searching the area. Soon detecting two auras near the lake at the back mountain, Dantai Jianglong stealthily approached, leveraging his bloodline power to enter the back mountain of Wufeng without triggering the grand formation. Ah, how intriguing. Someone from the Qiaomiao sect had managed to infiltrate without setting off the formation. Fascinating indeed. The moment Dantai Jianglong slipped into the formation using his bloodline power, Qi Hao felt a slight shift, immediately aware of the intrusion. Surprised, he assumed it was another sect member sneaking in. Following the direction of the presence, it was heading toward Leng Yanzhu and Dantai Qingwei, who were bathing. This was unacceptable. If they were seen in their vulnerable state, their purity would be compromised. Qi Hao realized the gravity of the situation. He couldn't allow his disciples to be exposed. He hadn't even had the chance to see for himself. How dare he cross me and court disaster? With determination, Qi Hao seized the brick and stealthily made his way forward. Is this the young man? Already at the grand sect level at such a tender age? When did the sect acquire such a formidable figure? Dantai Jianglong had no inkling that his movements had been noticed, completely oblivious to Qi Hao trailing behind him. As the shimmering lake came into view, he could vaguely discern two graceful figures frolicking in the water. Just as he was about to approach, bam! A solid brick struck the back of Dantai Jianglong's head, leaving him no chance to react as he collapsed, unconscious. Qi Hao strolled over, gazing down at the fallen Dantai Jianglong. What a young rascal. Learning to spy at such an age, I wonder if you've grown up yet. Chapter 19. If darkness fails, then come to light. Who goes there? The commotion caught Leng Yanzhu's attention, her expression shifting to one of alarm as her gaze fell upon Qi Hao, who was concealed among the bushes. Dantai Qingwei was equally startled, hastily covering her pristine bosom. Qi Hao greeted. Ah, is that not my eldest disciple and the second disciple? How fair you look. Ah. The cold and elegant Zhu became incensed, directly waving her jade hand, conjuring a water sword that hurtled towards Qi Hao with lightning speed. Qi Hao dodged with ease, immediately launching into a tirade of curses. How infuriating, to bear the brunt for this brat. Realizing he could not linger any longer, Qi Hao swiftly seized the unconscious Dantai Jianglong and made a hasty retreat. This lecherous master, Zhu spat, lamenting her association with such a mentor. As for Dantai Qingwei, her emotions were remarkably tranquil. She secretly wished for Qi Hao's presence. At the foothills of Wufeng Mountain, Qi Hao, burdened with Dantai Jianglong, wore a gloomy expression, lamenting his misfortune. Subsequently, he glanced at Dantai Jianglong and flung him down the mountainside. Whoosh! Dantai Jianglong transformed into a streak of light, crashing into a swamp and gradually sinking beneath the mire. You little rascal, dare to sneak around again, and you shall face my wrath. Qi Hao bore no intent to kill. He merely sought to administer a mild punishment, hoping Dantai Jianglong would learn a valuable lesson. Having dealt with Dantai Jianglong, Qi Hao returned to his culinary endeavors, wielding a kitchen knife. Meanwhile, at the swamp's depths, an explosive sound reverberated as a figure roared towards the heavens. Upon regaining consciousness, Dantai Jianglong was utterly bewildered. Discovering himself submerged in a mire, he was struck with disbelief. How could a formidable master of the Grand Realm find himself rendered unconscious and discarded into a swamp? Who was responsible for this indignity? Which potentate among the Wufeng Mountain possessed the prowess to stealthily ambush him? In a flash, Dantai Jianglong recalled his exploration of the lake behind Wufeng Mountain, where he had been suddenly knocked unconscious from behind. The pain still throbbed at the back of his head, a painful lump persisting despite his attempts to recover his composure. After the initial fury subsided, Dantai Jianglong's gaze darkened as he contemplated Wufeng Mountain. Since his arrival, the mountain had been sparsely populated, with only a solitary individual appearing to be of the qi refining stage, alongside two figures on the back mountain, presumably women. Could it be that a hidden master resided within Wufeng Mountain? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, who could have so quietly incapacitated him? Determined to uncover the truth about Wufeng Mountain, he seized a rather capable disciple of the Qiaomiao sect, employing soul-searching to extract the memories he sought. A half-saint? From the recollections, this half-saint had allegedly perished after breaking through to the saint realm. Was it possible that this powerful figure had not met their end? Observing the unconscious Qiaomiao disciple before him, Dantai Jianglong learned that this mountain was known as Wufeng Mountain. The previous sect leader, Su Xingzi, was said to possess half-saint strength, a level of power that, in this remote corner of the eastern domain, was considered top-tier. However, Dantai Jianglong was perplexed. According to the memories, this half-saint had already fallen, making their existence improbable. Could it be that another extraordinary powerhouse lay hidden within Wufeng Mountain? The more he contemplated, the more his head ached. His mission was to bring back the bloodline awakeners, yet with a formidable guardian present, the task seemed insurmountable. It appeared he would need to devise a more cunning plan. Dan Tai Jianglong recognized that attempting to sneak in would likely yield the same fate, being knocked unconscious and thrown down the mountain once more. After some deliberation, he resolved to approach openly instead. Dan Tai Jianglong retreated and returned to the Miao Sect's entrance, soaring high in the air as he called out. The Dan Tai family of the southern domain seeks an audience with the sect master of the Miao Sect. The resounding proclamation sent ripples through the ranks of the Miao Sect, startling several notable strongholds, for the voice emanated with a formidable power, indicative of at least a Grand Realm Master. In an instant, radiant figures appeared from various peaks of the Miao Sect, converging at the sect's entrance. Simultaneously, Lu Miao emerged, accompanied by 4 esteemed elders. The arrival of the 5 unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, causing the air to shimmer and pulsate with their imposing presence. Dan Tai Jianglong furrowed his brow, taken aback by the revelation that the Miao Sect harbored 5 Grand Realm Masters. Lu Miao inquired, "Might I ask for your name and the purpose of your visit to the Miao Sect?" Dan Tai Jianglong responded, "And you are?" Lu Miao replied, "I am Lu Miao, the sect master of the Miao Sect." Dan Tai Jianglong continued, "Ah, it is an honor to meet Sect Master Lu and esteemed friends. I am Dan Tai Jianglong of the Dan Tai family in the southern domain. I have come to inquire about a matter of great importance." The assembly exchanged puzzled glances. They had heard of the Dan Tai family, a legendary lineage said to have persisted since ancient times, with tales of numerous emperors emerging from their ranks. Lu Miao, perplexed, probed further, "What brings the Dan Tai family to our sect?" After a moment of contemplation, Dan Tai Jianglong articulated, "Recently, my family sensed that someone in the outside world had activated the bloodline of our ancestors. Following this lead, I used a dragon-seeking compass and traced it back to your sect, where our lineage last vanished." He paused before asking, "Might I inquire if there has been any occurrence of bloodline awakening within your sect in the past few days?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted. Strangely enough, there was indeed a recent incident. Lu Miao, contemplating, replied, "Indeed, a disciple of our sect did awaken their bloodline a few days ago." Dan Tai Jianglong's heart soared with hope. "Sect Master Lu, may I ask which disciple experienced this awakening? Could they possibly meet with me to confirm whether they are one of my kin?" Lu Miao hesitated, having grasped the implications of Dan Tai Jianglong's request. However, she was uncertain whether the visitor's intentions were benevolent or malevolent. If he were well-meaning, it would be acceptable, but if ill-intentioned, bringing forth Dan Tai Ching Wei would be akin to leading her into danger. Seemingly sensing Lu Miao's hesitation, Dan Tai Jianglong's expression shifted as he added, "Sect Master Lu, I apologize for my boldness in intruding. My elders instructed me to visit with respect and courtesy. I bring with me this vial of longevity essence as a gift for your sect." With that, Dan Tai Jianglong produced a vial from his storage ring, uncorking it to release a surge of warm, vibrant life energy that enveloped the area. The members of the Miao Sect felt invigorated. Their spirits lifted as if their lifespans had been extended. Chapter 20, The Intoxicated Elder. It was indeed an 8th-tier divine item, the longevity essence. It was said that consuming a single drop could extend one's life by several months. A full vial could potentially grant hundreds of years. The astonishment was palpable. They had not anticipated such an extravagant gift. The 4 elders behind Lu Miao stirred, for at their level of power, further progression was arduous, hindered not only by talent, but also by the limitations of time. They had little time left to comprehend and break through. "Sect Master." The 4 elders communicated telepathically with Lu Miao. Lu Miao's exquisite visage underwent an unexpected transformation. She was taken aback by the generosity of such a divine being. For treasures of this caliber are indeed rare in the world. With a swift motion, Dan Tai Jianglong, noticing Lu Miao's hesitation, directly tossed the vial containing the essence of longevity towards her. Lu Miao had no choice but to catch it, signifying her obligation to summon the individual in question. She carefully stored it away and remarked, "My dear friend, you are too modest. Since you wish to ascertain whether that disciple is indeed a descendant of your esteemed lineage, I shall summon him forth." Upon hearing these words, Dan Tai Jianglong was elated. Indeed, clandestine approaches are not always advisable. Transparency is often preferable. Lu Miao signaled to a senior elder, instructing him to fly to Wufeng Mountain and bring back Dan Tai Ching Wei. The elder nodded and soared toward the mountain. In no time, he arrived at Wufeng Mountain. "Chi Hao, disband the grand formation." The elder's voice reverberated through the mountain. Chi Hao perked up at the sound. It seemed familiar, probing with his spiritual sense. He was astonished to discover that it was none other than an old acquaintance. With a swift motion, Chi Hao dismantled the heavenly net formation, grinning as he gazed at the elder. "I wondered who it was. Is that not Elder Wang Di? What a pleasure to see you again. Come, let us share a drink." Chi Hao recognized the figure before him, Elder Wang Di, a venerable practitioner of the upper tier of the Great Sect, and a junior of the esteemed Su Shengzi, who also happened to be Chi Hao's uncle. Wang Di surveyed Chi Hao's nascent Qi cultivation with a mixture of disappointment and disbelief. He could not fathom how his senior brother had taken on such an eccentric as a disciple. Just as Wang Di prepared to voice his frustration, he was met with a sight that left him utterly astonished. Chi Hao was dissecting the carcass of a high-level demon beast, surrounded by a large pot and an imposing cauldron, both exuding an aura that suggested they were artifacts of great power. Chi Hao was indeed using these high-tier utensils to prepare a meal from the demon's remains. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Wang Di questioned, Chi Hao, what is this? Chi Hao waved his cleaver jovially. Haha, Elder Wang Di, please don't mock me. It's merely a humble feast. I hope you do not find the dishes lacking. Internally, Wang Di was screaming. Was this what he considered a humble meal? Such delicacies were likely a rarity even within the sect, as he sensed the pulsating life force emanating from the demon's carcass. Now infused with tantalizing aromas from the cooking process, he found himself unable to resist. Come, Elder Wang Di, do not just stand there, have a seat. And let me tell you, this wine is exquisite. It's the monkey wine left by our master, and there isn't much left. Today, let us indulge. With that, Chi Hao produced a jar of wine, breaking the seal to release a captivating fragrance. As the enticing scent wafted through the air, Wang Di's eyes narrowed in delight, completely forgetting the purpose of his visit to Wufeng Mountain. Before long, Chi Hao had prepared an array of dishes: braised turtle, turtle soup, charcoal grilled tiger whip, red braised tiger paw, and sliced tiger meat, all adorned with an assortment of spices that ignited one's appetite. Wang Di, unable to contain himself, dove into the feast. This is delectable, he thought, overwhelmed by flavors he had never encountered before. Then, lifting his cup, he savored the monkey wine that Chi Hao had poured for him. It was smooth and spicy, imbued with a gentle spiritual essence that flowed down his throat like nectar, settling warmly in his stomach. What a splendid meal. What a fine wine. I never imagined that at my age, I would be treated to such culinary delights. Wang Di marveled, feeling a sense of contentment wash over him. Reflecting on his past life with a hint of regret for not having experienced such flavors before. Seeing Wang Di's exuberance, Chi Hao joined in, clinking cups and indulging in the feast, their chopsticks continuously reaching for the delectable dishes prepared from the demon's remains. Soon, both were slightly intoxicated, exchanging tales of yore. An hour passed. At the entrance of Misty Sect, confusion arose. What is taking Elder Wang Di so long? Has he lost his way? Murmured the gathered crowd. Their curiosity piqued. Surely, nothing could have gone amiss. They pondered, anxiously awaiting his return with the disciple. Lu Piao too felt bewildered. How could it take so long to bring someone back? The other mountain lords and peak masters wore puzzled expressions. Could it be that Elder Wang Di had met with misfortune? That seemed unlikely given his prowess. Dantai Jianglong began to frown, concern creeping in. Was he perhaps toying with them? He inquired, Sect Master Lu, it has been nearly an hour. Why is that disciple still absent? Lu Piao shared his perplexity with Wang Di's abilities. Retrieving someone from Wufeng Mountain should not take this long. This is rather absurd, she thought. Chi Hao was well acquainted with Wang Di. After all, let us go directly. Lu Piao decided, eager to uncover the truth behind the delay, leading the members of Misty Sect and Dantai Jianglong toward Wufeng Mountain. Meanwhile, at Wufeng Mountain, Chi Hao and Wang Di were inebriated, engaged in nonsensical chatter. Chi Hao, you must strive diligently. Your master once deemed you the sole heir. Indeed. Wang Di slurred. Your cultivation is truly a matter of concern. Do not slack off. Ah, yes. Chi Hao chimed in. You must, uncle. Let us toast. To that. These two had nearly emptied a barrel of monkey wine. Wang Di's head spun, the potency of the wine overwhelming even his formidable strength and deep reservoir of spiritual energy. He had completely forgotten the reason for his visit to Wufeng Mountain. At that moment, two voices drifted over. What a delightful aroma. What could that be? It seems our master is cooking something sumptuous. The enticing scent of meat and wine wafted through the air, compelling Lung Yanzhu and Dantai Qingwei, who had just returned to Wufeng Mountain, to hasten their steps. Lung Yanzhu quickly deduced, it must be Chi Hao, sneaking off to cook while we were bathing in the lake. When the two women emerged before Chi Hao and Wang Di, they were taken aback by the sight of the two men, drunkenly embracing and babbling incoherently, already in the throes of camaraderie. Chapter 21, The Dantai Family. Oh, it's Yanzhu and Qingwei. Come, join us for a drink. Chi Hao exclaimed before taking another swig. Wang Di, his vision blurred, squinted at the two women. Chi Hao, are these your new disciples? Chi Hao swayed slightly, nodding. Indeed, uncle. What do you think of my two apprentices? Their ample figures surely promise good progeny. Wang Di nodded in agreement, muttering, "Indeed, as the saying goes, women with ample figures are likely to bear healthy offspring." The expressions of the two women varied greatly. Lung Yanzhu wore an air of exasperation, while Dantai Qingwei's cheeks flushed crimson. At this moment, Qi Hao approached. "Come, Master Uncle, let me introduce you. This is my eldest disciple, Lung Yanzhu, and the other is my second disciple, Dantai Qingwei." Wang Di, in a daze, caught the name Dantai Qingwei, murmuring to himself. Dantai Qingwei. Suddenly jolted awake, he realized he had seemingly forgotten something crucial. Dantai Qingwei. Wang Di sprang from his seat, startling the two women who were about to greet him. Qi Hao nearly mistook Wang Di for being inebriated. "Master Uncle, please remain calm." Wang Di's mind cleared as he recalled that he had completely overlooked the purpose of his visit to Wufeng Mountain, leaving the sect leader and others waiting for a full hour. "Elder, what are you doing?" Just as Wang Di intended to take Dantai Qingwei away, Lu Piaomiao and the others arrived. Upon seeing Wang Di, one hand holding a wine cup and the other clutching a roasted tiger leg, everyone was left speechless. What on earth was happening? "Elder Wang, weren't you supposed to be looking for someone? Why are you drinking?" Wang Di found himself at a loss for words. His face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He was about to call Qi Hao to explain when thud. Qi Hao, already tipsy, succumbed and collapsed onto the ground, fast asleep. Wang Di's lips twitched. "I say, brother, are you putting on a show? You think I'd be believed if I claimed to have forgotten?" Wang Di was at a loss for words, merely managing a wry smile. The others nodded in agreement. "Of course we believe you. You, a formidable grand sect cultivator, forgetting something in the blink of an eye. Quite normal, isn't it? I believe you indeed." Observing the expressions of the crowd, Wang Di understood that he could not elucidate the situation, so he decided to follow Qi Hao's lead and collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to sleep. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt they had seen it all. It was one thing to see one's own, but an outsider, Dantai Jianglong. Witnessing this was a disgrace to Piaomiao sect. Lu Piaomiao rubbed her forehead, speechless as she gazed at the two collapsed figures, too weary to speak. Then, she turned to Dantai Qingwei and waved. "Qingwei, come here for a moment." Uncertain of Lu Piaomiao's intentions, Dantai Qingwei approached. Lu Piaomiao grasped Dantai Qingwei's hand and addressed Dantai Jianglong. "Friend, several days ago, the disciple who awakened her bloodline is this one." Upon seeing Dantai Qingwei, Dantai Jianglong felt a surge of energy within him. It was the resonance of shared bloodlines. He was certain that the young woman before him was the person he had been searching for. Likewise, Dantai Qingwei sensed ripples in her own bloodline as she gazed at the young man of similar age, perplexed about his identity. "Where do you hail from? And what is your name?" Dantai Jianglong inquired. Dantai Qingwei glanced at Lu Piaomiao, receiving an affirming nod before responding. "I am from the Lingtai Kingdom, named Dantai Qingwei." Dantai Qingwei. Dantai Jianglong was taken aback. If his earlier assumption had merely been speculation, it was now nearly confirmed that the young woman before him was indeed the one he sought. To ascertain this with absolute certainty, Dantai Jianglong posed one final question. Suppressing his excitement, he asked, "Might I inquire about your birth parents, young lady? Although it may be a bit presumptuous, I hope you can share." Dantai Qingwei, without hesitation, shook her head. "I have never met my biological parents, nor do I know their names. I have been an orphan since childhood, and my name comes from a jade pendant I have worn since I was small." Dantai Jianglong pressed further. "May I see that jade pendant?" Dantai Qingwei produced it from her bosom and opened it, revealing the 4 characters Dantai Qingwei inscribed upon it. Dantai Jianglong did not focus on the inscription but rather on the pendant itself, which glimmered with a green light. It was a rare cloud green spirit pine stone, identical to the ornamental pieces worn by his kin. Taking a deep breath, Dantai Jianglong declared, "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Dantai Jianglong of the Dantai family from the southern region. From your account, I can ascertain that you are the orphan left behind by my clan." "What?" Dantai Qingwei gasped in astonishment. Having grown up in a brothel, she had long ceased to concern herself with the identity of her biological parents. Now, to suddenly learn from someone that she was not alone, but rather an orphan of the Dantai family left in the world, was utterly shocking. Dantai Jianglong noticed the skepticism in Dantai Qingwei's eyes, and then, with a shift of his gaze, unleashed a surge of bloodline power from within him. Simultaneously, Dantai Qingwei felt an immense pressure, an oppressive force stemming from their shared bloodline. In that instant, she realized that Dantai Jianglong spoke the truth. Their bloodlines were indeed the same, and she was truly a member of the Dantai family. Dantai Jianglong understood that Dantai Qingwei would need time to process this revelation and continued, "Qingwei, come with me back to the family. They can help you uncover the truth of your parentage." However, contrary to Dantai Jianglong's expectations, Dantai Qingwei resolutely declared, "I will not return. Here, I have my master and my senior sister. This is my home." Dantai Qingwei was no child. Having heard countless tales of orphans abandoned by great families and the hardships they faced upon their return, she outright rejected the idea of returning. Moreover, Wufeng Mountain offered her the warmth and happiness provided by her master Qi Hao and senior sister, which she had no desire to forsake. Your home? Do you understand your identity? You awakened the bloodline of the Shadow Emperor, destined to return to the Dantai family. Dantai Jianglong's expression shifted, unprepared for Dantai Qingwei's refusal. Dantai Qingwei shook her head once more. I will not return. Throughout my life, I have lived for myself. I have no interest in this so-called family. You can consider me no longer a part of your clan. Impudent. Dantai Jianglong's anger flared. Whether or not she wished to return was one matter, but the family's rules were not to be disregarded by someone in the Qi refinement stage. Lu Piaomiao furrowed her brow, sensing the tension in the air, and said, Friend, Qingwei is now a disciple of our sect. Whether she stays or leaves is entirely her choice. I hope you will not force her. No, she must come with me today. No one shall obstruct her. Dantai Jianglong's stance was unwavering. Lu Piaomiao's expression grew cold. Dantai Jianglong's tone suggested he intended to coerce her. In that moment, Dantai Jianglong's thoughts echoed in Dantai Qingwei's mind, which she overheard. Dantai Qingwei must be taken today. This is a task assigned to me by the family. The reason Dantai Qingwei is reluctant to leave is likely due to her attachment to this place. Once I act and destroy everything here, she will naturally follow me. However, this Lu Piaomiao is no weakling, along with several formidable Grand Sect cultivators. This could prove troublesome. Dantai Qingwei was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Dantai Jianglong intended to forcibly take her and even destroy this place. This was beyond her expectations. Turning to Lu Piaomiao, she declared, Sect leader. As a disciple of Piaomiao sect, I will remain a disciple for life. I have no desire to go anywhere else. I understand, Lu Piaomiao nodded. Dantai Qingwei's intentions were crystal clear. She wished to stay in Piaomiao sect and had no desire to leave. Dantai Jianglong's gaze darkened, and he let out a cold snort. This is not up to you. Come with me. With a swift motion, Dantai Jianglong reached out, aiming to seize Dantai Qingwei. Having heard the thoughts of her opponent, Dantai Qingwei had already drawn close to Lu Piaomiao. Fellow Taoist, you are going too far. Lu Piaomiao's fury ignited. Since Qingwei did not wish to leave, how could he forcibly take her away? Did he truly believe that the Piaomiao sect was easy to bully? Lu Piaomiao struck out, her jade hand sweeping through the air, causing a tremor in the space around them, as a force of spatial energy propelled Dantai Jianglong skyward, suspended in the heavens. The two locked eyes. You think the Piaomiao sect is akin to the ancient sect of old? Dare to offend us, and the Dantai family can annihilate you in an instant. Dantai Jianglong unleashed his bloodline power, the spectral figure of an emperor re-emerging, towering like 1,000 feet, with powerful spiritual fluctuations enveloping the entirety of Wufeng Mountain. The overwhelming pressure emanated from him, a force that struck fear into the hearts of all present. Even though the Piaomiao sect was currently weak, it was not something a mere upper-level sect master could recklessly challenge. Lu Piaomiao shouted defiantly, summoning a long sword of 7th-grade superior quality. Transforming into a streak of light, she hovered in the sky, releasing the sword as it morphed into a flying blade. Gleaming brilliantly and dazzlingly, aimed directly at Dantai Jianglong. Boom! Dantai Jianglong retaliated with a punch, resulting in a standoff with the flying sword. The collision unleashed immense power, shaking the very ground beneath them, causing tremors, fracturing the earth, sending stones flying, trees toppling, and lakes surging. Such a terrifying battle. Who would have thought that Dantai Jianglong possessed such formidable strength, capable of contending with the sect master? Oomph! Dantai Jianglong was far too arrogant, insisting on taking someone away without a second thought for the Piaomiao sect. How could he possibly rival the sect master? Below, the onlookers activated their barriers, shielding themselves from the energy waves unleashed above. The battle between the two was exceptionally fierce, the fabric of space continuously tearing and mending, with various sword energies and fist prints raining down, shattering and slicing through mountaintops. The entire region was engulfed in chaotic spiritual energy. This woman is incredibly strong. Dantai Jianglong furrowed his brow, astonished that the sect master of the Piaomiao sect was so powerful, especially since he had activated his emperor bloodline to fight. Yet, he found himself at a disadvantage. This was utterly absurd. Lu Piaomiao, however, maintained her composure. She was well aware of her own strength. Not only did she not fear the emperor bloodline, but she also stood unperturbed against any similarly ranked prodigy. Emperor's secret technique, return of the imperial soul. Realizing he could no longer delay, Dantai Jianglong immediately executed the Dantai family's secret technique, a skill only the direct lineage of the Dantai family could cultivate. With his movements, the sky promptly plunged into darkness. In that obscurity, clouds rapidly gathered, thunder rumbling ominously, and a slender figure stepped forth from the black clouds, radiating an aura of terror. Shrouded in holy light, obscuring their features, Dantai Zhonglong, high above, cast a piercing gaze, his cold demeanor reminiscent of a celestial deity descending from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming majesty. In this moment, none could intervene. Emperor's secret technique? Lu Piaomiao felt the weight of pressure. This technique was akin to confronting the phantom emperor of the same realm, and she sensed an unprecedented burden. Below, the three esteemed elders exchanged glances, understanding that they could not allow Dantai Zhonglong to continue his arrogance, and prepared to intervene. Who is that? So noisy. Can't anyone let me get some decent sleep? An untimely voice interrupted the tension. Qi Hao, roused from his slumber by the tumult of battle, drunkenly rolled over and casually tossed a brick into the sky. Whoosh! The brick transformed into a flash of light, striking Dantai Zhonglong squarely on the back of his head with astonishing speed. Bang! The resounding impact echoed as the brick connected solidly with Dantai Zhonglong. Previously so arrogant and imposing, his cold demeanor now turned to disbelief as he was unexpectedly ambushed, tumbling from the sky like a dog eating dirt. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. No one could have anticipated such an occurrence. Gradually, all eyes turned toward Qi Hao, who now lay sprawled on the ground, having been awakened, yawning and reeking of alcohol, swaying unsteadily. Master, what is this? His two disciples stared in disbelief, particularly Lung Yanzhu, who thought she must be dreaming. Just moments ago, the awe-inspiring Dantai Zhonglong had been felled by a brick thrown by her master. She pinched herself fiercely, questioning her reality. Dantai Qingwei, recovering from her shock, beamed with joy. As expected of my master, truly impressive. Pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. No need to pinch, you are not dreaming. That brick thrown by Qi Hao has indeed knocked out a formidable upper-level sect master with an emperor bloodline. How could this be possible? Qi Hao was merely at the Qi refining stage. The sect leaders and peak masters, along with Lu Piaomiao and several esteemed elders, were left dumbfounded, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. What just happened? Qi Hao, still slightly dazed, observed the assembled crowd staring intently at him. Why are you all looking at me like that? He was utterly confused, remembering only his drunkenness, oblivious to Dantai Zhonglong's subsequent arrival. At that moment, Dantai Qingwei approached, recounting the events that had just transpired. I just knocked out a formidable upper-level sect master. Qi Hao was dumbfounded, completely unaware. The crowd regarded him with skepticism, eager to discern the truth. Lu Piaomiao descended gracefully, waving her hand to summon the brick, examining it closely before frowning. This is actually Honghuang stone, the hardest divine material in existence. What? Honghuang stone? How could Qi Hao possess such a treasure? Honghuang stone, capable of being forged into emperor-grade weapons, was now in Qi Hao's possession. The revelation sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Chapter 23, Dantai Zhonglong calls for help. Lu Piaomiao approached Qi Hao, holding the Honghuang stone, and inquired, Qi Hao, where did you obtain this Honghuang stone? Qi Hao, with an unflustered demeanor, casually attributed it to his half-saint master. This was left to me by my master. I had no idea it was Honghuang stone. He appeared innocent, shrugging his shoulders, accustomed to deflecting responsibility onto his half-saint master. Lu Piaomiao nodded, finding his explanation quite reasonable. She reasoned that it made sense for Qi Hao to possess such a rare item if it were indeed from Su Shishu. The others, upon hearing this, were struck with realization. So that's it. It was left by the Holy Sun Su. I knew it. How could Qi Hao, a mere Qi refining stage cultivator, knock out an upper-level sect master? It turns out it was all due to this Honghuang stone. Thank goodness, I was almost taken aback. I thought Qi Hao had become extraordinarily powerful. It seems I was mistaken. Hearing their words, Qi Hao felt a wave of exasperation. These people had too much time on their hands, speculating about his strength. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Further clarification would only complicate matters. Did they expect him to reveal that he was also a formidable upper-level sect master? Absolutely not. He had heard the adage, with great power comes great responsibility. All he wished was to be a simple fisherman by the lake, with no other matters to discuss. Since it was bestowed upon you by the esteemed Master Su, you must take great care in preserving it. Lu Piaomiao also regained her composure. She had initially thought that Qi Hao was concealing his cultivation level. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that his true strength was indeed at the Qi refining stage, leaving no room for doubt. As for the incident involving Dantai Zhonglong being knocked unconscious, Lu Piaomiao attributed it to the ancient stone slab. Qi Hao took the slab, weighed it in his hand, confirming it was indeed the original, unexchanged. Master, what shall we do with Dantai Zhonglong now? Inquired Jian Ziqing, the head of Sword Mountain. Lu Piaomiao glanced at Dantai Zhonglong, who sported a sizable bump on the back of his head, and commanded, simply throw him out of the sect. At her words, the others gasped in surprise. After all, he was a formidable presence among the great sections. Chi Hao silently commended Lu Piaomiao, thinking that was indeed the right approach. Noticing the hesitation among the crowd, he interjected, "Master, allow me to handle it. I am well versed in this matter." Lu Piaomiao nodded in agreement, and Chi Hao scampered over to lift Dan Tai Jianglong. "Who might you be?" "Ah, it's you, the fool, truly unaware of your own peril," Chi Hao realized, as he recognized the unconscious figure. With a grin, he seized Dan Tai Jianglong and made his way toward the sect's exit. To impart a lesson to Dan Tai Jianglong, he resolved to be somewhat ruthless. "I believe this is the right direction," he mused as he dashed out of the sect, passing by a foul-smelling, murky area, a pit not large but ample enough for a person to lie down in. After gauging the distance and recalling the appearance of that spot, he also assessed the wind speed, checking if any birds were soaring above. Once everything was prepared, he aimed and hurled Dan Tai Jianglong into the air. Whoosh! Dan Tai Jianglong soared like a rocket, tracing a magnificent parabolic arc before crashing into the murky ground, splashing water everywhere. Chi Hao swept his consciousness over the scene, witnessing the target hit its mark, and he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. After dealing with Dan Tai Jianglong, Chi Hao turned back toward the sect, returning to Wufeng Mountain. At this moment, the mountain's various leaders had retreated, and the intoxicated Wang Di had been carried away by several elder disciples, leaving only Lu Piaomiao behind. "Master, what is the matter? Is there anything else?" Chi Hao asked, looking at Lu Piaomiao. She suggested, "Given that Dan Tai Jianglong's target is Qingwei, I believe her safety cannot be guaranteed here at Wufeng Mountain. I wish to take her to Piaomiao residence for her cultivation." Chi Hao nodded. "Of course, senior sister. She may go whenever she wishes." Lu Piaomiao turned to Dan Tai Qingwei. "Qingwei, what do you say?" Dan Tai Qingwei immediately shook her head. "No, I want to stay at Wufeng Mountain to cultivate alongside master and senior sister." Lu Piaomiao, not wishing to force her, then reminded Chi Hao, "Chi Hao, if you encounter any formidable enemies plotting against you, crush this jade talisman, and I will rush to your aid." She produced a jade talisman that glimmered with a white light. Chi Hao was inclined to decline, but accepted it, reasoning that having it was better than not. After Lu Piaomiao nodded, she transformed into a streak of light and returned to Piaomiao residence. "Qingwei, take this. In case of danger, invoke your master Lu." Chi Hao tossed the jade talisman to Qingwei as soon as Lu Piaomiao departed. Dan Tai Qingwei accepted it without refusal. At that moment, Lung Yanju approached Chi Hao and said, "Master, do tell, was that stone slab genuinely left by the ancestor?" Chi Hao affirmed, "Indeed, is there a problem?" Hearing this, Lung Yanju's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her previous assumptions were proven true. There was indeed a treasure vault at Wufeng Mountain, and she was determined to uncover it. With only Chi Hao privy to the vault's location, Lung Yanju began to flatter him, offering shoulder massages and sweet whispers, much to his delight. Upon realizing her intentions through her subtle hints, Chi Hao merely replied, "Yes, there is a treasure vault. If you find it, you may take whatever you desire from within." Her excitement peaked. Lung Yanju seized Dan Tai Qingwei and dashed off in pursuit of treasure. Chi Hao emphasized, "Treasure hunting is fine, but do not neglect your cultivation." The two girls nodded and swiftly vanished from sight. "Ah, treasure hunting. How amusing. The real treasures are right here with me. Good luck finding yours." Chi Hao chuckled to himself, aware that when they realized their search was futile, they would have no choice but to return to their training. Chi Hao felt a deep sense of concern for his two disciples. With their growing strength, what treasures could they possibly lack? With some food still on the table, he continued to eat and drink, adhering to his philosophy of waste not, want not. In the murky area, a figure shot up into the sky. Dan Tai Jianglong, caked in mud, was filled with an unprecedented fury. He longed to storm into Piaomiao sect and wreak havoc. Yet he restrained himself, feeling the ache in his throbbing head, all too aware that he had been knocked out once again. Moreover, he recognized that the technique employed was clearly that of the earlier expert. Having miscalculated, he had forgotten that such a powerful being still existed. Dan Tai Jianglong confirmed that there was indeed a formidable presence within Piaomiao sect, which had thwarted him twice. He understood that he could no longer count on his own strength to retrieve Dan Tai Qingwei and would need to summon assistance instead. Buzz. Dan Tai Jianglong formed seals with his hands, releasing a drop of blood that morphed into a blood mirror, within which rapidly appeared the figure of an elderly man. The old man glanced at Dan Tai Jianglong, momentarily taken aback. "What have you stirred up this time? Why are you so dirty?" he inquired. "Jianglong, what has transpired? Why do you appear in such a state?" Dan Tai Jianglong could not confess to being knocked out. Instead, he masked the truth, saying, "Nothing much, ancestor. Merely encountered some trouble." The elder nodded and asked, "What can I do for you? How has the task I assigned you fared?" After a moment of contemplation, Dan Tai Jianglong replied, Ancestor, I have located the whereabouts of the descendant. They are at the Miao sect in the eastern region. However, there is a suspected semi-holy level expert there, and I am unable to bring her back. Miao sect? The Miao sect established by the great Emperor Miao? The elder recalled, realizing that it was not surprising for the Miao sect to harbor a semi-holy expert, given its illustrious origins. Dan Tai Jianglong remained silent, listening. The elder continued, I am aware of the situation. I will dispatch someone to handle it. You need only wait there. Understood, Dan Tai Jianglong responded respectfully. After the elder nodded, the blood mirror quickly dissipated. Dan Tai Jianglong gazed at the distant Miao sect, a cold smile emerging on his lips. Miao sect, just wait. I will ensure you understand the consequences of provoking the Dan Tai family. Chapter 24, Feihua Sect. 3 days later, at Wufeng Mountain, Qihao was once again by the lakeside, indulging in fishing. Recently, the frequency of bites had dwindled, and his luck was truly abysmal. Qihao felt discontent. Since the last time he had fished and broken through to the great sect realm, he had scarcely caught anything in the past 3 days. Qihao, not one to yield to misfortune, found himself in disbelief. During these 3 days, Lung Yanju had approached him intermittently, hoping to elicit information about the treasure vault. Yet, Qihao feigned ignorance, stating that the secrets of heaven could not be divulged. If she could not find it, it merely proved she was not destined for the vault. This infuriated Lung Yanju, compelling her to scour Wufeng Mountain alone, yet she found nothing. Frustrated, she retreated to her abode to cultivate. Qihao, amused, thought, what a turn of events, your luck has run out. During this period, one thing that brought Qihao solace was the remarkable progress of Dan Tai Qingwei, whose cultivation had ascended directly to the upper realm of qi refinement. In the span of less than half a month, she had advanced from the very beginnings of cultivation to this elevated state. It must be said that the bloodline of the emperors is indeed fearsome. Dan Tai Qingwei wished to remain by Qihao's side, but he, prioritizing his own training, persuaded her to return to her residence and focus on her cultivation instead. Ever since she discovered her lineage from the Dan Tai family, a sense of pressure had settled within her, a pressure stemming from the feeling that her fate was no longer in her own hands. Qihao discerned this and assured her with a pat on his chest, do not feel burdened. With your master here, those petty clowns cannot take you away. Upon hearing these words, Dan Tai Qingwei felt a warmth in her heart and subsequently retreated to her room to enter closed-door cultivation. Meanwhile, a group of enchanting women arrived at the gates of the Miao sect. Each of these women was as beautiful as a flower and possessed a graceful figure, instantly capturing the attention of the disciples of the Miao sect. They were from the Feihua sect, led by the captivating Hua Wuyu, the leader. A stunningly beautiful matron with skin as white as jade and a voluptuous figure, donned a black, form-fitting gown that accentuated her allure. The young male disciples of Miao sect were instantly entranced. Hua Wuyu, why are you not properly residing in your Feihua sect, but have come to my Miao sect instead? A streak of light appeared at the sect's entrance, revealing Lu Miao, who looked quizzically at the woman before her. The woman was none other than the sect leader of the Feihua sect from the eastern region, equally possessing a high cultivation level. Hua Wuyu flashed an enticing smile. Lu Miao, it has been a while. I never expected that, despite your advancing years, you would maintain such a youthful appearance. Lu Miao scoffed coldly. Let us get to the point. I have no time for idle chatter with you, old woman. Hua Wuyu's irritation flared. She had been rivals with Lu Miao since their youth. Their encounters were inevitably filled with barbed exchanges. With a heaving chest, Hua Wuyu declared, today, my Feihua sect has come to visit with the intention of facilitating an exchange and sparring between our disciples and the younger generation of the Miao sect. Surely, you would not deny us this opportunity? Upon hearing this, Lu Miao frowned and glanced at the group of youthful faces behind Hua Wuyu, realizing that they intended to challenge her sect. Lu Miao smirked. Welcome? How could we possibly refuse? If someone wishes to embarrass themselves, how could our Miao sect turn them away? In that case, please, come inside. Lu Miao led Hua Wuyu and her entourage towards the sect's arena. The disciples of Miao sect quickly spread the news. Upon learning that the Feihua sect had come for a sparring session, excitement surged among them. It is worth noting that the Feihua sect was a women's sect, with its female disciples renowned for their beauty. And the male disciples of Miao sect often fantasized about becoming partners with them. Within the sect, streaks of light appeared as disciples made their way to the arena. This event also attracted the attention of the various mountain lords and peak masters, who brought their disciples to witness the occasion. The Miao sect's arena was a grand circular venue capable of accommodating up to 100,000 spectators, traditionally serving as the battleground for the sect's disciples. At this moment, the arena was filled to capacity, with some spectators even standing atop trees to catch a glimpse of the beautiful female disciples from the Feihua sect. Hua Wuyu, It seems you have great confidence in your disciples, Lu Piao Miao remarked to her. Hua Wuyu smiled. I have heard that your Piao Miao sect has recently recruited a batch of highly gifted new disciples, and this year, my Fei Hua sect has also welcomed some prodigious talents. I wish to see whose new disciples are superior, yours or mine. Lu Piao Miao understood her intent. How do you propose we conduct this competition? Hua Wuyu had already prepared herself. Let us each select 3 disciples for the match, with ages not exceeding 18. The losing party will forfeit 3 drops of heavenly spirit liquid, a 7th grade spiritual weapon, and 3 7th grade medicinal pills. And the results of today's competition will be publicized throughout the eastern region. Do you dare to accept? Lu Piaomiao nodded. No problem. After the two reached an agreement, Hua Wuyu turned to the 8 mountain lords. Esteemed mountain lords, do any of you have candidates? The 8 mountain lords exchanged glances, realizing that it was their moment to step forward in this crucial endeavor to defend their sect. Tianfeng, you shall go. Long Hu, you go as well. Let everyone witness the might of Wu Mountain. Heir, not only are you gifted in alchemy, but your combat prowess is commendable. You should also participate. Following discussions among the 8 mountain lords, 3 promising new disciples were chosen. Huang Tianfeng had been in the sect for half a year, notorious for his mischief. Dubbed the Prince of Flirtation by his peers, and was at the lower tier of the transformation realm. Long Hu, also in the sect for half a year, was wild in temperament, possessed extraordinary talent, and was suspected to carry the bloodline of a savage beast, brimming with vitality akin to that of a dragon and tiger, and was likewise at the lower tier of the transformation realm. Chu Xian'er, having joined the sect 6 months ago, was of a gentle disposition and had initially been perceived as an alchemical prodigy, only to reveal her commendable martial prowess upon discovery, leading her to join the Alchemy Mountain, where she now also stood at the lower tier of the transformation realm. As the 3 disciples made their entrance, the atmosphere in the arena became electrified. Observing this, Hua Wuyu addressed the 3 young disciples beside her. Xian Ro, Yu Rong, Haiyan, you 3 shall compete. As her words fell, 3 enchanting young women stepped forward. One of them had her features obscured by a veil, but her graceful demeanor suggested she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. The other 2, unveiled, were equally exquisite, lithe and captivating, drawing the attention of numerous disciples from the Piao Miao sect. With the 3 women stepping forth, the competition commenced. Huang Tianfeng, with a grim expression, was the first to step up. Recently, he had been feeling quite disgruntled. The reason was simple. He had expressed to his master, Wu Tong Tian, his desire to become a partner with a female disciple from Wufeng Mountain. However, upon Wu Tong Tian's return from Wufeng Mountain, he had been soundly chastised, informed that the very disciple he sought had awakened an imperial bloodline. To be worthy of her, his current strength was utterly insufficient. Huang Tianfeng felt helpless. As previous rejections from the aloof Zhu had been bearable, but now facing the same fate, with Dan Tai Ching Wei left him questioning whether his charm had diminished. Suppressing his indignation, he sought to showcase himself and capture the attention of the female disciples. With a brooding flair, he tossed his hair and introduced himself. I am Huang Tianfeng of the Knife Mountain. May I inquire which fair maiden is my opponent? A young woman stepped forth and elegantly responded. I am Feng Yurong from the Fei Hua sect. I humbly seek your guidance, senior brother. Chapter 25, The Distressed Hua Wuyu. The moment they exchanged greetings, they plunged directly into battle. Clang. In an instant, their flying swords were unleashed, and fierce sword energies ravaged the arena, transforming it into a whirlwind of sword shadows. Their strengths were evenly matched, and victory could only be determined by their respective depths of skill. Both simultaneously unleashed their profound martial techniques, and the sword energy spun and collided like a tornado. The majority of the disciples from Piao Miao sect were rooting for Huang Tianfeng, as he was regarded as one of the most talented among the new generation. However, the outcome was utterly unexpected. Feng Yurong's gaze shifted, and she executed a move named Falling Leaves and Flying Flowers, directly disarming Huang Tianfeng's sword, which fell like a bolt of lightning, resting against his throat. How could this be possible? Huang Tianfeng could hardly fathom his swift defeat. Although the opponent's strength seemed comparable to his own, he had indeed been vanquished head-on. Brother Huang, I concede, Feng Yurong offered politely with a cupped fist. Meanwhile, Huang Tianfeng wore a sullen expression. This was nothing short of humiliating. As anticipated, the moment Huang Tianfeng was defeated, the onlooking disciples of the Miaoling sect began to mock him mercilessly. What a useless fellow Huang Tianfeng is, losing to a mere woman. One jeered. Do not speak so hastily. Feng Yuyong is no pushover, and it is only natural for Huang Tianfeng to lose, another countered. Humph. Huang Tianfeng has devoted all his thoughts to women, and it seems he has been drained of his strength. Now he cannot even defeat a woman. This is indeed self-inflicted. Came a scornful remark. The surrounding voices ignited a fire of indignation within Huang Tianfeng, who felt compelled to teach these individuals a lesson. Dao Ilio frowned at Huang Tianfeng, shaking his head inwardly. His disciple possessed considerable talent, yet his attitude towards cultivation was far too dismissive. The remarks from the disciples held some truth. Huang Tianfeng had indeed been preoccupied with matters of the heart, and such a result was, in fact, to be expected. Dejected, Huang Tianfeng descended the stage, too embarrassed to remain, and after consulting with Dao Ilio, he made his way back to Dao Shan, eliciting disdain from the other disciples. Lu Piaomiao. It appears your Miaoling sect's disciples are not so formidable after all, sneered Hua Wuyue. Lu Piaomiao frowned. Losing was inconsequential to her, but she found Hua Wuyue's delight intolerable. I shall take the next turn, declared Di Longhu, leaping onto the stage like a fierce tiger. Senior brother, please offer your guidance, he requested of Bai Haiyan, a female disciple of the Feihua sect, who was also a swordsman and had reached the lower tier of the transformation spirit realm. After exchanging gestures, another battle commenced. Bang! Unlike the previous bout where both combatants wielded swords, this clash was a visceral confrontation of flesh against blade. Di Longhu exuded a vigorous aura, his muscular arms resembling an impenetrable fortress, steadfast against all assaults. In contrast, Bai Haiyan's flying sword shimmered like a captivating flower, enchanting yet harboring an unimaginable sharpness. The two forces collided with a resounding metallic clang, leaving the audience in awe of Di Longhu's formidable physical prowess. Bai Haiyan soon realized the futility of her attacks as her efforts could not breach his defenses. Subsequently, she unleashed her secret weapon. A powerful surge of sword energy sliced through the air, yet it merely left a superficial wound on Di Longhu. Senior brother, I concede, I cannot penetrate your defenses. If this continues, I shall exhaust my spiritual energy, Bai Haiyan admitted with grace, acknowledging her inability to overcome Di Longhu. Di Longhu, a man of few words, merely nodded before stepping back. His master, Wu Tongtian, the mountain lord of Wushan, expressed his elation at his disciple's victory. Hua Wuyue, it seems your disciple's swords are not as formidable as you claim. Lu Piaomiao seized the opportunity to retort. Hearing this, Hua Wuyue snorted, there is still one match left. Victory or defeat remains uncertain. With both sides having won one bout each, the stage was set for the final confrontation. Hua Wuyue, emboldened, knew her disciple had yet to make an appearance. Shinro, go forth and let the Miaoling sect serve as your stepping stone to fame in the eastern region. As Hua Wuyue spoke, a young woman, her face veiled, stepped onto the stage. This maiden, Shui Shinro, had recently joined the Feihua sect and had left the entire sect astounded during her entrance examination, possessing an exceptional bloodline and being a natural soul wielder. It was these attributes that led Hua Wuyue to take Shui Shinro under her wing and nurture her diligently. In just a few short months, Shui Shinro had risen from the Qi refinement realm to the upper tier of the transformation spirit realm. With a nod, Shui Shinro summoned a white silk ribbon that glided gracefully across the arena, resembling a celestial maiden traversing the Milky Way, captivating all who beheld her. The spectators were left in awe, eager to glimpse the beauty of this remarkable woman. Shinner, this young lady is quite formidable. Do not attempt to confront her head-on. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, concede early, cautioned Mei Renjing, the mountain lord of Danshan. The youthful Chu Shinner, appearing no older than 16, looked delicate and charming, evoking a protective instinct in those who saw her. I understand, master, she replied, determination flickering in her eyes. With a leap, Chu Shinner ascended the arena. After they exchanged nods, the duel commenced. Boom. Both combatants unleashed soul attacks, a testament to their shared prowess. As an alchemist, Chu Shinner possessed formidable soul power. Yet Shui Shinro's soul energy was equally potent, flowing like water, elusive and unpredictable. Coupled with the disparity in realms, Chu Shinner soon found herself overwhelmed. Within mere moments, a powerful surge of soul energy surged into her mind, causing her complexion to flush and her breath to escape her in a torrent, culminating in a spurt of blood. I concede, junior sister, Shui Shinro stated with a gentle smile, her voice melodious and endearing. Chu Shinner shook her head. I have lost. Your strength is remarkable, sister. Your soul power is solid and resilient, and my defeat is just. The conclusion of this duel was swift and not unexpected. Upon witnessing her disciple's victory, Hua Wuyue began to taunt once more. Lu Piaomiao, it appears my disciple has triumphed. She relished the thought of provoking Lu Piaomiao's ire, yet was taken aback to find her utterly unfazed. Rest assured, having lost, I shall certainly honor my promise, Lu Piaomiao replied nonchalantly, tossing the wager to Hua Wuyue without a hint of agitation. Hua Wuyue received it, puzzled. Her intention was to incite a scene, to see Lu Piaomiao humiliated. Yet, Her own disciple was aware of the situation. Within the same realm, few could rival her. So why did Lu Piaomiao remain unperturbed? Strangely, not only was Lu Piaomiao unfazed, but other mountain lords and even ordinary disciples exhibited a calm demeanor. This was indeed intriguing. Chapter 26. The Great Deceiver Qi Hao. It must be said that Shui Shinro was truly impressive. At under 18, she had achieved a remarkable level that few young disciples could rival. However, this was merely the beginning. The most exceptional talents of their generation had yet to make their appearance. Indeed, that cold, elegant bamboo cannot even be considered a new disciple. She is simply too extraordinary. The disciples murmured among themselves, their words reaching Hua Wuyue's ears and causing her expression to shift. Who is this cold, elegant bamboo you speak of? Hua Wuyue inquired, narrowing her eyes. Lu Piaomiao, it seems your sect harbors some remarkably talented prodigies. Are you perhaps too timid to let them face me? Lu Piaomiao responded, there is no need. Although that disciple is new, she has transcended the status of a novice. Allowing her to compete would be akin to taking advantage of the weak. Hua Wuyue would not yield easily. She had come to stir trouble and would not allow the opportunity for joy to pass. Very well, Lu Piaomiao, if you hold my disciples in such low regard, I shall have my disciple Shinro compete once more against your so-called prodigy. Should you win, I will return your wager and provide double the compensation. However, if you lose, you shall owe 3 times the original wager. Do you dare accept? As if awaiting this very moment, Lu Piaomiao nodded and proclaimed, very well. Since you wish to witness the brilliance of my sect's talented disciples, I shall reveal to you what true prodigies are. Following this declaration, Lu Piaomiao gestured for her senior disciple, Su Wei, to proceed to Wufeng Mountain and bring back the enchanting cold bamboo. At the rear of Wufeng Mountain, Qi Hao was setting up a grill, skewering shimmering golden fish for a delightful barbecue. These golden fish sparkled enticingly, and even after being cooked, they radiated a rich spiritual essence. Any discerning individual present would undoubtedly recognize this as the golden spirit fish. According to legend, these fish inhabit one of the 7 forbidden zones within a mysterious ocean, and their flesh is said to possess the ability to alter one's constitution and even enhance one's bloodline. It is whispered that even the mightiest of sage-level warriors may not survive a venture into this perilous realm. The astonishingly rare golden spirit fish now graced Qi Hao's grill, leaving onlookers in sheer astonishment. Its scarcity was akin to the current era where sage-level warriors seldom emerge, rendering its value immeasurable. Cold bamboo and Dantai Qingwei, drawn by the enticing aroma of the roasted fish, made their way over. Master, you deceive me. There is no treasure vault at all, Cold bamboo complained, munching on the grilled fish incessantly. Qi Hao, feeling exasperated, mused that even such exquisite fish could not silence her. My dear disciple, you must understand that such matters cannot be rushed. One cannot expect fortune to fall from the sky unbidden. You must persevere to reap the rewards. During this time, having failed to locate the treasure vault, Cold bamboo had shifted her strategy. Since she could not find it, she would seek out Qi Hao, who knew its whereabouts. Thus, she began to pester him once more, leaving Qi Hao with a splitting headache, as her incessant queries disrupted his fishing spirit. Dantai Qingwei smiled and remarked, indeed. Senior sister, master speaks wisely. Perseverance leads to reward. Cold bamboo rolled her eyes, knowing that Qingwei would not dare to contradict master's words. Is Qi Shishu around? A voice called from below Wufeng Mountain, where a disciple of the Piaomiao sect stood before the grand formation, hesitant to enter. News of the formidable array surrounding Wufeng Mountain had spread, and no one dared to approach as recklessly as before. Upon hearing the call, Qi Hao dispelled the array, allowing the disciple to ascend to the rear mountain, where he encountered the trio of master and disciples. Ah, is that not Su Wei? It has been quite some time. Qi Hao exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the disciple. Come, my disciple, allow you to meet. This is Su Wei, the eldest disciple of your master Lu. Greetings. Senior brother Su Wei, the 2 young women greeted, to which Su Wei responded with a warm smile. Qi Hao observed Su Wei's formidable strength, noting he was at the king's realm, and inquired, Su Wei, it has been many years since our last encounter. Why have I not seen you until now? Su Wei explained, Qi Shishu, you may not be aware, but I have been in seclusion for a long time, striving to break through to the king's realm, and I only just emerged. I see. Qi Hao nodded, then curiously asked, so, what brings you here today? Do you wish to become acquainted with your junior sisters? Su Wei proceeded to recount the happenings of the day within the sect. Understanding the situation, Qi Hao noted, ah, so you wish to reclaim Cold bamboo's honor. He slapped his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, how dare they bully our Piaomiao sect? This matter must be rectified. Yanzhu, it falls upon you to teach those disciples of the Feihua sect a lesson. As a disciple of the Piaomiao sect, one must not bring shame upon the sect. Cold bamboo, however, appeared unfazed and outright refused. "I will not go." Her refusal momentarily stunned Su Wei, who quickly signaled Chi Hao with his eyes. "Huh? What nonsense is this?" Chi Hao was taken aback. Cold Bamboo continued, "Unless you reveal the location of the treasure vault to me, I will not go." Chi Hao suddenly understood her intentions. With a quick thought, he assured her, "Very well, since my disciple has made such a request. I shall promise you that if you win, I will disclose the treasure vault's location." "Really?" Cold Bamboo's face lit up with joy. "Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you?" Chi Hao affirmed earnestly. Relieved, Cold Bamboo accepted the terms, believing she had no choice but to agree. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Worried that Cold Bamboo might refuse to participate, Chi Hao turned to Dan Tai Qingwei, saying, "Qingwei, you should also go and support your senior sister, while also broadening your horizons." "Understood, Master," Qingwei nodded. Soon after, Su Wei led the two women away. Watching his chatty disciples depart, Chi Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. They had finally left. Yet, just as he was about to relax, he furrowed his brow, sensing another presence nearby. Focusing his awareness, he discovered Dan Tai Jianglong stealthily trailing the trio. Realizing the potential danger, Chi Hao swiftly exited Wufeng Mountain. Seizing the opportunity, he thought, since ascending the mountain was not feasible, he would strike from the outside. Even if that formidable opponent was powerful, it was improbable they could maintain constant vigilance over this area. Dan Tai Jianglong had been lurking around Wufeng Mountain for days, unnoticed, waiting for his family members while contemplating whether he could abduct Dan Tai Qingwei directly. At last, the moment had come. As he observed the three figures in the distance, he prepared to make his move. Chapter 27, The Hat Trick. "I say, are you not done playing?" Chi Hao's voice resonated, appearing within Jianglong's line of sight. Jianglong was taken aback, gazing at Chi Hao in shock. How had this man appeared so suddenly without a sound? Although puzzled, his anger flared upon recognizing Chi Hao as the master of Dan Tai Qingwei, a mere Chi refining realm practitioner. This was utterly ludicrous. How could a Chi refining realm warrior be the master of one awakened with the bloodline of the spectral emperor? If this information were to reach other factions within the Huangtian continent, the Dan Tai family would surely be ridiculed. With a cold smirk, Jianglong scoffed. "I thought it was someone important, but it's just that useless master. Do you dare obstruct my path? Are you seeking death?" Chi Hao remained silent. Sensing that Jianglong was overly aggressive, which was not a good sign, he replied, "You are rather persistent, aren't you? Qingwei has already stated she does not wish to follow you. Do you intend to linger here until you achieve your goal?" Impudent. Jianglong's body trembled as he unleashed a pressure emanating from the upper echelons of the great sect realm, causing Chi Hao to furrow his brow. "It is because of you, this useless master, that Dan Tai Qingwei refuses to accompany me. Today, I shall incapacitate you and see if she still acknowledges you as her master." Jianglong made his move. Initially unaware of why a Chi refining realm warrior remained unfazed under the pressure of his great sect realm aura. With a swift motion, Jianglong lunged forward, aiming to seize Chi Hao's throat and shatter his meridians. Chi Hao, however, remained composed, retrieving an item from his possession. Jianglong, filled with confidence, believed subduing a Chi refining realm practitioner would be as simple as crushing an ant. Yet, his confidence faltered upon seeing the brick in Chi Hao's hand. "What is this?" Jianglong's shock provided Chi Hao with the opportunity to strike, bringing the brick down with force. Bang! Dan Tai Jianglong's face met the brick with a resounding thud, a bump swiftly protruding as he collapsed onto the ground, once again losing consciousness. "This fellow, if I do not render you senseless today, I shall consider my role as your master a failure." Upon witnessing Dan Tai Jianglong's unconscious state, Chi Hao did not relent. He continued to strike the latter's head several more times, though he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Subsequently, deeming it sufficient, Chi Hao proceeded to strip Dan Tai Jianglong of his garments. "Humph, dragon descending. Indeed, mud eel would be more fitting." Chi Hao cast a scornful glance at a particular part of Dan Tai Jianglong. Without hesitation, he hoisted Dan Tai Jianglong up, aimed at a specific direction, and brought down the brick once more. Whoosh! A familiar and magnificent streak of light appeared again, its perfect arc resembling a rainbow as it fell directly into the familiar mire. Chi Hao dusted off his hands, satisfied with the newfound silence. After this lesson, he believed that as long as Dan Tai Jianglong was not a fool, he would not dare to show his face again. Chi Hao then turned and returned to the rear of Wufeng Mountain. Little did he know, the few strikes he had delivered not only rendered Dan Tai Jianglong unconscious, but also erased the latter's memories. At the competition arena of the Misty Sect, the crowd eagerly awaited the arrival of Lung Yanju, hoping to impart a lesson to the disciples of the Feihua sect. "Lu Piaomiao, where is the person you mentioned?" Hua Weiyue inquired, noting that nearly half a stick of incense had passed with no sign of her. Lu Piaomiao rolled her eyes. "What are you so anxious about? Are you eager to see your disciple defeated?" Hua Wuyue, incensed, fell silent. Meanwhile, Shui Shinro was perplexed. Was the Lung Yinju spoken of by Lu Piaomiao truly that formidable? She was curious to witness if the claims of genius held any merit. Here she comes, Lung Yinju has arrived. The beauty was striking, and not only was she beautiful, but her icy demeanor evoked a desire to conquer. Look, the other woman is Dantai Qingwei, who is said to be a prodigy as well. I did not expect her to be so lovely. Everyone, I suddenly wish to join Wufeng Mountain. Get lost. Su Wei, accompanied by two women, finally made his entrance, causing a stir. Hua Wuyue and Shui Shinro turned their attention towards them. Upon her arrival, Lung Yinju exuded a frosty aura, in stark contrast to her lively presence at Wufeng Mountain, making her appear aloof and unapproachable. Due to her training in the Inferno technique, Lung Yinju's demeanor had become one of high elegance, her beautiful eyes reflecting a disdain for all, complemented by her stunning features, a true ice goddess. Disciple Lung Yinju greets the sect master and esteemed mountain leaders. Lung Yinju paid a courteous bow to Lu Piaomiao and the mountain leaders upon her entrance. The crowd nodded in approval, feeling gratified. They recognized Lung Yinju's talent, having reached the upper echelons of the spirit transformation realm in just 6 months. Lu Piaomiao smiled. Yinju, there is no need for excessive formalities. I summoned you here today. I trust Su Wei has informed you not to disappoint the sect. Lung Yinju nodded, her expression remaining cool and composed. Hua Wuyue furrowed her brow as she scrutinized Lung Yinju. Though still young, likely only 16 or 17, she had already attained the upper levels of the spirit transformation realm, on par with Shui Shinro. It seemed that the Miao Miao sect was indeed harboring a genuine genius disciple. Hua Wuyue queried, Lu Piaomiao, is this the disciple you speak of? She appears quite impressive for one so young, nearly on the cusp of reaching the acquired realm. Lu Piaomiao chuckled, mediocre at best. We shall soon see whether your disciples of the Feihua sect are stronger or if mine surpass them. Hua Wuyue remained silent, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety as she cautioned Shui Shinro to remain vigilant and not to underestimate her opponent. Shui Shinro nodded. Sensing the pressure emanating from Lung Yinju, she understood the need for caution. Lu Piaomiao also advised Lung Yinju, Yinju, be careful. That girl just defeated Chu Xianwei of Danshan in 10 breaths. Do not be careless. Lung Yinju nodded, glancing at the pale-faced Chu Xianwei in the distance, who offered her a nod. Suddenly, Lung Yinju proclaimed something astonishing. Since Sister Xianwei was defeated in 10 breaths, then I shall ensure my opponent is vanquished within a single breath. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Behold, this is Lung Yinju. Her audacity is unparalleled among the new disciples. Shui Shinro, upon hearing this, frowned slightly, angered by what she perceived as a lack of respect. Hua Wuyue was equally taken aback. Lung Yinju's arrogance was astounding, and thus, it was decided that her disciple would impart a profound lesson to her. Moments later, Lung Yinju and Shui Shinro stood in the arena, facing each other. Feihua Sect's Shui Shinro, I humbly request your guidance. Miao Miao Sect's Wufeng Mountain's eldest disciple, Lung Yinju. After exchanging pleasantries, the contest began. Buzz. Shui Shinro moved, unleashing her full power immediately. A torrent of soul energy surged from within her, pure and overwhelming. In terms of strength, it had already reached the level of the acquired realm, even attaining the mid-tier standards. Simultaneously, a surge of bloodline power erupted from Shui Shinro, filling the arena with a potent force that spread outwards, bearing down upon Lung Yinju. Shui Shinro was unleashing her full might, leaving no room for reserve. Not bad. Lung Yinju murmured, slightly furrowing her brow. This Shui Shinro is indeed formidable. Within this realm, she is truly a rare opponent. Lung Yinju steeled her resolve. If that were the case, she would demonstrate to her adversary the true meaning of beyond heaven, beyond humanity. Boom. An even more formidable power was released. Lung Yinju's gaze sharpened as she waved her hand, summoning the divine emperor's sword into her grasp. The sword's aura swirled, its resonating clang echoing throughout the skies. A fearsome sword intent emerged, aimed directly at the heavens. Is this the mastery of sword intent? My heavens, how young is Lung Yinju? And yet she has already comprehended the pinnacle of sword intent. This is intriguing, truly fascinating. The emergence of the perfected sword intent left everyone astonished. It is known that even sword cultivators who have devoted a century to their craft may not awaken sword intent. Yet here was Lung Yinju, not only having awakened it, but having perfected it. How could one not be astounded? But that was not all. Lung Yinju stepped forward, releasing a bloodline power even more terrifying than the perfected sword intent. Caw! A phoenix's cry resonated as a flaming phoenix surged forth from within her, its bloodline power radiating outward, instantly shattering the pressure emanating from Shui Shinro's bloodline and pushing it back. How is this possible? A phoenix bloodline? Hua Wuyue's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. She could not fail to recognize this bloodline. The phoenix, one of the divine beasts, possessed bloodline powers akin to those of emperors. This meant that this girl bore the potential of an emperor. Hua Wuyue gritted her teeth. Shui Shinro was in deep trouble now. What a fearsome bloodline power. Shui Shinro realized that her exceptional bloodline paled in comparison to this phoenix bloodline. She understood that her opponent was not merely boasting. She was genuinely formidable. Boom. Shui Shinro moved, unleashing her soul power to its fullest. The powerful soul energy coalesced into a phantom sword of the void, exuding the power entwined with her superior bloodline. The void sword hovered, its terrifying force causing ripples throughout the space. With a single gesture from Shui Shinro, the void sword, bearing an unstoppable momentum, sliced towards Lung Yanju. Crash. Cold and elegant Zhu was significantly more straightforward. Grasping the divine emperor's sword, she stood resolutely, drawing upon the profound power of her perfected sword intent. Surrounded by the formidable force of the phoenix bloodline, as she aimed her ethereal long sword into the void. With a resonant clang, a stunning spectacle unfolded, startling all present. The instant cold and elegant Zhu drew her sword, a blinding radiance erupted, prompting the onlookers to involuntarily squint. A magnificent sword aura manifested, akin to a bolt of lightning, piercing through layers of vitality barriers and obliterating the defenses of soul power, shattering the ethereal long sword in the process. Under the astonished gaze of Shui Shinro, the sword aura remained unyielding, swiftly advancing toward her. In that moment of dire urgency, Hua Wuyue sprang into action, her figure flickering as she appeared on the arena. With a graceful wave of her hand, the terrifying sword aura unleashed by cold and elegant Zhu dissipated instantly. Shui Shinro's eyes widened, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. She understood that she could not have withstood that singular strike. She felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom and suffocating pressure. Cold and elegant Zhu was simply too powerful. Splendid. Lu Piaomiao smiled, equally astonished. Initially, she had worried that cold and elegant Zhu's apprenticeship under Qi Hao would hinder her cultivation, yet to her surprise, Zhu's prowess had skyrocketed, leaving everyone in awe. Observing Hua Wuyue's intervention, cold and elegant Zhu conceded, and the gathering spiritual energy gradually waned. With a courteous gesture, she declared, "I concede." As her words echoed, the entire arena erupted with fervor. All disciples gazed at cold and elegant Zhu with intense admiration, while those who had joined the sect alongside her averted their eyes in humility. Even Di Longhu and Chu Xianyue could not help but acknowledge Zhu's prodigious talent. "Our senior sister is truly remarkable," Dan Tai Qingwei remarked, covering her mouth in astonishment, for it was her first time witnessing cold and elegant Zhu in competition. Standing upon the stage, cold and elegant Zhu exuded an air of nobility, her formidable presence coupled with a chilling demeanor that radiated subtle authority, captivating all who beheld her. "Master, since the contest has concluded, I shall take my leave." Cold and elegant Zhu, perceiving the resolution of the situation, was eager to depart. She paid little heed to the outcome of the contest. Her sole focus lay on the promised treasure from her master, which spurred her urgency to leave. Lu Piaomiao nodded in agreement. "Very well, elegant Zhu, you may return. Once this matter is resolved, the sect will reward you accordingly." Cold and elegant Zhu nodded, then turned to lead Dan Tai Qingwei back to Wufeng Mountain. At the rear of Wufeng Mountain, Qi Hao continued his fishing as usual when, suddenly, he felt a tug on his fishing rod. A surge of excitement coursed through him, for he realized he had caught something. With a swift jerk, a luminous orb emerged from the depths. Future experience card. Upon use, the wielder will possess the strength of their future self from 10 years hence, with an experiential duration of 3 seconds. To catch something so extraordinary is truly remarkable, Qi Hao exclaimed, exhilarated by the potential of the future experience card, which would grant him the prowess of his future self for a fleeting moment. Currently at the Grand Sect realm, he mused that 10 years hence, he would likely attain half-saint status. With this thought, he carefully tucked the card into his bosom, recognizing its value demanded utmost safeguarding. As Qi Hao reveled in his fortunate catch, several miles beyond Piaomiao Sect, a ripple emerged from a spatial node high above, gradually unfurling as a crack in the fabric of space tore open, rapidly forming. A figure stepped forth from the void, an elderly man in his 80s, with wispy white hair, an unremarkable appearance, and simple attire. Upon appearing, he furrowed his brow, his divine sense scanning the area below, where he discerned the disheveled form of Dan Tai Jianglong. Jianglong. What transpired? The elderly man, named Dan Tai Xing, the 8th elder of the Dan Tai clan, wielding half-saint cultivation, had been dispatched to rendezvous with Dan Tai Jianglong and escort the clan's remaining descendants back. Yet, upon his arrival, he was met with Jianglong's woeful state. With a wave of his hand, Dan Taixing leveled the muddied ground, revealing the unconscious Jianglong. His gaze shifted, and a surge of soul energy entered Jianglong's mind, restoring his consciousness. Where am I? Jianglong blinked, bewildered, having completely forgotten his whereabouts. The memories leading up to his current state had been obliterated by Qi Hao's blow. No matter how hard he tried to recall, time seemed frozen at the moment when Su Wei led him and cold and elegant Zhu to the arena. Then, upon opening his eyes, he found himself here. Jianglong, what is the meaning of this? What has transpired to leave you in such disarray? Dan Taixing pressed, frowning at Jianglong. Taken aback, Jianglong glanced at his bare body, his face flushing as he hastily donned a set of clothing. Eighth Elder, Jianglong exclaimed, his expression shifting from surprise to concern. I too am perplexed. It feels as though a part of my memory is missing, and I cannot recall how I ended up in this situation. Dan Taixing pondered, memory loss. Could it be the work of a formidable soul practitioner? Given Jianglong's upper-level Grand Sect strength, it must have been the hand of a half-saint. He inquired, in your previous correspondence, you mentioned that there might be a half-saint within the Misty Sect. Could this be the cause? Jianglong contemplated for a moment, unable to affirm due to his genuine forgetfulness. It is possible. It appears there indeed resides a half-saint within the Misty Sect. Dan Taixing nodded, finding this explanation plausible. Jianglong's prowess ranked among the elite of his realm, and with his awakened imperial bloodline, no one of equal standing could have silently bested him. Only a being of half-saint caliber could achieve such a feat considering the presence of a half-saint within the Misty Sect. We must proceed with caution, Dan Taixing resolved, then declared, let us go to the Misty Sect. I am eager to uncover the identity of this so-called half-saint. Upon hearing this, Jianglong nodded in agreement. In unison, they tore through the fabric of space, stepping forth to arrive promptly before the Misty Sect. Chapter 29, The Terrifying Presence of a Half-Saint. Visitation from Dan Tai Clan's Dan Taixing. A flicker of intensity ignited in Dan Taixing's eyes as a terrifying power of half-saint magnitude surged forth, sweeping across the entirety of the Misty Sect like a tidal wave. Beams of light ignited as the sect's protective formation endeavored to counter this overwhelming force. Yet, in the face of a half-saint's aura, it was futile, shattering effortlessly. This is a half-saint. In the midst of the contest, Lu Piaomiao suddenly sensed the rapid approach of this half-saint's pressure, her expression shifting to one of grave concern. The other mountain lords and peak masters were similarly startled, their gazes drawn to the exterior of the sect. The four supreme elders, too, were roused, emerging from their secluded meditation to gaze skyward. Who is this half-saint? And what brings them to the Misty Sect? Having just concluded her match, Hua Weiyue had yet to depart when the sudden arrival of a half-saint piqued her curiosity. At the Misty Sect, I am Lu Piaomiao. May I inquire which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence? Transforming into a streak of light, Lu Piaomiao appeared at the sect's entrance, her gaze immediately falling upon the two figures. One was Dan Tai Jianglong, while the other, surrounded by a swirling aura of energy, was the venerable elder radiating half-saint power. Dan Taixing, upon perceiving Lu Piaomiao, assessed her strength and donned a haughty expression, declaring, I am Dan Taixing, the eighth elder of the Dan Tai clan. Under the immense pressure of a semi-saint, Lu Piaomiao spoke, it is the esteemed elder Dan Taixing. I have long admired your reputation. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Beside him, Dan Tai Jianglong scoffed, Master Lu, have you already forgotten? We have come to take away Dan Tai Qingwei, the descendant of the Dan Tai family. Lu Piaomiao frowned and glanced at Dan Tai Jianglong before responding, Gentlemen, Qingwei is unwilling to accompany you back. Why force someone against their will? She is now a disciple of our sect, and as such, we at Misty Sect must offer her protection. Dan Taixing nodded, acknowledging her point. Protection was indeed a duty every sect should uphold, lest they undermine their own authority. However, rules were rules, and those of the Dan Tai family were not to be broken. Dan Taixing stated plainly, on behalf of the Dan Tai family, I thank your sect for safeguarding our kin. However, the customs of the Dan Tai family cannot be compromised. Any clan members remaining outside must be returned, and there is no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Lu Piaomiao's exquisite face tightened, surprised by the firmness of their stance. She replied, I hope you can understand, elder. Your family has its customs, and so does Misty Sect. Since Qingwei does not wish to return, we shall undoubtedly protect her. Very well. Dan Taixing chuckled coldly, realizing that further discussion was futile. Then, it would be time for courtesy to give way to force. Jianglong, go and bring her here. Let us see what capabilities Misty Sect possesses to stop me. Yes. Dan Tai Jianglong followed the command, transforming into a streak of light as he flew swiftly towards Wufeng Mountain. Stop. Lu Piaomiao called out, making her move to intercept Jianglong. However, with a mere wave of Dan Taixing's hand, a terrifying aura, one that belonged to a semi-saint, crashed down upon her. The entire space trembled, the spiritual energy was drained. As if the very heavens and earth had become an extension of Dan Taixing's will, sending Lu Piaomiao flying. Master, be cautious. You are being excessively arrogant. The 4 grand elders of Piaomiao sect appeared, channeling their spiritual energy to unleash advanced martial techniques against Dan Taixing. Observing their arrival, Dan Taixing sneered. Upper tier of the grand sect? Not bad, but merely thunderous noise with little rain. Dan Taixing struck again, shattering the space and turning the world upside down. The combined assault of the 4 elders was instantly rendered null. Then, with another wave of his hand, a surge of vigorous spiritual energy erupted, causing the temperature to plummet. The very earth began to tremble, cracks forming beneath, as if the end of days was upon them. Dan Taixing extended his palm, manifesting a massive handprint that soared towards the 4 elders. This is bad. Use all your strength to resist. The 4 grand elders turned pale, hastily attempting to counter this formidable force. Yet, the gap between a semi-saint and upper-tier grand sect was insurmountable. Even with their desperate efforts, they could not withstand that palm. Boom. The enormous handprint descended, unleashing a horrifying explosion. A black vortex materialized, and the space fragmented in that instant. The 4 grand elders were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. The might of a semi-saint was terrifying beyond measure. Grand elders. Lu Piaomiao's face flushed with anger. It had been years since Piaomiao sect encountered such a formidable adversary, an insult to their very essence. Lu Piaomiao ascended into the sky, her expression shifting as a powerful bloodline force erupted from within her. A phantom of a mystical beast soared skyward, its vitality exploding, overwhelming pressure radiating outward. Then, dense spiritual energy rapidly converged from within a 1,000-mile radius. Lu Piaomiao's sword was enveloped in spiritual energy, layers upon layers of formidable fluctuations coalescing. She was prepared to fight with everything she had. Bloodline of the mystic saint? A celestial tier martial technique? Dan Taixing discerned at a glance the ethereal figure above Lu Piaomiao, recognizing it as the bloodline of a mystic saint. This talent was indeed remarkable. Moreover, he noted the power contained within Lu Piaomiao's sword, clearly invoking a celestial tier martial technique. Such power could not be disregarded, even by him, a semi-saint. Dan Taixing, cautious, unleashed his own bloodline power. Let us see whose mystic saint bloodline is more formidable, yours or the imperial bloodline of the Dantai family. Boom. As Dan Taixing released the imperial bloodline, a force equal to that of the mystic saint bloodline erupted, overwhelming Lu Piaomiao. The 2 terrifying bloodlines clashed violently in the sky, sparks flying, plunging the heavens into darkness. Is this the bloodline of an imperial family? Lu Piaomiao bit her lip, her face paling as she felt unprecedented pressure. Without overthinking, she unleashed her celestial tier martial technique, instantly depleting her spiritual energy. With her upper-grade 7th tier sword pointed out, a colossal sword, nearly 1,000 feet long, materialized in the sky, radiating a magnificent and fierce sword aura, crashing down amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Dan Taixing's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the sect master of Piaomiao sect possessed such strength. This power was comparable to that of an ordinary semi-saint. Alas, it was unfortunate that you had the misfortune to encounter not an ordinary semi-saint. Imperial hand. A single finger to pierce the heavens. Dan Taixing executed a secret technique of the imperial family, raising a finger towards the colossal sword. In that moment, his finger slowly traversed the space, annihilating spiritual energy along its path, the very fabric of reality shattering like glass. In the blink of an eye, his finger transformed into a colossal digit, striking the gigantic sword. Crack! The spatial realm fractured completely, no matter how the space attempted to mend itself. It could not keep pace with the rate of destruction. The immense sword could not withstand the pressure, shattering within 3 breaths. Lu Piaomiao's face turned ashen as she was thrown back by the residual force, grievously injured and spitting blood as she crashed to the ground. All disciples of Piaomiao sect witnessed this scene. In their eyes, the once goddess-like Lu Piaomiao had been defeated, stirring profound emotions within them. Hua Wuyue's delicate face grew serious. She admired Lu Piaomiao's courage, daring to challenge a semi-saint as an upper-tier grand sect practitioner, an extraordinary feat indeed. Simultaneously, Hua Wuyue pondered the identity of the descendant the semi-saint had mentioned. At that moment, Dan Taixing observed his handiwork with satisfaction. Yet a shadow of doubt began to creep into his mind. Why had the semi-saint not intervened? How could he endure watching his sect's members suffer? Dan Taixing pondered. Was his previous conjecture mistaken? Chapter 30. Qi Hao's intervention. At this juncture, the 2 women, who had been returning to Wufeng Mountain after the competition, sensed the commotion at the sect's entrance. The terrifying waves of energy emanating from the scene were impossible to ignore. They stood before a figure, their expressions grave. "It is you. How dare you return?" My junior sister expressed her desire not to accompany you. Lung Yinju's icy gaze fixed on the obstructing Dantai Jianglong, her body tense. Dantai Jianglong frowned, scrutinizing Lung Yinju, sensing a faint hint of threat. It was laughable. A mere practitioner of the spirit transformation realm dared to instill such feelings within him. Sheer absurdity. Enough. The Dantai family does not require the obstruction of a trifling spirit transformation practitioner. Get lost. Dantai Jianglong's gaze shifted, and he unleashed the pressure of his grand sect presence. Lung Yinju felt an overwhelming force descend upon her, akin to a mountain, making it difficult for her to breathe. Cold and enchanting. Lung Yinju let out a piercing cry as the power of her bloodline surged forth, transforming into a majestic phoenix that soared high, locking its gaze onto Dantai Jianglong. Could it be the bloodline of the phoenix? Dantai Jianglong was taken aback, realizing that the faint sense of threat he felt stemmed from this woman's possession of a phoenix bloodline. It was well known that the phoenix bloodline was at least equal, if not superior, to his own imperial bloodline. Furrowing his brow, Dantai Jianglong had no intention of provoking a member of the Phoenix clan. With a swift motion, he pointed a finger directly at Lung Yinju's forehead, causing her to faint instantly. "Senior sister," Dantai Qingwei gasped, rushing to support Lung Yinju. Only after sensing that she was unharmed did she exhale a sigh of relief. Then, with a fierce glare directed at Dantai Jianglong, she demanded, "I have made it clear that I do not wish to accompany you. What must I do for you to let me go?" Dantai Jianglong frowned, aware that clan rules could not be violated. "If you wish to blame someone, blame your bloodline for belonging to my clan. The rules are absolute. We must take you with us. If you do not wish for your senior sister to be harmed, then make the right decision." Dantai Qingwei understood the formidable nature of her opponent, leaving her with no room for resistance. For the sake of her senior sister, her master, and the entire Piao Miao sect, she had no choice but to depart. Contemplating this, Dantai Qingwei's expression grew serene. "Very well, I agree to go with you. But you must guarantee that no harm will come to anyone from the Piao Miao sect." After uttering these words, she gently set the unconscious Lung Yinju on the ground and cast a lingering, affectionate glance towards Wufeng Mountain. "Master, I am leaving. Please take care of yourself." Upon hearing this, Dantai Jianglong sighed, feeling that he had finally resolved the matter, his head having endured 3 strikes. Wait, didn't I only take 2 hits? How could it be 3? Just as he pondered this, a figure materialized behind him, and before losing consciousness, he heard a voice declare, "I say, aren't you done yet, kid?" Chi Hao appeared unexpectedly, like a specter. Previously, he had been handling matters seamlessly when he suddenly sensed the violent aftermath of a fierce battle outside the sect. Upon scanning with his divine sense, he was shocked to discover that his eldest disciple had fainted. Fury ignited within him as he identified the culprit, none other than Dantai Jianglong. In an instant, he stepped forward, his brick in hand, and hurled it with force. Bang! As Dantai Jianglong pondered the discrepancy in the number of strikes, the 3rd blow followed swiftly. The brick struck the back of his head with familiar pain, and he rolled his eyes before once again losing consciousness. "Master." Upon seeing Chi Hao's arrival, Dantai Qingwei's eyes sparkled with hope. She had resigned herself to her fate, yet now her master had suddenly appeared to subdue Dantai Jianglong. It felt like a fairy tale where the prince came to rescue the distressed princess. Dantai Qingwei gazed at Chi Hao with adoration, wishing to merge her being with his. Chi Hao, sensing her gaze, shuddered. He knew that a teacher-student romance must not be initiated, and he needed to suppress such thoughts. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he began to roleplay. "My dear girl, you are Chi Hao's disciple, are you not? I am Chi Hao's master, the venerated sage, your ancestral master." Dantai Qingwei looked puzzled, unable to comprehend. Chi Hao continued his charade. "My disciple possesses limited strength. How could he possibly defeat a warrior of the grand sect? It is I, your ancestral master, who has possessed Chi Hao's body to rescue you." Upon hearing this, Dantai Qingwei understood. She was initially astonished to learn of her master's terrifying strength, capable of knocking out Dantai Jianglong with a mere flick of his wrist. Realizing it was her ancestral master's intervention, she felt reassured. Lowering her head and bowing, she said, "Disciple Dantai Qingwei pays respects to the ancestral master." "Excellent, excellent." Chi Hao, now thoroughly immersed in his role, helped Dantai Qingwei to her feet. "Let us speak no more of this. Our sect is under threat from powerful adversaries. We must act to drive them away." Dantai Qingwei nodded in understanding. Then, under her watchful gaze, Chi Hao lifted the unconscious Dantai Jianglong and vanished like a streak of light. How formidable is the ancestral master! What a pity that senior sister could not witness this. Dan Taiching was completely convinced by Qi Hao's deception. Only she could be so gullible. For if Lung Yanzhu were present, the outcome would have been different. It was strange how this semi-saint of the Piao Miao sect maintained such composure. At the forefront of the Piao Miao sect, Dan Taiching single-handedly overpowered the entire sect. With sect master Lu Piao Miao and the four esteemed elders proving no match for him, his only concern was the semi-saint concealed within the Piao Miao sect. Frowning, Dan Taiching became increasingly anxious. Dan Tai Jianglong had been gone for too long. Had he encountered that semi-saint? Just as Dan Taiching pondered this, a figure shot forth from the depths of the sect like a bolt of lightning. Jianglong. Dan Taiching was momentarily stunned, his eyes narrowing as he recognized that the figure racing towards him was indeed Dan Tai Jianglong. He failed to react in time, soon noticing that Dan Tai Jianglong appeared to have lost consciousness. Ah, so you're the troublemaker. A luminous figure emerged, obscuring its face, holding a brick in hand. This individual's appearance was utterly unanticipated. Even Dan Taiching, with his semi-saint strength, failed to sense their presence. Boom. The instant the radiant figure materialized, the brick in hand was swiftly brought down upon Dan Taiching. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily mobilized his strength to defend himself. However, the figure wielding the brick moved with blinding speed, striking the back of Dan Taiching's head before he could react. Crack! The defensive measures of the semi-saint crumbled before the brick, which easily shattered his defenses and struck true. Dan Taiching's eyes bulged as he succumbed to unconsciousness. What is happening? Who is this luminous figure? How could they so effortlessly incapacitate a semi-saint? Am I dreaming? The semi-saint, who seemed godlike moments ago, is so easily subdued. This scene was witnessed by numerous disciples of the Piao Miao sect, who were momentarily left speechless, primarily due to the swiftness of the event. From the appearance of the luminous figure to the swift knockdown of the semi-saint, it likely took no more than 3 seconds. Lu Piao Miao and the 4 elders stood aghast, unable to comprehend how the semi-saint, who they could not even scratch, had been so swiftly defeated. They were desperate to discover the identity of this luminescent figure. Meanwhile, Hua Weiwei of the Feihua sect was also struck with astonishment. This luminous figure possessed immense power, for how else could they so easily vanquish a semi-saint? This individual must be of at least semi-saint caliber. Hua Weiwei's gaze sharpened as she sought to discern the identity of the radiant figure. Chapter 31, Dragon Domination. My power, a decade from now, is quite impressive. The luminous figure was none other than Qi Hao. Realizing that his adversary was likely a semi-saint, he understood that his grand sect strength was insufficient to contend with them. Thus, he had directly utilized a future experience card to elevate his capabilities to that of a decade later. Qi Hao felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, feeling as though he possessed boundless energy. With a single strike of the brick, he easily incapacitated Dan Taiching. At this moment, Qi Hao estimated that his strength had reached the pinnacle of semi-saint. How amusing it is to deal with the lesser first, only to confront the greater now. This time, I must ensure you remember this lesson. As the 3 seconds of the experience card came to an end, he effortlessly hoisted the unconscious Dan Tai Jianglong and Dan Taiching, stepping forward and vanishing from the sect's front. Qi Hao reappeared, now situated in a forest teeming with malevolent beasts. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he quickly located a pigsty, which was a chaotic mess of excrement and foul odors. Unceremoniously, he stripped the 2 individuals of their garments and hurled them towards the ground below. They descended rapidly, landing in a kneeling position, and thus began their unexpected coexistence with the piglets in blissful ignorance. Completed, Qi Hao regarded his handiwork with a sense of satisfaction, hoping this experience would serve as a deterrent. If not for his second disciple, he would have long since dispatched these 2 imbeciles. After resolving matters with them, Qi Hao promptly turned and shattered the void, returning to the back mountain of Wufeng Mountain to resume his fishing endeavor. Just as Qi Hao departed, less than half a stick of incense later, the 2 in the pigsty regained consciousness. Awakening, Dan Taiching and Dan Tai Jianglong glowered at their own nakedness, acutely aware of their humiliating predicament. This was a blatant affront, making it impossible for them to face others. Hastily, they donned their clothing and exchanged a glance. Their meaning clear, this matter must remain a secret. The sect of Piao Miao was excessively oppressive. Dan Taiching bellowed in anger, his aura surging, nearly startling the innocent piglets to death. Dan Tai Jianglong, maintaining a slightly better composure, reflected on his past experiences with such situations and had come to terms with it. With a scowl, Dan Tai Jianglong inquired, Elder 8, what shall we do now? After a bout of fury, Dan Taiching's emotions gradually steadied. His face darkened as he replied, there are powerful figures within the Piao Miao sect capable of knocking me unconscious with a single strike. I suspect they must be at least a quasi-saint or a great saint. Quasi-saint, great saint. Dantai Jianglong was taken aback. He had initially suspected a half-saint, but now feared the threat of a quasi-saint or great saint. It is known that the saintly realm is divided into 3 tiers: half-saint, quasi-saint, and great saint, each representing a significant leap in power. If indeed a quasi-saint or great saint exists, the Dantai family must deliberate carefully. Let us return to the family and inform the elders. We shall see their opinions on this matter. Faced with the potential presence of a quasi-saint or great saint, Dantai Xing recognized the need for prudence. Dantai Jianglong nodded in agreement, accepting that despite their efforts, it would be impossible to retrieve Dantai Qingwei from such a formidable opponent. And they had no choice but to abandon the pursuit for now. After reaching a consensus, the two surged into the sky, shattering the void as they returned to the Dantai family. With the departure of Dantai Xing and Dantai Jianglong, the Piaomiao sect exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, the emergence of a half-saint had instilled a sense of profound pressure upon them. The disciples of Piaomiao expressed their gratitude towards the mysterious powerful figure who had suddenly appeared. Some speculated whether this figure might be a hidden ancestor of the Piaomiao sect, as it was unlikely anyone outside would come to their aid in a time of crisis. Investigations commenced, yet ultimately yielded no results. Meanwhile, the members of Feihua sect, who had attempted to lash out at Piaomiao, could only leave in disappointment. As news of the competition's results spread, so too did the tale of a half-saint's incursion into Piaomiao, only to be repelled by an unknown powerful entity, sweeping across the eastern domain like a tempest. All were astonished. Could it be that Piaomiao harbored a figure of half-saint caliber or beyond? Yet, according to their reports, the only being to have reached half-saint status in recent years was the Zheshengzi, who had supposedly perished following a failed breakthrough. Could it be that Piaomiao was engaging in subterfuge, obscuring the truth that Zheshengzi had not fallen, but had truly transcended the shackles of half-saint to attain the quasi-saint level? The speculation grew increasingly plausible. After all, powerful beings of the saintly realm are exceedingly rare, and the sudden emergence of a suspected quasi-saint could not help but perplex the masses. This matter stirred up considerable commotion, prompting a re-evaluation of Piaomiao's strength, and no one dared to underestimate them. It was only after several months of uproar that the situation gradually subsided. Piaomiao then prepared to hold their annual recruitment event for new disciples. Before the gates of Piaomiao, a pale-faced youth, approximately 18 years of age, with striking features and a tall physique, arrived at the sect. His name was Long Batian, the once proud scion of the Luotian sacred land in the eastern domain. Gifted from a young age, he possessed an extraordinary bloodline and exceptional cultivation talent, achieving innate realm status at a tender age, becoming the talk of the town. Long Batian had been betrothed in infancy to the daughter of a certain family. Initially, he resisted the union, but upon seeing the beauty and talent of his betrothed, he found himself enamored and ceased his objections. However, misfortune struck unexpectedly. The girl he was promised to fell for a youth of mediocre talent, lacking any influence, whose appearance paled in comparison to his own. This infuriated Long Batian, who confronted the boy, intent on humiliating him. At first, Long Batian merely warned the youth to recognize his place, asserting that he was unworthy of the girl's affection. He had expected the boy to back down. Yet, 2 years later, the boy re-emerged, challenging Long Batian directly at Luotian's sacred land, specifying his name. Long Batian could not tolerate this. The insignificant insect he once dismissed dared to challenge him, so he accepted the duel. The terms were simple: the loser must depart. Long Batian agreed, brimming with confidence. But the outcome was a crushing defeat. Not only was he vanquished, but his cultivation was also shattered, rendering him a cripple. Long Batian could hardly believe it. Yet he was forced to confront the harsh reality as he was carried away under the cold gaze of onlookers. In the days that followed, his cultivation wasted. He was stripped of his title as a saint. Even upon returning to his family, the former warmth turned into scornful mockery and neglect. Within a year, he had tasted the bitter fruits of human indifference, ultimately being expelled from his clan. Once a prodigy, he found himself plummeting into despair. Those who once knew him laughed at his downfall, and former friends distanced themselves. Long Batian eventually departed from that sorrowful place. Shortly after his departure, he learned that the youth who had defeated him had not only ascended to become the new saint of Luotian's sacred land, but had also wed his former fiancée. In that moment, Long Batian's heart shattered. He began to wander aimlessly, eventually arriving at Piaomiao. After inquiring about the sect, he discovered that today marked not only the recruitment of new disciples, but also the grand competition among the existing disciples. The results of the competition had been announced, with a prodigy named Lung Yanzhu emerging victorious. Allegedly, Lung Yanzhu had only joined Piaomiao the previous year, yet within a year, this newcomer had triumphed over numerous senior disciples, claiming the top spot. Clearly, Lung Yanzhu was formidable. Chapter 32, The Disdained Long Batian. Long Batian recalled having heard of Piao Miao before, known to have produced a half-saint. However, he believed that Luotian's sacred land, with its genuine saintly power, was incomparable. Long Batian's journey to this place was a gamble. He had not lost hope and wished to see if he could rise once more. The testing at Piao Miao commenced, with initial selections to identify disciples with spiritual roots for cultivation. In this regard, Long Batian harbored no concerns. Although his cultivation had been rendered null, his spiritual roots remained intact. He successfully passed the preliminary selection. Soon thereafter, the Piao Miao sect commenced a series of evaluations. In this aspect, as the former holy son of the Luotian's sacred land, Long Batian was quite familiar with the process, navigating through it with a daring spirit, barely scraping by the passing mark. Ultimately, he arrived at the final test. At the disciple recruitment event of the Piao Miao sect, a throng of eager faces, nearly 1 million in number, congregated to undergo the ultimate assessment. The strength of the Piao Miao sect was not to be underestimated. It was once said to be a great imperial sect. The moment Long Batian stepped into the arena, he was taken aback by the multitude of mountain masters and peak leaders gathered, their imposing figures casting a formidable presence that loomed in the air, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Long Batian discerned that the core strength of the Piao Miao sect was not vastly inferior to that of the Luotian sacred land. Igniting a spark of anticipation within him, the recruitment assembly officially commenced. As an elder of the Piao Miao sect announced the beginning of the event, the final evaluations ensued. Those with ordinary spiritual roots, lacking cultivation, and possessing mediocre talent and comprehension failed the test. Individuals with medium-grade spiritual roots, at the initial stage of qi refining, and average talent and comprehension passed. Those with superior spiritual roots, also at the initial stage of qi refining, but with average talent and exceptional comprehension succeeded as well. A stream of youthful faces began their assessments. Those who did not qualify were promptly dismissed, while the successful candidates remained to await the enticing offers from the various peaks of the Piao Miao sect. After 2 full hours, it was finally Long Batian's turn. Possessing exquisite spiritual roots yet devoid of cultivation, with exceptional talent and comprehension, he was met with a puzzling discovery. His meridians were entirely severed. Had his cultivation truly been obliterated? When the results of Long Batian's test were revealed, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Eyes turned toward him, bewildered by how such potential could have been wasted. "Oh, this person seems strangely familiar. Where have I seen him before?" One murmured. "Indeed, I believe I recall. This is Long Batian." "Who is Long Batian? Is he truly formidable?" "Oh, you are unaware. He is the former holy son of the Luotian sacred land, rumored to have been crippled after failing to compete for a woman and subsequently expelled. Now regarded as a stray dog. Wasn't Long Batian exiled from the Luotian sacred land? Who would dare take him in, risking the ire of such a sect?" Indeed, the Luotian sacred land had issued a decree warning other factions in the eastern domain against accepting Long Batian. He had attempted to join other sects previously, but had been met with rejection each time. It seems Long Batian wishes to try his luck at the Piao Miao sect. I doubt they would risk conflict with the Luotian sacred land over a discarded individual. As Long Batian was recognized, he furrowed his brows at the murmurs around him. The mountain masters and peak leaders of the Piao Miao sect similarly frowned, as Long Batian's identity posed a conundrum for them. His talent was undeniable, although his cultivation was shattered. With perseverance, he could potentially reclaim his former prowess. Yet, out of respect for the Luotian sacred land, they hesitated to accept him. Thus, Long Batian found himself the solitary exception in this recruitment event of the Piao Miao sect. "Disciple, what is the situation with this fellow?" In the stands, the composed Chi Hao, who was contemplating returning to the back mountain for fishing, observed this scene with keen interest. The elegant Lung Yanju, upon hearing this, frowned and began to explain, recounting the tale of Long Batian she had heard prior to entering the sect. Initially, Chi Hao paid it little heed, dismissing it as mere storytelling. However, as the narrative unfolded, of Long Batian's fiancée being snatched away, defeated by someone he once deemed insignificant, his cultivation destroyed, and being cast out, forsaken by all, Chi Hao's interest peaked. By heavens, this narrative sounds strikingly familiar. Isn't it the quintessential tale of a villain being humiliated? As the assessments concluded, the unsuccessful candidates departed in despair, while those who passed awaited invitations from the various peaks. Several hours elapsed, and the final evaluations wrapped up, leaving fewer than 10,000 candidates remaining. Those who failed wore expressions of sorrow, hoping for better fortune in the following year. "Would you care to join me on the path of the blade? Young one, you appear robust. Would you come to my martial mountain? You possess great potential. Would you consider joining my Lingxua peak?" With the departure of the unqualified, the familiar recruitment began anew. The various mountain masters and peak leaders commenced their quest for disciples. Many rejoiced as they entered their desired peaks for cultivation, while others hesitated and reconsidered their choices. Some, stubbornly determined to join their favored peaks, found themselves overlooked, relegated to the status of errand disciples. As the new disciples gradually integrated into the various peaks, the recruitment assembly approached its conclusion. Chi remained unfazed, hardly bothering to call out. His reputation had gained traction. All the new disciples were aware of him, yet his cultivation was merely at the Chi refining stage, leading to rejection from 99% of them. Chi remained indifferent, attributing their lack of discernment to their superficiality. In truth, some disciples had desired to join Wufeng Mountain, but were deterred by the presence of Dan Tai Chingwei, who refused to allow any male disciples to approach. Chi was perplexed, but Dan Tai Chingwei remained silent, simply disliking the idea. Reluctantly, Chi acquiesced, for the reason was straightforward. All those wishing to join Wufeng Mountain were male disciples. These young men's intentions were clearly aimed at winning over Dan Tai Chingwei and Lung Yanju. Realizing this, Dan Tai Chingwei would never allow Chi to take on disciples. Finally, only Long Batian remained. An elder gazed intently at the solitary figure of Long Batian. Unmoved by the scrutiny of those around him, Long Batian awaited the elder's words. Long Batian, your innate talent is remarkable, even with your cultivation diminished. If you can resolve to learn diligently, you may still achieve great success. However, as the former holy son of the Luotian sacred land, our Piaomiao sect prefers to maintain amicable relations with them. Do you understand my meaning? The words were veiled, yet Long Batian comprehended their implications all too well. He had heard similar sentiments before. With a heavy heart, Long Batian felt a surge of despair wash over him. His eyes misted as he gritted his teeth, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and turned to leave the Piaomiao sect. Wait! A voice rang out, startling the crowd into silence, and Long Batian halted in his tracks. Everyone turned to see Chi standing, addressing Long Batian with words that left them astonished. Long Batian, would you care to join my Wufeng Mountain and become my disciple? The declaration reverberated like thunder. The members of the Piaomiao sect were rendered speechless. Had Chi not heard the elder's earlier remarks? Accepting Long Batian would surely invite trouble to the Piaomiao sect. Some exchanged glances with Chi, but he paid them no mind. Long Batian was stunned. He had not anticipated such a proposal. At that moment, he recognized Chi, a figure of renown. After all, it was said that Chi had accepted two talented disciples, both possessing commendable abilities. Long Batian was left pondering why Chi would wish to take him in. Kid, why the hesitation? Do you wish for vengeance? If so, do not stand there dawdling. Chi urged, his impatience evident. What do you have left? If it were me, I would certainly seize the opportunity without hesitation. After all, who wouldn't yearn for the chance to defy fate? Junior brother Chi, what are you doing? The mountain lord and peak master urged Chi to refrain from acting impulsively. However, according to the rules, Chi's acceptance of a disciple was indeed within the bounds of propriety. This left them in a quandary, hoping that Chi would grasp the implications of his decision. Yet, Chi was not one to overthink. With disdain for trivial matters and unremarkable places, he had no fear to speak of. Thus, with a smirk, he regarded the crowd with an expression that conveyed his indifference. The onlookers could only sigh in resignation. Disciple Long Batian greets master. Long Batian, resolute and without hesitation, seized the opportunity, understanding that such chances, once missed, could be irrevocably lost. Chi nodded at Long Batian, who was kneeling on one knee. Very well, rise. Let us return to Wufeng Mountain. With that, Chi strode towards Wufeng Mountain, gesturing for Lung Yanju to lead Long Batian back. As for Long Batian becoming Chi's disciple, his second disciple, Dan Tai Chingwei, did not object. For the reason was simple. Long Batian's intentions were genuine and devoid of ulterior motives. Ding! Detected that the host has accepted a disciple. Long Batian, a woeful former saint of the Holy Land. Due to the host accepting a third disciple, a special recruitment reward is issued. Reward: 1 volume of the Dragon Emperor's Dominance Technique and 1 volume of the Divine Body Technique. With the acceptance of a third disciple, Chi was bestowed with rewards from the system. Upon returning to the back mountain, he turned to Long Batian. Master, Long Batian spoke with utmost respect, showing deference regardless of Chi's lesser cultivation. Chi nodded, affirming, indeed, having accepted you as my disciple, you shall be my third apprentice. These two are your senior sisters. Long Batian acknowledged with a nod, having already assessed Lung Yanju and Dan Tai Chingwei on the way. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from both women, reminiscent of encounters with individuals possessing imperial-level bloodlines. This realization nearly left him astounded. For both of his senior sisters possessed such formidable heritage. Since you have become my disciple, take these 2 items and cultivate diligently, Chi stated. producing the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique and the divine body technique, tossing them to Long Batian. Long Batian, taken aback, caught them instinctively. Cosmic-level martial arts and techniques. He exclaimed, hardly believing his fortune. He understood that even within the holy land of Luotian, such treasures were scarce and typically reserved for core members. The fact that Chi Hao had so readily bestowed these upon him was nothing short of miraculous. Master, are these truly for me? Long Batian's voice trembled with disbelief. Dantai Qingwei interjected with a smile. Junior brother, since they are given by Master, you should embrace them and cultivate well. Master won't mind. He possesses plenty of martial arts and techniques. If they don't suit you, simply ask Master for alternatives. Chi Hao was left bemused, pondering how they could assume he was a wealthy benefactor. Hearing their words, Long Batian was deeply moved. Having experienced the lows of life at a young age, he was overwhelmed by the sincerity of their goodwill, nearly brought to tears. Thank you, Master. Long Batian expressed earnestly, reigniting his fervor for strength. He resolved to start anew, ensuring that those who had once belittled him would come to regret their actions. Noticing the spark of determination in Long Batian's eyes, Chi Hao nodded in approval. Recognizing his clarity of purpose, with a smile, he produced a fishing rod. Now, cultivate well, familiarize yourself with Wufeng Mountain. Batian, should you have any questions, consult your two senior sisters. I must attend to my own cultivation. Long Batian, puzzled, wondered what fishing had to do with cultivation. Subsequently, the two women began to explain to him that Chi Hao's method of cultivation involved fishing. Long Batian was astounded. He had never encountered such an approach before. In the following days, Long Batian commenced his training, mastering the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique and the divine body technique, both of which focused on physical refinement and the path to becoming a saint through the body. Long Batian approached Chi Hao, seeking advice on how to restore his severed meridians. This question posed a challenge for Chi Hao, as he had no knowledge in that area. Thus, he shifted into his mode of persuasion. Disciple, do you truly believe that without restoring your meridians you cannot cultivate? Your perspective is rather limited. This revelation struck Long Batian like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, could he not cultivate simply because his meridians were broken? With newfound resolve, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, secluding himself in his quarters and diligently following the pathways of the divine body technique. At first, he endured excruciating torment as the technique's flow connected with his fractured meridians, causing him immense pain and cries of anguish to escape his lips. Yet, he persevered, for to grow stronger and reclaim his dignity, he had to endure what others could not. This scene brought a nod of approval from Chi Hao. Although his third disciple lacked an innate talent, his tenacity in training surpassed that of his two senior sisters. With such resilience, even the most modest of talents could be cultivated to great heights. Consequently, Chi Hao frequently urged Lung Yanzhu and Dantai Qingwei to learn from Long Batian and to strive diligently in their cultivation. Lung Yanzhu, exasperated, retorted, Master, can you not see my current level of cultivation? After merely a year in the sect, I have already reached the upper tier of the postnatal stage. Most senior disciples of the Miao sect cannot compete with me. Who, pray tell, maintains the title of Mountain Lord for Wufeng Mountain? Chi Hao was left speechless, clearing his throat to remind Lung Yanzhu of the importance of humility. Lung Yanzhu was indignant. Master, you promised half a year ago that if I defeated the Feihua sect, you would disclose the location of the treasure vault. You have yet to fulfill that promise. Chi Hao paused, smiling lightly. Disciple, what treasure vault are you speaking of? Lung Yanzhu rolled her eyes, finding Chi Hao's audacity astonishing. He spoke falsehoods with a straight face, leaving her at a loss for words. Seeing that Lung Yanzhu was becoming difficult to persuade, Chi Hao turned his attention to Dantai Qingwei. Qingwei, you must strive to cultivate diligently. You must understand that the Dantai family is intent on claiming you, and your ancestral master cannot always be there to assist. Dantai Qingwei recognized the gravity of the situation, prompting her to commence earnest training to remain at Wufeng Mountain. In the subsequent month, Dantai Qingwei broke through her realm, successfully reaching the spirit transformation stage. Chi Hao nodded, affirming that she was indeed worthy of her imperial bloodline, exhibiting remarkable speed in her breakthroughs. Simultaneously, he observed that Long Batian had successfully mastered both the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique and the divine body technique, stepping into the Qi refining stage. Elated, Long Batian sought out Chi Hao to share the joyous news. However, he was momentarily stunned, as he had previously doubted the claims of others that his master was at the Qi refining stage. He had thought they were maligning Chi Hao. Yet upon his own breakthrough, he sensed the truth. His master truly was at the Qi refining stage. This revelation left him astounded. How could a master of Qi refining produce such talented disciples as his senior sisters? The realization of his master's formidable capabilities struck him with awe. During the past month, Long Batian had engaged with both Lung Yanzhu and Dantai Qingwei, and he had come to realize that these two young women were indeed extraordinary prodigies, their realms and bloodline talents far surpassing those of ordinary elites. Astonishingly, these two remarkable senior sisters had been mentored by a master at the Qi refinement stage. This revelation deepened Long Batian's respect for Qi Hao, leading him to fantasize that his master must be a reincarnated celestial being, whose prowess, even without cultivation, would eclipse that of many sage-level experts. Qi Hao, perplexed by the intense gaze of his three disciples, wondered if they had become daft from their training. On one fateful day, Lung Yinju approached him, expressing her desire to return to her family. Initially reluctant to leave, she was compelled by a message that indicated trouble had befallen her family, endangering her biological parents. Unable to remain indifferent, she conveyed her intentions to Qi Hao. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Go ahead. With your cultivation, it is indeed time for you to venture out. Please convey my regards to your parents." Lung Yinju nodded but fixated her gaze on Qi Hao, remaining silent. A moment of silence enveloped them. Qi Hao, feeling the weight of her stare, found himself at a loss, while Lung Yinju stood behind him, watching him as if he were a fish. After an hour passed, Qi Hao finally relented. "Cough, my disciple. When venturing beyond, dangers are inevitable. This is a jade talisman left by your grandmaster, containing 3 offensive strikes, which I now bestow upon you." He reluctantly handed her a jade talisman from his robe, feeling a pang of regret as he did so. The power contained within was that of a semi-saint's attacks, a treasure he had painstakingly acquired, now reluctantly given to his disciple. "Thank you, master. You are truly kind. I adore you the most." Upon receiving the talisman, Lung Yinju's face lit up with a radiant smile. The rapid shift from cold to warm left Qi Hao's eyelids twitching. It was a pity that such a talented disciple would not pursue a career in acting. Cherishing the talisman like a precious gem, Lung Yinju tucked it into her bosom for safekeeping. After some parting words from Qi Hao, he advised that upon her return to the sect, if the talisman remained unused, it should be returned to him. Lung Yinju, however, dismissed this notion, thinking it absurd that her master would even consider reclaiming a gift. Qi Hao, realizing the modern thinking of his disciple from Blue Star, understood that she would not heed his words. Alas, another futile endeavor, he thought, resigning himself to continue his fishing pursuits. As Lung Yinju prepared to depart, Dantai Qingwei came to bid her farewell. Long Batian, however, was hesitant to approach, primarily due to his fear of this formidable senior sister. In recent days, Long Batian had been on the receiving end of Lung Yinju's rigorous training. Under the pretext of mentoring him, she would often declare, "As your senior sister, it is my duty to ensure your cultivation progresses. Come, let us spar." With no choice but to comply, Long Batian endured her relentless onslaughts. However, he could not refuse, as the training method for his Dragon Emperor's body technique involved withstanding blows. Thus, amidst the bittersweet pain, he persevered, all the while developing an aversion towards Lung Yinju. Once, in a moment of despair, Long Batian had lamented to her, "Senior sister, why do you always seek me out for training? You could train with second senior sister instead." To which Lung Yinju replied, "Who told you to be so tough-skinned?" Long Batian finally resigned himself, recalling a warning his master had once given him. "Be wary of your senior sister. She is in a rebellious phase." Now, with Lung Yinju temporarily departing from Wufeng Mountain, Long Batian let out a sigh of relief. She turned to him, saying, "Junior brother, in my absence, you must diligently cultivate and not slack off. When I return, I shall thoroughly inspect your progress." Long Batian nodded fervently. "Please, hurry along, senior sister. Your presence unnerves me." Meanwhile, Qi Hao's gaze was fixed upon the scene, his consciousness sweeping across Wufeng Mountain. He observed Lung Yinju descending the mountain, gradually leaving the sect, shifting his focus. He hoped for her safety. Half a month after Lung Yinju's departure, Qi Hao found himself in a state of vexation. His recent fishing endeavors had yielded fewer valuable treasures, with nothing truly remarkable to capture his attention. This led him to ponder whether his luck had diminished. Contemplating a change of scenery for his fishing, he began to devise a plan. Recalling secluded spots within the Misty Sect, he settled on a promising location and set off, fishing rod in hand, towards that destination. As he left Wufeng Mountain, he crossed paths with Long Batian, who inquired, "Master, where are you headed?" Qi Hao waved his hand dismissively, "Just changing locations to fish. No need for concern. Continue your cultivation." Long Batian scratched his head, still unable to comprehend his master's eccentricities. Nonetheless, he acknowledged Qi Hao's genuine kindness and accepted him as his master, despite Qi Hao being merely at the Qi refinement stage. Qi Hao traversed the mountain stream, stepping over towering trees, occasionally encountering disciples of the Misty Sect. Some recognized him and greeted him warmly, while others looked on in astonishment, as if encountering the legendary master of Wufeng Mountain for the first time, filled with curiosity. He greeted them all with a smile, feeling a sense of fondness towards the sect's disciples. After half an hour, Chi Hao arrived at his destination. The moonlight cascaded down, shattering upon the lake's surface into myriad silver scales, while floating weeds swayed with the size of stars against the dark water's ripples. Algae entwined with the reflections of drifting clouds, weaving a translucent cicada. Chi Hao settled into a chosen spot, the splashes of frogs creating droplets that clung to his garments like amber. The scenery was exquisite, surpassing even that of the back mountain, lifting his spirits considerably. With a splash, he cast his line, officially commencing his fishing expedition. Just as he intended to indulge in some snacks and wine while fishing, a sudden shout echoed. "Who goes there?" Accompanying the outburst were powerful water arrows infused with potent spiritual energy, swiftly hurtling towards Chi Hao. Startled, he reacted promptly, dodging to the side, heart racing and a hint of anger brewing within him. Chi Hao wondered who had provoked such an attack, while he was merely trying to enjoy a peaceful day of fishing. As he looked up, he caught a glimpse of a stunning silhouette amidst the misty waters of the lake. Chapter 35. Sister Lu, this is an accident. Under the night sky, the enchanting figure exuded an alluring presence. Her curvaceous form was accentuated as the mist coalesced into a curtain of pearls, and her long hair rippled beneath the water, creating patterns like dark clouds. The moonlight transformed her collarbone into a hue of amber honey, while her jade-like feet broke the surface of the water, creating a celestial map of stars. An intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air. Chi Hao's eyes widened as he beheld this captivating woman. Sister Lu? The figure bathing in the water, completely unclothed, was none other than Lu Piaomiao, the esteemed leader of the Piaomiao sect. Chi Hao swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. Are you Chi Hao? Lu Piaomiao sensed the presence of another and was immediately engulfed in a wave of murderous intent, assuming she was being spied upon. Upon recognizing that the newcomer was Chi Hao, the surging intent to kill within her faltered, giving way to confusion. Despite her advanced cultivation at the upper echelons of the Grandmaster realm, she had failed to sense Chi Hao's approach. Were it not for the sound of the fishing rod splashing into the water, she would have remained oblivious. Senior Sister Lu, this is a misunderstanding. I had no idea you were bathing here, Chi Hao hastily explained, his gaze unable to restrain itself from wandering. Captivated by her fair skin and the alluring blush resembling that of a ripe peach, igniting a fervor within him. Lu Piaomiao, sensing his prying eyes, felt both anger and indignation at Chi Hao's audacity. With a flick of her delicate wrist, she conjured a curtain of water, creating a barrier that thwarted any further peeking. Moments later, as the water veil fell, Lu Piaomiao had already donned her attire, clad in a fitted white gown that accentuated her enchanting curves and flawless figure. She emerged from the water, droplets cascading from her silky hair, a sight to behold. Her gaze, however, was icy as she fixed her stare upon Chi Hao. He was drenched in sweat. Senior Sister, this was an accident. I truly had no knowledge of your bathing here. Lu Piaomiao remained silent, imposing an immense psychological strain upon him. Chi Hao, feeling overwhelmed, cursed under his breath, at a loss for words. After an indeterminate span of time, just as Chi Hao felt he could no longer endure the pressure, Lu Piaomiao finally spoke. Forget about what transpired tonight. Do you understand? Chi Hao nodded vigorously, behaving like an obedient pup. At this, Lu Piaomiao's demeanor shifted, and the oppressive aura enveloping Chi Hao dissipated. He looked up, only to find that she had vanished without a trace. Such luck. It seems I cannot venture out anymore. I must remain in the safety of Wufeng Mountain. Chi Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that it was Lu Piaomiao he had encountered, for had it been anyone else, he could have faced dire consequences. Resolute, Chi Hao decided that his fishing would be confined to the rear mountain of Wufeng, vowing never to stray again. He hurriedly made his way back, and within moments, he returned to Wufeng Mountain. Master, why are you back so soon? Long Batian inquired, puzzled, for Master had only departed less than an hour ago. Chi Hao, without missing a beat, dashed toward the rear mountain. Mind your own business and focus on your training. Long Batian was left in a state of confusion, pondering what had transpired with Master today, sensing a peculiar change. He shook his head, realizing that Master's odd behavior was nothing new, and resumed his training. A month passed quietly at Piaomiao sect, with disciples engaged in their training and competitions. Occasionally, the aftermath of fierce battles would reverberate through the air, mingled with various unsavory remarks, a commonplace occurrence within the sect. In the rear mountain of Wufeng, Chi Hao sat cross-legged, his essence seemingly non-existent, embodying the state of desirelessness. Next to him lay a small fox, a creature he had caught a few days prior while fishing. Initially bewildered by the sudden catch, he soon discovered through the system notification that this little fox belonged to the esteemed nine-tailed celestial fox clan. The nine-tailed celestial fox is a prominent lineage among demon beasts, rivaling the 4 sacred beasts. Each adult 9-tailed celestial fox possesses the prowess of an 8th-tier sage. Chi Hao was astonished. Who would have thought he could reel in such a creature? His fishing rod was indeed remarkable. At first, the little fox was quite agitated, frequently attempting to bite Chi Hao. Growing impatient, he sternly threatened her. If you dare act recklessly again, I shall feast upon you. The little fox, demonstrating her intelligence, immediately ceased her struggles and lay submissively at his feet. Unbeknownst to him, this little fox was a female, already a 4th-tier demon beast at such a tender age. Chi Hao noted her 4 tails, a characteristic of the 9-tailed celestial fox clan, where each tail represented a tier. 4 tails indicated a 4th-tier status, equivalent to that of a human martial artist at the innate level. Chi Hao resolved to domesticate and raise this little fox. For an adult 9-tailed celestial fox would be a formidable sage. What power could one possibly refuse? The little fox, feeling disgruntled, recalled the day she was practicing within her clan when a fishhook appeared before her. Driven by curiosity, she had touched it, only to be instantly captured by the human before her. Infuriated, she yearned to bite him to shreds, yet upon sensing his overwhelming strength, she realized he was beyond her capabilities. She could only bide her time, seeking an opportunity to escape. As she surveyed her surroundings, she was astonished to discover that the spiritual energy on this peak was far denser than that within her clan. When she caught sight of the golden chaos dragon fish in the lake, she was left dumbfounded. The chaos dragon fish was a legendary treasure, explaining the extraordinary spiritual energy of the mountain. The little fox thought she had seen enough marvels, only to be further shocked by the sight of numerous massive demon bones littering the lakebed, all belonging to fearsome beasts of great renown. All had perished here, their remains discarded beneath the waters. She also noticed other rare aquatic creatures, such as ancient giant turtles and colossal sea beasts, residing within the lake. Overwhelmed, she pondered the nature of this place and the identity of the human before her. Would she too become mere bones? Just when she believed her astonishment had reached its peak, she discovered that one of the female disciples possessed the bloodline of an emperor. Furthermore, another male disciple exhibited solid foundations, a powerful physique, and an aura of vitality akin to that of a divine being. His bloodline pulse rivaling even the finest of divine bloodlines. The little fox was left in sheer disbelief, questioning the true nature of these humans. Meanwhile, Chi Hao remained blissfully unaware of the little fox's astonishment, perceiving her reaction merely as playful antics. After a habitual scan with his consciousness, he noted that both his disciples were diligently training, a sight that brought him comfort. He wondered how his eldest disciple was faring, having been away for some time without a word. His thoughts drifted to the progress of Long Yanju, who had been silent for a month. He couldn't shake the feeling that she might have encountered some trouble. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, given that his eldest disciple possessed a mindset unlike any other. Chapter 36. The Arrival of the Luo Tian Sacred Land. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Misty Sect, an uninvited group had arrived. Yi Bufan, the holy son of Luo Tian Sacred Land, had come to pay a visit. Clad in white robes and standing upon a flying vessel, the leader of the group was a young man of striking appearance, exuding charm and charisma, drawing cheers from many female disciples. The young man was known as Yi Bufan, the current holy son of Luo Tian Sacred Land. The individual in question is indeed the principal architect behind the downfall of Long Batian. Whoosh! Not long after the sound echoed, several beams of radiant light emerged from within the sect. Jian Ziqing, the master of Sword Mountain, Wu Tongtian, the master of Martial Mountain, and Li Qiongqi, the master of Body Mountain, appeared, their expressions filled with curiosity as they regarded the newcomers. The three were perplexed. Their sect, the Miao Liao sect, had never maintained significant relations with the Luo Tian Holy Land, leaving them unaware of the purpose behind this visit. Jian Ziqing clasped his hands in greeting. I am Jian Ziqing, master of Sword Mountain of the Miao Liao sect. May I inquire the purpose of your esteemed guests from the Luo Tian Holy Land? Yi Bufan smiled, and at his side, an elderly figure with a pronounced frailty stepped forward, emanating an overwhelming aura. I am Qi Shi from the Luo Tian Holy Land. Today, I have come with disciples from our Holy Land to engage in friendly exchanges and discussions with your sect. Might your sect be amenable to this? Despite his apparent age and unsteady gait, the formidable presence he exuded made it evident that this old man possessed tremendous strength. Humph, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, old man. 2 beams of light appeared, revealing Zheng Wu, the 3rd elder of the Miao Liao sect, and Wang Di, the 4th elder. As they materialized, their formidable auras surged forth, suppressing the pressure released by Qi Shi. Ha, Zheng Wu, Wang Di, it has been a while. Qi Shi chuckled upon seeing them, clearly indicating that they were old acquaintances. Wang Di stepped forward, inquiring, Qi Shi, as a fifth elder of the Luo Tian Holy Land. Why are you here at our Miao Liao sect? Are you seeking a battle? Shi waved his hand dismissively. Brother Wang, you misunderstand. I come merely for a friendly exchange between the disciples of our holy land and yours. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. Zheng Wu furrowed his brow. Shi, is that truly your only purpose for coming here? Shi nodded affirmatively. Of course, if I wish to spar with you. I wouldn't have brought disciples from the Holy Land along. The two glanced at the young faces behind Shi and exchanged knowing looks. Although they were uncertain of the other's true intentions, they could not afford to be discourteous. In that case, on behalf of the Miao Liao sect, I extend a warm welcome to the Luo Tian Holy Land for this exchange, they proclaimed in unison. Subsequently, they led the group to the martial arts arena of the Miao Liao sect. Numerous disciples of the Miao Liao sect gathered upon hearing the news, casting challenging glances at the disciples of the Luo Tian Holy Land. The latter, with their haughty expressions and icy demeanors, seemed to embody an innate sense of superiority, which irked many of the Miao Liao sect disciples. After taking their seats, Zheng Wu was the first to speak. Shi, how do you propose we conduct this exchange? Shi responded with a smile. It is quite simple. We shall have one disciple from each side, ranging from the transformation spirit realm to the innate realm, competing in a best 2 out of 3 format. Zheng Wu found no objection to this and further inquired, what shall be the stakes of this contest? Shi did not answer directly, but turned to Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan stepped forward and stated, if the Luo Tian Holy Land loses, we are willing to offer 3 slots for the sacred pool to your sect. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The sacred pool was a legendary place where powerful beings underwent transformation, a reservoir of profound insights and boundless spiritual energy for martial artists to absorb and cultivate. Such a miraculous location had once belonged to the Miao Liao sect, but had long been lost due to their lack of a powerful presence. The disciples of the Miao Liao sect had not anticipated that the Luo Tian Holy Land would stake such a condition. Zheng Wu's expression grew grave. Then may I ask, what must the Miao Liao sect yield if we were to lose? Everyone turned their gaze expectantly, awaiting a response. Yi Bufan smiled. Our demand is quite straightforward. If your sect loses, you must surrender Long Batian. It is as simple as that. Long Batian. Upon hearing this, the crowd frowned, momentarily unable to recall who Long Batian was. Soon, someone recalled that the speaker was the holy son of the Luo Tian Holy Land, while Long Batian was seemingly the former holy son of the same. The realization spread through the crowd. This visit from the Luo Tian Holy Land was indeed aimed at Long Batian. Yi Bufan remained silent. He had not desired to come here at all. Years ago, after he incapacitated Long Batian, he had believed that the latter would fade into obscurity. Yet, recent news had reached him. Long Batian had joined the Miao Liao sect, and his spiritual mentor within the recesses of his mind warned him that Long Batian's fortune had not dissipated and must be eradicated immediately, lest it become a future calamity. Reluctantly, Yi Bufan took on the guise of the holy son of the Luo Tian Holy Land, spreading rumors that Long Batian harbored a grudge against the Holy Land and sought to rise again in vengeance. The experts of the Luo Tian Holy Land understood the gravity of the situation and sent Shi to lead Yi Bufan and others to the Miao Liao sect to demand Long Batian's surrender. Zheng Wu and Wang Di exchanged troubled glances, both aware that this matter was beyond their authority to decide. Long Batian had become a disciple of the Miao Liao sect. How could they casually wager a disciple? This issue necessitated the counsel of Qi Hao and his disciples. Wang Di, please travel to Wufeng Mountain and inform Qi Hao of this situation, Zheng Wu instructed telepathically. Wang Di nodded and promptly soared towards Wufeng Mountain. Zheng Wu addressed the representatives of the Luo Tian Holy Land. Please allow us a moment. This matter pertains to the reputation of our sect, and we cannot make a hasty agreement. The Luo Tian Holy Land members nodded in understanding. After all, surrendering a disciple who had joined the sect in this manner would tarnish the reputation of any sect, including their own. At the back mountain of Wufeng Mountain, Wang Di arrived at the lakeside and found Qi Hao. What is this nonsense? Surrendering Batian if we lose? Qi Hao exclaimed, surprised, as he gripped his fishing rod. At that moment, Dantai Qingwei and Long Batian also approached. Upon hearing that the Luo Tian Holy Land had come knocking, Long Batian understood immediately that they were after him. Wang Di frowned. Thus, I have come to inform you of this matter and to seek your opinion. Qi Hao glanced at Long Batian. Yuan Fong, Batian. What are your thoughts? Long Batian's complexion paled, the memories of past humiliations flooding back, and he inhaled deeply. Master, I. Seeing Long Batian hesitating, Qi Hao was dismayed. A future emperor with such a disposition would surely be deemed useless. Qi Hao decisively stated, do not ponder further. I will make the decision for you. You may compete, but you must also participate. Long Batian was taken aback. He was only at the upper levels of the Qi refinement realm. Qi Hao turned to Wang Di. Uncle Master, since this matter concerns my disciple, let Wufeng Mountain handle it ourselves. Is that agreeable? This was certainly reasonable. Wang Di nodded, but posed the question, who will you send from the innate realm? Dantai Qingwei could compete at the postnatal realm, and Long Batian could challenge those at the transformation spirit realm, but the innate realm posed a dilemma. Lung Yinzhu had yet to return. Qi Hao casually picked up the small fox that was lounging at his feet. Let us take this one along. Wang Di was taken aback. You want to send a fox to compete? Chapter 37, Provocation. This is a nine-tailed celestial fox. Wang Di was astounded. He had not noticed until now that this creature, with its snow-white fur and 4 tails, was indeed a 4th-tier nine-tailed celestial fox. It was well known that the nine-tailed celestial fox clan was fiercely protective of their own. If they were to learn of the presence of a nine-tailed celestial fox atop Wufeng Mountain, the consequences would be dire. The little fox yearned to resist and refuse. Yet upon witnessing Qi Hao licking his lips with a predatory gaze, she was instantly frightened into compliance. Those wretched humans, always resorting to such tactics to intimidate me, she thought. Qi Hao chuckled. Oh, dear apprentice uncle, do not overreact. What is a nine-tailed celestial fox? It is merely a small dog, resembling a fox. It is of little consequence. Wang Di, feeling embarrassed, remarked, your ability to speak such nonsense with a straight face is truly unparalleled. The little fox, incensed, retorted, you are the real dog. Wang Di attempted to reach out and pet the little fox, only to be met with her sharp claws, which left his hand slightly reddened, eliciting a bitter smile. Qi Hao turned to Long Batian. Batian, what say you? Are you confident, or are you afraid? At this, Long Batian's gaze transformed from hesitation to unwavering determination as he declared, Master, I am not afraid. This matter was instigated by me, so I shall resolve it myself. Qi Hao nodded in approval, recognizing that while it was inconsequential that he had once been incapacitated, such resolve must not be lost. He then advised Dantai Qingwei to ensure that Wufeng Mountain regained its dignity. Dantai Qingwei nodded, fully aware of her own capabilities. During her time with Ling Yinzhu, they had engaged in countless battles and sparring sessions, mastering the application of their combat prowess. She brimmed with confidence. Before departing, Qi Hao discreetly pulled Dantai Qingwei aside and whispered, this jade talisman belongs to your ancestor. Should you encounter any troubles, shatter it. Dantai Qingwei's beautiful eyes blinked in surprise, and she carefully tucked it away. After Wang Di exchanged pleasantries with Qi Hao, he led the two individuals and the fox towards the arena. Moments later, upon their arrival, all eyes turned to them. Yi Bufan. Long Batian spotted Yi Bufan from a distance, along with many familiar faces from the Luotian sacred land. Long Batian's expression darkened as memories of past humiliations flooded back. Haha, isn't this Brother Long? It seems you've been faring quite well at the mysterious sect. A voice taunted. Brother Long? He hardly deserves such a title. He is no longer a part of the Luotian sacred land, merely a stray dog now. Let us not be so harsh. After all, Long Batian was once the sacred son of the sacred land. Even if he is a waste now, such words should not be uttered, another added with mockery. The arrival of Long Batian incited a wave of laughter from the Luotian sacred land members. These individuals were evidently prepared to deride him. Furious, Long Batian clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with rage. Dantai Qingwei furrowed her brow and placed her small hand on Long Batian's shoulder, calming him momentarily. Second sister, he murmured in surprise. Dantai Qingwei smiled. Do not let them sway you. As Master said, approach this with a tranquil heart. At her words, Long Batian recalled Qi Hao's teachings, and his heart steadied. Regardless of their taunts, he remained unshaken. The members of the Luotian sacred land were taken aback by Long Batian's composure. Previously, such jibes would have driven him to lose his temper. Seeing him unfazed, they found the encounter utterly dull. Long Batian, it has been a while. Yi Bufan stepped forward, his gaze indifferent as it bore down on Long Batian. Long Batian narrowed his eyes. He could never forget Yi Bufan, the one responsible for his downfall. Indeed, it has been a long time, Yi Bufan. It seems you, the sacred son of the Luotian sacred land, have been thriving, he replied calmly. Yi Bufan smirked. I must thank you, Brother Long. Were it not for your transformation into a cripple, I would not have ascended to the position of sacred son, nor would I have won the heart of a beautiful woman. As he spoke, he casually draped an arm around the waist of a stunning woman. Long Batian's expression shifted as he recognized her. The woman was none other than his former fiancée, Luo Yu. Leaning against Yi Bufan, Luo Yu smiled blissfully. Brother Long, do you still remember me? I am here, thanks to you, allowing me to be with Bufan. It was undeniable that their performance was overly theatrical, drawing frowns from onlookers. Long Batian narrowed his eyes. He could never forget her. In the past, he had done many foolish things to win Luo Yu's affection, nearly losing himself in the process. However, after joining Wufeng Mountain, his heart had found peace. Through Qi Hao's teachings, he had let go of desires and would not be swayed by their provocations, which now seemed like mere jesters dancing for his amusement. Long Batian has changed, Yi Bufan thought, surprised. His goal was to provoke Long Batian, but he never expected that after all this time, the latter could remain composed in such a situation. This realization ignited a murderous intent within Yi Bufan. An enraged Long Batian was not the true threat. It was his calm demeanor that was truly alarming. Since everyone was present, it was time to commence the competition. Zheng Wu, having brought everyone together and learned of Qi Hao's intentions from Wang Di, felt conflicted. While he did not wish for the sect to lose face, he could not refuse, for the target was Long Batian, a member of Wufeng Mountain. Should Wufeng Mountain intervene, even a loss would carry less weight. Elder Qi Shi of the Luotian sacred land nodded in agreement and subsequently communicated with Yi Bufan, instructing the three to prepare. Yi Bufan nodded and stepped forward with two companions. One was his partner, Luo Yu, and the other was a rather sharp-featured disciple named Huang Yao. Is that Huang Yao? Long Batian's brow furrowed upon seeing him. This individual had once been his lackey and was among the first to turn against him after his downfall. Huang Yao, noticing Long Batian's gaze, smiled slightly. Long Batian frowned. He had underestimated Huang Yao. The latter was as treacherous as a viper, once sycophantic, but quick to mock when Long Batian fell from grace. Long Batian could not forget him. However, it was undeniable that Huang Yao possessed some strength, having joined the Luotian sacred land as the top new disciple. Thus, Long Batian could not afford to underestimate him. Dantai Qingwei, Long Batian, and the little fox. You may take the stage, Wang Di announced, signaling for the trio to enter the arena. While the crowd was indifferent to Dantai Qingwei and Long Batian's appearances, they were taken aback when the little fox stepped forth. They brought a fox to participate in the competition. The members of the Luotian sacred land were equally astonished, wondering if their opponents intended to concede. Only Qi Shi furrowed his brows, recognizing the little fox, but unable to recall her breed. Chapter 38. Long Batian stuns the crowd. The first match, for those in the spirit transformation stage, please enter the arena, Zheng Wu declared, commencing the contest. Huang Yao stepped forward first, his aura clearly indicating he was at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. In contrast, Long Batian emerged from the mysterious sect, seemingly possessing only the strength of the upper Qi refinement stage. Is Long Batian seeking death? The observers murmured. Challenging a martial artist of the spirit transformation stage, while only at the upper Qi refinement stage, was a significant mismatch in realms. Many disciples of the mysterious sect debated the wisdom of allowing Long Batian to compete, fearing it would tarnish their reputation. They all shook their heads, convinced that Long Batian was destined to lose. After the initial surprise, Luo Tian, Sheng Di, and Qi Shi all exchanged faint smiles. It appeared that the first match was destined to be a resounding success. Everyone concluded that Long Batian was utterly incapable of being a worthy opponent for Huang Yao. Upon seeing that his adversary was Long Batian, Huang Yao smirked. Brother Long, I never imagined that with your current strength, you would dare to challenge me? Long Batian dismissed him with a scoff. Humph, merely a former subordinate of mine, a dog, dare challenge you? Are you overestimating your own significance? Huang Yao's expression darkened. Acknowledging the truth in Long Batian's words, he had indeed been the latter's follower in the past. However, times had changed, and he now possessed the power to effortlessly crush Long Batian. The first match commenced, announced by Zheng Wu. Whoosh! Huang Yao surged forward, drawing his sword and striking toward Long Batian's neck, intent on defeating him with a single blow. Yet, in the face of Huang Yao's attack, Long Batian remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What was Long Batian doing? Was he courting death? Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Clang! Huang Yao's sword struck precisely against Long Batian's neck, creating a shower of sparks, accompanied by the resounding noise of metal colliding. Huang Yao's expression shifted drastically, disbelief washing over him. It felt as if his sword had struck an impenetrable divine stone rather than flesh. How could this be? He realized with horror that his sword had left no mark on Long Batian's skin. This revelation drained the color from his face, and dread began to settle in. Is this your confidence? Where does this audacity to defeat me stem from? Long Batian reached out, grasping the sword's blade, and with a forceful tug, he yanked it from Huang Yao's grip. Stunned, Huang Yao could hardly comprehend how Long Batian, a mere cultivator in the spirit transformation realm, could possess such formidable physical strength. This Long Batian was astonishingly powerful. Yi Bufan, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the problem. Long Batian's physical body was far superior, surpassing that of others within the same realm. Such physical might was comparable to a third-tier weapon. indicating that Long Batian must have cultivated a divine body technique of the Hong level. This realization filled Yi Bufan with a sense of urgency. He could not allow Long Batian to rise and must eliminate him at once. Meanwhile, his companion, Luo Yu, frowned, astonished by Long Batian's unexpected prowess. The disciples of the Misty Sect erupted in a chorus of disbelief. They knew Long Batian was a newcomer, but none were aware of the incredible strength he possessed. To withstand a practitioner from the spirit transformation realm with a body forged in the upper levels of Qi refinement was nothing short of terrifying. Long Huang's dominance technique. Long Batian mentally recited, unleashing a transcendent martial skill, the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique. The spiritual energy around him surged, and a golden dragon roared forth, coiling around his fist as he aimed a devastating blow at Huang Yao's head. Huang Yao's complexion paled further, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Impossible. How could Long Batian possess such power? He refused to believe it. Defying the odds, he clenched his fist and retaliated, unwilling to acknowledge the disparity in their strengths. Boom. The moment their fists collided, Huang Yao's face flushed crimson. It felt as if he had struck a meteor plummeting from the heavens, utterly insurmountable. He could distinctly hear the sound of his bones fracturing. His hand was broken. The ferocious force of Long Batian's punch obliterated Huang Yao's hand, driving toward his chest with unstoppable momentum. This blow was imbued with immense power, wrath, and the humiliation of the past, shattering Huang Yao's arrogance. With a scream, Huang Yao was hurled backward, his garments tattered, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the arena. Everyone gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. The outcome had utterly defied their expectations. The one they had presumed would inevitably lose, Long Batian, had triumphed with a single punch. This revelation led them to realize they had grossly underestimated Long Batian. To defeat a practitioner of the spirit transformation realm while still in the Qi refinement stage signified that Long Batian's talent was extraordinary. Furious, Yi Bufan seethed. He had come to witness Long Batian's humiliation, to suppress him, yet this unexpected turn of events was infuriating. Luo Yu covered her mouth, her face a mask of disbelief. In contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, the only one who found it entirely reasonable was Dan Tai Chingwei. Having trained on Wufeng Mountain, she was the one who understood her junior brother the best. Before the cold and elegant Zhu had departed, she had tirelessly observed Long Batian's sparring sessions. During that period, Dan Tai Chingwei had frequently heard Long Batian's cries of agony, nearly causing her to gasp in shock. She had witnessed the cold Zhu repeatedly leave Long Batian half dead, justifying it as a means to strengthen his resilience. Long Batian had endured, knowing that the techniques he practiced required him to be struck to grow stronger, willingly accepting the punishment. It was precisely because of this that Long Batian's physical strength had far exceeded his cultivation level. Now, defeating a practitioner in the spirit transformation realm with a single punch seemed entirely unsurprising to Dan Tai Chingwei. After vanquishing Huang Yao, Long Batian paid him no further heed. Returning directly to Dan Tai Chingwei's side. "Junior brother, are you alright?" she inquired. Long Batian shook his head. "Sister, rest assured, I did not exert my full strength." The little fox beside them, having witnessed the event, was unfazed. She understood Long Batian's capabilities. Despite his lower realm, his physical prowess surpassed even some second-tier demon offspring. The little fox felt disheartened, pondering how the human who delighted in fishing could have raised such a disciple. With the first match concluded in favor of the Misty Sect, the next contest would be among practitioners of the acquired realm. Zheng Wu and Wang Di were initially taken aback, casting a deep glance at Long Batian. His performance led them to recognize that Long Batian was also a genius. "Damn it. I did not lead this team to witness the disgrace of our Luo Tian's sacred land. Yi Bufan, Luo Yu, you must secure victory in the next 2 matches." Qi Shi's anger flared. His original intent was to come and unleash his fury, but instead, he had been left humiliated. Who could endure such a blow? Thus, Qi Shi issued a stern command that they must win the upcoming contests. Yi Bufan and Luo Yu nodded in understanding. "Be cautious, second sister. Luo Yu is exceptionally strong," Long Batian remarked, aware of Luo Yu's exceptional talents. It was said that she had awakened a hidden lineage of powerful demons, making her nearly unmatched among her peers. Only Long Batian at that time could hold an advantage over her. Dan Tai Chingwei smiled. "Junior brother, are you underestimating your second sister? You frequently spar with the elder sister. Perhaps we should have a match next time as well?" At her words, Long Batian felt a flush of embarrassment and fell silent. He genuinely could not compete, despite Dan Tai Chingwei's soft-spoken demeanor and charming appearance. In a real fight, he would be no match for her. Moreover, Long Batian was well aware that his second sister possessed the bloodline of an emperor. Chapter 39. The Emperor's bloodline reveals its might. Dan Tai Chingwei stepped forward gracefully. Luo Yu, wielding her sword, looked toward the approaching Dan Tai Chingwei and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Who are you?" From Luo Yu's perception, she discerned that Dan Tai Chingwei merely possessed a lower realm of the post-immortal stage. She felt belittled. Dan Tai Chingwei revealed a captivating smile. "Disciple of Wufeng Mountain, Dan Tai Chingwei, I humbly seek guidance from senior sister Luo Yu." Luo Yu was perplexed. Did her opponent truly remain oblivious to the disparity in their realms? How could she maintain such composure? If that were the case, then let her experience the taste of defeat. Whoosh! Luo Yu sprang into action, her sword thrusting forth like a beautiful butterfly, wielding her blade with elegance. The sword radiated with spiritual energy, and with a tremor, numerous sword clones floated in the arena, forming a sword formation that surged toward Dan Tai Chingwei. Yet, Dan Tai Chingwei maintained her serene smile. As countless swords approached her, her gaze shifted. A formidable surge of soul power erupted, manifesting as an imperceptible soul shield that repelled the oncoming swords. To the astonishment of onlookers, the swords seemed immobilized, unable to advance even a fraction. Soul power, indeed. The soul fluctuations released by Dan Tai Chingwei prompted Luo Yu to instantly deduce that her adversary was employing soul power as an offensive means, a hallmark of a soul master-esque technique. Luo Yu sought to change her strategy. However, Dan Tai Chingwei had no intention of holding back. She recalled a saying from Chi Hao, "If one could defeat an opponent with a single strike, there was no need for a second." Dan Tai Chingwei moved, unleashing her bloodline power, harmonized with her martial techniques and cultivation methods, conjuring a towering phantom of a divine maiden. Luo Yu's gaze flickered, sensing an unprecedented pressure, and her own bloodline awakened in response. A resplendent peacock phantom materialized in midair, attempting to counter the oppressive force of the bloodline. This was the bloodline of the great emperor. As a well-informed figure, Shi recognized the anomaly the moment Dan Tai Chingwei unleashed her bloodline. This was indeed the bloodline of a great emperor. Shi grew restless. He had never heard of such a figure in the mysterious sect. "Look, that is the colorful celestial peacock. This woman from the Luo Tian sacred land has awakened such a bloodline. It is said to be an exceptional bloodline, almost reaching the divine level. This woman's talent is remarkable. Her beauty is unparalleled, yet it seems she is bound to Yi Bufan, likely already claimed." The disciples of the mysterious sect marveled at Luo Yu's talent, but their astonishment was fleeting. They understood that such a bloodline was utterly insignificant before their junior sister Chingwei. They were all aware that Dan Tai Chingwei had awakened the bloodline of the great emperor. The recent commotion within the Dan Tai family was still vivid in their memories. "Oh no, kid, your partner is in trouble. The woman opposite has awakened the bloodline of the phantom emperor." Yi Bufan's mind echoed with the voice of his elder. The moment the words reached him, his expression changed dramatically. He had initially held considerable confidence in Luo Yu, believing defeating her to be a mere formality. However, upon learning that Dan Tai Chingwei possessed the bloodline of a great emperor, he was taken aback and began to worry for Luo Yu. Boom. In the arena, the two women exchanged glances, the peacock and the divine maiden clashing in the sky, causing the entire venue to tremble. Powerful spiritual energy surged forth, distorting space itself and producing a piercing, shrill sound. Smash! Dan Tai Chingwei's gaze shifted, and she unleashed her full power. Her formidable soul energy surging like a tidal wave, commanding the divine maiden phantom to press forward. Luo Yu bit her lip, feeling overwhelmed. Her opponent's strength exceeded her expectations. Even though her realm was above that of her adversary, the suppression of the bloodline was insurmountable. She was unwilling to concede, having been hailed as a prodigy since childhood. How could she give up so easily? Yet, the reality remained that in the face of absolute talent, all aspirations were rendered futile. Thud! The divine maiden swiftly bore down, her jade-like hand raised, striking at the colorful celestial peacock in midair. The peacock stood no chance, shattering under the blow, its essence flowing back into Luo Yu's body. As the peacock disintegrated, Luo Yu's complexion turned ashen, blood spilling from her lips as she was forced to retreat several steps, half kneeling on the ground. The outcome was evident. Victory had been decisively determined. The disciples of the mysterious sect erupted in cheers, while the disciples of the Luo Tian sacred land wore expressions of utter gloom. Zheng Wu and Wang Di exchanged appreciative nods towards Dan Tai Chingwei. How could such a disciple not bring pride to their sect? The effort expended to assist Dan Tai Chingwei in the conflict with the Dan Tai family had proven worthwhile indeed. Useless, utterly useless. At that moment, the most incensed was Qi Shi. He had plotted to embarrass the mysterious sect and then demand the dragon baton. Yet now, after 2 rounds, they had not won a single match, facing a complete loss. The 3rd round was rendered inconsequential. "Brother Bufan, I am sorry, Luo Yu weakly returned. However, Yi Bufon's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Luo Yu's defeat, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Qi, it seems the third match is unnecessary. You have already lost. Zheng Wu scoffed, casting a glance at Qi. Qi, in a fit of anger, retorted, why not compete? We of the Luo Tian sacred land can afford to lose, and we will not renege on our bets. But we must have the third match. We will increase the stakes. Are you willing? Zheng Wu paused, then inquired, what more do you wish to compete for? Qi declared, for the third match. We shall wager 3 breaking sect pills. If we lose, I shall give them to you. Should your mysterious sect lose, the previous 3 sacred land slots shall be rendered void. Do you dare? Breaking sect pills. Zheng Wu and Wang Di exchanged glances, finding it hard to refuse. These pills could significantly enhance the chances of a high-level king breaking through to the great sect realm. Besides, they had already won 1 match, so they could afford the risk. With the performances of Long Batian and Dan Tai Ching Wei, their confidence in that little fox had surged. After all, it was a 9-tailed celestial fox. Why would they hesitate? Let us compete. Why not? The third match shall continue, Zheng Wu declared, signaling for the duel to proceed. Upon seeing the opponent's agreement, Qi's face brightened, and he turned to Yi Bufon with utmost seriousness, stressing that the innate realm match must be secured without any mishaps. Yi Bufon solemnly nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation. He ascended to the arena, facing his opponent, that seemingly weak, yet comparable to a royal beast. The 9-tailed celestial fox. Disciple, be cautious. The tails of the 9-tailed celestial fox represent its life. This 4th-tier fox possesses 4 lives, and it must be vanquished 4 times to claim victory. The elder's voice echoed in Yi Bufon's mind. Aware of the fox's formidable nature, Yi Bufon subtly nodded, understanding the necessity for vigilance. Begin. With Zheng Wu's announcement, the final bout officially commenced. Chapter 40, The Little Fox in Peril. Whoosh. Yi Bufon surged forth, his speed remarkable, stepping through the 7 stars and transforming into a streak of light as he hurled a punch at the little fox. Yi Bufon's blood surged, his physique resembling a mountain. Fortified with defenses akin to an indomitable fortress, any onlooker could discern the strength of his body. This terrifying physical prowess far surpassed that of Long Batian. Long Batian himself noted this, his expression turning grave. The little fox, petite in stature, moved swiftly, her 4 little paws lightly tapping the ground as she soared into the air. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Bufon let out a fierce shout, his fists radiating with brilliance, manifesting countless shadowy punches aimed at the little fox, compressing her defenses. Chirp! The little fox exclaimed, sensing the formidable prowess of Yi Bufon. She hurriedly dodged while a radiant light erupted from within her. The rich essence of her bloodline surged forth, conjuring a massive illusion of a 9-tailed celestial fox, which suddenly howled skyward, sending forth a powerful wave of sound towards Yi Bufon. With a resounding puff-puff, the multitude of punches unleashed by Yi Bufon was crushed and dissipated by the sound wave, which surged forward with unstoppable force, causing Yi Bufon to adopt a serious demeanor. Zhou-level martial technique, 3rd form, Great Domain Desolate Heaven Finger. Yi Bufon shouted vehemently, aware that his innate strength did not grant him an advantage against the 4th-tier 9-tailed fox. His bloodline was ordinary, and his greatest strength lay in close combat. However, the little fox's speed compelled him to resort to ranged spells. Yi Bufon's spiritual energy erupted, rapidly coalescing into a formidable finger aimed at the little fox. This son of the Holy Land, indeed, possessed remarkable skill. His innate strength had achieved the Zhou-level martial technique. No wonder Long Batian had been defeated by this individual. It seemed his loss was not unwarranted. This youth's physical form was also formidable. It was uncertain who among them possessed a stronger physique at the same level, him or Long Batian. Long Batian, observing this spectacle, clenched his teeth in frustration. It was precisely due to his underestimation of Yi Bufon's physical strength that he had been vanquished. Now, witnessing Yi Bufon's display of might, he was reminded of his previous humiliating experience. As Yi Bufon pointed forward, the entire space seemed to freeze. The spiritual energy slowed, and those around came to a halt, as if time itself had momentarily stopped. Following this, the finger transformed into a colossal surge of spiritual energy, resembling a divine finger from the heavens, casually directing an attack toward the mortal realm with terrifying power. The little fox's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated that this human before her had mastered such a fearsome martial technique. Feeling the pressure mount, the 9-tailed fox, formed from her bloodline, howled once more, unleashing an even more ferocious and piercing wave of sound. The divine finger clashed violently with the sound waves of the celestial fox. Boom! A dreadful explosion erupted, releasing a cataclysmic force that ravaged the surroundings in all directions. The fierce winds howled, conjuring vortexes of swirling tornadoes. The collision of their powers unleashed scorching heat, incessantly spreading and consuming everything in its wake. In an instant, the martial arena was transformed into molten lava, reduced to mere ashes. Moments later, as the dust settled, the onlookers squinted their eyes, gazing at the astonishing sight before them. The majority of the arena had vanished, leaving behind a pit of over 10 meters deep. Yi Bufan knelt at the center of the arena, his complexion pale, blood seeping from his skin, his scalp lacerated, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the little fox lay on the ground, having lost one of her 4 tails, signifying her descent from the 4th to the 3rd tier. The recent blow had nearly claimed her life. Had it not been for the unique traits of the nine-tailed fox, she would have perished. Was this the prowess of the royal demon race, the nine-tailed fox? Struggling to rise, Yi Bufan felt a lingering trepidation. He had ultimately subdued his opponent with all his might. Observing the little fox, now reduced to a 3rd-tier entity, he comprehended that victory was his. Unparalleled. Seize this opportunity to subdue and control the little fox while she is gravely injured. I shall lend you my assistance. The voice of the spirit elder in his mind urged urgently. Yi Bufan's eyes brightened at this revelation. Since taking the spirit elder as his mentor, he had acquired numerous martial techniques and secret arts, including an ancient method for taming beastly spirits. This technique was exceedingly demanding, requiring half of one's soul as a price, permitting the taming of only one beast throughout one's lifetime, coexisting with it. Thus, Yi Bufan had been patiently waiting for a beast with potent bloodline power that piqued his interest. The little fox before him, belonging to the nine-tailed fox lineage, perfectly met his expectations, even surpassing them. With a swift motion, Yi Bufan charged forward, gripping the little fox tightly. Soon after, a surge of spiritual power entered her body, and a seal materialized in Yi Bufan's mind, imbued with the blood imprint for suppressing souls, endeavoring to seize control over the little fox's consciousness. At this moment, the little fox was perilously close to collapse, her gaze filled with struggle. What is Yi Bufan doing? Zheng Wu and Wang Di exchanged bewildered glances. Despite their extensive experiences, they could not discern his actions. As an ancient beast-taming technique, it was understandable that the 2 elder members were unable to comprehend it. Second sister, the little fox seems to be in danger. Long Batian frowned, observing the little fox's agonized struggle as she fell under Yi Bufan's beast-taming technique. In truth, it was unnecessary for Long Batian to speak. Dantai Qingwei was already aware of the little fox's peril, for Yi Bufan's thoughts had been transmitted unreservedly into her mind. The master was correct. This beast-taming technique is indeed effective. I can feel that the nine-tailed fox before me can no longer resist my control. How exhilarating. As a royal demon, the nine-tailed fox possesses a powerful bloodline. Once I have her under my control, I shall refine her bloodline to elevate my own. My master possesses numerous remarkable techniques. As a survivor from ancient times, he surely harbors even more treasures. Once I grow stronger, I shall usurp everything from my master and strive to become a great emperor. Yi Bufan's thoughts revealed to Dantai Qingwei the cunning nature of this son of the Holy Land. Realizing time was of the essence, she immediately took out the jade talisman entrusted to her by Qi Hao before their departure and crushed it without hesitation. Crack! The jade talisman shattered, and a spectral figure emerged, a luminous being appearing suddenly at the venue, releasing a formidable aura that captivated everyone's attention. A fragment of a soul from a great sect? What does the Piaomiao sect intend to do? Qi discerned the power of the apparition at a glance. This was the fragment of a soul from a great sect's expert, a technique that Qi also understood. Dantai Qingwei, unaware that the fragment was her master Qi Hao, mistook him for the ancestor Void Saint, exclaiming, "Ancestor, the son of the Holy Land wishes to control the little fox. She is in danger. I implore you to save her." Qi Hao's fragment appeared and, upon hearing Dantai Qingwei's words, directed his gaze toward the scene. This boy is rather peculiar. It seems he harbors a soul spirit within him, possibly belonging to an ancient powerhouse. Qi Hao quickly perceived the anomaly in Yi Bufan's mind, recognizing the presence of a powerful soul spirit. He also noted Yi Bufan's intent to mentally control the little fox. Understanding that he must act promptly, he realized that if he delayed any longer, the little fox would soon bear the surname Yi. How audacious! To dare employ sinister techniques to control a living being is a path to destruction. Qi Hao acted decisively, extending his hand to transform it into a gigantic appendage spanning 100 meters, striking down toward Yi Bufan. Zheng Wu and Wang Di were left in a state of confusion. Was this not the Piaomiao sect's martial technique, the absolute heaven hand? Who was this person, and how did he comprehend the secrets of their sect? You dare! She sensed the impending danger. instantly transforming from his seat into a streak of light, while simultaneously unleashing a palm strike that shattered Qi Hao's attack. Qi Hao's eyes narrowed as he recognized the formidable strength of Qi Shi, who was at the upper tier of the Great Sect realm. He realized that his current fragment of a soul at the lower tier of the Great Sect would likely be unable to withstand Qi Shi's power. Consequently, he produced a familiar brick and swiftly appeared above Qi Shi, delivering a crushing blow. Seeking death, Qi Shi had long discerned the essence of Qi Hao's soul division. For one of such lowly stature in the Grand Sect realm, to act so brazenly was nothing short of courting death. Channeling his formidable prowess from the upper echelons of the Grand Sect, Qi Shi unleashed a palm strike, employing a transcendent martial technique, intent on shattering Qi Hao's soul division. Bang! However, a scene that left Qi Shi astounded unfolded before him. The moment his attack made contact with the brick, it was effortlessly pierced through, failing to withstand the onslaught. The brick plummeted, striking Qi Shi squarely on the head, causing a grievous fracture and blood to flow. With a pained scream, Qi Shi collapsed into unconsciousness, plummeting toward the ground. Not good, disciple, retreat. Below, Yi Bufeng, on the verge of subduing the little fox, suddenly heard the warning from his spirit master. Alarmed, he quickly looked up, witnessing Qi Hao's finger descending, exuding a terrifying might that enveloped him in a suffocating sense of impending doom. Despair clouded Yi Bufeng's eyes as he grappled with uncertainty. The Piao Miao sect had gone too far. A thunderous voice echoed from the heavens, imbued with the authority of a saint. As the very fabric of space began to shatter, the sky fell into darkness, and amidst the rolling thunder, an aged figure tore through the void. Appearing above the Piao Miao sect, a half-saint, Qi Hao's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the arrival of such an elder. Yi Bufeng, affected by the reverberations from Qi Hao and the half-saint's presence, found his control over the little fox's secret technique shattered, causing him to spit blood in a backlash. Qi Hao's gaze darkened as he casually flicked his wrist, tossing the barely conscious little fox to Dan Tai Ching-wei. Swish! Simultaneously, Lu Piao Miao and two other elders, Grand Elder Zhou Ji and Second Elder Wu Dao, burst forth from their secluded meditation. Numerous mountain masters and peak leaders also emerged, their expressions grave as they regarded the half-saint. Lu Piao Miao, perplexed, inquired, "Might I ask who the esteemed elder is, and what brings you to our Piao Miao sect?" The aged figure stepped forward, hovering above the sect, and releasing a saintly pressure that altered the countenance of all present. The weaker disciples of the Piao Miao sect fainted from the overwhelming force. "I am Cheng Kuan of the Luo Tian Sacred Land. You Piao Miao sect have been excessively arrogant, daring to bully the weak." Cheng Kuan's eyes narrowed, his gaze icy as he demanded an explanation from the Piao Miao sect. Qi Hao furrowed his brow at the sight of the newcomer. Cheng Kuan's arrival was too timely, suggesting he had been lurking nearby. Otherwise, how could he have appeared so swiftly? The third elder of the Luo Tian Sacred Land, the thunderous hand Cheng Kuan? What brings this old wretch to my Piao Miao sect? The atmosphere thickened with tension. The Piao Miao sect and the two other elders sensed the weight of Cheng Kuan's reputation. He was notorious in the eastern region for his ruthless and cunning nature, and only after joining the Luo Tian Sacred Land did he temper his bloodlust. To their astonishment, he had now attained the status of a half-saint. Lu Piao Miao, who had been in seclusion to break through to half-saint herself, was utterly unaware of the unfolding events. She turned to Zheng Wu and Wang Di. "Elders, what has transpired?" Zheng Wu and the others hurriedly relayed the preceding events to Lu Piao Miao. Furrowing her brow, Lu Piao Miao directed a perplexed gaze at Qi Hao, now enveloped in radiant light. "Esteemed elder, may I inquire your identity?" They were all too familiar with Qi Hao, having previously witnessed him repel the half-saint Dan Tai Xing. His appearance now solidified their belief that he must be a concealed elder of the Piao Miao sect, for who else would frequently intervene to safeguard the sect? Coughing lightly, Qi Hao began to play his role. "Ah, little Piao Miao, can you not recognize your own master's voice?" His tone transformed into an ancient timbre, rich with the weight of numerous tales. Upon hearing this voice, the Piao Miao sect and the four elders were momentarily taken aback, before a sudden realization struck them. "Master Su? Brother Su? But you were said to have fallen. How could this be?" Lu Piao Miao and the four elders stared at Qi Hao in disbelief. Cheng Kuan narrowed his eyes, regarding the luminescent Qi Hao with a mixture of gravity and caution. Despite Qi Hao's grand sect strength, he could not discern the latter's true visage, instilling a sense of wariness within him. "Indeed, it is I," Qi Hao affirmed. As the saying goes, role-playing is momentarily delightful, but maintaining the guise brings ongoing enjoyment. Qi Hao had become adept at embodying the persona of the Su Saint, a guise that spared him numerous troubles. He merely wished for tranquility, as only thus could he evade various complications. Diverting his gaze, Qi Hao calmly regarded Cheng Kuan, who, Upon recognizing Qi Hao as the Sioux Saint, adopted a more cautious demeanor. After all, the name of the Sioux Saint carried significant weight, and Chen Kuan was uncertain of his ability to vanquish him. You are the Sioux Saint? I thought you had perished. Chen Kuan regarded Qi Hao with a serious expression. Initially, he had intended to unleash his wrath, but upon finding Qi Hao's essence inscrutable, he adopted a more prudent approach. Qi Hao continued his charade. Chen Kuan, are you not content to remain in your Luo Tian sacred land, but instead come to my Piao Miao sect to wreak havoc? Humph. Chen Kuan snorted softly. He had been shadowing Qi Shi and others to ascertain the true state of the Piao Miao sect. Recently, the Feihua sect had reported rumors of a potential saintly presence within the Piao Miao sect, which piqued the curiosity of the Luo Tian sacred land. As one of the three major powers in the eastern region, they were well informed of all developments. The sudden emergence of a half-saint from the Piao Miao sect undoubtedly captured their attention. Thus, leveraging Yi Bufan's visit for sparring, they dispatched Chen Kuan to follow along. Chen Kuan had concealed himself in the void, biding his time, for with his strength as a half-saint, no one could detect his presence. It was only when he witnessed Qi Hao strike and incapacitate Qi Shi, intending to intervene against Yi Bufan, that he could no longer restrain himself. As the saintly offspring of the Luo Tian sacred land, Yi Bufan could not be allowed to come to harm. Chen Kuan continued, Sioux Saint, I never expected you to still be alive. You have truly hidden yourself well. Qi Hao felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, he was dealing with a half-saint. If Chen Kuan were to uncover his true identity, it would spell significant trouble. Currently, he lacked any means to foresee the future, and should Chen Kuan choose to act against him, he would be in dire straits. However, he was not without countermeasures. If the other party dared to be so brazen, he had no qualms about directly devouring the chaos dragon fish to break through his realm. In an effort to maintain his ruse, Qi Hao adopted a demeanor of relaxed composure. Adopting the tone of the Sioux Saint, he laughed coldly. You old fellows have yet to perish. How could I possibly meet my end? Spare me your idle chatter. If you have no business, then be gone. My Piao Miao sect does not welcome you. Chen Kuan frowned, unable to see through Qi Hao's facade, and began to reason. Sioux Saint, is this how your Piao Miao sect treats its visitors? As a half-saint, do you take pleasure in bullying the weak? Qi Hao smiled. Chen Kuan, you should have been present for the recent contest among these youngsters. Your Luo Tian sacred land's saintly offspring attempted to subjugate my auspicious beast, a clear provocation. How could I possibly endure that? To refrain from killing him was already showing restraint. Upon hearing this, the little fox in Dan Tai Ching Wei's arms wore a perplexed expression. I have become an auspicious beast? Yi Bufan's face turned pale, confronted by the godlike Qi Hao. He felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Master, what is this person's true strength? He feels strangely elusive, and I cannot fathom his essence. Hearing the spirit master's words, Yi Bufan's expression darkened. A sense of impending doom rising within him. A being of such strength intent on taking his life was a threat he could not evade. Upon hearing Qi Hao's words, Chen Kuan realized that the other party was indeed correct, yet he would never concede to such an admission. Chen Kuan furiously retorted, Venerable Saint, refrain from slandering. You allege that my sect's disciples have enslaved your demonic beasts. Do you possess any evidence? It must be said, Chen Kuan was utterly shameless. Everyone had witnessed the event. Yet he chose to reverse the accusation. Nonetheless, one could not deny that Chen Kuan had a point. After all, Yi Bufan had indeed failed to enslave the little fox. As Qi Hao had interrupted him, the little fox had not been entirely subdued, hence the outcome was void. Upon the appearance of Venerable Saint, Lu Piao Miao and the others straightened their postures, emboldened by the presence of an ally. Chen Kuan, as a semi-saint powerhouse, do you not owe us an explanation for your reckless intrusion into our Piao Miao sect? Your Luo Tian Holy Land. Being one of the most formidable forces in the eastern region, do you truly intend to oppress our relatively weaker sect? They continued, Chen Kuan, retreat at once. Your disciples have been defeated by ours. According to our previous agreement, hand over the stakes. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, found newfound courage in the face of Qi Hao's impersonation of Venerable Saint and began to assert themselves. Qi Hao was sweating profusely. Wait. Could you all not be so agitated? My intention was to drive him away. Alas, the very words they uttered seemed to provoke a confrontation. Suddenly, Qi Hao comprehended why the greatest fear was that of inept allies. This was precisely the situation he dreaded. Chen Kuan, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly. Ah, how audacious your Piao Miao sect is. This duel has ended in a draw, yet you dare demand from my Luo Tian Holy Land. How utterly foolish. With those words, Qi Hao sensed the gravity of the situation. Chen Kuan, do not be so arrogant. With my senior brother Venerable here, let us see how you will dare to act so brazenly. The Luo Tian Holy Land had been excessively overbearing. After all, Piao sect had once been a prestigious imperial sect. Venerable master, please intervene and teach this man a lesson. Let our Piao sect's might be known. The disciples of Piao sect began to chant, urging Chi Hao to take action against Chen. Chi Hao felt on the verge of tears. You bunch of inept allies. Can you not keep quiet? In that case, I, Chen, shall experience the might of your venerable saint. He made his move, launching an attack. Boom. Chen extended his hand, his palm imprint expanding into a colossal hand, enveloping the entire sky. It bore no trace of spiritual energy, yet contained a terrifying wave of power. As the giant hand descended, the dense spiritual energy parted, boiling and swaying, causing mountains and lakes to tremble and the very fabric of space to shatter. The sheer terror of this strike could effortlessly obliterate the second and third-rate forces of the eastern region. My heavens, is he truly going to devour the chaotic dragonfish? As the giant hand descended, its overwhelming force locked onto Chi Hao, rendering his soul fragment utterly immobile. Everyone awaited Chi Hao's powerful counterstrike to defeat Chen. Yet the outcome left them all in shock. Boom. The giant hand descended, shattering Chi Hao's soul fragment. It continued its descent, crashing onto the ground, fracturing the earth and leaving behind immense fissures, as if a divine hand had imprinted itself upon the landscape. The crowd was dumbfounded. Where was the so-called semi-saint elder? How could he be dispatched with a single blow? Not only were the members of Piao sect stunned, but so too were those from Luo Tian Holy Land. Wasn't it said to be a semi-saint elder? Was this truly the case? Chen was momentarily taken aback, even questioning whether his own strength had increased. Soon, realization dawned upon him. Cursed trickery! How dare you deceive me? Chen finally understood that he had been duped. There was no semi-saint at all. If it were truly a soul fragment of a semi-saint, how could it be so easily shattered? Blocking such a strike would have been effortless. Chi Hao's earlier display of Grandmaster-level strength was genuine. It was indeed the strength of a Grandmaster soul fragment. The leaders of Piao sect turned pale, suddenly grasping this truth. Yet, they were also filled with confusion. Who was the formidable figure that had previously knocked out Dan Taixing? So it turns out your Piao sect was merely acting. All this talk of a semi-saint is naught but a farce. Chen was both enraged and amused. Upon realizing that Piao sect had no real power, he felt a sense of relief. Dare to toy with me? Today, I shall annihilate your Piao sect and teach you the meaning of the sanctified realm is not to be insulted. Prepare to bear my wrath. After his laughter subsided, Chen launched another attack, summoning the colossal hand toward the depths of Piao sect. Seeing this, Lu Piao and the others turned pale, hastily employing advanced martial techniques to counter the incoming assault. This aura. It seems you are on the verge of becoming a semi-saint. Chen noticed Lu Piao's fluctuating aura, her demeanor shifting, managing to withstand even his casual strike. Chen sensed that, given time, Lu Piao would inevitably step into the semi-saint realm. Chen, cease your arrogance. The four supreme elders also fought valiantly, unleashing a variety of spells and martial techniques. The entire space was drained of spiritual energy, with thunder and lightning, fierce winds and raging flames surging towards the heavens. The sky darkened suddenly, as if an overwhelming divine power descended, enveloping all in a terrifying sense of oppression. The disciples of Piao sect began to flee, feeling utterly like ants in the face of such a world-ending confrontation. Boom. 5 Grandmaster-level powerhouses charged toward Chen. Chen icy gaze flickered, the semi-saint's pressure released, hindering the movements of the 5. Simultaneously, Chen shattered space and summoned 5-colored divine thunder from the heavens, striking down upon the 5 like annihilating dragon deities. The 5 instantly turned pale, spewing blood as they were sent flying. Upon witnessing this, Lu Piao's beautiful eyes flashed with a ruthless determination for the survival of her sect. She had no choice but to resort to that ultimate move. How laughable. Just 5 mere upper-tier grandmasters daring to challenge a semi-saint? Such ignorance of the grave consequences. Without the intervention of a saint realm powerhouse, you shall all perish here. Chen might was astounding. With grand gestures, he easily dispatched the 5 upper-tier grandmasters. The power of a semi-saint was indeed terrifying. 1 step equals 1 saint. Beneath the saint realm, all were but ants. Who told you that Piao sect lacked a saint? Chapter 43. Chi Hao was bewildered. Just as Lu Piao prepared to sacrifice her bloodline, gritting her teeth to forcibly elevate her realm, a mocking voice echoed through the air. Chi Hao revealed his true form, and upon his arrival, the entire space seemed to freeze. A terrifying aura of the saint realm emanated from Chi Hao's being. Chi Hao. All gazes turned in disbelief towards his figure, which radiated the overwhelming pressure of the saint realm. Indeed, it was Chi Hao. As he made his entrance, He promptly seized a brick and aimed it at Chen Kuan. This aura was that of a sub-saint. Chen Kuan was taken aback by Qi Hao's sudden appearance. The latter's strength far surpassed his own. The celestial saint realm is divided into semi-saint, sub-saint, and great saint. At this moment, the aura that Qi Hao exuded was unmistakably that of a sub-saint. Earlier, when Qi Hao's soul fragment was destroyed, he realized the situation was dire. Without a moment's hesitation, he had swallowed the entire chaotic dragon fish that was frolicking in the back mountains of Wufeng Mountain. The unfortunate chaotic dragon fish, despite its sorrowful appearance, could not escape the fate of being consumed by an evil human. The instant Qi Hao devoured the chaotic dragon fish, his strength began to surge exponentially. Qi Hao's power escalated from the lower tier of Grandmaster realm to the middle tier, and then to the upper tier. After the ascendance to the semi-saint realm, the burgeoning spiritual energy shattered the barriers of this level, propelling itself directly into the realm of the quasi-saint. This formidable power was utterly terrifying. As Qi Hao reveled in his newfound strength, a wave of exhilaration surged through him, compelling him to swiftly make his way towards the martial arena of the Misty Sect. It was time to reclaim his honor. Qi Hao's arrival was akin to a savior descending from the heavens, igniting a flicker of hope among the onlookers. Boom! Qi Hao made his move with astonishing speed, instilling profound dread within Chen Kuan's heart. Chen Kuan raised his hand to unleash a high-tier martial technique in defense, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, as if the universe itself was turning upside down and mountains and rivers crumbled. A colossal golden bell materialized, its thunderous peal creating an impenetrable barrier that enveloped Chen Kuan's form. As Qi Hao's brick-like strike descended, the spectators looked on in shock. Crack! The brick tore through the golden bell's defenses with the ferocity of a hot knife through butter, rendering the bell's protection as fragile as glass. With the bell shattered, Chen Kuan's complexion turned ashen. He could scarcely comprehend why a quasi-saint would exist within the Misty Sect. Regret welled up within him, yet he realized that remorse was futile. With a resounding explosion, Chen Kuan's head burst apart like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. His headless corpse plummeting from the sky. The once godlike Chen Kuan had been dispatched with startling ease. This spectacle left the hearts of all witnesses in shock. Silence reigned, a deathly hush enveloping the scene. Were it not for the surrounding space fracturing and causing a tumult of spatial disturbances and temporal whirlpools, no one would have believed that a semi-saint had met his end in such a manner. The third elder had actually perished. As the son of the sacred land of Luotian, Yi Bufan was familiar with Chen Kuan, a renowned semi-saint with formidable prowess. Among the old guard of semi-saints, he was indeed a powerful figure. Yet today, he had fallen within the Misty Sect. It was evident that a deep-seated enmity had now formed between the Misty Sect and the sacred land of Luotian. Holy moly, my power is this formidable? Qi Hao thought to himself, initially intending to merely incapacitate his opponent, never expecting to obliterate him entirely. He was taken aback. His recent breakthrough had left him unaccustomed to controlling his own strength, which had inadvertently resulted in Chen Kuan's demise. Cheers erupted from the disciples of the Misty Sect, their voices ringing out in celebration of Qi Hao's appearance. Simultaneously, the elders of his generation stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. The Qi Hao they had known, merely a cultivator of the Qi refinement realm, had effortlessly slain a semi-saint with a single brick. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe such an event? Master is so powerful. Long Batian stood in stunned silence, grappling with the transformation of the mentor he thought he knew, the one who often fished on the back mountain and occasionally murmured to himself while critiquing the world around him. This was an entirely different level of dominance. At this moment, Dantai Qingwei spoke up. Third junior brother, you are mistaken. This is our ancestor, not our master. Ancestor? Long Batian was bewildered. Did the ancestor and the master bear such a resemblance? Dantai Qingwei explained, you do not understand. This is the ancestor manifesting through our master, which is why our master possesses such formidable strength. Having encountered this phenomenon before, she was resolute in her belief that Qi Hao was once again the vessel of the ancestor, Su Xingzi. High above, Qi Hao sighed, realizing that his concealed strength had finally been exposed. Well, I suppose it's time to reveal the truth, he contemplated, just as his disciple, Dantai Qingwei, interjected, thank you, Ancestor Su, for your salvation. She knelt before him in a gesture of reverence. The crowd erupted in confusion. When had Dantai Qingwei become a disciple? Had the identities of master and ancestor switched? Was this a role-playing scenario? Facing the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, Dantai Qingwei began to clarify, esteemed uncles and aunts, fellow disciples of the Misty Sect, this is the work of our ancestor Su manifesting through our master. Previously, the ancestor had saved me in a similar manner and instructed me to keep it a secret. Now that the ancestor has intervened to rescue the Misty Sect from peril, there is no need for secrecy, and I have taken the liberty to explain. I hope the ancestor will not take offense. Her words incited a wave of realization among the crowd. So that is how it is, they thought. Feeling foolish for almost believing that the Chi Hao of the Chi refinement realm had suddenly transformed into a quasi-saint. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Chi Hao's talents were average, and having only practiced for a couple of decades, there was no way he could reach the quasi-saint level. Understanding that it was the ancestor Su who had taken residence within him clarified everything. The crowd began to chastise themselves for their earlier naivety, their expressions shifting to one of adoration towards the legendary ancestor Su. Among the Misty Sect disciples, the individuals most at ease were those of Chi Hao's generation. Each one felt a pang of apprehension, well aware of how they had mocked him in the past. If Chi Hao truly was a quasi-saint, they would have nowhere to hide their faces. Thankfully, it was merely the manifestation of ancestor Su, and all was well. As for Chi Hao, who had initially planned to reveal his identity, he found himself at a loss for words, chuckling at Dantai Qingwei's explanation. Is it really possible to spin this narrative around? He mused. My dear disciple, you truly are a gem. Brother Su, is that really you? How splendid. I cannot believe you survived. This is wonderful. Haha. Brother Su, please tell me, where is your true form? Let us have a drink together. Upon hearing Dantai Qingwei's remarks, the four esteemed elders approached, evidently convinced that the figure exuding quasi-saint power before them was indeed their brother, Su Shengzi, manifesting. Chi Hao could only smile wryly. Since the narrative had taken this turn, he had no choice but to continue the charade. Master, I beg your pardon. I shall borrow your name for a while. I trust you won't mind. Chapter 44. A modest reprimand clearing his throat, Chi Hao adopted the tone of Su Shengzi, my dear younger brothers. It has indeed been quite some time since we last met. Have you yet to break through to the semi-saint level? This will not do. If you do not advance soon, your lifespans will dwindle, and you will miss your chance. At these words, the four elders felt a surge of joy. There was no mistaking it. That tone was unmistakably that of Su Shengzi. Brother, do not say such things. It is a long story, one elder replied. Brother, where are you now? We wish to find you. Another chimed in. Indeed, brother. I nearly thought Chi Hao had become a semi-saint. It gave us quite a fright. Chi Hao's lips twitched. Did these old fellows truly believe that their possessed state rendered him unable to hear them? Ugh. Do they genuinely think they can treat me as if I'm not listening? My dear younger brothers, it is not that I do not wish to see you, but I am currently at a critical juncture in my breakthrough. It is truly not the right time for me to emerge. Manifesting through Chi Hao is merely a secret technique I left behind. You needn't concern yourselves with seeking me out. It is quite inconvenient. Chi Hao continued to play his role, adopting an air of sage-like wisdom. The four elders understood. Reaching the level of Su Shengzi meant relinquishing many earthly concerns, embodying the essence of water's highest virtue. Unless the sect faced dire straits, he would likely remain hidden from view. They felt a swell of respect, bowing to Chi Hao with reverence. Chi Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Ah, these four old fellows, who would have thought they would bow to me? Truly a sight to behold. Is this truly our esteemed uncle? At this moment, everyone believed that Chi Hao was indeed the embodiment of the Void Saint. However, one person remained skeptical, Lu Piaomiao, the leader of the Piaomiao sect. Lu Piaomiao was perplexed. Although Chi Hao's accent and demeanor were strikingly similar to that of the Void Saint, she could not shake the feeling of discomfort it evoked within her. Shaking her head, she decided to dismiss her thoughts. Perhaps she was overthinking it. After all, 2 decades had passed since their last encounter, and it was only natural for the Void Saint to have undergone some changes. With this in mind, Lu Piaomiao turned her gaze toward the pale-faced disciples of the Luo Tian sacred land. At this moment, Qi had awakened. Upon learning that Cheng Kuan had perished at the hands of the Void Saint, his expression changed drastically. Qi could hardly comprehend how the Piaomiao sect dared to act so audaciously. After all, that was a half-saint they were dealing with. Did they not fear the wrath of the Luo Tian sacred land? Qi, your Luo Tian sacred land truly lacks shame. Lu Piaomiao remarked coldly. She had been in seclusion and had not witnessed the events firsthand, but the account she received had incensed her. Qi, his complexion somewhat pale, glanced at Chi Hao before speaking in a subdued tone. Sect leader Lu, this time it was my Luo Tian sacred land that acted inappropriately. My disciple has breached decorum. I hope your sect, considering the death of our third elder, will allow me to return his remains to the Luo Tian sacred land. She felt compelled to speak in such a manner, fearing that Chi Hao might lose his temper and strike him down, while also needing to preserve the dignity of the Luo Tian sacred land. Ultimately, he opted for a tactful approach. Qi is it? Chi Hao replied. Startled, Qi quickly turned to face him, bowing respectfully. Qi of the Luo Tian sacred land, I pay my respects to the esteemed Void Saint. His voice trembled. Although he believed Chi Hao would be wary of the Luo Tian's sacred land, he could not guarantee his safety. After all, if a half-saint could be slain, what hope did a mere upper great sect disciple have? Chi Hao contemplated for a moment and continued, as for the other disciples of your Luo Tian's sacred land, my Piao sect shall not pursue the matter, for it does not concern them. The moment these words were spoken, the disciples of the Luo Tian's sacred land collectively sighed in relief. However, the two words that followed caused their hearts to race once again. Chi Hao sneered. But the damage inflicted upon my Piao sect is evident. I may spare your lives, yet something must remain. Chi lowered his head, trembling. What does the esteemed senior require? I shall comply. Chi Hao proceeded to declare, leave your storage rings behind, and also surrender Cheng Kuan's corpse. Chi was taken aback, but could only grit his teeth in acquiescence. The reason Chi Hao demanded Cheng Kuan's body was straightforward. As a half-saint, even in death, his remains would still harbor a trace of saintly essence. This essence would greatly aid upper great sect cultivators in comprehending and breaking through to the half-saint realm. Thus, Chi Hao insisted on retaining the body. I shall abide by your command, esteemed senior. Chi gritted out, realizing he had no choice but to bow to the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Lu Piao and the others exchanged glances, acknowledging that they indeed had a need for it. Very well, since there is nothing further, you may take your leave. I am aware that your Luo Tian sacred land will not let this matter rest. Convey a message to your superiors. Should they wish to engage in conflict, I shall be ready. Chi Hao paused, his gaze turning icy. However, should your Luo Tian sacred land attempt any underhanded schemes, do not blame me for being ungracious. The words of the esteemed senior shall be conveyed without fail. Chi responded respectfully. Chi Hao nodded and waved them away. In truth, he harbored no fear of retaliation, now that he had ascended to the status of a sub-saint. The Luo Tian sacred land could not afford to disregard him. If they intended to mobilize their entire force to annihilate the Piao sect, Chi Hao would ensure they suffered grievous losses. Moreover, the other major powers of the eastern region would not stand idly by. The higher-ups of the Luo Tian sacred land understood this deeply. Thus, they would have to swallow this bitter pill, unwilling as they were. The intricate power struggles between these factions were beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists. Furthermore, even if the Luo Tian sacred land did act, Chi Hao would simply retaliate in kind. If they dared to assault the Piao sect, he would not hesitate to launch a surprise attack on the Luo Tian sacred land. If they dared to slay a disciple of the Piao sect, he would hide away to eliminate their disciples instead. It was a test of ruthlessness. Undoubtedly, Chi Hao's mindset instilled a deep sense of trepidation within the Luo Tian sacred land. One cannot reason with a mad dog. Was this the archetype of the righteous figure who defeated the overlord? What is this peculiar fluctuation of soul energy in my mind? Is this a boon from my master? Chi Hao observed as she led his group away, scanning the surroundings. Having attained the status of sub-saint, his spiritual sense had grown exponentially stronger, allowing him to detect anomalies in an instant. He sensed a wave of disturbance in Yi Bufan's mind. The source of this soul energy emanated a sense of threat. Chi Hao quickly deduced that a powerful soul resided within Yi Bufan's consciousness. No wonder Yi Bufan, despite his mediocre talent, could rise so swiftly. It turned out he possessed a hidden soul of a formidable entity. It seems this is not a benign existence. Let me teach you a lesson. With a flicker in his gaze, Chi Hao unleashed a surge of soul energy directly into Yi Bufan's mind. Yi Bufan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet he could not perceive the invasion of his soul. Not good, you dare? Chi Hao's speed was astonishing. The concentrated attack of his soul energy transformed into a torrent, crashing toward the old soul entity. By the time the soul entity sensed the danger, it was already too late. As a being of soul, how could it possibly withstand Chi Hao's assault? It was swept away by the torrent of soul energy, its furious roar fading into the depths of Yi Bufan's consciousness. Master, Yi Bufan's face turned pale as he finally realized something was amiss. Simultaneously, he felt the encroaching terror of death. Under this overwhelming force, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Yi Bufan cried out in desperation, but he could no longer establish contact with the old soul entity. Panic seized him. His growth was inextricably linked to that soul entity, and now that it had vanished, he was left in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 45, The Evolution of the Fishing Rod. Done, Chi Hao exclaimed, clapping his hands together. He nodded at Lu Piao and the others before turning and stepping away, returning to Wufeng Mountain. With Chi Hao's departure, the disciples of the Luo Tian sacred land retreated as well. The remaining members of the Piao sect began to clean up the aftermath. The intervention of half-Saint Cheng Kuan had altered the landscape of the Piao sect. As the crowd gradually dispersed, they engaged in animated discussions. With the departure of the Luo Tian sacred land, News of the events at the Miao sect began to circulate, creating a tremendous uproar throughout the eastern region. The death of a half-saint was unprecedented. No one could have anticipated that the legendary Void Saint, long thought to be deceased, was still alive. Outrageous. The Miao sect is courting death. Chung Kuan is dead, and the Void Saint is alive. What do we do now? What does the Holy Master have to say? The Holy Master advised to observe the situation. So we, the Luo Tian sacred land, are destined to suffer this loss. We are speaking of a half-saint here. The public sentiment is not in our favor, and other powers are watching. It would be unwise to act. This is truly infuriating. Within the Luo Tian sacred land, a cacophony of voices arose. The senseless loss of a half-saint was a source of great indignation. Upon hearing the Holy Master's words, they could only grudgingly accept this bitter outcome while vowing to remember the grievance. They, the revered beings of the Luo Tian sacred land, would never relent. A month swiftly passed, and the matter gradually subsided. At the rear of Wufeng Mountain, Chi Hao sat by the lakeside, engaged in fishing, with a small fox resting at his feet. After a month of nurturing, the little fox had returned to the 4th tier. Ding! Detected that the forbidden treasure fishing rod has accumulated sufficient fishing attempts, meeting the evolution criteria. Fishing rod upgrade. Yes, no. Today, Chi Hao continued his languid fishing life as usual. Suddenly, the system's notification startled him. Chi Hao felt a surge of joy. It had been quite some time since he received a prompt from the system. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a notification regarding the evolution of his fishing rod. He was filled with excitement. Before evolution, the rod could already catch various miraculous treasures. After evolution, would it not become even more extraordinary? Evolution. Without hesitation, Chi Hao selected yes. And the rod began its transformation. Forbidden treasure fishing rod is evolving. Evolution progress. 1030501000. Evolution complete. Forbidden treasure fishing rod, divine. Divine, fishing rod. The evolved fishing rod has transcended the realm of mortals, truly attaining the status of a divine artifact. It possesses all the capabilities of a forbidden treasure, rivaling divine-level artifacts, boasting formidable offensive power, and possessing the unique ability to fish for anyone one desires. Fish for whom you wish. As long as you think of a name, you can catch the person you desire. Chi Hao gazed at the evolved fishing rod, his face a canvas of bewilderment. While he could comprehend the inclusion of offensive capabilities, the ability to fish for anyone was astonishing. Was this power for real? Chi Hao swallowed hard. This ability was utterly outrageous. If he had any enemies who were hiding, could he not simply fish them out? A look of exhilaration crossed his face as he immediately began to experiment. First, he tested the limits of this newfound ability. He discovered he could not directly fish for a specific type of demonic beast. He had previously consumed a chaotic dragonfish and wished to catch another, but luck had eluded him. After attempting, he was disappointed to find that despite silently invoking the name of the chaotic dragonfish, he was unsuccessful. This made him realize that without a specific name, he could not catch it. He also tried thinking of the names of some divine herbs, but to no avail, likely because they were not living beings. Then, he thought of Long Batian and cast his line. The fishing hook flew out, landing in the lake like a dragonfly touching the water, creating a black whirlpool as the hook submerged. At that moment, within a dwelling on Wufeng Mountain, Long Batian was seated in meditation, practicing the Dragon Emperor's Overlord Body technique. A month had passed since the events in the Luo Tian sacred land, and Long Batian had successfully stepped into the spirit transformation realm. Upon entering this realm, he felt his physical strength had significantly increased. At this moment, he resembled a powerful ox, brimming with boundless energy. Although the Dragon Emperor's Overlord Body technique was a cosmic-level body refinement martial art, mastering it to its pinnacle could potentially rival ordinary cosmic-level martial techniques. Long Batian was astonished. He was no novice in cultivation, having practiced the Dragon Emperor's Overlord Body technique. He had long recognized the exceptional nature of this martial art. The technique was divided into 8 layers, and he had only just completed the first layer. Yet it had already granted him such formidable strength. He sensed the true extent of his power. As a lower-tier practitioner of the spirit transformation realm, he felt confident that, in terms of physical prowess, he could contend with anyone of the same realm, coupled with his training in the divine body technique. It seemed to complement the Dragon Emperor's Overlord Body technique, yielding remarkable results. He felt confident enough to challenge a practitioner of the postnatal realm, despite the vast difference in their realms. Such a technique was unheard of in the Miao sect. It must have been left by his esteemed ancestor. Long Batian opened his eyes, murmuring to himself. He had previously searched the Miao sect's library and inquired about it. The Miao sect had no records of either the Dragon Emperor's Overlord Body technique or the Divine Body technique, not just for himself, but even for the techniques practiced by his senior and junior sisters. Yet, Such martial arts had appeared in Chi Hao's hands and were so effortlessly bestowed upon them for cultivation. Long Batian speculated it must have been a legacy from his ancestor, the Void Sage. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of emotion. Such martial techniques were not easily cultivated, even in the Luo Tian sacred land. At the very least, one would need to possess strength above the king realm to even approach them. However, Chi Hao had directly allowed him to cultivate them without a second thought. This favor weighed heavier than mountains. Although his master was weak in strength, his understanding of life philosophy and cultivation theory surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps even saints could not compare. Long Batian held great respect for Chi Hao. He knew the latter was merely at the Chi refining stage. Yet his insights into life and methods of cultivation were astonishingly profound. One day, Long Batian approached Chi Hao to express his concerns. Master, the events in the Luo Tian sacred land arose because of me. I fear they may implicate the Piamiao sect. What, are you afraid? Master, I'm not afraid. I merely worry that the adversary, driven to desperation, may resort to despicable means against the brothers and sisters of the Piamiao sect. You see, isn't this just fear? They may employ underhanded tactics against us, but can't we do the same? But what? Are you afraid of being unable to win? And if you can't win, so what? What of the Chi refining stage? Even if the opponent is a saint, there is no need to fear. Death is inconsequential. The most dreadful fate is knowing you are doomed, yet lacking the courage to act. Master, I understand now. Good, as long as you understand. Now go. Do not disturb me while I fish. Chi Hao's straightforward words made the young Long Batian realize what he was lacking. That was an unwavering will and an indomitable spirit. Once Long Batian grasped this, his confidence soared. Whenever he encountered difficulties in cultivation, he would seek Chi Hao's guidance. Master, I am facing challenges in my practice. Is it an issue with the martial technique? Those are trivial matters. No need to consult me. Just explore on your own. But do not overthink it. Cultivation is akin to fishing. You must prepare your rod, bait, and create a feeding spot, and most importantly, possess patience and a calm heart. As long as you are adequately prepared, the fish will naturally bite. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I understand. Good. Just now, speaking with you startled my fish away. So you owe me. Huh. From these 2 points, Long Batian understood that his master was indeed formidable. No wonder he could mentor the senior and junior sisters so effectively. Chapter 46, The Lung Family. Long Batian, invigorated, was about to close his eyes once more for cultivation when he noticed something peculiar. Why does that fishing hook seem so familiar? Long Batian was astonished to discover a black whirlpool appearing above him in his room. The whirlpool materialized mysteriously, floating calmly on the rafters. From the whirlpool, a fishing line extended, at the end of which was a glowing golden hook. Long Batian focused his gaze. Was that not the hook from his master's fishing rod? What was happening? Confused, Long Batian reached out to touch it. Suddenly, a flash of golden light enveloped him, leaving him no time to react. With his mouth agape, he vanished from his spot in an instant. At the rear of Wufeng Mountain, Chi Hao felt a tug on the fishing rod and swiftly reeled it in. Along with the hook emerged Long Batian, who was thrown onto the shore. Master, how could this happen? Long Batian gazed at Chi Hao. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Had he just teleported? Chi Hao, upon seeing Long Batian's sudden appearance, felt a surge of joy. Realizing that his evolved fishing rod was indeed reliable, capable of reeling in individuals of renown. Clearing his throat, he addressed Long Batian. Batian, this matter does not concern you. Please, continue your cultivation. Oh, Long Batian scratched his head, utterly perplexed by the situation. He chose to dismiss it as a trivial occurrence and return to his residence. For his master had a penchant for conjuring oddities from time to time. As for the fishing rod's inexplicable presence in his room, Long Batian could only assume that Chi Hao had cast it in error. Once Long Batian departed, a glint flashed in Chi Hao's eyes, and he pondered whom to fish for next. Having not seen his eldest disciple in quite some time, he decided to attempt to catch him. With that thought, Chi Hao cast his line once more, hoping to reel in his eldest disciple. Meanwhile, in the eastern domains Huaxian dynasty, in the Cold Family County, Cold City, the sky above was shrouded in darkness, despite the midday sun. An icy wind howled through the streets, spiritual energy boiled, and the very fabric of space shattered. The entirety of Cold City lay in ruins, with corpses strewn about, houses collapsed, and the earth fissured. The stench of blood pervaded the air, and malevolent spirits, born of the carnage, feasted upon the populace. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle echoed from the heavens, deafening and unmistakable. It was evident that 2 factions were clashing fiercely. You Bloodsoul sect are courting death, daring to lay hands upon my Cold City. On one side stood the members of the Cold family, donned in white robes, their clan being the largest in Cold Family County, with their stronghold located in Cold City. Yet, the city now faced an unprecedented calamity. Opposing them was the notorious Blood Soul Sect. Our Blood Soul Sect has now allied with the Soul Refining Sect. What do we have to fear in attacking your cold city? A powerful figure from the Blood Soul Sect sneered, unleashing deadly attacks. The Cold family's warriors frowned, their heads pounding with the gravity of the situation. As the dominant force in Cold Family County, the Cold family rarely faced opposition, except from the Blood Soul Sect. Known for their nefarious practices, the Blood Soul Sect had committed countless atrocities. The Cold family, being a righteous clan, could not sit idly by. For centuries, they had relentlessly sought to eradicate the Blood Soul Sect. However, the Blood Soul Sect had evaded them like a rat, persistently harassing the Cold family, provoking their ire. Now, emboldened by their alliance with the Soul Refining Sect, the Blood Soul Sect dared to confront the Cold family directly, instilling a sense of crisis within them. It should be noted that the Soul Refining Sect was one of the three most powerful forces in the Eastern Domain, on par with the Heavenly Sacred Land and the Shao Sacred Nation. Enough talk. Let us see who will be the victor today. The Cold family warriors understood that retreat was not an option. To do so would mean certain annihilation. Thus, both sides plunged into the fray once more. Above the skies and within the city of Cold, numerous battlefields erupted, varying in intensity. The strongest among them were those at the great innate level, while the weakest were merely at the chi refining stage, clashing fiercely. Young bodies fell one after another. Ordinary civilians caught in this calamity were swept away by the martial artists' spiritual energies, their existence extinguished in an instant. Limbs lay scattered, blood flowed like rivers, and the cries of despair echoed, a scene too harrowing to behold. The Cold family, as the stronghold of the Cold clan, was situated prominently in the heart of Cold City. Ancient structures adorned the landscape, courtyards with 9 entrances, blue bricks and black stones, camphorwood corridors, willow trees, peach blossoms, and ornamental rockeries. The air was thick with the weight of history, a testament to the Cold family's long-standing legacy. However, the current state of the Cold family was grim. Inside, corpses littered the ground, severed limbs scattered about, and blood flowed like a river, saturating the air with its metallic scent. Buildings lay in ruins, walls shattered, and pavilions demolished, an image of desolation. Release my mother, or I shall ensure you find no resting place. In a courtyard, Cold Yenju seethed with fury, her white dress stained with blood, resembling a painter's brushstrokes on a blank canvas, evoking a sense of desolation. At that moment, Cold Yenju's face was pale as she fixed her gaze on the man before her. Cold Yenju, it has been some time, and you have grown even more beautiful. Before Cold Yenju stood a man of sinister appearance, a wicked grin adorning his face, one hand gripping a stunning woman, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Cold Yenju. With a curvaceous figure, this woman was none other than Cold Yenju's mother, Yuan Xiao. Yenju, do not concern yourself with me. Strike him down, Yuan Xiao cried out, captive to the man behind her, who sought to coerce Cold Yenju into submission. As a mother, she would never acquiesce. Silence. Speak further, and I shall not hesitate to introduce you to my iron rod. The man, known as Shui Lin, was the holy son of the Blood Soul Sect, possessing mid-level innate cultivation. Cold Yenju, having departed from the mysterious sect for several months, had finally reached the lower innate stage. Upon her return to the Cold family, she had received word that her father, Cold Fan, had been captured by the Blood Soul Sect. Yuan Xiao, worried for her husband, wished to rescue him. On her journey home, Cold Yenju fortuitously encountered her mother and sought to accompany her in the rescue. Unbeknownst to them, the Blood Soul Sect had long been lying in wait, plotting to launch a surprise attack on the Cold family. Armed with swords, Cold Yenju and Yuan Xiao fought their way through, narrowly escaping back to the Cold family. Yet, before Cold Yenju could regroup and lead the family to rescue her father, the Blood Soul Sect struck directly. Having concealed themselves for years, the Blood Soul Sect had infiltrated Cold City with spies and assassins, laying a deadly array that indiscriminately slaughtered its inhabitants. Enraged, the Cold family members began to resist, clashing with the Blood Soul Sect from within the city to its outskirts. This bloody conflict persisted for a full fortnight. Seeing the dire situation, Cold Yenju resolved to return home and take Yuan Xiao to safety, seeking to enlist someone to escort her mother to the mysterious sect. However, when she arrived, she found Yuan Xiao held captive by Shui Lin, igniting her fury. Chapter 47. The Soul Pigeon of the Soul Refining Sect. Cold Yenju glared coldly at Shui Lin. Dare to harm my mother in any way, and I shall ensure your demise. Haha, Cold Yenju, even now you dare to threaten me? Shui Lin laughed heartily. I hear you have joined the mysterious sect and become a core disciple, achieving the innate realm. Do you really think that with the mysterious sect backing you, I would fear you? Cold Yenju frowned, her sword pointed at the ground, searching for an opportunity to strike. Shui Lin tightened his grip, causing Yuan Xiao to flush. I advise you not to move, or this beautiful lady of yours will meet her end. Cold Yenju felt a headache coming on. She was uncertain of her ability to act, for although she was not afraid of Xuelin, the presence of Yuan Xiu made her hesitant to act recklessly. Xuelin, knowing I am now a disciple of the mysterious sect, how can you of the Blood Soul sect act so brazenly? Are you not afraid of the mysterious sect? Xuelin scoffed. The mysterious sect? Does my Blood Soul sect fear your mysterious sect? You seem to be misinformed. My Blood Soul sect has allied with the Soul Refining sect. With their protection, I have no reason to fear your mysterious sect. Upon hearing this, Cold Yenju's brows knitted together. It was the first she had heard of such a development. If what Xuelin said was true, then indeed, the Blood Soul sect would have little to fear from the mysterious sect. It is imperative to acknowledge that, given the might of the Soul Refining sect, 3 mysterious cloud sects would be no match. Lung Yenju, relinquish your sword and surrender obediently, or I shall take the life of your mother. Xuelin exerted more force, causing Yuan Xiu to cough violently, racked with pain. Gritting her teeth, Lung Yenju harbored a fervent desire to tear Xuelin to shreds. Xuelin, licking his lips, fixated his gaze on Lung Yenju and Yuan Xiu's bosom, intoxicated by the latter's mature scent. With a lascivious glint in his eyes, he had long coveted the enchanting Lung Yenju, and now not only did he have the chance to claim her, but he would also gain a mature beauty, which thrilled him immensely. Once he subdued Lung Yenju, he intended to violate both of them right then and there, making them acquainted with his formidable prowess. I shall count to 3. If you do not drop your sword, do not blame me for being impolite. 1, 2. Just as Xuelin reached 3, his eyes gleaming with malice, Lung Yenju spoke. Very well, I shall comply. With a heavy heart, she realized that Xuelin was not one to jest. If she did not obey, he would indeed strike. Upon witnessing her acquiescence, Xuelin revealed a vile grin. Excellent, splendid. Now come here slowly. Lung Yenju, with a resigned expression, began to walk toward him. At that moment, amidst the pitch-black sky of Cold City, a figure materialized out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man, an elder of the Soul Refining sect, known as Hunjio. His purpose for coming to Cold City was to safeguard the Blood Soul sect, ensuring their assault on the Cold family proceeded without hindrance. The Blood Soul sect was utterly incompetent, having failed to resolve matters for so long. It was an insult to him, a formidable figure of the great sect realm, to merely stand by and watch. Hunjio was vexed. For a force like the Cold family, lacking even a king-level warrior, to require his intervention was a blatant affront. He had no intention of taking direct action, for it was beneath his dignity to exterminate such insignificant ants. Thus, he preferred to observe from the shadows, allowing the lesser beings to clash amongst themselves. Cold and detached, he regarded the skirmish below, witnessing numerous warriors fall without a flicker of emotion, exuding an aura of cold-blooded cruelty. Within the Cold family, Lung Yenju approached Xuelin step by step. As she neared, within a meter of him, Xuelin struck first. Yet, Lung Yenju would not submit so easily. The power of her bloodline erupted from within her, manifesting a phoenix wreathed in flames that soared heavenward, unleashing a piercing cry as it surged toward Xuelin. This bloodline power, imbued with the essence of the soul, was a skill Lung Yenju had gleaned from her phoenix heritage, capable of inflicting soul damage. The rapid assault of her soul attack momentarily stunned Xuelin. Get lost. In that instant, Lung Yenju seized the opportunity, striking her palm toward Xuelin while simultaneously freeing Yuan Xiu from his grasp. Xuelin, momentarily dazed, instinctively retaliated with a punch, clashing with Lung Yenju's palm. The collision of their energies unleashed a fierce gust, causing the ground to crack. Swiftly retreating with Yuan Xiu, Lung Yenju summoned her sword back to her hand and thrust it menacingly at Xuelin. You wretch! Xuelin, quickly regaining his senses, was infuriated to see his prize slip away. In a fit of rage, he transformed into a torrent of blood, conjuring multiple blood clones to attack Lung Yenju. Remaining composed, Lung Yenju knew that although Xuelin possessed mid-level innate strength, the disparity between them was vast, especially with her own lower-level innate capabilities amplified by her phoenix bloodline. With a flurry of strikes, Lung Yenju danced like a celestial sword maiden, unleashing a barrage of sword chi that shattered Xuelin's blood clones. His face turned pale. He had underestimated Lung Yenju's strength. The pressure from her bloodline stifled his movements, leaving him frustrated and vulnerable. As he sustained numerous cuts and wounds, blood seeping from his tattered clothing, he realized he could no longer endure. Knowing he had to flee, he thought, do you think you can escape? Lung Yenju's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. She would not permit his escape. His threat against her mother was a grievous violation, one that could only be avenged with his demise. Just as she prepared to unleash her advanced martial skills to eliminate him, she sensed an overwhelming bloodline power in the air. the Phoenix bloodline. High above, Hunjio, who had been observing the fray with indifference, suddenly felt an alarming surge of bloodline energy. Startled, he peered down to witness Lung Yanzhu unleashing her Phoenix bloodline, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Xuelin. Shocked, Hunjio could hardly believe that a member of the Cold family had awakened the Phoenix bloodline. This was indeed significant. Realizing this, he stepped forward, positioning himself before Lung Yanzhu. Bam! Lung Yanzhu's expression changed drastically. She had not detected Hunjio's sudden appearance. In the midst of executing her lethal strike against Xuelin, her sword came to a halt mere inches from Hunjio, unable to advance. Indeed, it is the Phoenix bloodline. What is your name? Hunjio asked, effortlessly dispelling her attack with a wave of his hand. Lung Yanzhu, alarmed, swiftly retreated with Yuan Xiao. With a grave expression, she cautiously inquired, "Who are you?" Hunjio replied, "I am Hunjio, the 13th elder of the soul refining sect." "Little girl, tell me your name." "I do not possess the patience to ask again." Forced to respond, Lung Yanzhu replied, "I am Lung Yanzhu of the Cold family." Hunjio nodded and continued, "So it is Lung Yanzhu. Do you wish to join the soul refining sect? If you agree to join us, I will order the Blood Soul sect to withdraw, and your Cold family will receive our protection." Hunjio spoke earnestly, confident that such an offer would be irresistible to her. However, the outcome was far from what he anticipated. Chapter 48, The Arrival of the Half-Saint. The Soul Refining Sect? Apologies, but I am not interested. Lung Yanzhu's unwavering gaze met his, undaunted. I am already a disciple of the mysterious Cloud sect. How could I possibly join an evil sect such as yours? You are deluded. As she spoke, she reached into her robe for the jade talisman given to her by Qi Hao. At that moment, Xuelin interjected, "Senior, this girl has already joined the mysterious Cloud sect and is reputed to hold a core disciple status. She is unlikely to betray them." Xuelin's words darkened Hunjio's countenance. He had hoped to gain a disciple with the Phoenix bloodline, only to discover she was already affiliated with another sect. Her defiance indicated that his plans were destined for failure. With a glint of malevolence, Hunjio declared, "Since I cannot obtain her, I shall destroy her instead." "Little girl, I am displeased with your response. Since you have disappointed me, prepare to die." With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike, believing that killing an innate level warrior was as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet Lung Yanzhu would not await her demise passively. She swiftly produced the jade talisman. This talisman, given to her by Qi Hao when she departed Wufeng Mountain, contained the might of 3 half-saint level attacks, which she had deemed unnecessary until now. Boom. Cold Yanzhu produced a jade talisman, directing it towards the soul pigeon with a swift release. A terrifying force erupted abruptly, shattering the very fabric of space. As if the entire universe was under her command in that moment. The formidable assault of a half-saint cast an oppressive silence over the entirety of Cold City, while the surging currents of spiritual energy coalesced into a torrent, rushing towards the soul pigeon. No, this is... The moment the soul pigeon glimpsed the jade talisman in Cold Yanzhu's hand, an overwhelming sense of peril gripped him. His countenance paled, and he sought to tear through the veil of space to escape. Yet, the dreadful energy emanating from the talisman locked onto him, rendering him unable to move an inch. The soul pigeon could only watch helplessly as a torrent of spiritual energy, imbued with cataclysmic power, engulfed him. In his final moments, he could not fathom why his adversary possessed such a devastating talisman. This was the might of a half-saint. Boom. The torrent of energy unleashed by the talisman did not cease. Rather, it surged forth like a tidal wave, cleaving Cold City in twain and striking the distant mountains, leaving a gaping circular void at its center. This spectacle was witnessed by all the martial artists in the vicinity of Cold City, their faces contorted in disbelief. What kind of power could yield such devastation? The jade talisman bestowed by the master is truly formidable. Cold Yanzhu, too, was rendered speechless, noticing the talisman dimming momentarily. Recalling the moment when she received the talisman from Qi Hao, who had mentioned that it contained the power of 3 attacks from their ancestral master, she realized that the assault of a half-saint could not possibly be evaded by a mere soul pigeon of the great sect realm. Overjoyed, she began devising plans to acquire more treasures from Qi Hao once she returned to Wufeng Mountain. How could this be? At this moment, aside from Cold Yanzhu and her mother, the only other person present was Xuelin. Trembling with fear, Xuelin was aghast. The soul pigeon, whom he regarded as a deity, had perished, and under the power of the jade talisman wielded by Cold Yanzhu, he yearned to flee, terrified for his life. Regaining her composure, Cold Yanzhu swiftly turned her attention to Xuelin, launching an attack. Whoosh! Xuelin, previously dazed and astonished by the power of the jade talisman, was now drenched in cold sweat. He had already conceived an escape plan. Upon witnessing Cold Yanzhu's assault, he was utterly terrified and dared not engage her in combat. Leaving behind a harsh remark, he resorted to a secret technique, transforming into a pool of blood. Cold Yanzhu, you will pay for this. I shall return. Cold Yanzhu's sword swept through, striking the blood puddle, causing a splattering of thick, residual blood that pooled and seeped into the ground. Furrowing her brow, Cold Yanzhu sensed that she had not truly struck her target. Darn it, how could this scoundrel escape? Enraged, she contemplated utilizing the talisman's power once more. Yet, she hesitated, realizing that employing half-saint power against a mere innate realm opponent would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, an unnecessary display of force. My lady, Cold Yanzhu reassured Yuan Xiao, as a throng of Cold family warriors surged into the vicinity. Scanning the skies, she observed that the overwhelming force she had unleashed with the Jade Talisman had instilled fear in the hearts of all present, causing them to regard her with trepidation. The higher-ups of the Blood Soul sect exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty, as the recent display of power had rendered them paralyzed with fear. Now that the area had quieted, they began to contemplate retreat. Take my mother away from Cold City, protect her well. Cold Yanzhu gazed tenderly at Yuan Xiao. Mother, you should leave first. Once I have dealt with the beasts of the Blood Soul sect, I will return to rescue father. With a pale countenance, Yuan Xiao, already injured, recognized that her presence would only heighten Cold Yanzhu's worry. Thus, she decisively followed the Cold family warriors away. Half a stick of incense later, Cold Yanzhu took a deep breath, steadied her spirit, and prepared to ascend into the skies to eliminate the remnants of the Blood Soul sect. Who dares to kill my son? A voice, imbued with wrath and resonating throughout the heavens, suddenly echoed. Above Cold City, the air twisted into a vortex, and an elderly man clad in red emerged. The old man appeared to be in his 80s, frail and decrepit, yet he emanated a formidable aura. A half-saint. Cold Yanzhu was taken aback, realizing that the elder before her was indeed a half-saint. The old man's name was Hun Go, a revered elder of the Refining Soul sect and the father of the Soul Pigeon. Previously, Hun Go had been in seclusion within the Refining Soul sect for many years when he suddenly sensed the shattering of his son's soul. This was a death that obliterated the very essence. Someone had directly slain the Soul Pigeon, leaving even his soul unscathed. Consumed by rage, Hun Go tore through the void, following the last trace of his son's demise. At the cost of his own lifeblood, he traversed multiple realms in mere moments, arriving at Cold City. Hun Go released his divine consciousness, a terrifying force that plunged all within 1,000 miles into a frigid abyss, instilling a profound sense of mortality. He sought the location of his son's last appearance. There, he stepped into the Cold family estate, detecting the lingering essence of the Soul Pigeon and feeling an overwhelming sorrow. Hun Ji's gaze fell upon the Jade Talisman in Cold Yanzhu's hand. So it is, the power of a half-saint? No wonder it could annihilate the Soul Pigeon so effortlessly. Enlightened, Hun Go comprehended why his son had perished in an instant. It was the attack inscribed upon the talisman by a half-saint, which filled him with despair, for he too was a half-saint. How could the Soul Pigeon defend against such an assault? Chapter 49, Reeling in the Great Apprentice, accompanied by a half-saint. Very well, I shall not concern myself with who you are. You have slain my son, and thus you must face death to accompany him. Hun Go intended to forego any further dialogue, since it was Cold Yanzhu who had unleashed the half-saint talisman to slay the Soul Pigeon. She would accompany him in death. Cold Yanzhu's hair bristled. The moment Hun Go appeared, she felt an icy dread envelop her, as if a venomous serpent had fixated upon her, paralyzing her with terror. Realizing she had no choice but to act, she understood that if she did not, her demise was imminent. Boom. No longer hesitating, Cold Yanzhu unleashed the remaining 2 attacks contained within the talisman. Following the release of these attacks, the talisman dimmed and shattered into dust. The 2 assaults, infused with the essence of a half-saint, surged forth like towering waves towards Hun Go. A mere trick. Old man will break it. Hun Go was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young woman would act with such decisiveness, unleashing 2 attacks of half-saint caliber. However, it was merely a fleeting surprise, as he himself was a half-saint. Hun Go retaliated with a single palm strike, meeting the 2 assaults head-on. The tremendous force unleashed a violent tremor throughout Cold City. The ground quaked, fissures erupted, and buildings crumbled under the shockwave. The sheer magnitude of the power astonished all who beheld it. The Cold family and Blood Soul sect warriors, still embroiled in battle, were left in a state of shock, their hearts pounding with fear at such world-ending might. Cold Yanzhu, being merely an innate realm martial artist, could not withstand the residual waves of the clash between the 2 half-saint level forces and was grievously injured. She coughed up blood and was sent sprawling, half kneeling on the ground, struggling for breath. This attack possesses considerable substance. On the other side, Hun Go merely retreated a few dozen steps before coming to a halt. He sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the Jade Talisman's attack, one that surpassed his own. However, it was still just the residual power of a semi-saint contained within the talisman, which was fundamentally distinct from that of a true semi-saint. Han Gu retracted his gaze. His cold eyes fixated on Lung Yanju, a palpable killing intent surging forth. Master, I fear I may not return, he thought grimly. As the oppressive aura of death enveloped her, Lung Yanju felt a suffocating sense of foreboding. It became painfully clear that her fate was likely sealed. In her final moments, a myriad of memories flashed before her eyes. Scenes from her past life, her journey to the desolate Tian continent, and the gradual growth she experienced within the Lung family. The most vivid recollections were those of her time spent with Qi Hao atop the Wufeng Mountain of the Miao sect. With a heavy sigh, Lung Yanju lamented the missed opportunity to have her master provide her with more protective treasures before her departure, perhaps enabling her to evade this calamity. Yet, with a bittersweet smile, she slowly rose to face her demise with composure. Let it be, she resolved. Han Gu, unwilling to delay further, intended to swiftly eliminate the insignificant ant before him and avenge his son. He unleashed a palm strike, shattering the very fabric of space along its path. The immense imprint of his hand approached rapidly, yet Lung Yanju's exquisite visage radiated unwavering determination. Suddenly, a peculiar vortex emerged, and a fishing line, adorned with a golden hook, materialized between the two adversaries. Lung Yanju's eyes widened in recognition of the hook. Han Gu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Yet his strike had already been unleashed and could not be retracted. The clang of metal echoed as Han Ji's palm, infused with semi-saint power, collided with the hook, causing it to wobble precariously as though it might slip free. The hook, however, was indomitable, suddenly emitting a blinding golden light that enveloped the astonished Lung Yanju. Simultaneously, at the distant Wufeng Mountain's rear, Qi Hao, puzzled, noted the unusual tremors of the fishing line. It was his first encounter with such a vigorous reaction from the hook. Could it be my eldest disciple is resisting? He mused, perplexed, before pulling with force. In the Lung family, Lung Yanju, who had been awaiting death, found her eyes widening as the hook ensnared her, drawing her into the swirling darkness. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. As a semi-saint, Han Gu comprehended that someone was intervening to rescue Lung Yanju. He stepped forward, following her into the abyss, eager to uncover the identity of the meddler. The tranquil lake at Wufeng Mountain erupted with a thunderous roar. Disciples of the Miao sect turned their gazes toward the mountain. Qi Hao exerted a strong pull, reeling in not only the hook, but also Lung Yanju herself. Is this Wufeng Mountain, master? Lung Yanju ascended into the air, horrified to find herself alongside the hook at the lake's edge, where the man standing was none other than Qi Hao. Baffled, she struggled to comprehend the situation. Wasn't I miles away at the Lung family? How did I suddenly arrive at Wufeng Mountain? Nowhere to run. A figure emerged, unmistakably Han Gu, the semi-saint of the soul-refining sect. Qi Hao gaped. While he was not surprised to have caught Lung Yanju, the addition of a semi-saint was unexpected. What is this place? Han Ji's aura surged, radiating in all directions. The heavenly net formation trembled under the weight of his presence, sparks flying as fissures formed. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was amidst a mountain range, with warriors in the distance observing intently. Clearly, this was the domain of a sect. Goodness, Yanju, what have you done to provoke a semi-saint? Qi Hao glanced at Han Gu before casting a resigned look at his eldest disciple. He could deduce from Han Ji's murderous intent that this was a pursuit aimed at Lung Yanju. Master, we must flee. That is a semi-saint of the soul-refining sect. Lung Yanju's complexion drained of color. There was no trace of relief at her narrow escape, only a desperate urge to pull Qi Hao away. She feared for his safety, worried that she might endanger him, her younger siblings, and the entire Miao sect. Han Gu sneered, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. The man before him, a mere Qi refinement realm cultivator, was her master? A Qi refinement realm master? How ludicrous. Qi Hao reeled in his line and addressed Han Gu with calm authority. Friend, may I inquire what brings you to the Miao sect? If there is nothing pressing, I would kindly ask you to leave, as your presence is disrupting my fishing. Qi Hao remained unfazed, dismissing Lung Yanju's warnings. After all, what was a semi-saint to him? Calm down, my dear disciple. Why the commotion? Lung Yanju was at a loss for words. In the face of such peril, her master seemed to be jesting. Did he not see the ravenous hunger in Han Ji's eyes? Chapter 50. Eldest disciple, do not panic. Senior sister, you have returned. At that moment, Dan Tai Ching Wei and Long Ba Tian were drawn by the commotion. Upon arrival, they beheld the pale and anxious Lung Yanju, mistakenly believing she had returned from a journey. Is this the Miao sect? Han Gu disregarded Qi Hao's words, considering him an insignificant insect unworthy of response. However, as anger surged within him, he began to regain his composure, furrowing his brow as he sensed the underlying anomalies in the area. His divine sense revealed the presence of a formidable formation atop Wufeng Mountain, and beneath the lake, he discerned the remains of numerous formidable beasts. The spiritual fluctuations emanating from these corpses indicated that they were at least of 6th-tier strength, some even reaching 7th tier. As if that were not enough, he also observed rare spiritual creatures swimming in the depths of the lake, each one exceedingly scarce. This place was astonishingly rich in such treasures. The two newcomers possessed extraordinary talents, something rare even in the soul-refining sect. Moreover, the fox at the feet of the Qi refinement realm cultivator was unmistakably a 9-tailed celestial fox. Han Ji's attention was drawn to Dan Tai Ching Wei and Long Batian. He was taken aback, sensing a palpable threat emanating from Dan Tai Ching Wei. The only reason a semi-saint like him would feel threatened was if she possessed an emperor-level bloodline. As for Long Batian, despite being merely in the spirit transformation realm, his vitality and physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary 3rd-tier beasts. The little fox, with its adorable appearance, was indeed a 9-tailed celestial fox. There could be no mistake. In that moment, Han Gu realized that the Lung Yanzhu who had slain his son also bore the bloodline of a phoenix. What was going on here? Observing the expressions of the three prodigies, the unremarkable figure before them, a mere practitioner of Qi, seemed to be their master. Han Gu turned to Qi Hao and said, "I am Han Gu, the Grand Elder of the soul-refining sect. Who might you be, young man?" Qi Hao smiled calmly. "I am Qi Hao, the master of Wufeng Mountain of the mysterious void sect." Qi Hao? Han Gu frowned, as this name did not register in his memory. "Regardless of who you are, your disciple has slain my son. Today, I shall take his life to avenge my child." Upon hearing this, Qi Hao chuckled bitterly. Realizing the reason behind the half-saint's demeanor, his son had indeed been killed by his eldest disciple. Turning to Lung Yanzhu, Qi Hao inquired, "Disciple, is it true that this fellow claims you killed his son?" With a resigned expression, Lung Yanzhu acknowledged, "Indeed. I used the jade talisman bestowed by my master to slay his son." Qi Hao nodded in understanding. Upon hearing this, Han Ji's brow furrowed. The talisman imbued with the power of a half-saint had been given by this Qi Hao. Could it be that Qi Hao was not merely a practitioner of Qi? To err on the side of caution, Han Gu scrutinized Qi Hao's strength and confirmed that he was indeed at the Qi level. There was no mistake. Reassured, Han Gu dismissed his earlier concerns, reasoning that such a young man could not possibly possess half-saint capabilities. With this thought, Han Gu's demeanor turned haughty, exuding murderous intent. In that case, there is no need for hesitation. While Qi Hao remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, his eldest disciple had declared a kill. Thus, he would proceed as planned. A trivial matter. With narrowed eyes, Qi Hao remarked, "So, you intend to seek vengeance?" Han Gu laughed derisively. "Huh? You are but an insignificant insect. How dare you question me? Today is fortuitous. The culprit has been identified. As a mere practitioner of Qi, you shall accompany your disciple to the afterlife." At this proclamation, despair enveloped Lung Yanzhu, who wrestled with her conscience, unwilling to implicate her master, sister, and brothers. However, as she succumbed to guilt, Dan Tai Ching Wei gently patted her hand. "Sister Lung, fret not. This half-saint cannot harm us." With a puzzled expression, Lung Yanzhu questioned, "What do you mean he can't harm us? He is a half-saint." Long Batian approached with a smile, whispering a few words into Lung Yanzhu's ear. As she listened, her expression shifted to one of disbelief as she regarded the two. They nodded reassuringly, encouraging her to remain composed. Taking a deep breath, Lung Yanzhu turned her gaze toward Qi Hao. Boom! Han Gu made his move, unleashing a deadly strike. With a single palm thrust, a colossal handprint emerged from the stormy skies, crashing down and obliterating the intricate formations of the Tianluo Daijing array, which crumbled effortlessly before the might of the half-saint. The descending palm, imbued with terrifying, surging spiritual energy, shimmered with brilliance, accompanied by thunderous roars and tremors in the fabric of space. Before the palm could fully descend, Wufeng Mountain began to fracture, lakes reversed their flow, and trees splintered into fragments. The force of Han Ji's strike was such that it could easily raise Wufeng Mountain to the ground. As the handprint neared its descent, Qi Hao interjected, "Old man, you are far too arrogant to act so brazenly in my territory." With a swift flick of his rod, an overwhelming force erupted from within him. The terrifying pressure of a quasi-saint rapidly spread, transforming the fishing rod into a streak of crimson light that pierced through the palm print, hurtling toward Han Gu. Quasi-saint. Impossible. Han Ji's expression changed dramatically. As Qi Hao's aura was released, he recognized the immediate danger. This seemingly unassuming practitioner of Qi was, in truth, a wolf in sheep's clothing, concealing his true cultivation. He watched in horror as his palm was pierced, the fishing hook racing toward him. Bang! The hook struck Han Gu solidly, who, now grave-faced, attempted to break free. Yet, Chi Hao yanked the line, causing Han Gu to plummet uncontrollably toward the ground, his face colliding with the earth. How arrogant! Do you still dare to act so brazenly? Chi Hao relentlessly swung the fishing rod, striking Han Gu repeatedly, stirring up clouds of dust as the ground shattered beneath the blows. Each time Han Gu attempted to speak, Chi Hao would swing again, leaving him dazed and bloodied, his dignity severely bruised. With a surge of fury, Han Gu broke free, leaping into the sky where he unleashed a torrent of immense soul power, summoning a demonic visage that roared defiantly, brandishing a scythe of death aimed at Chi Hao. Chi Hao, unfazed, simply hurled a brick at the approaching scythe. Boom! The collision produced a brief explosion, and Han Gu was astounded to see his ultimate soul technique being effortlessly shattered by a mere brick. Yet, the brick continued its descent, aimed directly at his head. Although the brick emitted no hint of spiritual energy, it sent shivers down Han Ji's spine. He understood that this object was anything but ordinary. Break! Han Gu shouted, unleashing all his half-saint power in an attempt to repel the brick. However, he could not fathom the brick's true might. Uft! The brick smashed through Han Gu's palm strike, piercing his hand and fracturing bones, ultimately striking him squarely on the forehead. In that moment, Han Gu felt as though his very soul was being shattered. To his astonishment, his head had not exploded. Chi Hao was equally surprised. Despite pouring all his strength into the throw, it had not resulted in decapitation. He mused that perhaps throwing a brick was not as effective as smashing it directly against the target. Deciding to try again, Chi Hao prepared for a second throw. With a swift motion, the brick returned to his hand. He then stepped forward, positioning himself beside Han Gu, and aimed for the latter's head once more. Not good. Great soul technique, soul escape. Feeling an overwhelming sense of impending doom, Han Gu hastily executed the secret technique of the soul refining sect, transforming into a specter of soul energy, abandoning his physical form to flee. The brick descended without fail, obliterating Han Gu's corporeal body, yet his soul surged forth, a terrifying streak of light vanishing into the horizon. Attempting to flee, Chi Hao observed Han Gu's soul disappearing into the distance with a cold smirk, unperturbed. To escape before him was nothing short of absurdity. Quietly invoking Han Ji's name in his heart, Chi Hao flicked his fishing rod, the hook diving into the swirling darkness. In the distance, having utilized soul escape to distance himself nearly 100,000 miles from the mysterious void sect, Han Gu sighed in relief. He had not perceived Chi Hao pursuing him and was left reflecting uneasily on the encounter. Damn it, who is Chi Hao? How does he possess quasi-saint power? When did the mysterious void sect acquire such a figure? It was no wonder Han Gu was oblivious. He had been in seclusion for so long that he had heard nothing of a quasi-saint emerging from the mysterious void sect. With a somber countenance, he acknowledged that his recent emergence had resulted in catastrophic losses. Not only had his son been slain, but his physical form was also annihilated. Han Gu had now etched this vendetta into his memory. Since the opponent is an ascendant sage, he decided to return to the soul refining sect to summon the formidable experts of the sect's sacred realm to annihilate the mysterious cloud sect. Otherwise, he would be unable to endure this grievance. Soul Gu hastily fled towards the direction of the soul refining sect. However, at that moment, a familiar fishing line and hook manifested before him. Soul Ge's expression darkened as he beheld the ominous black vortex that had suddenly appeared. This was bad. It was that strange fish hook. The moment he saw the hook, Soul Gu understood the gravity of the situation. It was evidently the fishing rod and hook wielded by Chi Hao. Previously, he had witnessed the cold and alluring Zhu being ensnared by the hook, leading her directly to Wufeng Mountain. Soul Gu attempted to prevent the approach of the hook, but was powerless to stop it. The hook pierced through his defenses, locking onto his soul and enveloping it in a sphere of golden light. Pale-faced, Soul Gu realized that escape was no longer an option. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a secret technique to transmit his plight back to the soul refining sect. Whoosh! A stream of light surged from Soul Ge's mind, transforming into a small black bird that darted swiftly towards the soul refining sect. Immediately afterward, Soul Ge's soul was also dragged into the vortex. As his vision flickered, he found himself once again atop Wufeng Mountain, where he saw Chi Hao gazing at him with an icy demeanor. Quite fast on your feet, aren't you? Shall you continue to flee? Chi Hao sneered, observing Soul Gu at his feet, akin to an ant, who, under the oppressive aura of an ascendant sage, dared not utter a single word. Dantai Qingwei and Long Batian were filled with excitement, astonished by their ancestral master's prowess. Such divine abilities were truly formidable. Cold and alluring Zhu's eyes widened. Although informed by Long Batian that her ancestral master had taken residence within Qi Hao, alleviating her worries, she had never witnessed it firsthand, and concern was inevitable. Now, as Qi Hao personally subdued a half-saint beneath his foot, cold and alluring Zhu's eyes sparkled. At this moment, Qi Hao was incredibly handsome, despite being her ancestral master. Your Excellency, I mean no offense. I beseech you to spare my life. Soul Ji's weakened soul flickered ominously, on the verge of dissipating. Qi Hao chuckled. What? Now you seek mercy? Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Soul Good dared not speak, fear gripping him that the opponent might take his life directly. Seeing this, Qi Hao summoned cold and alluring Zhu and inquired about what had transpired after she left the sect. Cold and alluring Zhu recounted everything that had occurred within the Cold family. Now I understand. Qi Hao nodded, grasping the sequence of events. Having discerned the cause, Qi Hao felt no need to ponder the repercussions any further. The adversary had bullied the weak, and as the mentor, it was only right for him to assist his disciple in reclaiming her dignity. Qi Hao fixed his gaze on Soul Gu, a murderous intent rising within him. Soul Ji's eyes shifted, sensing Qi Hao's killing intent, and he hastily exclaimed, Your Excellency, I am the supreme elder of the soul refining sect. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, the mysterious cloud sect will undoubtedly face the frenzied retaliation of the soul refining sect. I implore you to reconsider. Soul Gu quickly feigned weakness, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. As a member of the mysterious cloud sect, he believed this would matter to Qi Hao. Killing him would be tantamount to offending the soul refining sect, and he hoped to leverage this point to instill caution in Qi Hao. The supreme elder of the soul refining sect? Qi Hao squinted. Soul Gu nodded. Indeed, I am the supreme elder, a senior figure within the soul refining sect. If I perish, the sect will not sit idly by. This would be a slap in the face to them, and they cannot ignore it. Qi Hao pondered for a moment before asking, Old man, do you know Chen Kuan? Chen Kuan? Soul Gu was taken aback, unsure why Qi Hao inquired about him. Are you referring to Chen Kuan of the Luotian sacred land? Qi Hao confirmed with a nod. Soul Gu was puzzled, unable to comprehend Qi Hao's intent in questioning Chen Kuan. Since you know Chen Kuan, this will be straightforward. Qi Hao suddenly wore a wicked smile. As a half-saint of the Luotian sacred land, I dared to kill him. Do you truly believe that I would hesitate to eliminate you? A mere half-saint of the soul refining sect? What? Chen Kuan is dead? You killed him? Soul Ji's shock was palpable. In his mind, Chen Kuan was an equal, a fellow half-saint. The two had often clashed, and he was well aware of each other's strength. The revelation that Chen Kuan had perished at Qi Hao's hands left Soul Gu astounded, especially since he had just emerged from seclusion after many years. Had he encountered Qi Hao earlier, he wouldn't have dared to provoke him even with 10 times his courage. Indeed, I killed Chen Kuan. Now, do you still believe I would hesitate to act against you? Qi Hao asserted. Soul Gu swallowed hard, feeling a terrifying killing intent enveloping him, causing his eyes to widen in fear. He then heard what would be his last words in this world. You seem quite familiar with Chen Kuan. To ensure he isn't lonely, I shall send you to meet him so you may reminisce. Qi Hao narrowed his eyes, sneering as he raised a brick in his hand. Soul Ji's face turned pale, and upon hearing these words, he hurriedly sought to plead for mercy. Qi Hao had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He struck down with the brick, shattering Soul Ji's soul. As his essence fragmented, pure soul energy radiated outward, forming clusters of white light. These clusters embodied pure soul energy, which could be absorbed to enhance one's own soul power. Qi Hao wasted no time, collecting them with efficiency. Simultaneously, he summoned Soul Ji's corpse, discarding the flesh and blood into the lake to feed the fish, ensuring not a single bit went to waste. Chapter 52, Saving Cold Fan. Done. Qi Hao clapped his hands, now possessing the strength to easily eliminate a half-saint. When he turned to look at cold and alluring Zhu, she approached him. Master, or rather, ancestor, are you truly the ancestor Su Shengzi? Cold and alluring Zhu still found it hard to believe. Of course, she had heard of her ancestor's intervention once before. But during that incident, she had been knocked unconscious by Dantai Zhonglong and had not witnessed Qi Hao's prowess firsthand. Later, it was Dantai Qingwei who informed her that it was her ancestor Su Shengzi who had possessed Qi Hao, enabling him to repel Dantai Qingqi. Hao cleared his throat. Indeed, you must be my disciple Qi Hao's eldest disciple, cold and alluring Zhu. I am well aware of your commendable nature. Upon hearing Qi Hao adopt a different tone, cold and alluring Zhu furrowed her brow. Although Qi Hao's portrayal was quite convincing, it made her feel uneasy. Something about it seemed rather staged. Confused, she refrained from questioning further, assuming it was merely her overthinking. The figure before her, possessing the strength of the sacred realm, must undoubtedly be her ancestor. How could her master possess such power? It must be said, sometimes people enjoy justifying their beliefs. The more plausible a notion seems, the more they cling to it. While the most improbable truths often turn out to be real, Chi Hao remained oblivious to his eldest disciple's thoughts. Had he known, he would have surely given her a thumbs up. Truly, she was a commendable disciple from his hometown. Ancestor, can you save my father? Cold and alluring Zhu implored at that moment. She had been deeply concerned for Cold Fan's safety. After all, her return to the Cold family was to rescue him. What is your father's name? Cold Fan. Chi Hao had already heard Cold and alluring Zhu recount the situation and nodded in understanding. It was only natural to rescue one's father. For him, this was an exceedingly simple task. Whoosh. Chi Hao swiftly acted, casting his fishing rod, and the hook penetrated the black vortex, traversing through layers of space until it emerged in a distant mountain range. In this mountain range, the sky is shrouded in darkness. Cold winds howl, the earth's vegetation is withered, and muddy ditches are scattered everywhere. Nestled within the mountains is an imposing sect. Its name emblazoned in large characters, Blood Soul Sect. Inside the Blood Soul Sect, in a prison cell, lies a middle-aged man, stark naked. This man, his body marred by wounds and suspended in midair, is mercilessly whipped by his captors, blood splattering as his weakened form oozes crimson. This unfortunate soul is none other than Lung Fan, the father of the icy and aloof Lung Yanju. At this moment, Lung Fan's expression is one of stoicism. He senses that his demise is imminent. Earlier, a disciple of the Blood Soul Sect had informed him that they had ambushed his family, intending to eliminate both his wife and daughter. This revelation filled him with torment, and though he yearned for freedom, he remained firmly bound. Tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. He despises himself for his carelessness, for falling into the trap set by the Blood Soul Sect. Now, all he can do is hope that his wife and daughter remain unharmed. As long as they are safe, he would find solace even in death. Crack. The whip strikes again, but he has grown numb, feeling no pain, for his consciousness is fading. He knows he cannot endure much longer. He senses that with a few more lashes, he will meet his end. Just as he prepares to close his eyes and await death, an unexpected occurrence interrupts. What is that? A fishhook? What is that black vortex? Uncertain, they quickly call for an elder to investigate. The disciples of the Blood Soul Sect, who were tormenting Lung Fan, suddenly notice a vortex appearing in the ceiling, from which a fishhook protrudes. Startled, they rush to summon an elder. Yet, just as they are about to act, a buzzing sound emanates from the fishhook, which then envelopes Lung Fan in golden light. As the fishing line retracts, Lung Fan vanishes from the room, leaving the disciples of the Blood Soul Sect stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, convinced they must be dreaming. At the lake behind Wufeng Mountain, with a forceful tug, Chi Hao reels in the fishhook, revealing the golden light-enshrouded Lung Fan. Lung Fan is unceremoniously flung to the lakeside. Father. Upon seeing Lung Fan, Lung Yanju's eyes light up, and she rushes forward. Lung Fan, opening his weary eyes, wears a look of disbelief. Who are you? Zhuo? Lung Yanju nods. It's me, father. I'm so glad you're safe. Free from his bindings, Lung Fan struggles to rise, surveying his surroundings with confusion. Zhuo, where are we? Wasn't I in the Blood Soul Sect? How did I end up here? Lung Yanju begins to explain. When she mentions that the seemingly youthful Chi Hao is the reincarnation of a legendary figure, the Grand Elder of the mysterious sect, Lung Fan is taken aback. He realizes that this explains his miraculous rescue. Such a powerful being could easily employ extraordinary means to save him. With great effort, Lung Fan rises and bows to Chi Hao. I am Lung Fan of the Lung family. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your salvation. Chi Hao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, finds the hierarchy increasingly convoluted. He coughs lightly. You are the father of my disciple. Aiding you is but a trifling matter, so there is no need for such formality. Here, take this elixir. Chi Hao produces a 7th-tier elixir from his storage ring. This gesture leaves Lung Fan astonished. Chi Hao, irritated by excessive politeness, promptly places the elixir in Lung Fan's mouth. Lung Yanju blinks, noting her master's wild temperament, reminiscent of her own mentor. As the elixir is consumed, a green glow envelopes Lung Fan, and he witnesses his injuries rapidly healing. Startled, he realizes the efficacy of the 7th-tier elixir, restoring his wounds in an instant, even granting him a slight enhancement in strength. Chi Hao dismisses any notion of waste, as he has amassed a plethora of such elixirs. Had he produced an 8th or even 9th-tier elixir, Lung Fan would likely be rendered speechless. Observing Lung Fan's recovery, Lung Yanju beams with joy and introduces him to Dan Tai Ching Wei and Long Batian. Greetings, uncle. As Lung Fan regards Dan Tai Ching Wei and Long Batian, he perceives their extraordinary demeanor, sensing they are destined for greatness. He reflects on the exceptional nature of the disciples of the mysterious sect. Intending to express his gratitude to Chi Hao once more, he finds the latter waving his hand, indicating that the matter is resolved, and he shall now relinquish control of his body. Chi Hao feigns confusion. Oh, And who might this be? Lung Yanzhu, believing the Grand Elder is departing, swiftly introduces Lung Fan. Chi Hao appears suddenly enlightened and engages Lung Fan in a heartfelt conversation, empathizing with his struggles. Lung Fan stands bewildered, questioning how Lung Yanzhu's master could possibly be at the Qi refining stage. After a thorough explanation from Lung Yanzhu, Lung Fan finally comprehends and refrains from underestimating Qi Hao due to his cultivation level. A person capable of becoming one of the 9 mountain lords of the mysterious sect could not be ordinary. Undoubtedly, he possesses remarkable qualities. Thus, Lung Fan comes to appreciate how exceptional Qi Hao, the mountain lord of Wufeng, truly is. He observes as Qi Hao skillfully fishes, reeling in one ethereal fish after another. Indeed, he is unlike any other. Perhaps this is what it means to be a reclusive master. It seems his daughter has made a wise choice in taking him as her mentor. Chapter 53, Deputy Sect Master of the Soul Refining Sect. Lung Fan is convinced that Qi Hao is merely fishing, nothing particularly special about it. This realization strikes him as absurd. He glances at Lung Yanzhu, who shakes her head slightly, indicating that this is all part of the norm, and one should simply acclimate. With a sigh, Lung Fan acknowledges the challenges his daughter faces. Subsequently, Lung Yanzhu and Lung Fan discuss their plans to return to Lung City to report their safety. Qi Hao expresses understanding, advising Lung Yanzhu to be cautious and to return promptly. However, Lung Yanzhu does not leave immediately. Instead, she stands behind Qi Hao, watching him fish with a cheerful demeanor. Qi Hao, feigning ignorance, remains focused. After several hours, Qi Hao concedes defeat. With a wry smile, he retrieves several treasures from his storage ring and tosses them to Lung Yanzhu. Go away. Don't disturb my fishing, you rebellious disciple. Lung Yanzhu catches the items, discovering they are all valuable treasures: a celestial stage array talisman, a semi-holy attack jade talisman, 7th-tier elixirs, and an assortment of weapons. Elated, she realizes her master certainly has a wealth of treasures hidden away. As Lung Yanzhu and Lung Fan depart the sect, Qi Hao returns to his tranquil state. The commotion from the battle within Wufeng Mountain goes unnoticed by the disciples of the mysterious sect, one reason being the heavenly net formation obstructing sound, and another being Qi Hao's deliberate suppression of any noise, resolving matters swiftly with minimal effort. Qi Hao glances at the heavenly net formation above, recognizing that its structure has been compromised due to the prior semi-holy pressure. With a sweep of his divine sense, he identifies the fractured areas. He then produces numerous materials to begin repairing the formation and even elevates its level. During this period of fishing, Qi Hao has caught an abundance of items, including manuals for grand formations, methods for repairing them, strategies for elevating their ranks, and a plethora of miscellaneous objects. Though Qi Hao has never studied these topics, his prowess as a quasi-saint allows him to grasp the concepts intuitively. Mending the deficiencies of a grand formation is a task he finds exceedingly effortless. With a deft flick of his hands, Qi Hao elevated the Hong-level heavenly net formation by 1 tier, transforming it into a cosmic-level formation. Yet, this was not the end. He also expended considerable materials to re-establish a spirit-gathering formation, inviting streams of spiritual energy from all directions. Due to the significant decline of spiritual energy in Wufeng Mountain after the consumption of the Chaos Dragon fish, he could only set up a spirit-gathering formation to mitigate the effects. After several days of diligent work, he finally succeeded. Many noticed the waves of energy emanating from Wufeng Mountain, which were of considerable strength. Disciples of the Miao Miao sect speculated that the virtuous saint was likely orchestrating something, gazing upon the mountain with reverence and hoping to enter for cultivation. Qi Hao, however, remained utterly oblivious to this. Fishing was the sole pursuit that captivated his interest. Following the fall of Hun Gu, the soul refining sect discovered that the soul lamp of Hun Gu had extinguished, prompting them to send out scouts. After all, a half-saint is no trivial matter. The demise of such a figure is a significant loss for any major power. The soul refining sect traced Hun Ji's whereabouts to Cold City, only to find it deserted. Cold Yin Bamboo, accompanied by Cold Fan, had led their family away from Cold City, having wisely anticipated that the soul refining sect would not let the death of a half-saint go unpunished. They relocated to a city not far from the Miao Miao sect. When the soul refining sect arrived at Cold City and found no leads, they proceeded directly to the Blood Soul sect. A day later, members of the soul refining sect emerged from the ruins of the Blood Soul sect, which had been completely annihilated, leaving corpses strewn about. The soul refining sect had eradicated the Blood Soul sect, enraged by the loss of a half-saint due to their actions. The obliteration of the Blood Soul sect was, for nearby powers, a fortuitous turn of events. Upon hearing of the soul refining sect's involvement, they dared not utter a word, fearing the wrath of the soul refining sect. As for the Miao Miao sect, merely a quasi-saint dared to brazenly slay a half-saint from the soul refining sect, A perilous endeavor. A middle-aged man appeared more than 10,000 miles from the Miao sect, utilizing a blood-soul refining technique and the power of time. He uncovered the circumstances surrounding Han Ji's demise, which was linked to the Miao sect. The man, named Qin Shi, served as the deputy sect master of the soul refining sect and was a quasi-saint himself. Qin Shi discerned that the direction of Han Ji's death pointed toward the Miao sect. He hesitated to act impulsively. Having heard rumors that the virtuous saint of the Miao sect was still alive and had recently slain a half-saint from the Luotian sacred land. This realization led Qin Shi to conclude that, with his quasi-saint strength, he could not pose a significant threat to the virtuous saint. Releasing his spiritual consciousness toward the Miao sect, he was met with an unexpected response. A quasi-saint's consciousness? Qi Hao, fishing on the back mountain of Wufeng, suddenly furrowed his brow. He sensed a formidable spiritual pressure approaching from outside the Miao sect. Realizing that an intrusion was imminent, he focused his gaze and unleashed his own quasi-saint consciousness in retaliation. You seem rather audacious, daring to slay even a half-saint from my soul-refining sect. I wondered who it could be, so it's the soul-refining sect. What? Seeking to reclaim your honor? Regardless of whether you are the virtuous saint, know that this debt will be remembered. Prepare to face the wrath of the soul-refining sect. Must you engage in idle threats? If you wish to fight, I am more than willing. Very well, await my arrival. Soon, my soul-refining sect shall pay you a visit. I hope you retain your current arrogance. Curse you. You bark like a dog, yet dare not even utter your name. Come and die? Qi Hao was exasperated. It seemed that even a simple fishing outing had become a challenge. He cast his line, sending the hooks soaring across the vast expanse. What? Qin Shi was taken aback, not expecting his opponent to strike immediately. He wasted no time and unleashed a powerful punch, causing the space to freeze and enveloping the area in darkness. The fist collided with the fishing hook. Boom. The immense force sent Qin Shi staggering backward. His expression shifted. The strength was formidable. In that moment, he could no longer afford to be careless. As the hook aimed for his chest, he activated his soul technique. Terrifying soul energy surged through the air, and vibrant spiritual energy spiraled upward, causing the ground to tremble. The overwhelming soul power coalesced into a divine beast, a white tiger, which roared towards the heavens, sending sound waves that hindered the hook's advance. The explosive sounds reverberated, shattering the space like a spider's web, and chaotic spatial currents emerged. In the sky, thunder rumbled, and a pressure from the heavenly path descended to suppress the area below. Qi Hao, resembling a deity, strode forward with purpose. A colossal palm print, imbued with destructive might, descended toward Qin Shi. Qin Shi's face paled. He had underestimated his opponent. This palm print exuded a palpable sense of danger. Very well, you shall pay for this. Not daring to linger, Qin Shi shattered the void and fled. Qi Hao's gaze sharpened, realizing his foe intended to escape. With a single step, he appeared at the location where Qin Shi had fractured the space. Qi Hao produced a brick and wrapped his fishing line around it, hurling it into the rift. A pained scream echoed as the space rapidly mended. Qi Hao understood that he had struck his target, though regrettably, he had not delivered a fatal blow. Chapter 54. Qi Hao's unconventional maneuver. Next time I see you, I shall surely smash your skull. Qi Hao was disgruntled. After finally making a powerful move, he had failed to eliminate his opponent, leaving him rather displeased. Since Qi Hao was in a foul mood, he decided to shift his focus. He turned and stepped back to Wufeng Mountain, rushing into Long Batian's quarters. Batian, you have been in the sect for quite some time. There is a task that requires your attention. Long Batian was startled and inquired, what does my master wish for me to do? Qi Hao replied swiftly, lately, I find the disciples from other peaks too noisy. Challenge each of them one by one and make them quiet down. What? Long Batian was speechless. This was rather tyrannical. Master, with my strength, I cannot possibly defeat those senior disciples. Qi Hao scoffed, foolish. If you cannot win, won't you just bring your second senior sister back with you? Truly dim-witted. Hurry up, no more nonsense, or I shall summon your elder sister to deal with you. In the end, Long Batian had no choice but to comply, bewildered by Qi Hao's peculiar behavior. Over the following days, chaos erupted among the other peaks of the Miao sect. Long Batian challenged each peak in succession, using his spirit transformation realm prowess to overpower numerous innate realm disciples. The peaks grew incensed to quell Long Batian's arrogance. They dispatched their innate realm disciples to pummel him mercilessly. No matter how strong Long Batian's physique was, he could not withstand such relentless assaults. Returning to Wufeng Mountain with a bruised nose, he immediately sought out Dan Tai Ching Wei for retribution. Dan Tai Ching Wei looked perplexed, wondering what had transpired with her junior brother. Upon seeing her arrive, the innate realm disciples from the other peaks swiftly fled, not daring to show their faces. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Long Batian finally exhaled a breath of relief. So what? Everyone has a formidable powerhouse backing them. Some disciples of the innate realm could no longer restrain themselves and directly challenged Dantai Qingwei. However, the average innate realm disciple stood little chance against her. Her prowess had already ascended to the upper echelons of the acquired realm, allowing her to easily engage in battles beyond her level. As the situation escalated, some innate disciples returned to summon their senior brothers and sisters, who had been in seclusion for years. These seasoned practitioners were on the cusp of transcending to the great innate realm, their power honed over many years, rendering them formidable opponents that Dantai Qingwei could not easily surpass. Feeling the pressure mounting, Dantai Qingwei remained undaunted. At that moment, the formidable leader returned. Lung Yanzhu rushed back to the sect the moment she heard the news, and upon learning of the bullying against Wufeng Mountain, she was invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline. With a single strike, she incapacitated a disciple of the upper innate realm, boldly declaring, "In the innate realm, I am invincible. Those who doubt, let the great innate challengers come forth." The numerous mountain lords and peak masters watched the scene with growing concern. This chaotic situation could lead to disgrace for them all. They hurried to Wufeng Mountain to lodge their complaints. Qi Hao, perplexed, inquired, "Fellow brothers, is it not normal for disciples from different peaks to engage in exchanges? Why such agitation?" Agitation. The mountain lords and peak masters were on the verge of madness. "If our disciples could defeat your 3 apprentices, would we still be here seeking your assistance?" Qi Hao chuckled, feeling somewhat pleased. Eventually, under the pressure of bribery from the mountain lords and peak masters, he reluctantly agreed. "Very well, in light of your earnestness, I shall summon my 3 apprentices back. But let it be clear, I am not doing this merely because of your generous offerings." The crowd was left speechless. Could they not preserve a shred of dignity? With his spirits lifted by the gifts received, Qi Hao called his 3 disciples back, advising them to cease their troublesome antics. The 3 disciples were exasperated, recalling that it was their master who had instructed them to stir trouble. "Who told you I wanted you to cause chaos? I only meant for you to visit the various peaks, not to engage in fights. Have you misunderstood my intentions?" They were at a loss for words, grappling with such a master. Subsequently, Qi Hao produced several newly acquired martial techniques, methods, weapons, and elixirs, handing them all over to the 3. "These are divine-level martial techniques and methods." Lung Yanzhu gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. The techniques were all of divine quality, a truly astounding revelation. Where had their seemingly unassuming master procured such treasures? Long Batian was equally stunned, trembling hands betraying his disbelief as he pondered whether he was dreaming. Dantai Qingwei remained unfazed. She had no particular desires for these items, willing to cultivate whatever Qi Hao provided. "Take a look at these and choose whichever suits your cultivation," she advised. "Anything unsuitable can be discarded into the storeroom." Each of the 3 selected a divine-level martial technique and method, along with some high-tier weapons and elixirs. Recently, Qi Hao had struck gold, reeling in a treasure chest filled with divine items. He had no personal use for them and intended to pass them on to his disciples. Startled, Lung Yanzhu inquired, "Storeroom? What storeroom?" Dantai Qingwei explained, "Sister, you were unaware, but our master recently created a storeroom for all the unused martial techniques, methods, weapons, and various spiritual materials, making them accessible for us." Long Batian nodded in agreement, recalling his visit where he nearly lost his mind at the contents. Fearing that if others from different sects learned of the treasures within, they would undoubtedly launch an assault. "Such a place exists," Lung Yanzhu exclaimed with excitement, promptly dragging Dantai Qingwei toward the storeroom. Observing this, Long Batian chose to withdraw, requesting leave from his master to embark on a journey of exploration. "You're trying to escape Wufeng Mountain because you're intimidated by your senior sister's return, aren't you?" Qi Hao discerned Long Batian's thoughts effortlessly. Embarrassed, Long Batian admitted, "Master, you misunderstand. I merely wish to alleviate my recent stagnation in cultivation by seeking new insights." Qi Hao chose not to confront him directly, tossing a jade talisman his way. It was a powerful talisman imbued with the might of a grand sect expert, containing 2 offensive strikes and a defensive measure. Receiving it, Long Batian felt a surge of gratitude. He held Qi Hao's kindness close to his heart, his respect for his master deepening. He could not fathom how his master, possessing such profound knowledge of cultivation techniques, remained at the Qi refining realm. A sense of melancholy washed over him as he considered the ridicule his master endured and the burdens he bore, likely far heavier than his own. "Master, you are truly magnificent." Long Batian's eyes glistened with tears, longing to embrace Qi Hao. Qi Hao felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was amiss with his disciples today. After sending Long Batian on his way, he resumed his fishing. His luck had been favorable lately, and the frequency of bites had increased. He needed to seize every moment. With his eldest disciple now occupied with the storeroom, he hoped to fish in peace. The shrill cry from Lung Yanzhu in the distance indicated she had discovered the treasures within the storeroom. His intention behind creating the storeroom was to avoid disturbances during his fishing. Thus, the following months passed in tranquility. Chapter 55, The Ferryman of Time's River. Another year had come to pass. The new round of recruitment for the Piaomiao sect had arrived, unlike any in previous years, with a staggering increase in numbers and an abundance of talented individuals. The reason was clear. Word had spread that the Piaomiao sect possessed a quasi-saint powerhouse. While not yet a top-tier force in the Eastern Domain, a sect with a quasi-saint was undoubtedly a super elite, one that even the three mightiest powers of the Eastern Domain dared not underestimate. This year, the number of disciples aspiring to join the Piaomiao sect reached an astonishing 6 to 7 million. Such figures were formidable, rivaling those of leading sections. Amidst the throng ascending the steps to the Piaomiao sect stood a youth clad in tattered robes, his handsome visage sharp and striking. To think that I, Shao Chun, have been reborn, and into the body of a warrior who shares my name. The young man was indeed Shao Chun, an ancient emperor and the founder of the Shao sacred kingdom. Countless millennia prior, in his quest to transcend the shackles of emperorship and defy the will of heaven, he ultimately met with annihilation at the hands of the celestial order, leading to his tragic demise. At the last moment, he had unleashed a secret method, fortuitously leaving behind a remnant soul that allowed him to be reborn. After countless epochs, he had finally found his reincarnated self, the original owner of the body before him. Just moments ago, his memories had awakened, revealing that he was participating in the Piaomiao sect's recruitment ceremony. The Piaomiao sect? The great Piaomiao emperor was indeed a remarkable talent in his time, yet he too met his end. Shao Chun gazed at the three characters spelling out Piaomiao sect, recalling his encounter with the sect's ancient ancestor during the Age of Antiquity. On that fateful occasion, he was deeply impressed. That fleeting glimpse stirred feelings even within this mighty emperor. The ethereal empress, during that era, was truly unparalleled in beauty, captivating numerous male warriors who yearned for her favor. Shao Chun shook his head. Having just been reborn, he fortuitously encountered the recruitment of the Piaomiao sect. In his current state, his cultivation was meager, hardly distinguishable from that of an ant. As a once ancient emperor, Shao Chun adhered to the principle of cause and effect, indicating that fate had long been predetermined, binding him to the Piaomiao sect. Therefore, he resolved to join the Piaomiao sect and recommence his training. This time, he would aspire to become the most formidable emperor, shattering the heavens to exact his vengeance. At the serene lake behind Wufeng Mountain, Chi Hao had no intention of recruiting disciples this year. Instead, he chose to send his most accomplished disciple, Lung Yanzhu, in his stead. After all, the act of recruiting disciples is dependent on destiny. With the treasures Chi Hao had recently acquired, he could elevate even a mundane individual to the saint realm. Moreover, he had faith in Lung Yanzhu's discernment. Chi Hao was not foolish. Despite Lung Yanzhu's seemingly naive demeanor before him, she exhibited an aloofness that deterred others from approaching her, and her intellect was sharp enough to ensure she would indiscriminately recruit worthless individuals for Wufeng Mountain. The most crucial factor was the presence of Dan Tai Chingwei. Chi Hao was unaware that Dan Tai Chingwei possessed the ability to comprehend the thoughts of others. Yet he always remembered that her insight into discerning a person's character was exceptional. After all, she had spent her formative years amidst a melange of society's varied strata, making it exceedingly simple for her to see through a person. Consequently, Chi Hao entrusted the task of disciple recruitment to his three apprentices. His third disciple, Long Batian, returned to Wufeng Mountain to continue his cultivation after a journey abroad. Observing that Long Batian had been rather inactive lately, Chi Hao decided to have him accompany them. Master, could you not be so lazy? You haven't moved in nearly half a year, Lung Yanzhu lamented. Currently, her cultivation had reached the upper levels of the innate realm, and she was on the verge of breaking into the grand innate stage. Dan Tai Chingwei smiled reassuringly. It's all right, senior sister. Master's reluctance to go surely has its reasons. Our presence will suffice. Her gentle smile was like a refreshing spring breeze. Presently, Dan Tai Chingwei's strength was also formidable, having recently stepped into the innate realm. The area where Chi Hao sat was overgrown with weeds. Indeed, Lung Yanzhu spoke the truth. Chi Hao had remained stationary for nearly half a year. The reason was simple. He had landed a remarkable treasure in this very spot. Thus, he believed that this location would continue to yield exceptional finds. He was a firm believer in metaphysics. Time River Ferryman. Identity: the possessor of this object will gain the ability to enter the Time River without suffering any backlash, allowing free traversal within and the ability to alter the past, present, and future, even guiding lost souls from the Time River. Warning: the identity of the Time River Ferryman is extraordinary and may alter history. The possessor should exercise caution. Upon acquiring the identity of the Time River ferryman, Chi Hao initially struggled to comprehend its significance. However, once he utilized this identity, he was profoundly astonished. His soul directly entered the Time River, manifesting a small boat from his soul energy, drifting along its currents while he sat on the boat, casting his line. In the Time River, he could see everything from the past, present, and future. Chi Hao, with a mischievous grin, began to fish, targeting treasures from any temporal realm. In the past, within a sacred site in the northern region of the Wangtan Delu, an ascendant saint was refining his doppelganger with divine fire. A fishing hook traversed eons, directly snagging the divine fire, whisking it away with a swift motion, leaving the ascendant saint bewildered. Enraged, he realized he had encountered a thief and sought to track this cunning individual. Employing the great law of causality, he ultimately found himself unable to locate the culprit, as if the person did not exist in the present world. This left the ascendant saint utterly dumbfounded. Was he encountering a ghost? In the present, within a mountain range composed of dragon bones in the western region, Chi Hao observed a group of saint-level cultivators utilizing a divine-grade 9-layered pagoda to perform a spell, sealing something within. Noticing the formidable appearance of the 9-layered pagoda, Chi Hao wasted no time and cast his line. The hook fell from the Time River, directly snagging the pagoda, and with a firm tug, he pulled it up, leaving the saint cultivators in utter confusion. In the future, in a certain area of the soul domain of the Wangtan Delu, darkness enveloped the heavens, thick clouds loomed, and thunder rumbled. Below lay a city capable of housing over 100 million mortals. Chi Hao witnessed a grand saint employing a piece of fabric imbued with malevolent energy to capture the souls of the countless mortals below for his cultivation. Chi Hao cast his line once more, aiming for the malevolent soul-capturing fabric. Who dares to snatch my soul-capturing fabric? The grand saint exclaimed in shock, realizing someone had suddenly intervened. As he concentrated his thoughts, employing secret techniques to locate his assailant, he was astounded to discover that the one who had acted against him resided within the Time River. As the Grand Saint's awareness entered the Time River, he was met with a backlash before he could comprehend his surroundings. Chi Hao chuckled. This fool dared to intrude so boldly, earning his admiration. With the soul-capturing fabric in hand, Chi Hao felt thoroughly satisfied. Having fished valuable items from 3 different temporal realms, he was exhilarated. This made him acutely aware of the significance of his identity as the Time River ferryman. For with his fishing rod, he could draw treasures from the past, present, and future at will. Chapter 56. A great enemy approaches. What is this? Chi Hao rowed his little boat through the currents of the Time River when he suddenly noticed a luminous sphere composed of causality. The sphere traversed the barriers of the Time River, slowly approaching him. Sensing something amiss, Chi Hao swiftly cast his line. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have caught the Emperor's causality. Emperor's causality. Shao Chun, an ancient emperor, proud and unrestrained, has returned in rebirth, vowing to shatter the heavens. Causality law. Every cause has its effect. The host's intervention in the Time River has forged an inseparable bond with Shao Chun. Disciple recruitment task prompt. Shao Chun has been reborn. The host is urged to quickly take him as a disciple. Task success. Reward of divine level martial arts and techniques, along with 1 piece of Emperor's causality. Task failure. Shao Chun will view the host as an enemy. Listening to the system's notification, Chi Hao narrowed his eyes. He began to grasp the implications. Through his intervention in the Time River, he had forged a connection with the ancient emperor known as Shao Chun. The system's task indicated that their destinies were intertwined, not as kin, but as potential adversaries. Master, Qingwei, Batian, and I shall proceed to recruit disciples, Lung Yinju announced, glancing at the dazed Chi Hao. Chi Hao snapped back to reality, quickly responding, Yinju, when you go to recruit disciples, see if you can find someone by the name of Shao Chun. Shao Chun? Lung Yinju asked, puzzled, yet she nodded. Does Master know him? Chi Hao shook his head. I do not. Lung Yinju, confused, inquired, if you don't know him, why do you want me to recruit him? Given the population of the eastern region, there must be at least 100 people named Shao Chun, and I am uncertain whom you are referring to, Master. Chi Hao contemplated for a moment, realizing the underlying truth. Gazing at the explanation provided by the system, he felt a surge of inspiration. When you go to recruit disciples, observe closely. The one who exudes an air of arrogance, nonchalance, and goes by the name of Shao Chun, that shall be him. Chi Hao promptly affixed a label to Shao Chun. Very well, I shall keep my eyes peeled. By the way, if you confirm the existence of such a person, you might want to curtail his arrogance a bit, lest he becomes too overbearing. Master, does this Shao Chun harbor a grudge against you? Not at all. Why would you think such a thing? I am merely a fisherman. I bear no enmity. Master, perhaps you should reflect on your own words. Lung Yinju had long since grown accustomed to Chi Hao's manner of speaking and refrained from further comment. directly escorting Dan Tai Chingwei and the others to the recruitment site. Meanwhile, 100,000 miles away from the mysterious Sky Sect, at a spatial node, the fabric of space tore open, revealing a passageway through which a multitude of formidable beings emerged. Below, within a mountain range, a group had already gathered, each exuding a palpable aura. The weakest among them being at least at the King realm. Those from the soul refining sect are finally arriving. We have waited far too long. These individuals are always of the sinister path. Were it not for our mutual goal of eradicating the mysterious Sky Sect, we would never meet with them amicably. The mysterious Sky Sect has dug its own grave by offending the two mightiest forces in the Eastern Domain. Its doom is inevitable. From beneath the mountains, the warriors of the Holy Land of Luotian gazed upward at the figures appearing in the skies, all of whom were powerful members of the Soul Refining Sect. Within the Soul Refining Sect's ranks, Qin Engshi stepped forward and addressed a figure below. Wu Jin, I did not expect you to be leading the delegation from the Holy Land of Luotian. The one referred to as Wu Jin was an elderly man with graying hair, frail and nearing the end of his days. Yet, this seemingly decrepit figure was the second elder of the Holy Land of Luotian, possessing the cultivation of a sub-saint. Qin Engshi, let us dispense with idle chatter. Our agreement to join forces against the mysterious Sky Sect is merely temporary. Once we have annihilated them, our alliance will be rendered void. At that point, do not blame the Holy Land of Luotian for being ungracious, Wu Jin declared. Upon hearing this, Qin Engshi narrowed his eyes, but refrained from rebuttal. Once the mysterious Sky Sect was dealt with, both parties could very well turn their weapons upon each other. Neither was foolish, their prior enmity was well known. And this collaboration arose from the shared grievance of having a half-saint perish within the mysterious Sky Sect. It was a vendetta that could not go unavenged. However, acting alone to destroy the mysterious Sky Sect would incur significant losses, making them vulnerable to other major forces. Thus, Qin Engshi reached out to the Holy Land of Luotian to propose this collaboration. The Holy Land of Luotian had acquiesced with the death of Cheng Kuan. Their honor was at stake, and retribution was necessary. Once this matter was resolved, the mysterious Sky Sect could very well become a battleground for both the Holy Land of Luotian and the Soul Refining Sect. At that moment, both Qin Engshi and Wu Jin's gazes shifted towards a certain point in the sky. A spatial passage formed, and a handsome middle-aged man emerged, smiling at both parties, emanating an aura of sub-saint pressure. Haha, it has been quite some time since I last saw my friends from the Holy Land of Luotian and the Soul Refining Sect. The middle-aged man appeared to be acquainted with both parties, offering his greetings. Shao Qi. Qin Engshi's eyes flickered, his expression growing somewhat grave. Shao Qi, what is your Shao clan's intent here? Shao Qi squinted. Please do not misunderstand. I have heard of the two major forces planning to settle accounts with the mysterious Sky Sect. Out of curiosity, I came to observe. I hope you will not mind. Wu Jin's gaze turned frosty. Shao Qi, your Shao clan does not intend to meddle, does it? Shao Qi waved his hand dismissively. Do not misconstrue my intentions. If my Shao clan truly wished to intervene, I would not come alone. Qin Engshi interjected directly. Enough of this idle chatter. What is your purpose in coming here? Shao Qi smiled. I merely came to witness the spectacle. Rest assured, I shall remain a mere spectator and will not interfere. Qin Engshi snorted coldly. Shao Qi, I hope you uphold your word. Otherwise, do not blame the Soul Refining Sect for its lack of courtesy. Wu Jin echoed similar sentiments. For their undertaking was a life-and-death struggle, and any unexpected developments could yield significant ramifications. Subsequently, Qin Engshi and Wu Jin conferred on the specifics and promptly led their group towards the mysterious Sky Sect. In total, they had amassed 2 sub-saints, for half-saints, 20 grandmasters, and over 100 kings. This formidable force was more than sufficient to sweep aside all factions beneath the top-tier powers of the Eastern Domain. Naturally, the mysterious Sky Sect remained oblivious to the impending calamity that awaited it. At this moment, the mysterious Sky Sect was conducting its annual recruitment conference. With the sect's reputation soaring over the past 2 years and the presence of a saint-level powerhouse, many viewed the mysterious Sky Sect as a first-rate force. The influx of aspiring young disciples had significantly increased, particularly those with exceptional talents. The peaks of the mysterious Sky Sect were abuzz with excitement, eagerly anticipating the upcoming recruitment event. However, this year bore a distinct peculiarity: Wufeng Mountain. In the previous 2 years, Wufeng Mountain had been regarded as a malignant presence by all disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect, a place they avoided at all costs. Yet now, news had erupted that the rumored son of the void was still alive, and that Wufeng Mountain also housed imperial-level bloodline prodigies. This revelation spread rapidly among the new disciples, inciting a fervent desire to join Wufeng Mountain. Chapter 57, A Master and His Disciples. Leng Yanzhu and her companions observed the frenzied crowd below, their brows slightly furrowed. Leng Yanzhu had anticipated a considerable number of disciples wishing to join Wufeng Mountain this year, but she had not expected the sheer volume to be so staggering. After a rough estimate, she concluded that there were at least tens of thousands. Leng Yanzhu inquired, "Second sister, with your vast knowledge, how do you propose we handle this situation?" Dan Tai Qingwei shook her head slightly. "Senior sister, there is no need for concern. These new disciples are not drawn to Wufeng Mountain itself, but rather to the reputation of our Grandmaster. Such disciples are not genuinely devoted to the path. Admitting them would only bring shame upon Wufeng Mountain." Dan Tai Qingwei's ability to perceive the thoughts of others was indeed extraordinary. She understood the sentiments of the disciples below. She noted that the majority of these disciples were drawn by her and Leng Yanzhu. Allowing such individuals to join Wufeng Mountain would spell disaster. In agreement, Leng Yanzhu nodded, acknowledging the validity of her sister's assessment. "So, does this imply that our primary objective in this recruitment is to search for the Shaoqun that Master mentioned?" Long Batian, ever obedient to the directives of his two senior sisters, held differing sentiments towards them. Before Leng Yanzhu, he felt akin to a frightened child before his mother, haunted by the psychological shadow cast by her occasional sparring. In contrast, Dan Tai Qingwei radiated a gentle demeanor, embodying a sister who understood profound truths. Long Batian felt fortunate to have awakened to his senses, leaving the holy land of Luotian to find solace in such a nurturing environment. Russell, after a series of evaluations, over 500,000 disciples remained. This was an increase of 400,000 compared to the previous year. The various peak leaders and mountain lords began to compete fiercely for disciples, often becoming flushed with excitement over a single recruit. Joining the mysterious Sky sect promised rapid strength gains and access to abundant resources for cultivation. Shaoqun passed the evaluations and awaited recruitment from the other peaks. His performance was rather average, deliberately unremarkable, as he intended to maintain a low profile. After all, he had once stood at the pinnacle of the desolate continent as the emperor, and had long since passed the age of ostentation. He merely wished to casually join a peak and acquire resources to grow rapidly. Shaoqun had recently inquired and discovered that the Shao sacred kingdom he had founded still existed. He harbored a desire to return, but his current strength did not permit it. As an emperor, Shaoqun understood that in the world of cultivation, lacking power meant that one's words would forever remain empty. Who could predict whether he would be greeted with cheers or met with drawn swords upon stepping into the Shao sacred kingdom? The intricacies of human nature were notoriously difficult to fathom. Shaoqun observed as new disciples joined the mountain peaks and was about to select one when a voice called out for Shaoqun. At that moment, the chilling voice of Leng Yanzhu rang out, causing all present to pause in astonishment. When the various peaks of the mysterious cloud sect realized it was Leng Yanzhu, they were bewildered, unsure of what this paragon of grace intended. She inquired once more, "Is there anyone by the name of Shaoqun present? If so, please come over to Wufeng Mountain." Shortly after Leng Yanzhu's words fell, 3 individuals stepped forward, one of whom was the reborn Shaoqun. "Do all 3 of you share the name Shaoqun?" Leng Yanzhu asked. "Indeed," the 3 replied in unison. Leng Yanzhu pondered, contemplating whether any among them were the person her master sought. As a reborn being, Shaoqun was perplexed as to why they were searching for someone named Shaoqun. Could it be him they were after? Dan Tai Qingwei cast a glance at the 3 and then frowned, her gaze settling on Shaoqun. She sensed a distinct inner voice emanating from this version of Shaoqun. Strange, what is the mysterious cloud sect up to? Why does this woman radiate a sense of threat? Is it due to her divine beast bloodline? Goodness. The other woman beside her possesses the bloodline of an emperor as well. How astonishing, a sect with 2 prodigies of emperor-level bloodlines. That young man beside them. His vitality is as dense as a dragon or a tiger. Though his realm is not high, his formidable physique is terrifying. Even in my prime, I would have struggled to surpass him at the same realm. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Shaoqun was taken aback. As an emperor, endowed with the insight and vision of one, he could instantly discern the exceptional nature of Leng Yanzhu and her companions. Thus, his astonishment was warranted. After all, a minor holy sect had 2 potential emperors and a physically unrivaled youth. Such a revelation was indeed astonishing. Why is this woman staring at me? Does she find me too handsome? Shaoqun suddenly noticed Dan Tai Qingwei smiling at him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Dan Tai Qingwei internally chuckled. This Shaoqun was exceedingly shameless. "You think you're handsome? Can you compare to my master?" Leng Yanzhu found herself somewhat exasperated. She was uncertain about how to identify the specific individual her master sought. Then, she recalled the 3 words Qi Hao had mentioned. The proudest. Yes, if the individual was proud, it implied that the person her master sought possessed a strong sense of self-worth and would certainly not tolerate humiliation. With this realization, Lung Yinju appeared to have found a method. She turned to the three. You three shall play a little game. Slap each other until one of you is knocked out. Anyone who cannot endure may concede. The victor shall be allowed to join Wufeng Mountain. The other two, upon hearing this, were filled with excitement. They had longed to be part of Wufeng Mountain, and when the opportunity arose, how could they refuse? Xiao Chun, however, was taken aback. What did this mean? Forcing these two inept individuals to slap his face? After all, he was an emperor. The thought of an ancient emperor being struck by someone of lesser cultivation was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. Xiao Chun observed coldly. He would not stand idly by to be struck. Slap, slap. While Xiao Chun pondered, the other two had already begun to slap one another. The sound echoing painfully as their faces turned crimson, tears welling in their eyes. It seemed they were unleashing pent-up emotions, slapping each other with increasing ferocity. Moments later, one could endure no more and conceded, his head nearly split from the blows. The other, witnessing this, was ecstatic and turned his gaze toward Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun furrowed his brow and stated directly, Sister, I do not intend to join Wufeng Mountain, so I believe I need not participate in this face-slapping exercise. Lung Yinju narrowed her eyes, about to speak when she suddenly received a message from Dantai Qingwei. Taken aback, she looked at Dantai Qingwei uncertainly, who nodded firmly. Once Lung Yinju grasped the meaning, she turned to Xiao Chun. Very well, if you do not wish to participate, then you need not. The victorious slapper was beaming, believing he had passed the test, and hurriedly said, Sister, does this mean that as the sole victor, I can join Wufeng Mountain? Sorry, but no. What? What just happened? Sister, you said that the winner of the face-slapping game could join Wufeng Mountain. Oh, did I say that? Yes, you did. Well then, I retract what I just said. The disciple was left bewildered, unable to comprehend such a twist. Could one truly retract their words? The one who had conceded, thinking he would be chosen instead, began to self-nominate but was swiftly dismissed by Lung Yinju's words. Do you still have the face to ask to join? If it were me, I would have long since retaliated against anyone who slapped my face. The one who had been slapped was left in utter confusion. Wait, but didn't you say it was mutual slapping? Thus, the two were mercilessly eliminated. Are you willing to join Wufeng Mountain? Lung Yinju turned her gaze towards the last Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was thoroughly confounded by Lung Yinju's peculiar tactics. Hearing her words, he was filled with questions. How did it come to be that she chose him? Though he did not fully grasp the situation, he was merely puzzled, as, in his heart, joining any mountain was of little consequence. Consequently, Xiao Chun nodded, indicating his willingness to join. The other two who shared his name were so astounded by this bizarre turn of events that they fainted from sheer frustration. Chapter 58. Lu Piaomiao enters the sacred realm. At the back mountain of Wufeng Mountain, unbothered by disciples, Chi Hao enjoyed a leisurely life, fishing while sipping on fine wine. Buzz. At that moment, a tremor resonated through the air. Chi Hao narrowed his eyes, suspecting something significant had occurred, and swiftly extended his divine sense. His perception swept across the entire mysterious cloud sect like an ocean wave. Deep within the mysterious cloud sect, in a uniquely designed pavilion, powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy erupted. Is this Lu Shiji about to break through? Chi Hao instantly recognized the pavilion as Lu Piaomiao's residence, the mysterious cloud abode. A faint aura of sanctity was emanating from within, intensifying by the moment. He also noted that the sky above the mysterious cloud sect was undergoing a transformation. Crackling. Meanwhile, the recruitment event was still fervently underway. The abnormality in the sky captured everyone's attention. Look quickly, why is the sky changing so rapidly? What is happening? It's so dark, and there are ominous clouds filled with divine thunder. This appearance resembles a heavenly tribulation. Everyone gazed upward, their expressions reflecting shock. Below, the first to react was none other than Xiao Chun, because he was all too familiar with this scene. It was a portent that someone was about to enter the sacred realm and undergo tribulation. The mountain lords and peak masters all exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. And then suddenly, a realization dawned upon them. Whoosh! For figures shot forth from the depths of the Misty Sect, the four esteemed elders. Could it be that the sect master was about to break through to the sacred realm? The elders directed their gaze towards the misty residence. Sensing that Lu Miao was in the midst of her breakthrough, joy illuminated their faces. Finally, after several decades since the Void Saint's ascension, the Misty Sect had another individual reaching this milestone. Boom! The earth trembled as a figure soared from the misty residence, transforming into a streak of light beneath the thunderous tribulation. Below, all disciples of the Misty Sect beheld Lu Miao, with the reminders of others. They realized that it was their sect master who was on the verge of breaking through to the sacred realm. Upon discovering this, the disciples erupted into cheers, their hearts brimming with joy. At the back mountain of Wufeng Mountain, Chi Hao also witnessed this spectacle, feeling elated for Lu Miao. Truly, One who could become a sect master possessed formidable talent. Boom. The thunder roared, akin to a thunderous lion bellowing, tearing through the air and shattering space. An ethereal figure of divine thunder materialized, forming palatial structures that interwove magnificently. Celestial soldiers emerged, wielding bolts of lightning, morphing into serpentine thunder dragons that descended upon Lu Miao. What an overwhelming display of thunderous power. The four esteemed elders, observing this scene, felt their faces pale as they sensed the cataclysmic might of the divine thunder. They had experienced the era when the Void Saint ascended and had witnessed the power of the sacred realm's tribulation. However, the tribulation faced by the Void Saint was minuscule in comparison to what unfolded before them. It was like comparing a mere fledgling to a soaring dragon, utterly incomparable. Concern for Lu Miao began to gnaw at their hearts. Suddenly, the four elders' pupils constricted in shock as they beheld Lu Miao charging directly towards the divine thunder, seemingly intent on confronting the tribulation head-on. Crack! Lu Miao moved. Her unparalleled grace and exquisite figure, under the thunderous tribulation, resembled a butterfly dancing through the storm, captivatingly beautiful. The power of her bloodline surged forth, manifesting as a resplendent, multicolored butterfly. This was the nine-colored glazed butterfly, an embodiment of the demon saint's bloodline. Lu Miao landed upon the nine-colored glazed butterfly, soaring towards the tribulation. The long sword flew forth, transforming into countless sword shadows that fiercely cleaved at the divine thunder. One after another, the bolts of tribulation were severed, transmuting into pure spiritual energy that flowed into Lu Miao, augmenting her foundation and enhancing her physical prowess. Yet, this tribulation appeared to be no ordinary challenge. After dissipating wave after wave of divine thunder, it underwent a transformation. The tribulation itself took form. The four esteemed elders, retreating to a distance, observed solemnly as the tribulation morphed. Above the dark clouds, the palatial structures of divine thunder suddenly transformed into thunderous demonic beasts, relentlessly pursuing Lu Miao as if intent on annihilating her. The four elders trembled, fearing that Lu Miao might not withstand this onslaught. Boom! The thunder-formed beasts assailed Lu Miao, inflicting grievous wounds upon her. Her body was struck, her skin fractured, and her form was rent as her tight-fitting gown shredded, crimson blood splattering forth, revealing skin as pure as snow-capped mountains. Humph! Lu Miao scoffed. How could she possibly be intimidated by mere tribulation? Thus, gathering her strength, she unleashed a sword strike. The sword aura surging forth, sharp brilliance flashing, dazzling to the eye. Lu Miao, standing atop the nine-colored glazed butterfly, resembled a goddess of war as she charged towards the thunderous dragon. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a deafening roar, and the thunder dragon howled in agony. Goodness! Senior Sister Lu is truly formidable, directly shattering the tribulation. It seems the worst is over. Chi Hao marveled at this scene, filled with admiration for Lu Miao's strength. To cleave through the tribulation with a single sword, what sheer audacity! Chi Hao understood that there was no need for further concern. Lu Miao had successfully navigated her sacred tribulation, and her ascension to the semi-sacred realm was all but assured. Sure enough, under Lu Miao's overwhelming offensive, the thunder dragon shattered, severing the tribulation. The heavenly phenomena above, resembling a celestial realm, gradually dissipated, ultimately transforming into an exceedingly pure energy that flowed into Lu Miao. Upon receiving this vast energy, a sacred aura began to radiate from within her. Subsequently, Lu Miao seated herself in meditation, absorbing the sacred essence to stabilize her aura. Wonderful! The sect master had successfully passed the tribulation and attained the semi-sacred realm. Everyone understood that as the tribulation subsided, Lu Miao had indeed broken through to the semi-sacred realm. The entire Misty Sect erupted in jubilant cheers, reminiscent of a festive celebration, brimming with enthusiasm. Xiao Chun gazed at Lu Miao, who had cleaved through the tribulation, and it was as if he beheld the legendary Misty Emperor, exuding the same unparalleled magnificence. Amidst the collective revelry, a mocking voice rang out. Is it merely a semi-saint? Is such elation truly warranted? The joy you feel now will soon be met with despair. Chapter 59. The Crisis of the Misty Sect. Chi Hao takes action. As the voice echoed, a host of formidable figures suddenly materialized outside the Misty Sect. The leaders of the Luo Tian Sacred Land and the Refining Soul Sect. Wu Jin and Qin Engshi stood coldly gazing at the throngs below, as if regarding a swarm of ants. Wu Jin of the Luo Tian Sacred Land, and Qin Engshi of the Refining Soul Sect. The four elders' countenances drastically shifted upon seeing these two powerful factions emerge. 2 quasi-saints, for semi-saints, 20 grandmasters, and the rest were all kings. An ominous premonition gripped them. Below, The mountain lords and peak masters of the Misty Sect wore grim expressions. Elder Zhou Ji stepped forward, sternly rebuking, Wu Jin, Qin Engshi. What is the meaning of this? Wu Jin sneered, what do you think this is? Is it not obvious enough? Qin Engshi's gaze was icy. You Misty Sect have become far too arrogant. Daring to slay a semi-saint of my refining soul sect, it's akin to courting death. Upon hearing Qin Engshi's words, the four elders were bewildered. When had the Misty Sect killed a semi-saint of the refining soul sect? Hadn't they only slain Chengkuan of the Luo Tian sacred land? It was no wonder the four elders were unaware, for Chihao's strike had been executed so swiftly and decisively that they had not perceived it. Now that both factions had converged, their intent was clear, to obliterate the Misty Sect. They aimed to make the martial artists of the eastern region understand what it meant to insult a top-tier power. The four elders felt their spirits tremble as they gritted their teeth, flames of rage igniting within them. Yet, they understood that the moment of life and death for the Misty Sect had arrived. Kill them all, leave none alive. Before the members of the mysterious sect could fully comprehend the situation, Wu Jin and Qin Engshi swiftly launched their assault. Hundreds of figures at the King realm surged forth, charging directly into the fray. Upon witnessing this, the mountain lords and peak masters of the mysterious sect, caught off guard and with no time to hesitate, ascended into the sky to confront the attackers head-on. Bang, bang, bang. In the instant of collision, sparks flew, spiritual energy surged, and the shockwaves reverberated, injuring and causing blood to spill from the weaker martial artists. All disciples of the mysterious sect hurriedly retreated from the epicenter of the battle, eager to avoid the ensuing chaos. This is dire, we must withdraw. Cold and elegant, Zhu's expression was grave. In such a battleground, they could not intervene. Their only option was to flee. Some insignificant insects, perish. A formidable figure from the sacred land, at the Grandmaster level, witnessed the mysterious sect disciples scattering and ruthlessly struck out, launching a massive palm imprint, spanning hundreds of feet, aimed at exterminating the fleeing disciples. Suddenly, 12 elders, concealed upon the peaks, revealed their presence. With the might of 12 Grandmasters, they swiftly shattered the palm imprint. The two factions' 20 Grandmasters, upon seeing this, immediately turned their wrath upon the 12 Grandmasters of the mysterious sect. Disciples of the mysterious sect, heed the call. Slay the enemy, protect our sect. The four elders also surged into battle. In an instant, over 30 Grandmasters clashed fiercely together. Meanwhile, at a distance, Lu Piaomiao, seated in meditation to absorb the holy essence, sensed the turmoil around her. Yet, to maintain her cultivation, she could not afford to act recklessly, for it would jeopardize her progress. She felt a sense of urgency, yet could not move. She needed just a little more time. Let us unleash our power and witness the might of the newly ascended leader of the mysterious sect, she thought. Wu Jin and Qin Engshi exchanged a glance, nodding in silent agreement. They commanded the four semi-holy warriors behind them to strike down Lu Piaomiao. The four semi-holy warriors nodded in acknowledgement, charging towards her. This is bad. The leader is at a critical moment. She must not be disturbed. The four grand elders, witnessing this scene, sought to intervene. Lu Piaomiao was at her most vulnerable, needing protection, and could not be interrupted. However, as they prepared to act, they were instantly halted. Their adversaries were also grandmasters, making their escape difficult. Anxiety and despair filled their hearts. Whoosh! Just as the four semi-holy warriors were about to disrupt Lu Piaomiao's absorption of the holy essence, a resplendent 9-story pagoda descended from the heavens. The pagoda, shimmering with divine light, radiated a hope-filled aura reminiscent of the Western deities, shaking the very ground. The 9-story pagoda emanated an overwhelming, terrifying power, enveloping the entire area and forcefully suppressing the four semi-holy warriors. Is this an artifact? Wu Jin and Qin Engshi's expressions changed dramatically upon witnessing this spectacle. The aura surrounding the 9-story pagoda unmistakably indicated its status as a divine artifact. They were astonished that the mysterious sect possessed such a powerful artifact, a revelation they had not anticipated. Is this the 9-story pagoda? Isn't it associated with those old monks? How could it appear here? Below. Shaoqian instantly recognized the provenance of the 9-story pagoda. In ancient times, the Buddha of the Western regions had relied upon this very pagoda to subdue numerous powerful foes. Even Shaoqian, in his earlier encounters with the Buddha wielding the 9-story pagoda, had not dared to underestimate him. To think that this artifact, revered by the monks of the Western regions, would manifest within the mysterious sect was truly astonishing. Humph! Cowardly specter, virtuous saint, will you not reveal yourself? Qin Engshi struck out, extending a colossal hand to disperse the thick black clouds above, descending with the might of a collapsing sky. Wu Jin followed suit, unleashing the power of his bloodline, summoning a fierce beast, a lion-headed creature adorned with golden dragon scales, indeed, a qilin. With a flicker of his eyes, Wu Jin summoned forth eyes reminiscent of ancient deities, engulfed in swirling flames, condensing a beam of fiery energy that followed the colossal hand downward. Boom, boom. The two terrifying assaults instilled fear in the hearts of all present. The attacks, swift as lightning, hurled towards the depths of the mysterious sect. Last time you escaped. How dare you call for reinforcements? This time, I shall shatter your skull. On the back mountain of Wufeng Mountain, Chi Hao stood up, fishing rod in hand, and stepped forward. The fabric of space fractured, and time stilled as he wielded a brick, targeting the two semi-holy attacks with a decisive strike. Whoosh! The brick sliced through layers of space like a shooting star, engulfed in flames, colliding thunderously with the two assaults. To their surprise, upon impact, there was no grand explosion as anticipated. The entire space stilled, chaotic currents emerged. As if the world itself rippled, the earth began to crack. And the spiritual energy swiftly dissipated. Crack! The space shattered, fracturing like glass, continually generating chaotic currents that unveiled the abyss's darkness. The assaults of Qin Engshi and Wu Jin were rendered formless under the strike of the brick. Yet the brick's momentum remained unyielding, transforming into a streak of light that surged towards the two. Wu Jin's expression grew solemn. The bloodline Qilin roared, transforming into a blazing sun as it charged forward. But alas, the bloodline Qilin was easily pierced by the brick, akin to striking a stone with an egg. Qin Engshi, solemn and cautious, would not underestimate the situation and struck forth with all his might. A powerful palm strike halted the space, causing the surrounding atmosphere to react, fracturing like raindrops into meteor-like shards, plummeting downward. Finally, the brick ceased its advance, having been repelled by their combined efforts. Chapter 60. The arena is too small. Let us three change places to continue the fight. Be cautious. This individual is formidable. Wu Jin and Qin Engshi's expressions were grave. They sensed a challenging adversary. Qin Engshi, most aware of the situation, recalled their earlier encounter with Chi Hao, where he had been struck once and still felt soreness. Chi Hao waved his hand, retrieving the brick. He then elegantly flicked the rod, and a ghostly fishhook materialized behind Qin Engshi. Feeling an immediate sense of danger, Qin Engshi struck backward with his palm. But alas, the fishhook from the fishing rod was not so easily evaded. The hook pierced through Qin Engshi's palm, snagging his shoulder blade directly. Humph! Qin Engshi let out a cold snort as pain surged through him. Wu Jin's expression darkened. He found Chi Hao's attacks perplexing. How had the fishhook appeared? Furious, Qin Engshi recalled how he had been caught previously and was astonished that he could not evade it this time either. Wu Jin unleashed the power of his bloodline, the fiery Qilin charging forth with ferocity. Seeing this, Chi Hao struck down with the brick. With the brick in hand, I hold dominion over the world. Bang! Under Wu Jin's astonished gaze, his bloodline-conjured Qilin shattered beneath the brick strike, pitifully fragile. Wu Jin's eyes widened as he recognized the brick's material. It was primordial stone, known to be the hardest substance in existence. No wonder his bloodline's Qilin had been easily obliterated. Since you are a new face, I shall stamp you first. Chi Hao stepped forward, traversing layers of space, brick in hand, aiming for Wu Jin's head. Wu Jin's expression shifted drastically, the specter of death looming over him as he hastily activated his defensive martial technique, the heavenly gate bell, enveloping his form. Sizzle! Wu Jin's despair deepened as his once proud defensive technique, the heavenly gate bell, which could form an indestructible barrier, was rendered utterly impotent before the might of the brick. A brick struck the heavenly gate bell directly, leaving a distinct imprint on Wu Jin's forehead. Wu Jin was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and forming a deep pit of 100 zhang. His face flushed, the imprint of the brick was starkly visible, his skull was fractured, his right eye crushed, and blood gushed forth. Chi Hao, witnessing this scene, was not surprised. In the realm of saints, superficial wounds do not inflict grave harm. To truly annihilate a saint, one must obliterate both body and soul. Do not act recklessly. Qin Engshi, ensnared by a fishhook embedded in his scapula, found himself unable to escape. The hook was enveloped in a mysterious force that rendered him powerless against it. Grasping the hook, Qin Engshi propelled himself towards Chi Hao, a grand seal materializing with dragon patterns floating above it. Ancient script descended, and a colossal golden dragon emerged, roaring skyward as it lunged towards Chi Hao. Seeking death, Qin Engshi unleashed a cosmic-grade spiritual weapon, believing it far beyond Chi Hao's capacity to counter. However, the ensuing spectacle made him cough up blood. Unbeknownst to him, Chi Hao had employed some means to retract the hook swiftly, traversing space and transporting him directly before the golden dragon. Oh no! Qin Engshi was alarmed. But it was too late to react. The golden dragon, embodying the pinnacle of quasi-saint power, struck with ferocity, causing Qin Engshi to spew blood and be hurled backward. Silence! The entire Piao sect fell into an immediate hush. Whether on the battlefield of the King's realm or that of the Great Sect realm, all ceased their actions. The martial artists of Luotian's sacred land and the refining soul sect turned pale. They could hardly fathom that Wu Jin and Qin Engshi, both quasi-saints, had been so effortlessly defeated by Qi Hao in a 2-on-1 confrontation. It was simply unimaginable. The ancestor of the void is formidable. The uncle of the void is the strongest. The brother of the void is impressive. The disciples of Piao sect, who had been engulfed in despair, found their spirits rejuvenated by Qi Hao's sudden appearance, which turned the tide and led to the overwhelming defeat of the two quasi-saints. Qi Hao, blushing from the disciples' cheers below, realized that his role as an avatar was proving difficult to shed. How could this be? Wu Jin and Qin Engshi, their faces ashen, gazed at Qi Hao above, who appeared almost divine. With a rod in his left hand and a brick in his right, spiritual energy swirling around him, he emanated an ethereal aura. They could not comprehend why, despite both being quasi-saints, there was such a vast disparity between them. I mentioned before that if I were to see you again, I would surely crush your skull and find you a companion in the process. Qi Hao flicked the fishhook, sending Qin Engshi hurtling towards Wu Jin. Bound by the hook, Qin Engshi could not escape. Wu Jin's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing this. The murderous intent was palpable, as Qi Hao sought to eliminate both of them. Qi Hao stepped forward, positioning himself at the spatial nexus, aiming the brick at the two, intent on achieving a twofold strike. Boom! As the brick descended, the earth erupted like waves, fissures tearing through the ground as it crumbled and collapsed. Yet Qi Hao frowned, sensing he had not struck his targets. The two had been rescued. Qi Hao's brow furrowed as he turned to look. A great saint? In the distance, two middle-aged men with formidable auras hovered in the air, each grasping one of the quasi-saints, Wu Jin and Qin Engshi, the Saint Lord, the Sect Master. Qi Hao's expression grew serious. It was not difficult to deduce that these two were Luo Xian, the Saint Lord of Luotian's sacred land, and Si Ming, the Sect Master of Refining Soul Sect. Luo Xian's cold light glinted as he regarded Qi Hao. I did not expect such a powerful figure to emerge from a mere Piao sect. You must be that void saint's son, correct? Si Ming furrowed his brow, finding Qi Hao's presence peculiar. There was no discernible fluctuation of a powerful entity inhabiting him, leaving him to wonder if he truly was the void saint's son. Qi Hao smiled. Today is indeed lively. The leaders of the two premier forces of the Eastern Domain gather at Piao sect, truly a testament to your esteem for us. Si Ming's cold glare intensified. I care not whether you are the void saint's son. You have slain my sect's half-saint, and today, your life, along with the entirety of Piao sect, shall be forfeit. Luo Xian chuckled. I had no intention of allying with the Refining Soul sect, but alas, you must bear the blame for your sect's arrogance. To perish at my hands would be considered fortunate. I ask, have you come here merely to engage in idle banter? Do you believe you have me at your mercy? Qi Hao smiled. Indeed, even faced with two great saints, he felt merely a slight pressure. Since you are so confident, then prepare to meet your demise. Luo Xian moved, his gaze shifting as a torrent of bloodline power erupted from within him, summoning a void beast. The entire space began to ripple as Luo Xian struck forth, compressing the space in an attempt to crush Qi Hao directly. Qi Hao stepped forward, slapping the brick in his hand, shattering the spatial pressure. He cast out his fishing rod, piercing through the space towards Luo Xian. Whoosh! The space before the fishing rod seemed to offer no resistance. Even Luo Xian, who was well versed in the path of space, found himself astonished by the rod's peculiar nature. The fishhook appeared, aiming towards Luo Xian. In response, Luo Xian raised his hand, striking down to solidify the space and bind the hook. There's another. Qi Hao's gaze shifted, and before him stood Si Ming, the Sect Master of Refining Soul Sect. As Si Ming manifested, an overwhelming surge of soul power surged towards Qi Hao's mind, intent on shattering his consciousness. A brilliant light flashed, and a grand cauldron, adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, materialized in Qi Hao's mind. This power? A divine-grade cauldron. Si Ming's soul attack was rebuffed by the cauldron, sending him staggering backward through the void, shaken by the force. Si Ming was alarmed. The cauldron before him was indeed a divine-grade spiritual artifact. We cannot fight here. Let us change the battlefield. Qi Hao surveyed the chaos below. The battles had inflicted severe losses on Piao sect. The aftermath of the clash between the strong had brought devastation upon the living beings below. To prevent further destruction of Piao sect, Qi Hao swiftly flicked his fishing rod, silently invoking the names of the two adversaries. Whoosh! The fishhooks plunged into the black vortex, ensnaring both Luo Xian and Si Ming in a single stroke. Qi Hao stepped forth, releasing his consciousness, and a rift tore open in the sky, revealing a shimmering river of time. He led the two into the river of time. Chapter 61. A quasi-saint mouse steals something. Bang! Upon entering the river of time, a terrifying surge erupted across its surface. As the spatial rift began to heal, tranquility gradually returned. For a moment, no one was aware of the specifics within the river of time. That void Saint Sun is incredibly powerful. Xiao Chun, observing from below, was astonished by the display. He had not anticipated that the quasi-saint of Miao sect would be so formidable, effortlessly drawing two great saints into the river of time. Damnable scoundrel, today shall witness the annihilation of Miao sect. The two quasi-saints, Wu Jin and Qin Engshi, having been decisively defeated by Qi Hao, felt a surge of discontent. Only by obliterating Miao sect could they find some solace. I shall see how you intend to destroy my Miao sect. A clear, crisp voice resonated. Deep within Miao sect, Lu Miao, who had been meditating to absorb the sacred essence, finally opened her eyes. Rising to her feet, her gaze fierce, she surveyed the devastation around Miao sect. Her heart ablaze with fury. The sect master? Master, our efforts have not been in vain. Grant me the order to slay, and let this rabble remain here. Once Lu Miao has solidified her cultivation, the mountain lords and peak lords of the Miao sect, along with the elders from various peaks, and the four grand elders, all exhibit expressions of delight. How formidable could a mere newly ascended semi-holy be? Wu Jin and Qin Engshi regarded the scene with cold disdain, although both had endured severe injuries. As quasi-holy warriors, how could they be intimidated by a Lu Miao who had just entered the realm of semi-holy? Lu Miao remained unfazed by their words. Those who offend the Miao sect shall be executed. Whoosh! Lu Miao sprang into action, raising her sword and charging towards the two. Wu Jin and Qin Engshi struck simultaneously, intent on forcibly eliminating Lu Miao. After her breakthrough to semi-holy, Lu Miao's power had increased manifold. With a single swing of her sword, she cleaved the very fabric of space in twain. Wu Jin and Qin Engshi hastily evaded, their expressions turning grave upon witnessing the might of her strike, which rivaled that of a quasi-holy. It dawned on them in that moment that they had underestimated Lu Miao. A Lu Miao who had just transcended to semi-holy was indeed formidable. Exchanging glances, the two charged forward, unleashing an array of martial techniques and bloodline powers. Lu Miao mirrored their actions, summoning a colossal nine-colored glass butterfly that ascended to the heavens, with starlight cascading from its wings, transforming into streams of sword energy aimed at the two adversaries. In an instant, the very mountains trembled and the fabric of time and space warped. The sky was engulfed in utter darkness. The depth of the Miao sect's foundation was astounding. Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. He had not anticipated Lu Miao's strength to be so formidable. Having just broken through to semi-holy, she was able to engage in a back-and-forth battle with two quasi-holy warriors. Even if the latter had been previously wounded, it was sufficient to highlight the magnitude of Lu Miao's foundation. Just as Xiao Chen's attention was drawn to Lu Miao, another figure captured his gaze not far away. A 9-story pagoda loomed, suppressing 4 semi-holy figures from the Luo Tian sacred land and the refining soul sect. On the pagoda, a silhouette appeared quietly, unnoticed by most. Yet, Xiao Chen's keen senses, heightened by his bloodline, recognized that familiar visage with astonishment. It was Xiao Qi. The lad was still alive. The individual was none other than Xiao Qi from the Xiao sacred kingdom. As the grandson of Xiao Chen's uncle, Xiao Qi was someone he remembered cradling in his arms during childhood. To his surprise, Xiao Qi had survived all these years and had attained quasi-holy strength. Xiao Qi's gaze was fixated on the battle between Lu Miao and the two adversaries. He had previously assured Wu Jin that the Xiao sacred kingdom would not intervene. He was merely here to observe. Xiao Qi had remained concealed, watching the conflict unfold. Shocked, he couldn't believe that a mere Miao sect could manage to restrain the leaders of two major factions. He understood that such news, if disseminated, would undoubtedly stir a tempest in the eastern domain. Initially intending to relay this news back to the Xiao sacred kingdom, Xiao Qi suddenly noticed the overwhelming power emanating from the 9-story pagoda, which was suppressing the 4 semi-holy figures. This ignited a nefarious thought within him. Sacred artifacts of divine rank were exceedingly rare, even within the Xiao sacred kingdom. It was known that such items were also referred to as imperial weapons, signifying their immense value. Realizing the treasure before him, Xiao Qi resolved to seize it. He materialized atop the 9-story pagoda, extending a colossal hand of spiritual power to envelop the structure. A violent tremor resonated as the 4 trapped semi-holy figures struggled against their confines. Xiao Qi paid no heed to their plight. His sole focus was on acquiring the pagoda. Buzz. Unleashing his full quasi-holy might, Xiao Qi executed the great teleportation technique, instantly taking possession of the 9-story pagoda. Frowning, he probed into the pagoda's interior with his consciousness, aiming to extinguish its awareness. but encountered an exceptionally potent defensive consciousness that he could not breach at that moment. He could only carry it away and gradually wear down its defenses later. Simultaneously, in the western domain, millions of miles away from the Piao sect, a mountain forged from dragon bones emanated dense, ethereal spiritual energy, enveloped in white mist. Resembling a mystical realm infused with enigmatic power. Deep within the white fog stood a temple. At the center of the temple, a grand hall supported by 8 coiling dragon golden pillars held a triple-eaved roof, with the glazed tiles bearing the frost of a millennium. 500 golden statues of arhats lined the corridors, while 3 great Buddhas sat cross-legged in the main hall. The consciousness of the 9-story pagoda was being gradually extinguished. This direction seemed to be the eastern domain. It appeared that the thief had finally revealed his true colors. Thus, the great Buddha would lead 300 arhats forth, determined to reclaim the 9-story pagoda. Within the main hall, a resounding voice reverberated throughout the temple. After a brief silence, a statue that had been in a meditative state for an indeterminate duration stirred. Shedding its layer of gold leaf, a great Buddha rose to its feet. The 300 arhats in the corridors trembled, shattering the stones that clung to their forms, and gathered around the great Buddha. Dong! The temple bells chimed, their echoes spreading throughout the entire Dragonbone mountain range. In the distance, those who heard the chimes turned their gazes towards the source. Everyone understood that it must be that group of old monks causing mischief once again. Within the temple, the great Buddha, leading the 300 arhats, soared into the sky, riding the clouds as they journeyed towards the eastern domain. Returning to the Piao sect, Shaoqi was filled with frustration as he realized he could not fully control the 9-story pagoda. Contemplating this, he turned to seek assistance and intended to depart. Suddenly, he felt a tremor deep within his heart. His bloodline quivered. This startled Shaoqi. After all, his bloodline was that of an emperor. How could the bloodline of an emperor tremble? What kind of jest was this? Upon sensing further, he discovered that the cause of the tremor lay below. With a heart full of suspicion, he glanced downward, locking eyes with Xiao Chun. Who is this person? A mere mortal? Why do I feel both familiarity and trepidation? Despite his attempts to unravel the mystery, Shaoqi could not fathom that the mortal before him was none other than Xiao Chun, the most powerful emperor and the ancestor of the Xiao sacred kingdom. Xiao Chen's gaze flickered. He preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, thus retracting his attention. Shaoqi shook his head in confusion, dismissing it as his imagination, as he felt his bloodline settle once more. Shaoqi, what are you planning? Wu Jin and the others shouted upon noticing him. Frowning, Shaoqi hesitated no longer, turning to depart towards the direction of the Xiao sacred kingdom. Chapter 62. Is it not entirely reasonable to summon my future self for assistance? Observing Shaoqi's departure, Wu Jin and Qin Engshi felt an urge to curse. While Shaoqi leaving was not an issue, the problem lay in the fact that 4 semi-holy figures were trapped within the 9-story pagoda. Wu Jin and Qin Engshi contemplated pursuing him, but were intercepted by Lu Piaomiao. At that moment, Lu Piaomiao was consumed by a bloodlust, resolute in ensuring that her adversaries paid the price. Crack! Yet, before either side could engage in another fierce clash, the high sky suddenly fractured, revealing the traces of the river of time, as 4 figures emerged simultaneously. The first to break free from the river of time were the battered Luo Xian and Si Ming. Everyone was astonished. How could the leaders of these 2 factions appear in such a state of defeat? How could this be possible? It is essential to recognize that these 2 individuals are indeed formidable beings. Concurrently, many observers noted a radiant figure beside Qi Hao, whose features were obscured, rendering their identity indiscernible. With an air of tranquility, Qi Hao emerged from the river of time, returning to the ethereal sect. The luminous figure accompanying him was known only to a singular entity. This glowing apparition was none other than Qi Hao himself, specifically, his future self. Previously, Qi Hao had transported Luo Xian and Si Ming into the river of time, where an earth-shattering battle ensued. Qi Hao's tenacity left both Luo Xian and Si Ming exasperated. They found it incomprehensible that, despite being great saints, their combined efforts could not subdue even a single sub-saint, which fueled their ire. In stark contrast, Qi Hao found the encounter rather tedious. He realized he lacked the means to decisively eliminate the 2. At best, he could achieve a stalemate. This predicament vexed Qi Hao, who was solely focused on his fishing endeavors. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He cast his fishing rod downstream in the river of time, successfully reeling in his future self. Upon his arrival, the future Qi Hao exuded the aura of a great saint and, without hesitation, charged at Luo Xian and Si Ming. The 2 were left bewildered, unable to fathom the origin of this newcomer. With the addition of his future self, Qi Hao surged forward with unstoppable momentum, nearly obliterating the 2. It must be noted that those who ascend to positions of great power possess an array of life-preserving techniques. After a prolonged struggle, they managed only to inflict severe injuries upon each other. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Luo Xian and Si Ming simultaneously exerted their strength to breach the spatial barriers, escaping the river of time. Qi Hao and his future self pursued relentlessly, unwilling to allow their quarry to escape at this juncture. Aware of their inability to contend with their adversaries, Luo Xian gritted his teeth, abandoning the fight and employing a grand spatial displacement technique to flee the ethereal sect. Si Ming mirrored his actions, unleashing a secret technique from the soul-refining sect, leaving behind a fragment of his soul as a target, which was subsequently shattered by a swift strike, while his true self vanished without a trace. The Saint Lord, has the sect master fled? Upon witnessing Luo Xian and Si Ming's retreat, the remaining experts from the Luo Tian sacred land and the soul-refining sect were left in a state of shock. They had not anticipated that two great saints would be forced to retreat, plunging them into despair. In an instant, their fear rendered them vulnerable, allowing the experts of the ethereal sect to exploit their weaknesses, leading to numerous injuries or fatalities among them. Attempting to escape, Qi Hao intervened, incredulous that they would dare to evade him. He was about to cast his rod to reel in the two once more. What is happening? Do not obstruct me. I intend to eliminate these two. Of course, I wish to do the same, replied the future Qi Hao. Oh, it seems you desire to vanquish these two in the future, but ultimately fail? Indeed, I currently lack the means to eliminate them, and doing so would only provoke some hidden old-timers. How astute, truly the future self indeed. The future Qi Hao shook his head, aware that he could not divulge too much, as he was not the Qi Hao of this timeline. Speaking further could lead to complications. Moreover, his actions could significantly impact the future. A single misstep could alter everything. Had it not been for the fact that future Qi Hao had once also reeled in his future self, he might not have intervened at all. Seeing that the situation was resolved, future Qi Hao refrained from further comments, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing downstream in the river of time. Qi Hao, observing this, was not overly concerned. Since his future self had decreed that killing was not an option, he would allow these two to live a while longer. Since he could not eliminate them, he turned his attention to the remaining adversaries, deeming it permissible to eradicate them. Qi Hao's gaze was frigid as he surveyed the incoming foes. At that moment, the aura he emanated resembled that of celestial deities descending upon the earth. With a mere glance, he pierced through the defenses of all present. First, you two, meet your end. Stepping forward, Qi Hao materialized upon the battlefield where Lu Piaomiao was engaged. He hurled a brick with full force towards Wu Jin's head. Wu Jin, taken aback by Qi Hao's sudden appearance, turned pale. Even the great saint-level sect master had been defeated by this opponent, leaving him, a mere sub-saint, utterly helpless. With a resounding impact, Qi Hao's brick collided with Wu Jin's head, obliterating it. As Wu Jin's spirit attempted to flee, it was swept away by the overwhelming might of the brick, disintegrating into powder, his soul unable to escape, meeting total annihilation. Flee! Qinan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing he was being targeted by a primordial beast, and he turned to flee. However, Qi Hao had no intention of letting Qinan escape. He had vowed to crush his skull upon their next encounter. Casting his fishing rod, he ensnared the desperately fleeing Qinan, reeling him back in. As Qinan despaired, he beheld Qi Hao raising the brick, poised to deliver a devastating blow to his head. With a sickening crunch, Qinan's head shattered like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Thus, both invading subsaints fell. Qi Hao dusted off his hands, declaring, task accomplished. Turning around, he noted that Lu Piaomiao was no longer beside him, but had charged into the fray below. With no saint-level experts remaining from the Luo Tian sacred land and the soul-refining sect, the current crop of sect leaders and monarchs posed no challenge to Lu Piaomiao. She cut through them effortlessly, akin to slicing through vegetables, entering and exiting the fray with ease. Below the saint level, all are but ants. Wait, where's my tower? Qi Hao suddenly realized that his 9-story magical tower was missing. Extending his consciousness, he found nothing. Had someone dared to steal his belongings? Which scoundrel was responsible? Inquiring among the gathered, each shook their heads, unable to name the offender, only indicating that it was a sub-saint from the Shao clan's sacred nation. Oh, so it is a sub-saint from the Shao clan, is it? Just wait for me. Qi Hao seethed with anger, deciding to return to Wufeng Mountain to fish and soothe his frayed nerves. As Qi Hao departed, the remaining foes, under Lu Piaomiao's leadership, were systematically eliminated without exception. As the smoke cleared, the ethereal sect emerged victorious, having successfully defended their stronghold. Cheers and shouts erupted, resounding deafeningly. Following this battle, the ethereal sect's reputation would resound throughout the Eastern Domain. Chapter 63. The The Emperor Xiaochen seeks to become Qi Hao's disciple. On the back mountain of Wufeng. The recent battle had little impact on Qi Hao. His obsession with fishing had nearly reached the point of madness. Upon returning to Wufeng Mountain, Qi Hao intended to commence his fishing once more. What? Where are my fish? Qi Hao wondered, perplexed, as he recalled having caught several goldfish before his departure. Where could they have gone? A glance revealed a small fox lying on the ground, legs in the air, having grown a fifth tail. Rascal! Did you foolishly consume my fish? Qi Hao exclaimed, lifting the little fox to rouse it from its slumber. Startled, the small fox awoke and, upon hearing Qi Hao's inquiry, shook its head frantically. Qi Hao's expression darkened. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? I step out for a moment, and you grow a fifth tail? Do you dare deceive me? The small fox trembled, terrified of the human before her, who seemed intent on consuming her at any moment. How could she not be afraid? She had indeed eaten the fish, but she would never admit it. Qi Hao narrowed his eyes, sensing her reluctance to confess, and began preparing to heat some oil for cooking. Do you refuse to acknowledge it? Let me stew you and see if you confess. Master. At that moment, Lung Yanzhu and the others returned, bringing Xiao Chun to the back mountain. Upon arrival, they witnessed Qi Hao preparing to cook the little fox. Master, what are you doing? How can you eat such a cute little fox? Dan Tai Chingwei exclaimed, her rare anger evident. The little fox had been in Wufeng Mountain for some time, and they all regarded her as one of their own. How could they allow Qi Hao to harm her? Chirp! The little fox displayed a pitiful demeanor, seeking sympathy. Qi Hao glanced sideways, intrigued. Ah, so you know how to play the victim now? Have you turned into a spirit? Without hesitation, Lung Yanzhu rushed over and cradled the little fox in her arms. Master, what is this? The little fox is a part of Wufeng Mountain. You can fish without involving her. Oh, has he been beaten up? It dawned on Qi Hao that the little fox had become the beloved of the group. He noticed the little fox wearing a strange smile, seemingly mocking him. The corners of Qi Hao's mouth twitched. Fine, fine. Next time I get the chance, I will make you pay for this, little fox. Xiao Chun, witnessing this scene, was filled with confusion. Hearing the titles Lung Yanzhu and the others used for Qi Hao, he felt perplexed. The person before him was not supposed to be the virtuous sage, a being of semi-divine strength. How had he transformed into a master? Wasn't he the one who had repelled two great saints in the previous battle? Long Batian quietly began to explain. However, upon hearing Long Batian's explanation, Xiao Chen's bewilderment only deepened. No, this cannot be possession. As an ancient emperor, Xiao Chun could discern possession at a glance. He concluded decisively that Qi Hao was not possessed by a powerful being, but was indeed himself. This meant Qi Hao was a semi-divine being, and the so-called master. The virtuous sage did not exist at all. Realizing this, Xiao Chun was baffled as to why Qi Hao would conceal such a truth. Qi Hao narrowed his eyes, observing Xiao Chen's contemplative expression, seemingly perceiving his thoughts. Master, this is Xiao Chun, whom I found and wishes to join Wufeng Mountain, Lung Yanzhu stated. Qi Hao nodded, then turned to Xiao Chun. Do you wish to take me as your master? Without hesitation, Xiao Chun bowed respectfully. Xiao Chun pays his respects to master. Ding. Detected that the host has accepted a disciple. Xiao Chun, reborn ancient emperor, ancestor of the Xiao holy nation. Due to the host accepting the fourth disciple, a disciple reward is issued. Reward: divine level martial art 1 punch to conquer the heavens and divine level technique law of causality. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qi Hao nodded. It seemed he had found the right person. This Xiao Chun was indeed what he had been searching for. Excellent. Since you have taken me as your master, you are my fourth disciple. Qi Hao suddenly glanced at the other three. If there is nothing else, you may return to your cultivation. I have matters to discuss with your fourth junior brother. Lung Yanzhu and the others were puzzled, but complied with the command and returned to their dwelling to cultivate. The previous battle with the Misty Sect had made the three aware of their own weaknesses. They could only watch in frustration during such a sect-destroying conflict. To step onto the battlefield of such powerful beings, they needed to strive harder. Watching Lung Yanzhu and the others depart, Qi Hao then squinted, his deep, dark pupils fixed on Xiao Chun. A sudden feeling of being seen through struck Xiao Chun, causing him to gasp in shock. This master was no ordinary figure. Xiao Chun. A fine name. There was an ancient emperor by the same name, Qi Hao remarked with a smile, gazing at Xiao Chun. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun was taken aback. Feigning ignorance. Master, what do you mean by that? The disciple does not comprehend. The Xiao Chun you speak of has no relation to me. Does he? Qi Hao narrowed his eyes, sensing that this fourth disciple was reluctant to acknowledge the truth. He directly exposed the pretense. Enough with the nonsense. I know who you are. Stop with the futile efforts. Xiao Chen's body trembled. He could not fathom how his identity had been unveiled. Qi Hao continued, let us cut to the chase. I do not care who you were before. Now that you are a disciple of the Misty Sect and have joined Wufeng Mountain to be my student, I will protect you. I will only recognize you as my disciple, Xiao Chun, not as the ancient emperor. Do you understand? Xiao Chen's eyes flickered. Such words came from the heart. How could he not understand? He respectfully replied, Master, Xiao Chen understands. Very well. Qi Hao nodded in satisfaction, then, following tradition, produced 2 divine-level martial arts and techniques, handing them over. Here, take these. Although I do not know what martial arts and techniques you practiced before, these 2 should benefit you. Go and cultivate them. Xiao Chen accepted them, opening to see, his eyes widening. Divine-level martial art, 1 punch to conquer the heavens. Divine-level technique, law of causality. Wasn't this divine-level martial art the signature skill of the heavenly conqueror? And this divine-level technique was created by the Law Emperor during ancient times. Xiao Chun swallowed hard, suppressing his overwhelming emotions. 1 punch to conquer the heavens was said to be the ultimate skill of the heavenly conqueror, capable of shattering the heavens, making even the heavenly laws retreat in fear. Meanwhile, the law of causality was the fate-altering technique of the Law Emperor, able to reverse life and death, a truly extraordinary method. The divine-level martial arts and techniques he had previously cultivated paled in comparison to these. Yet these 2 long-lost treasures were in Qi Hao's possession. Realizing the immense value of these items, Xiao Chun could hardly believe his ears. Master, are you truly giving these to me? Qi Hao responded, what nonsense. If not for you, who else? They are merely divine-level martial arts and techniques. Is there a need for such a fuss? Your senior siblings already have theirs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's mouth dropped open. Master, are you joking? Are divine-level martial arts and techniques now commonplace? And they all have them? Xiao Chen finally understood that this master before him could not possibly be an ordinary person. It was highly likely that he, too, was an ancient emperor, perhaps even from the primordial era. Otherwise, who could possess such an abundance of divine-level martial arts and techniques? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun's eyes gleamed with determination. Disciple Xiao Chen thanks you, master. In that moment, Xiao Chen truly acknowledged Qi Hao, embracing him as his master. The ability to easily see through his identity, coupled with the possession of such a wealth of divine treasures, could not be the achievement of an ordinary sage. At present, the only one who could make the ancient emperor Xiao Chun willingly bow as a disciple was none other than the man before him. Qi Hao then said, Since I have given you these, I need not elaborate on how to cultivate them. If there is nothing else, you may go and practice. I have given your senior siblings 100 years to reach the emperor level. As for you, I do not have high expectations. Returning to the emperor level within 50 years should be no problem, correct? Faced with such words, Xiao Chun brimmed with confidence, thumping his chest in assurance. Master, rest assured. With these divine skills, achieving the emperor level will be a mere formality. Qi Hao nodded, turning his gaze towards the lake, casting his fishing rod as he began to fish. Just before Xiao Chen departed, Qi Hao spoke again. By the way, do not reveal my true identity to others. I prefer tranquility. Hearing this, Xiao Chen understood that Qi Hao wished to keep his true strength hidden from others. In other words, following the previous developments, Qi Hao, possessing the strength of a half-saint, would be regarded as his ancestral master. Xiao Chen nodded in understanding. Subsequently, he returned to Wufeng Mountain, secured a place to reside, and embarked once more on his journey of cultivation. Chapter 64. A mortal on his knees for 36 years, a month passed. The effects of the great battle had begun to wane, and the once ruined walls of the Piaomiao sect were being restored, presenting a rejuvenated visage. The newly joined disciples were all aflame with excitement, their faces radiant with hope. News of the battle had already spread throughout the entire eastern region. Upon hearing of this, the martial artists of the eastern region were shaken to their core. With astonishment, they turned their gazes toward the Piaomiao sect. How could the joint forces of the Holy Land of Luotian and the soul-refining sect, even with the involvement of great saints, be repelled by the Piaomiao sect? Initially, many believed this to be mere folly or exaggeration, but soon discovered the veracity of the claims, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Amidst this fervor, the Piaomiao sect began to reap substantial rewards, expanding its territory several-fold and increasing its resource intake. Instantly, the Piaomiao sect became renowned throughout the eastern region, a household name, with countless individuals yearning to join its ranks. Some even ranked the Piaomiao sect as the 4th most powerful faction in the eastern region. On this day, outside the gates of the Piaomiao sect, many eagerly awaited, gazing at the disciples who soared through the air on their swords, their faces alight with envy. At the foot of the mountain stood a group of ordinary mortals, devoid of talent, but harboring dreams of transcending to immortality, hoping against hope that they might catch the attention of the Piaomiao sect. Alas, how could such an ordinary person like us ever attract the eye of such a grand power? One lamented. Indeed, I think we should leave and return to our simple lives of farming. After 100 years, dust returns to dust, earth to earth. Old stone after all these years. Do you still not give up? At your age, opportunities are all but extinguished. Among this group, One individual stood out, for while the others were youthful and vigorous, he appeared to be in his 80s, his hair a snowy white, and his demeanor frail. This elder was named Sherdaniu, a mere mortal. His life story was tragic. As if fate had conspired against him, he lost both parents at a tender age and, upon reaching adulthood, married a wife who bore him a son, only for her to perish during childbirth. Raising his son alone, Sherdaniu faced unimaginable sorrow when, during an outing, his grown son fell victim to mountain bandits and was brutally slain. Devastated by the loss, Sherdaniu buried his beloved son with a heart full of grief. Stricken by despair and having endured the agonies of separation, he resented his own ordinariness, believing it to be the root of his misfortunes. Thus, he resolved to attempt joining a sect of immortals, setting his sights on the Misty Sect. Yet, with his meager talents, lack of noble lineage, and no discernible insight, how could he possibly hope to gain entry? Consequently, Sherdaniu made a resolute decision. Each day, without fail, he would kneel at the foot of the Misty Sect, hoping his perseverance might one day unlock the gates to his dreams. Thus, he knelt, transforming from a middle-aged man to an elderly figure, maintaining this posture for a staggering 36 years. Even now, he had not wavered. Onlookers shook their heads as they beheld Sherdaniu's unwavering dedication, believing that he would never succeed, that his efforts were in vain. But Sherdaniu remained undeterred, his gaze fixed upon the ethereal Misty Sect atop the mountain, his aspirations unyielding. "Hey, old man, you look oddly familiar," remarked a strikingly handsome youth who appeared, fishing rod slung over his shoulder. The youth, recognizing Sherdaniu, approached him with curiosity. As Sherdaniu peered through the fog of his memories, the figure of the young man grew clearer. He recalled meeting this youth over 2 decades ago. "Ah, young man. Haha, it's been a long time. I am Sherdaniu. It must be over 20 years. Hasn't it?" The youth furrowed his brow, finally recalling the encounter from his past when Sherdaniu had still been relatively youthful. Now, however, the elder had aged considerably. "Sherdaniu, is that really you? You've been kneeling here all these years?" Sherdaniu chuckled, nodding. "Yes, indeed. Over 20 years have passed, and I have transformed from middle-aged to an old man, while you remain as youthful as ever." Sherdaniu had known for over 2 decades that this youth was a disciple of the Misty Sect. The youth, reflecting on the passage of time, was moved by Sherdaniu's tenacity. Here was a man who had knelt in pursuit of an improbable dream, his mortal form unwavering for decades. Such resolve earned the youth's respect. "Sherdaniu, you should let go of this. At your age, it's unnecessary to persist. The Misty Sect will not accept you." Sherdaniu shook his head. "Young man, there is no need for you to persuade me. If I were to give up, I would have done so long ago." The youth sighed. "The lifespan of a mortal is but 100 years. Sherdaniu, how many more years do you have left? Is this endeavor truly worth it?" Looking up at the sky, Sherdaniu replied, "Indeed, I understand the futility, yet I cannot help myself. My will dictates that I have no other choice. I am entirely driven by this resolve and cannot abandon it." The youth pressed on. "Sherdaniu, do you not yet comprehend? With your talents, you will never gain entry into the Misty Sect. It is an impossibility." "Yes," others echoed, "give it up. If even the disciples of the Misty Sect say you cannot succeed, why persist in this stubbornness? Some things are simply not meant to be." Nearby individuals sighed, admiring Sherdaniu's determination, and it was precisely this admiration that compelled them to genuinely advise him to abandon his quest. Yet, Sherdaniu remained unfazed. "Haha, young man. Do you think I am unaware? As I said, my will does not permit it." The youth frowned. "So, you would kneel here until your dying breath without regret?" Sherdaniu replied resolutely, "Without regret." The youth smiled. Having recently experienced a string of poor luck while fishing, his spirits lifted upon encountering Sherdaniu's unwavering spirit. In comparison, his own resolve seemed trivial. "Sherdaniu, your tenacity is commendable. I shall no longer urge you. I hope that in time, you may fulfill your wish and enter the Misty Sect as a disciple." Sherdaniu grinned, the wrinkles on his face forming a genuine smile that radiated sincerity. After exchanging farewells, the youth made his way up the mountain. At that moment, Sherdaniu called after him. "I wonder if I shall have the chance to see you again?" Their last meeting had been over 20 years ago. Would there be another? It seemed that fate might separate them forever. The youth, hearing this, smiled and nodded, leaving with a parting remark. "Do not worry, we shall meet again soon." Chapter 65. Visitors from the western region. The following month unfolded. Beneath the ethereal peaks of the Misty Sect, the trio of Dan Tai Ching Wei, Longba Tian, and Xiaochen occasionally made their appearances. They had accepted Qi Hao's directive to deliberately torment the humble Sherdaniu. On the first day, Dan Tai Ching Wei confronted Sherdaniu, imposing her formidable aura upon him. As a mere mortal, Sherdaniu found himself utterly incapable of withstanding such pressure. His complexion flushed and blood seeping from his orifices. Dan Tai Ching Wei tempered her own presence, ensuring he would not perish but would instead endure excruciating agony. Shi Dinyo felt a heart-wrenching pain, yet he did not utter a single cry. His resolute spirit remained unshaken. To cultivate, to ascend, no matter the cost. I shall never relinquish my pursuit. Even should I meet my demise, I harbor no regrets. In my quest for that distant path, I shall forge ahead unwaveringly. The suffering I endure now pales in comparison to my past tribulations. I would rather perish than not knock upon the gates of the Miao sect. Shi Dinyo's inner thoughts laid bare in Dan Tai Ching Wei's mind, evoking a stir within her. The indomitable will of this elder compelled her to cast him a sidelong glance. Inner thoughts cannot deceive. Dan Tai Ching Wei retracted her aura and turned back to Wufeng Mountain, for her mission was to forge Shi Dinyo's will through physical torment. On the second day, Long Ba Tian took the stage. Old fool, your talents are utterly mediocre, rendering you unfit for cultivation. With 1 foot already in the grave, you dare to aspire to alter your fate and ascend? Such delusions. He continued, your presence here tarnishes the image of the Miao sect. Depart swiftly, and I might spare your life. Very well, since you insist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Following his verbal assault, Long Ba Tian commanded the gatekeepers to commence a barrage of eggs and refuse, aiming to humiliate Shi Dinyo to the core. Enduring the unbearable stench, Shi Dinyo gritted his teeth, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the 3 characters emblazoned upon the gates of the Miao sect, unblinking. Observing this, Long Ba Tian silently nodded, acknowledging the mortal's steadfast resolve with admiration. His task concluded, for Chi Hao had expressly instructed him to know when to cease. On the 3rd day, Shao Chen descended. As a reborn ancient emperor, his gaze was frigid. Without uttering a word, he approached and grasped Shi Dinyo's head with a single hand. A surge of spiritual energy flooded into Shi Dinyo's mind, ushering him into a realm of illusion, transporting his thoughts back to the past. In his youth, he bore witness to the heart-wrenching demise of his parents, succumbing to illness before his very eyes. He saw his wife, after giving birth to their sole offspring, clasping his hand, tears glistening as her eyes closed for the last time. He also beheld his middle-aged self, cradling the headless corpse of his child, trudging deeper into the mountains. This agonizing tableau evoked relentless wails, his tears transforming into blood. Yet, upon reliving these traumatic memories, Shi Dinyo's heart hardened anew, an unyielding will solidifying within him. The path of worldly existence illuminated, embodying the myriad forms of life and death. A mere mortal has comprehended the essence of worldly existence. Impressive. Shao Chun, the orchestrator of this torment, found himself moved. The tenacity of Shi Dinyo's spirit surpassed his expectations. In some respects, Shi Dinyo's resolve eclipsed even his own. This revelation astonished Shao Chun, who had endured countless tribulations to forge his distinctive imperial will, a testament to his supremacy in this realm. Yet, remarkably, his imperial will seemed to pale in comparison to Shi Dinyo's. Only through the trials of worldly existence could such strength be attained. Shao Chun realized the purpose behind Chi Hao's decision to have them take turns. It was a rigorous training of Shi Dinyo's will, honing it to an indomitable state, allowing him to act solely on his own volition. Stunned, Shao Chun pondered the profundity of his master's intentions, acknowledging the formidable nature of this approach. You are remarkable, he said, retracting his hand and, for the first time, offering a rare smile. He developed a fondness for Shi Dinyo, a camaraderie that resonated among kindred spirits. Unbeknownst to Shi Dinyo, he had endured this trial daily, once teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, fortified by his resolute spirit, he bore it all. He had undergone a true metamorphosis. Many disciples of the Miao sect observed the actions of Dan Tai Ching Wei and her companions, perplexed but withholding comment. Upon returning to Wufeng Mountain, the trio conveyed the events to Chi Hao, who, while engaged in fishing, replied without turning his head, "You ought to learn from that man's will." The 3 departed, deep in thought. In the central region of the eastern domain, the Shao clan's sacred nation, a colossal force encompassing trillions of territory, wielded power that even those beyond the eastern domain regarded with trepidation. Tian City, the capital of the Shao clan's sacred nation, sprawled endlessly, its vastness seemingly immeasurable. The population burgeoned into the hundreds of millions, a coexistence of cultivators and mortals. On a certain day, from the west, a group of monks clad in golden robes arrived at Tian City. "I am Xiao Buyu of the Shao clan's sacred nation. I am unaware of the purpose of your visit," he inquired. In the city, a figure emerged, a middle-aged man adorned in a golden dragon robe, exuding an air of grandeur and elegance. This man was Xiao Buyu, the sovereign of the Shao clan's sacred nation, a formidable being at the great sage level. The leading monk, with a polished bald head gleaming, was striking to behold. He was a grand Buddha, his strength on par with that of a great sage. The monk stepped forward. I am Fa Wu, a humble monk from the Buddhist Sound Temple in the western region. I have come to retrieve a treasure belonging to my temple and hope for your benevolence. Xiaobu furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is the meaning of this? When did my Xiao clan's sacred nation possess a treasure belonging to you? Seemingly sensing Xiao Buyu's confusion, Fa Wu directly stated, it appears you are not informed. Allow me to invoke my powers, and you shall understand. Fa Wu began to chant scriptures, and the sound of Buddhist resonance swiftly enveloped the entire Chaotian city. Within the city, all martial artists lifted their heads, eyes wide with astonishment as they listened to the overwhelming tide of Buddhist sound. Whoosh! A streak of light erupted from a residence within Chaotian city. Inside, Xiao Qi, who was fervently refining a 9-layered fa, turned pale as he watched the fa soar into the sky. Alarmed, Xiao Qi shot up into the air, beholding Xiao Buyu and Fa Wu gazing at him. The light floated into Fa Wu's hand. Amit Ba, it seems you intend to refine my temple's treasure, Fa Wu remarked, sensing the fluctuations emanating from the 9-layered fa. Comprehending what Xiao Qi had been engaged in, Xiao Qi furrowed his brow. What do you intend to do? This belongs to me. Fa Wu sighed. Do not speak foolishly. This item has belonged to my Buddhist Sound Temple since ancient times. How could it possibly belong to you? Fa Wu touched the 9-layered fa, his brow furrowing slightly as he detected 4 semi-saints within. Without further ado, he extended his hand, and the 4 semi-saints within the fa vanished without a trace. Unaware of their demise, Xiao Qi's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Xiao Buyu frowned and transmitted a message to Xiao Qi, inquiring about the situation. Xiao Qi could only recount the truth. Upon hearing Xiao Qi's account, Xiao Buyu pondered for a moment before clasping his hands and stating, esteemed friend, my cousin informs me that this item was recently acquired from the Miao Liao sect and was not intentionally concealed. Fa Wu responded with a simple, good. Rest assured. Esteemed patron, I have just utilized the principle of causality to ascertain that the individual who pilfered the treasures of our temple is not the one standing before us. You need not be troubled. Xiao Buyu's expression softened. Truth be told, had the other party not been a revered Buddhist, he would not have exercised such caution. Should the other persist, he would not shy away from a confrontation. Esteemed patron, I mean no offense. The treasures of our temple have been recovered. So I shall take my leave. Might you be so kind as to inform me of the direction to the mysterious sect? Fa Wu's gaze shifted towards Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi furrowed his brows, then proceeded to divulge the location of the mysterious sect. Understanding dawned upon Fa Wu and his companions, who politely acknowledged him before turning to navigate their golden robes towards the mysterious sect. Fa Wu's objective was clear, within the confines of the 9-tiered law tower. There must exist a location pertaining to that thief. Xiao Buyu watched as Fa Wu and his companions departed, then inquired meticulously about the events of that day. Xiao Qi, without hesitation, recounted the particulars and also shared the circumstances surrounding Xiao Chun. Xiao Buyu, deep in thought, furrowed his brows, ultimately deciding to personally journey to the mysterious sect. Chapter 66. The fisherman transforms into a fishmonger. 3 days later, a city named Mysterious City lay 1,000 miles from the mysterious sect. This city, due to its proximity to the sect, had been aptly named Mysterious City, home to approximately 100 million inhabitants. Mysterious City boasted a myriad of factions that had thrived for thousands of years, their roots deeply entrenched. However, tranquility was shattered not long ago by the arrival of a certain family, the Lung clan, led by the captivating Lung Yanzhu. Everyone was acutely aware of Lung Yanzhu's esteemed status as a core disciple of the mysterious sect, though the Lung clan's strength was modest. The prestige of Lung Yanzhu conferred upon them a unique standing in Mysterious City, rendering them untouchable. Recently, it had been announced that the leadership of the Lung clan would be passed to Lung Yanzhu herself. To celebrate her ascendancy, the clan sent out invitations far and wide, beckoning all factions in Mysterious City to gather and witness this momentous occasion. In the bustling central street of Mysterious City, the air buzzed with excitement. Throngs of people filling the thoroughfare. Vendors called out, and the cacophony of chatter filled the atmosphere. In a corner of the marketplace, a young man donning a straw hat and tattered garments was selling fish, calling out to passers-by, Master, what are you doing? Esteemed guest, what do you mean? Surely you have mistaken me for someone else. Master, are you engaging in roleplay again? Esteemed guest, I am afraid I do not comprehend your words. I am merely a humble fishmonger. Master. The Lung family's banquet commences at the hour of the rabbit. Do remember to attend and refrain from wandering. Esteemed guest, is there a celebration at your home? Come, take a couple of tilapias to stew. Lung Yanzhu looked at Qi Hao with exasperation, due to her impending role as the head of the Lung clan. She had invited Qi Hao to attend the ceremony. Though he initially had no desire to go, preferring to fish, he eventually succumbed to her relentless gaze. Delighted, Lung Yanzhu returned to Mysterious City early to make preparations. However, news soon reached her that someone resembling the individual she described was indeed selling fish on the central street. Upon her arrival, she quickly spotted Chi Hao. Covering her eyes, she chose not to waste words and reminded him not to forget the time. Her stunning beauty captivated the attention of many men on the street, each struck with awe, inquiring about the identity of the enchanting woman before them. Upon learning of her identity, those in the know trembled. Yet, they were puzzled as to why the legendary fairy would be entangled with a mere fishmonger. Seeing the crowd around her grow, Lung Yanzhu wished to depart, taking 2 fish and turning back towards the Lung residence. Before leaving, she reiterated the importance of time to Chi Hao, who feigned ignorance. It seemed her once obedient disciple had grown increasingly rebellious, even instructing her. As she walked away, Chi Hao resumed his calls to attract customers. Come one, come all. Fresh fish for sale. We have tilapias, catfish, and a variety of fish bites, perfect for your drinks. Hey buddy, what are you doing? Are you buying, or just loitering around my fish? No sooner had Lung Yanzhu departed than a throng gathered around him. Hey, fishmonger, what just happened? How did the Lung family's fairy approach you? Do you know her? Yes, what is the story? You seem quite familiar with her. Come on, spill the beans. How can we meet the Lung family's fairy? The crowd clamored with impatience. Chi Hao responded with disdain. Thinking to himself that these imbeciles would forever eat meager meals, do not jump to conclusions. I am but a fishmonger. The fairy merely stopped by to select a couple of fine fish for some banquet. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the fairy had taken 2 fish with her. The fishmonger speaks the truth. I heard that the Long family has invited numerous factions from Mysterious City today. Possibly regarding an inheritance of leadership. Yes, I've heard the same. The gathering swelled as they discussed the day's rumors. Observing the growing crowd, Chi Hao's eyes narrowed. Wait a moment, everyone. Do not merely gawk without purchasing. The fairy just left with 2 fish, which means they are of exceptional quality. Supplies are limited, and if you do not hurry to buy, you may miss out on what even the fairy cherishes. Chi Hao's marketing strategy was indeed clever, and his unique ideas were effective. The crowd was taken aback. Indeed, if even the illustrious Lung fairy had purchased these fish, then buying them would signify a shared taste. Drawing them closer to her, in an instant, they surged forward, eager to clear his stall of fish. Chi Hao smiled, mentally applauding their enthusiasm. Such mindless fervor for a celebrity existed in every realm. Just then, a group of burly men clad in black robes approached, parting the crowd and making their way to Chi Hao's stall. Leading them was a gaunt figure with a sharp chin, resembling a walking bamboo pole and possessing the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm. Upon arrival, the lanky man glared at Chi Hao and barked, "Kid, who permitted you to sell fish here?" The onlookers, sensing the shift in atmosphere, swiftly dispersed, wary of the confrontation. Chi Hao glanced at the lanky man and then at his imposing entourage, clad in dark attire, exuding an air of menace. It was clear they were undoubtedly local thugs, the type that extorted protection money. With a playful grin, Chi Hao replied, "Ah, my dear fellow. I have just arrived today and am unfamiliar with the local customs. Even if you are new, should you not familiarize yourself with the rules here?" The slender man spoke coldly, exuding an air of arrogance. This street falls under the jurisdiction of the Black Clothing Sect. Anyone wishing to set up a stall here must pay a management fee. Otherwise, no one is permitted to sell anything. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Chi Hao chuckled, genuinely amused by the audacity of it all. He nodded like a little rooster. I understand. What you say makes perfect sense. A management fee is indeed warranted." With a derisive snort, the slender man replied, "Good to know. Now, hand over the money." Chi Hao, still smiling, casually handed over 2 fish. "What the hell? Kid, what do you mean by this? Are you looking to die?" The slender man was taken aback, his fury igniting. "Are you toying with me?" Feigning ignorance, Chi Hao responded, "Oh, esteemed sir. Did you not mention a management fee? These 2 fish are indeed valuable. They must surely suffice as payment. Do you take me for a fool?" The slender man laughed with rage. "Are you deaf or simply unable to comprehend human speech? I want money. Cash, do you understand?" With an expression of sudden clarity, Chi Hao exclaimed, "Oh, you meant money. My apologies. Here you go, good sir." The slender man sighed with relief, glad the banter was over, and instinctively extended his hand. 2 copper coins fell from Chi Hao's palm. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, the slender man overturned Chi Hao's fish stall. The 2 copper coins were a blatant provocation. He had never encountered someone as fearless as Chi Hao. Today, he was truly enlightened. "Kid, you are truly treading further down the path of death." Provoked, the slender man's killing intent swelled, and the members of the Black Clothing Sect behind him felt equally insulted. Chi Hao squinted as he surveyed the scattered fish on the ground, a hint of admiration rising for the slender man before him. How audacious to disrupt a fisherman's stall. Have you ever heard of the 12 paths of 10 legs? Chi Hao suddenly inquired. The slender man was momentarily taken aback. What are the 12 paths of 10 legs? What nonsense is this? But soon, he grasped the meaning of the 12 paths of 10 legs. Whoosh. The slender man vanished from his spot, leaving the members of the black clothing sect in a state of confusion. Where did he go? He vanished. Gurgle, gurgle. The members turned to see not far off, a latrine. Inside, the slender man was awkwardly positioned, as if cooked shrimp, embedded within the pit. The black clothing sect members rushed over, braving the foul stench, and asked in shock, Captain, what happened? Who did this? The slender man grimaced, seeing the members approach. He quickly shouted, Don't touch me. My back is broken. Ugh, hurry, get help. In excruciating pain, he found himself unable to move. Any movement would cause the filth beneath him to rise, risking suffocation in the noxious waste. Thus, he could only endure the agony and the stench while urging the black clothing members to summon assistance. Upon seeing this, the members hastily called for help. In less than a quarter of an hour, a martial artist of the postnatal realm arrived at the scene. This martial artist, known as Du Ping, was the leader of a branch of the black clothing sect. Upon witnessing the slender man's dire predicament, Du Ping was momentarily stunned. What on earth? Can someone explain what has transpired? As he gazed at the man now thoroughly submerged in the latrine, his expression darkened. The members recounted the events leading up to this moment. Du Ping furrowed his brow and turned to see Chi Hao gathering the fish scattered on the ground. He approached with a glint of murderous intent. Kid, did you do this? Chi Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Dear brother, please do not wrongfully accuse me. I am merely at the chi refining stage. How could I possibly be responsible for such a feat? Du Ping scrutinized Chi Hao, confirming his chi refining realm status. It was indeed implausible for someone at this level to have caused the slender man's current state. However, there was no doubt that Chi Hao had violated the rules of the black clothing sect. Regardless of whether you did this or not, you have broken the rules of the black clothing sect. Seize him. Take him back to the sect. At Du Ping's command, the members rushed forward, swiftly apprehending Chi Hao. He made no attempt to resist, having already collected his fish. Instead, he was curious to see how they intended to deal with him. Yawning, feeling somewhat bored, he prepared to play along with their antics, and thus followed the members of the black clothing sect away. In the central area of Misty City, the Cold family's grand entrance boasted a crimson lacquered door adorned with copper studs and a dragon and phoenix relief, with colorful glass lanterns hanging above. 12 gilded pillars stood proudly in the main hall, intricately carved with mythical beasts. At this moment, the Cold family's entrance was festooned with decorations, welcoming various factions. Cold Yanzhu was engaged in light conversation with Dan Tai Ching Wei in the eastern courtyard. Senior sister, didn't you say our master would be coming as well? Why haven't we seen him? Dan Tai Ching Wei inquired. Cold Yanzhu struggled to find the right words. Second junior sister, be patient, master will arrive. But it may take some time. Dan Tai Ching Wei nodded, reassured by her senior sister's words that all was well. Cold Yanzhu's gaze drifted toward the nearby martial arts arena. The ground was paved with blue bricks, and the weapon racks were crafted from jade. Under the radiance of the setting sun, cold iron and jade glimmered, exuding an atmosphere of formidable power. Long Ba Tian was engaged in friendly sparring with the disciples of the Cold family. Many eager disciples were keen to challenge the talented disciple of the Misty Sect. Long Ba Tian's strength had ascended to the lower tier of the postnatal realm. With blood surging like a dragon's, his formidable physical prowess resembled that of a human-shaped dragon. The numerous gifted disciples of the Cold family fell before him one after another, regardless of whether they were from the lower, middle, or upper tiers of the postnatal realm. All were defeated without exception. Long Ba Tian exemplified what it meant to be invincible in the same realm. Cold Yen Zhu turned to Xiao Chun. Junior brother Xiao, would you like to join in the competition as well? Leaning against a column, Xiao Chun observed the battles nearby and shook his head. He had recently reached the lower tier of the spirit transformation realm. His cultivation speed accelerated by the resources provided by Chi Hao. In less than a month, he had achieved this advancement. Cold Yen Zhu said nothing further, believing Xiao Chun to simply dislike combat. Xiao Chun indeed held no fondness for fighting. After all, who would find interest in battling mere ants when one had once been an emperor? This was something Cold Yen Zhu could not comprehend. However, Dan Tai Ching Wei was fully aware of this sentiment. A bunch of mediocre fighters, their strength hardly warrants my involvement. If not for Master S' arrival, I would not have stepped out of the Wufeng Mountain. I finally grasped the extent of Master S' prestige. He seems to fish daily, yet is always engaged in cultivation. Where could Master be? Conversing with him is far more enjoyable than dealing with these young disciples, who behave like fools. I truly do not understand how senior sister endures them. Within the Cold family, Others sought to spar with Xiao Chun, but he paid them no mind. Some attempted to ingratiate themselves with him, yet he ignored them completely. The primary reason was that the cold family disciples were all too immature, their thoughts and aspirations vastly different from his own. The only person who could engage his mind and offer meaningful discourse was Qi Hao. Dantai Qingwei shook her head gently. Through these recent interactions, she had come to understand the true nature of Xiao Chun. Once an ancient emperor, he had returned to life. Initially, Dantai Qingwei harbored concerns that Xiao Chun might harbor ill intentions. However, when she observed him quietly seated by the tranquil lake at the back of Wufeng Mountain, attentively absorbing Qi Hao's teachings, her worries dissipated. Xiao Chun's heart had already conveyed the answer to her. It was nearly time, and she wondered where her master had gone. Lung Yinzhu glanced at the sky, sensing that the hour was indeed close. Both Dantai Qingwei and Xiao Chun nodded, pondering when their master would arrive. Leading them away, Lung Yinzhu brought them to the grand hall of the Lung family to greet the visiting powers. Meanwhile, Long Batian continued to spar with the disciples of the Lung family. His enthusiasm somewhat intoxicated. Having been bested by the senior sister at Wufeng Mountain daily, he had come to the Lung family today with a vow to best all of the senior sister as protégés. The unfortunate disciples of the Lung family suffered grievously due to Lung Yinzhu's influence, their faces swollen, eyes reddened, and bodies battered, resembling nothing more than a herd of bruised swine. Chapter 68. Impersonating Me? The Black Cloak Sect. Nestled in the heart of mysterious city, the Black Cloak Sect was not far from the Lung family. Within its confines lay a prison, specifically designed to detain those who had offended the sect. The prison walls bore cracks seeping with crimson blood, resembling a spider's web of darkened stains, while in the corners, rats gnawed on charred bones. In the water dungeon, 3 lifeless bodies floated, and a torture rack was embedded with barbed iron spikes, stained with shredded flesh. Occasionally, the air was pierced by the sounds of anguished screams, wails, and pleas for mercy. Qi Hao found himself bound to the torture rack, curiously surveying his surroundings. In the cell, Du Ping, accompanied by several subordinates, cast a cold glare upon him. You truly possess audacity, lad, to disregard the esteem of my Black Cloak Sect. You evidently do not know how to write the character for death, Du Ping remarked with a chilling stare, as if regarding a corpse. Unjust. Good sir. I am but an innocent citizen, Qi Hao protested. Du Ping sneered. Whether you are innocent or not is not for you to declare. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Please, tell me, what happened to my subordinate? Was it you? Indeed, it was I, Qi Hao replied nonchalantly. What of it? Du Ping's expression darkened. You dare to mock me? You truly seek death. Du Ping ordered his subordinate, who promptly produced a barbed spiritual whip. You are quite impressive. I suggest you refrain from begging for mercy. At Du Ping's command, the subordinate raised the whip and struck Qi Hao with it. Ah, stop. That hurts. Qi Hao yelped. Now you feel pain, do you? Du Ping taunted. Brother, I beg you, it's too painful. Please cease. Haha, weren't you quite arrogant before? Show me more of that bravado. Truly, I was wrong. I beg you to apply more force. More force? What are you saying, you foolish boy? Indeed, brother, apply more force. My skin is merely itching. Within the cell, several onlookers were left bewildered, questioning whether they had misheard. Could this fishmonger truly be a fool? Simultaneously, they were struck with shock. It was well known that the barbed spiritual whip was a notorious instrument of torture, inflicting not only excruciating physical pain, but even capable of damaging one's very soul. Yet they witnessed Qi Hao endure over a dozen lashes, seemingly unfazed, even requesting more force. Du Ping was taken aback. You are indeed remarkable. Let us see how much your skin can withstand. He seized the whip from his subordinate, swinging it down with intent. A piercing scream echoed through the chamber. Just as Du Ping was about to revel in his sadistic pleasure, his eyes widened in disbelief. The Qi Hao previously bound to the rack had vanished, replaced by the very subordinate who had just wielded the whip against him. What sorcery is this? Ah, it appears I've applied sufficient force, Qi Hao remarked, observing with keen interest. Realizing something was amiss, Du Ping launched a punch backward, but Qi Hao leisurely evaded it. Your environment is quite dreadful, imprisoning so many. It seems you've made numerous enemies. Enraged, Du Ping lunged forward, yet his attacks failed to connect as Qi Hao effortlessly sidestepped them. Who exactly are you? Du Ping finally grasped that this individual was no ordinary person. In response to Du Ping's inquiry, Qi Hao remained silent, recalling his need to visit the Lung family. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly time to leave. He could not afford to delay further lest his eldest disciple return from Wufeng Mountain to seek him out. Du Ping, his gaze shifting, attempted to flee but noticed a familiar barbed spiritual whip in Qi Hao's grasp. Wait, why does that whip resemble the one I held? What is happening? Where's my whip? Du Ping suddenly realized that the whip he had been wielding had vanished. Qi Hao assessed the whip in his hand. This whip is rather impressive. It could serve well for some colorful entertainment. I think I'll put it to the test on you. With a swift movement, Chi Hao cracked the whip, causing Du Ping to shriek in agony. He then turned to the remaining dazed subordinates, delivering each a strike with the whip, inciting their cries of pain. Du Ping's eyes burned with rage as he attempted to retaliate, but Chi Hao's status and strength were far beyond his expectations. Previously, he had approached with a playful mindset, but now, with the intention of visiting the Lung family, he would not allow his adversaries to escape unscathed. Stop. You seek death. You are the one seeking death. Slap. Do you even comprehend the might of the Black Cloak sect? And you think you're intimidating? Slap. Wait. I must inform you. Our sect leader is a recognized disciple of the Wufeng Mountain in the mysterious sect. Recognized disciple? What nonsense are you spouting? Our sect leader is a recognized disciple of the Wufeng Mountain. Do you know of Wufeng Mountain? It is home to powerful beings. Get lost. You dare impersonate me. Du Ping was utterly perplexed. What are you babbling about? Chi Hao, uninterested in further conversation, executed a rapid 5-strike whip technique, delivering a severe lesson to the group. Moments later, Du Ping and his cohorts lay on the ground, battered and bruised, bloodied and barely clinging to consciousness. All done, Chi Hao declared, feeling quite pleased. Other than fishing, occasionally playing the fool to catch a tiger was rather entertaining. With a smile, Chi Hao strolled toward the exit of the prison, liberating the imprisoned individuals as he departed. A surge of powerful auras erupted as the warriors, tormented by the Black Cloak sect, emerged with murderous intent, their rage palpable. Grateful for their rescue, they nodded in appreciation to Chi Hao before charging out of the prison, fleeing the Black Cloak sect. Observing this scene, Chi Hao understood that the Black Cloak sect would soon face consequences. With a single step, he vanished from the confines of the Black Cloak sect. Shortly after Chi Hao's departure, members of the Black Cloak sect arrived at the prison. Who is it? Who can explain what has transpired? A shadowy middle-aged man, accompanied by a group of Black Cloak sect members, entered. He was an elder of the sect, and upon discovering the empty cell, where all the prisoners had escaped, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Elder Ma Lu rushed to the side of Du Ping, who lay on the ground, and inquired urgently, Du Ping, what on earth happened? Du Ping, panting and fragmented in his speech, recounted the recent events, and with the last vestiges of his spiritual energy, delineated Chi Hao's visage before succumbing completely. Upon witnessing this, Ma Lu's fury ignited. It had been ages since anyone dared to cause trouble within the Black Cloak sect. How dare they provoke the Black Cloak sect? They are courting death, he bellowed. Everyone, remember the appearance of the one described by the spiritual energy. Search the entire city. We must see the living or the dead. The people of Piaomiao City shall know the consequences of trifling with the Black Cloak sect. The members of the Black Cloak sect nodded in agreement and swiftly exited to scour the city. Ma Lu's expression turned grave as he surveyed the now desolate prison. This was a dire predicament. He must urgently inform the sect leader. The prison housed many notorious individuals, each with a vendetta against the Black Cloak sect and formidable strength. With them all having escaped, he could already foresee the repercussions. This matter was of utmost importance. He needed to hasten to the Lung family and locate the sect leader who was to attend the banquet there. Chapter 69. Sister Lu, you are here as well. At the Lung family estate, as dusk approached, an increasing throng made their way in that direction. Everyone was well aware of the significance of the day. Lung Yanzhu was to assume the role of head of the Lung family, and all prominent figures from Piaomiao City would gather to witness the event. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the Lung family estate. Lavishly adorned carriages lined the vicinity, from which emerged the distinguished ladies and gentlemen of Piaomiao City. The disciples of the Lung family quickly welcomed them, inviting them inside. At the corner of the grand entrance, a voice exclaimed, "Look, is that fool over there? My goodness, is he courting death by urinating on the walls of the Lung family? I would dub him the mightiest fool." Chi Hao, feeling rather pleased with himself, had just left the Black Cloak sect and had stopped by an inn, where he had surreptitiously appropriated a fine vintage wine that had been cherished for many years. When the innkeeper discovered the missing wine, he was incensed and declared his intent to pursue the thief. However, Chi Hao had long since made his escape and was now indulging in the wine. The taste was rather lackluster. It seemed diluted, possibly mixed with water. As Chi Hao approached the vicinity of the Lung family, he took note of the bustling crowd around him, unperturbed by their stares. Having reached a state of transcendence, he remained indifferent to the opinions of others. As the saying goes, those with thick skin are invincible. At that moment, a chorus of astonished voices arose around him. "Oh my, look behind that fool. Who was that woman? When did she appear? How did I not notice her before?" The lady, veiled, concealed her true visage, yet her grace suggested an extraordinary beauty. Whispers of curiosity reached Chi Hao's ears. His lips twitched uncontrollably, and he hastily adjusted his attire. Catching a whiff of that familiar fragrance, Chi Hao turned with a grin. Oh, what a coincidence, Sister Lu, you are here too. Indeed, standing before him was Lu Piaomiao, the esteemed leader of the Piaomiao sect. She had come to support Lung Yanzhu on this momentous occasion, only to be met with the sight of her disciple, Chi Hao, committing an act that severely marred the decorum of the city. Chi Hao, could you possibly enlighten me as to what you are doing? Lu Piaomiao's expression was far from pleasant. As the leader of the Piaomiao sect, Chi Hao's disgraceful behavior in public reflected poorly upon the sect. With an air of nonchalance, Chi Hao replied, Sister Lu, you are unaware that I observed the withered grass and wilting flowers by the Lung family wall, clearly in dire need of hydration. Hence, I took it upon myself to provide them with a bit of water for their flourishing. Upon hearing this, even Lu Piaomiao, despite her usually calm demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. Chi Hao, you have truly no shame, she thought, her incredulity growing. Chi Hao then deftly shifted the topic. Sister Lu, I presume you are here regarding my eldest disciple's matter? Since we have fortuitously met, let us enter together. Though Lu Piaomiao wore a look of disdain, internally she grappled with her feelings towards Chi Hao. After all, he was the only disciple of the esteemed saint of the Piaomiao sect. Despite her reservations, she could not simply abandon him. Seeing that Lu Piaomiao remained silent, Chi Hao felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. That was a close call. I managed to sidestep that one. Thus, Chi Hao led Lu Piaomiao to the grand entrance of the Lung family. You there? From whence do you come, beggar? Do you not know where you are? As Chi Hao approached the gates of the Lung family estate, he was halted by the guards. Observing his straw hat, tattered clothing, and the jug of wine in his hand, they deemed him a typical beggar. However, upon noticing Lu Piaomiao beside him, although her visage was concealed, her aura was utterly captivating. Chi Hao scratched his head. Dear brother, do not speak so hastily. What beggar possesses such striking good looks? Do not be misled by my appearance. I am quite formidable, here to attend the banquet at the Lung family. The guard chuckled. You, a beggar strong? Surely you jest. Why not claim to be a saint while you're at it? Haha. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Chi Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Can they truly see through me? Are people this perceptive nowadays? He blinked. Brother, you wouldn't happen to enjoy playing the role of a fool while hiding your true strength, would you? Can you really discern my status as a saint? At this, the guard's laughter ceased, his expression turning menacing. You filthy beggar, today marks a joyous occasion for the Lung family. While I am still inclined to refrain from violence, I suggest you vacate the premises, and swiftly. Chi Hao felt a headache coming on. It appeared entry was no longer an option. The guard ignored him completely. Turning to Lu Piaomiao with a smile, esteemed friend, might I inquire as to your lineage? Chi Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world? You treat me with disdain yet smile at the lady? Lu Piaomiao, witnessing Chi Hao's predicament, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her enchanting demeanor drawing the attention of those nearby. She pointed at Chi Hao. He and I are of the same family. At this declaration, the guard was momentarily taken aback. What? They are of the same family? This is preposterous. How can such a beauty be associated with this beggar? Are they perhaps companions? The guard's faith in humanity shattered as he inwardly lamented. Heaven, take me now. I cannot endure this. Chi Hao was taken aback by Lu Piaomiao's unexpected words. He chuckled and took the opportunity to pat the guard on the shoulder. Young man, do not envy me. I am but a legend. The guard promptly fainted. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Lung family, tables were laden with sumptuous fare, and the hall was filled with a bustling crowd. At that moment, the leader of the Black Cloak sect sat at the forefront, listening intently as Ma Lu reported the happenings within the sect. Ma Lu was unaware that had it not been for Chi Hao's audacious theft of the wine from the tavern, he would have undoubtedly encountered the mastermind of the chaos. The latter, on his way to the Lung family. What audacity! Which fool dares to act so brazenly within my domain? The leader of the Black Cloak sect, clad in dark garments, bore a face marred by scars, with thick brows and piercing eyes that exuded menace. His name was Gu Bao, a figure of considerable prowess, possessing innate abilities that placed him among the elite in the ethereal city of Piaomiao, with a reputation that preceded him. Upon receiving Ma Lu's report, Gu Bao's countenance darkened. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone so reckless as to provoke him. Ma Lu, speaking in hushed tones, inquired, Sect leader, I have dispatched men to scour the city. Do you have any directives? Gu Bao, narrowing his eyes in contemplation, eventually shook his head. Today marks a significant transition in the Lung family's leadership. I must represent the Black Cloak sect here and cannot take action myself. Relay my orders. Let the deputy leader and others search for that individual. Should they find him, eliminate him on sight. I do not wish to hear any news of him still being alive. Ma Lu nodded in acquiescence. He then exited the grand hall and made his way toward the entrance of the Lung family estate. Just as he was about to return to the Black Cloak sect, he spotted Chi Hao and Lu Piaomiao. What a stroke of fortune. This lad is indeed the one we seek. Through Du Ping's spiritual energy, Ma Lu instantly recognized Qi Hao as their target, though he was less familiar with Lu Piaomiao beside him. Filled with delight, Ma Lu stealthily retraced his steps to find Gu Bao once more. Puzzled by Ma Lu's return, Gu Bao inquired about the reason. Ma Lu approached, lowering his voice to convey, "Sect leader, we have located the individual." Gu Bao's brow furrowed in surprise. "So soon? Where?" "Just outside the door," Ma Lu replied. "Outside? Outside the Black Cloak sect?" "No, outside the Lung family," Gu Bao clarified, momentarily stunned by the revelation. He then rose abruptly. "Let us go outside. I am most curious to see who possesses such audacity." With Ma Lu leading the way, Gu Bao followed. Within the hall, several acquaintances of Gu Bao inquired about his sudden departure, to which he replied, acknowledging minor issues that required his attention before promising to return shortly. Soon, Gu Bao and Ma Lu arrived at the entrance of the Lung family estate, where they beheld Qi Hao wearing a mischievous grin. "Is this the person?" Gu Bao asked. Ma Lu nodded affirmatively. Gu Bao narrowed his eyes, sensing Qi Hao's aura. "Only at the Qi refinement stage?" he remarked, his expression darkening. "Are you telling me that this Qi refinement brat dares to challenge the Black Cloak sect?" Ma Lu, too, noted Qi Hao's mere Qi refinement level and began to doubt, pondering whether the deceased Du Ping had mistaken the target. Gu Bao, now visibly irritated, lamented the incompetence of his subordinates for failing to deal with a mere Qi refinement level opponent. Simultaneously, his attention was drawn to the stunning figure standing beside Qi Hao. Lu Piaomiao, adorned in a form-fitting white gown, her silken hair cascading over her shoulders, accentuated her graceful curves, slender waist, and elongated legs, leaving onlookers entranced. Instantly captivated by her allure, Gu Bao felt an intense infatuation despite being unable to discern her true visage. What an exquisite woman, he thought, his gaze fixated upon Lu Piaomiao, whom he had already deemed as his prized possession in his mind. Ignoring Qi Hao, he approached Lu Piaomiao with fervor and inquired, "Greetings, fair maiden. I am Gu Bao. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" Qi Hao, taken aback, wondered who this unsightly man was, brazenly attempting to flirt with his senior sister. Lu Piaomiao frowned, clearly perceiving Gu Bao's intentions. Noticing her discomfort, Qi Hao interjected, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Approaching my senior sister so shamelessly, have you no decency?" Gu Bao, furrowing his brow, retorted, "Senior sister? What is your relationship with her?" Qi Hao pounded his chest proudly. "We are family." Upon hearing this, Gu Bao's expression darkened as the implication struck him. Within his understanding, the two were now considered partners. This notion ignited a surge of murderous intent within Gu Bao. The object of his desire was now linked to a mere ant of the Qi refinement stage. Such an affront was intolerable. Sensing the hostility radiating from Gu Bao, Qi Hao narrowed his eyes. Gu Bao's voice turned cold. "Do you know who I am, boy?" Qi Hao chuckled. "Who you are is of no concern to me." "Ah, quite bold," Gu Bao replied, amusement mingling with his ire. "I am Gu Bao, the leader of the Black Cloak sect." "Oh, and what of it?" Qi Hao shot back. "Are you implying that the incident at the Black Cloak sect's prison was orchestrated by me?" "Indeed, you admit it. Thus, there is nothing more to discuss. I now command you to leave this maiden's side immediately, and I may spare your life. Alternatively, you may prostrate yourself before me, and I might consider allowing you to retain your corporeal form." "Well, aren't you quite the arrogant one? Not only do you covet my senior sister, but you also demand my submission and threaten my life? You should be the one bowing down." Gu Bao's face darkened further. As the respected leader of the Black Cloak sect, possessing innate abilities beyond the ordinary, he found himself provoked by this Qi refinement boy, who dared to challenge him. The surrounding crowd recognized Gu Bao and began to pronounce Qi Hao's imminent demise. Heads shook in disbelief, mocking Qi Hao for daring to provoke the Black Cloak sect, as all understood that a mere insect's fate could only lead to death. Suppressing the urge to strike, Gu Bao turned his gaze to Lu Piaomiao. "My lady, become my woman, and I shall spare your junior." A gasp rippled through the onlookers at Gu Bao's bold proposition. Qi Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as if he had misheard. This Gu Bao had audaciously sought to claim the sect leader of Piaomiao as his own. Qi Hao could not help but admire the sheer audacity. Realizing the potential consequences of this confrontation, Qi Hao's mind began to race. Wait, this scenario seemed eerily familiar. Gu Bao, unaware of Lu Piaomiao's true identity, dared to speak so brazenly. What if someone who knew her status appeared and publicly exposed her? The thought alone sent a thrill of excitement through Qi Hao. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Silently, he unleashed his spiritual sense, reaching out to locate Xiao Chun within the Lung family estate. "Xiao Chun, bring Lung Yanzhu and the others to the entrance of the Lung family." Xiao Chun, seated leisurely and savoring his drink, was momentarily taken aback by Qi Hao's sudden telepathic summons. After a brief pause, He sought out Leng Yanju to inform her that their master awaited them at the entrance. Confused, Leng Yanju wondered why their master did not enter. Could it be that he has been obstructed? The more she considered this possibility, the more plausible it seemed. She called upon Dan Tai Chingwei, Long Batian, and Xiao Chun, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the Leng family estate, where they found Qi Hao and Lu Piaomiao. "Master," Leng Yanju exclaimed, drawing the attention of the crowd. Some recognized the striking beauty before them as Leng Yanju, the future head of the Leng family and a core disciple of Piaomiao sect. Gu Bao, taken aback, had not anticipated Leng Yanju's arrival. He swiftly turned to her, saying, "Fairy Leng, what brings you out here?" Though Leng Yanju's prowess was only at the upper levels of innate capabilities, which paled in comparison to his own, her status as a core disciple of Piaomiao sect commanded his respect. Curiously, Gu Bao pondered the implications of Leng Yanju's mention of her master. Who might this esteemed individual be? And just as he contemplated this, he caught sight of the astonished expression on Gu Bao's face. With an air of icy elegance, Leng Yanju approached, standing before Qi Hao, bowing respectfully with clasped hands and uttering, "Master." A sudden ringing filled Qi Hao's ears, a disorienting buzz resonating in his mind as he stared in shock at the unfolding scene. What had he just heard? Leng Yanju had addressed this seemingly feeble cultivator as her master? The pallor of Gu Biao's face deepened, his mind swirling in confusion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As he beheld the subsequent actions of Leng Yanju and her companions, despair engulfed him entirely. Disciple Leng Yanju, Disciple Dan Tai Chingwei, Disciple Long Batian, Disciple Xiao Chun. We pay our respects to the sect master. The four disciples bowed to Qi Hao and then turned to face Lu Piaomiao, once again lowering their heads in reverence. Gu Biao, unable to contain himself, spewed blood, his complexion resembling that of a corpse. The intentions behind the actions of Leng Yanju and her companions could not have been clearer. Even a fool like Gu Biao comprehended who the veiled beauty before him truly was, Lu Piaomiao, the sect master of the Piaomiao sect, and a formidable half-saint. The mere thought of this sent Gu Biao's heart plummeting, his body trembling as he instinctively recoiled in terror. Around them, those who had previously harbored interest in Lu Piaomiao and had been secretly observing were now thoroughly frightened, retreating with hearts racing, their minds in turmoil. The appearance of Qi Hao, the master of Wufeng Mountain, alongside Lu Piaomiao, the sect master of the Piaomiao sect, was a sight that could not help but astonish all present. Ah, how intriguing! This method of slapping faces is truly delightful. Qi Hao observed Gu Biao's expression, realizing that with Lu as his senior sister present, he need not lift a finger. Lu Piaomiao gestured for them to refrain from excessive formalities. Upon hearing her words, Leng Yanju and her companions raised their heads, casting puzzled glances at Gu Biao. It was evident to them that the atmosphere had shifted. The first to grasp the situation was Dan Tai Chingwei. "Oh my heavens, what have I just witnessed?" Leng Yanju actually bowed to this mere ant of the Qi refinement realm, addressing him as master. Does this mean that this ant is Qi Hao, the master of Wufeng Mountain? And to make matters worse, the veiled woman before us is none other than Lu Piaomiao, the sect master of the Piaomiao sect? And I dared to suggest that Lu Piaomiao could be my woman. It's over, utterly over. Dan Tai Chingwei furrowed her brow, understanding the gravity of the situation as she listened to Gu Biao's panicked thoughts. Just then, a disciple guarding the Leng family approached, his expression shifting as he recounted the recent events to Leng Yanju. Upon hearing this, Leng Yanju's voice boomed, "Gu Biao, how dare you?" Her fierce shout sent Gu Biao sprawling to the ground in fright. At that moment, several flying vessels emerged from the clouds above, descending with purpose. The Sword Mountain of the Piaomiao sect comes to congratulate junior sister Leng on her ascension to the head of the Leng family. The Feihua sect arrives to commend the Leng family for their enduring legacy. The Wutian sect comes to extend their congratulations, wishing the Leng bloodline prosperity and longevity. The arrival of these vessels struck Gu Biao like a thunderous blow to the chest. Trembling in fear, he realized his fate was sealed. "The sect master? You are also here?" Jian Ziqing, the head of the Sword Mountain, arrived, surprised to find Lu Piaomiao present. As the other forces witnessed this, they each offered respectful bows to Lu Piaomiao. Jian Ziqing's brow furrowed as he sensed the tense atmosphere and inquired about the situation. Upon learning that Gu Biao had insulted Lu Piaomiao, audaciously referring to her as his woman in public, he was incensed. "Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly?" Releasing his formidable aura, Jian Ziqing enveloped Gu Biao in a suffocating pressure. Gu Biao, trembling, sank to his knees. At that moment, figures from other factions within Piaomiao City emerged, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Stepping forward, Leng Yanju's eyes glinted with frost. "Today marks a joyous occasion for my Leng family. However, someone has dared to insult our sect master. As the host, I offer you an opportunity. Accept one strike from my sword. Should you survive, I shall spare you." Gu Biao felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Lu Piaomiao remained silent, evidently acquiescing to the challenge. Elated, Gu Biao believed he had found a way out. He was at the peak of the innate realm, while Leng Yanju was merely at the upper tier of the innate level. Surely, receiving her strike would be an easy feat, but then, in an instant, Leng Yanju moved. The 7th-tier supreme divine sword materialized in her grasp, a terrifying sword intent erupting around her. At that moment, she resembled a celestial sword master descending from the heavens, the wind howling as her garments fluttered violently. Is this the culmination of her sword soul? Such terrifying talent. No wonder she is hailed as the next great emperor of the Piaomiao sect. This woman is truly formidable. Observers marveled at Leng Yanju's unleashed sword intent, which seemed to possess its own consciousness, already a perfected sword soul. And the gathering energy suggested she was on the brink of attaining the heart of the sword realm. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to Leng Yanju. This is not good. Gu Biao, locked in the grip of her sword soul, felt his complexion drain of color as a terrifying sense of suffocation enveloped him. He had not anticipated the heights of her sword intent. No longer calm, Gu Biao panicked despite his superior cultivation level. Divine tier martial skill, sort of the Godslayer draw. With the supreme divine sword in hand, Leng Yanju's eyes blazed as she drew and sheathed her sword in a single motion. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted, shaking the entirety of Piaomiao City as the sword energy surged forth with an unstoppable might, sweeping through the air. In an instant, the sword energy, intangible yet more potent than the tangible, reversed the very fabric of reality itself. With a sweeping arc, the sword energy ascended, tearing apart the dense clouds above, creating a chasm that extended for miles. Spectators stood in awe, unable to believe that such a strike had been delivered by one of the innate realm. Gu Biao's eyes widened, unable to comprehend the sword's trajectory, consumed by a tide of regret. Rage surged within him, yet it was far too late for remorse. A slender crimson line appeared upon Gu Biao's neck, his head slowly toppling away. Thud! The head fell to the ground, severed by a single strike. This was the prowess of Leng Yanju, slaying an opponent far above her level with unparalleled dominance. Gu Biao's demise compelled the leaders of various forces within Piaomiao City to bow their heads in deference. Initially, their respect had stemmed from Leng Yanju's status, but witnessing the execution of Gu Biao by her hand made them truly comprehend her formidable nature. Chi Hao nodded in approval from the side. Truly impressive, my esteemed disciple. Your dramatic draw and sheath of the sword is reminiscent of tales from novels. Lu Piaomiao, too, gazed on in astonishment, unprepared for the strength Leng Yanju now possessed. When she had first taken her place in the sect, she had feared that Leng Yanju might lag behind due to Chi Hao's influence. Yet now, it was clear her worries had been unfounded. The death of Gu Biao was merely a minor episode. Those who dared to offend Lu Piaomiao were scarcely worth lamenting. And his body was removed without ceremony. It was evident to all that with Gu Biao's passing, the Black Robe sect would soon cease to exist. Turning to Chi Hao, Leng Yanju remarked, Master, your knack for stirring up trouble is truly unparalleled. Chi Hao wore a perplexed expression. Have I caused trouble? My esteemed senior brother, have you forgotten about the last encounter with the Soul Crows? Who could rival your prowess? Did you directly provoke a half-saint? At that moment, Dan Tai Ching Wei approached to greet him, a hint of concern gracing her features. Long Ba Tian lunged toward Chi Hao, showering him with inquiries of concern, only to be met with a punch from Chi Hao that sent him sprawling like a constellation scattered across the sky. Get lost. All I desire is a woman's embrace. Xiao Chen also approached, his demeanor the most composed among the gathering, for his sole concern was Chi Hao. Lu Piaomiao shook her head, dismissing Chi Hao's earlier antics, though she was too disinterested to pursue the matter further. While it is true that a sect is akin to a family, Chi Hao's earlier insinuation seemed to suggest a bond akin to that of Dao partners. She fixed her gaze upon Chi Hao, who began to perspire profusely. Senior sister, please stop looking at me. I am terrified. Just as Chi Hao contemplated diverting attention by calling everyone into the Lung residence, a resonant Ba echoed ominously, accompanied by rolling thunder, as though celestial beings were reciting sacred scriptures. The sky was instantly engulfed in darkness, clouds swirling violently, and thunder reverberating through the heavens. The sound of the Buddha's voice carried an eerie soul force, imbued with an unmistakable intent to kill. This murderous aura indiscriminately blanketed the entirety of Piaomiao City. This is bad. Chi Hao was the first to react, realizing the gravity of the situation, and with a decisive step, he vanished from his position. The leaders of various factions turned pale, for this terrifying sound of the Buddha was accompanied by an overwhelming sanctity, capable of effortlessly crushing them. Junior brother Chi? Lu Piaomiao was perplexed to see Chi Hao disappear. She had not sensed the fluctuations of possession, yet why had Chi Hao unleashed a power akin to a half-saint? Could it be? She ceased her speculation and soared into the sky toward the outskirts of Piaomiao City. With the departure of Qi Hao and Lu Piaomiao, the entire Piaomiao City was shrouded in shadow. The sound of the Buddha's voice resonated throughout the city. Ordinary mortals, devoid of cultivation, looked up in confusion, gradually losing their sight and collapsing one after another. Crash, crash. The untrained mortals fell in succession, and not a single one within Piaomiao City remained. All perished. Chapter 72, The Method of Killing. Outside Piaomiao City, in the high heavens, Fa Wu led 300 arhats suspended in the air, utilizing the law of causality. Fa Wu discovered that the rogue was within Piaomiao City. He directly unleashed the soul-destroying divine sound, indiscriminately slaughtering innocent mortals below. One by one, the mortals fell, yet Fa Wu remained remarkably calm, seeking death. Qi Hao's expression turned grave as he materialized before Fa Wu and delivered a mighty punch. Fa Wu activated his golden body, summoning a colossal Buddha that appeared out of thin air, seated high above the heavens, and struck down with an enormous palm. Boom! The collision of fist and palm shattered the space, revealing dark streams of light. Time and space twisted, rapidly breaking apart and then restoring. As the initial clash between the two ended in a stalemate. Old bald donkey, you seek death. Qi Hao's anger flared. His consciousness swept across Piaomiao City, revealing the lifeless mortals. A profound rage surged within him. When Qi Hao beheld the nine-tiered Fa in Fa Wu's grasp, everything fell into place. Every cause has its effect. While fishing in the river of time, he had inadvertently drawn the nine-tiered Fa, creating a cause. Fa Wu had come to exact vengeance by annihilating all mortals in Piaomiao City. This was the consequence. Due to Qi Hao's oversight, the tragedy in Piaomiao City had unfolded. This was a calamity he had wrought, thus igniting his fury. Fa Wu intoned, Ba, esteemed benefactor, all is cause, all is effect. The cause and effect are predestined. Qi Hao, exasperated, retorted, if I cannot slay you today, I shall take your surname. Swish. Qi Hao unleashed another strike, summoning a divine-grade longsword that he grasped firmly. He drew and sheathed the sword, replicating the divine slaying sword technique previously executed by Lung Yanzhu. Unlike Lung Yanzhu's might, Qi Hao's draw shattered the very fabric of space, dissolving it into nothingness. The sword's aura spanned thousands of miles, rapidly forming immense chasms in the mountains. Ba. Fa Wu's expression remained serene as the nine-tiered Fa soared forth, suppressing the overwhelming sword energy. Simultaneously, Lu Piaomiao arrived, accompanied by formidable leaders from various factions. With Lu Piaomiao at the forefront, they gazed at the 300 arhats behind Fa Wu, each a powerhouse of the Grand Sect realm. Even Lu Piaomiao, a half-saint, felt the pressure mounting. Lu Piaomiao sent a message, and the Grand Sect experts of the Piaomiao Sect shattered the space, arriving in the blink of an eye. The 4 esteemed elders of the Piaomiao Sect appeared, along with some concealed Grand Sect elders from the various peaks of Piaomiao Sect. The powerful factions of the Eastern Domain, who had come to congratulate Lung Yanzhu, also dispatched Grand Sect protectors, all of whom now emerged. They recognized that the monks before them belonged to the Western Domain's Buddhist Sound Temple, which was also known as the Temple of Demon Sound, a peculiar faction within the Buddhist order, with these monks referred to as demon monks. Everyone kill. Leave no trace of these inhumane beasts. Lu Piaomiao's fury surged, her heart aching for the innocents who perished in Piaomiao City. Her singular thought was to eradicate the fiends before her. Swish, swish. Lu Piaomiao acted first, unleashing her half-saint pressure to bear down upon them. The 300 arhats remained calm, unperturbed by her presence. 200 arhats stepped forth, chanting incantations, as golden light shimmered, forming a formidable grand arhat formation that instantly enveloped Lu Piaomiao. Lu Piaomiao's form vanished, drawn into the domain of the arhat formation, engaging in fierce combat with the 200 arhats. Warriors of the Eastern Domain, demon monks of the Western Domain, attack. The 4 elders of the Piaomiao Sect roared, leading the charge against the remaining 100 arhats. The other Grand Sect experts followed suit, rushing in fervently. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, outside Piaomiao City, the air was rent with ear-piercing explosions. The earth trembled, space quaked, and time stood still as the continuous mountains were flattened by the terrifying force, creating waterspouts from rivers that hung upside down. Lightning flashed, flames erupted, sword energy rampaged, and countless shadows of fists collided. The golden bodies of the arhats drifted in the high heavens, continuously reciting deathly scriptures. The horrific shockwaves shattered the walls of Piaomiao City, destroying its structures. Countless lower-tier warriors fled, their hearts heavy with sorrow as they witnessed the fall of their fellow mortals. In another battlefield, Qi Hao was engulfed in murderous intent. One hand wielded a fishing rod, the other grasped a brick. Qi Hao stepped forward, confronting Fa Wu and brought the brick crashing down. Bang! The usually unstoppable brick met resistance at this moment. The 9-tiered Fa, a divine-grade weapon, held it in place. Chi Hao's gaze sharpened as he activated the fishing hook, piercing through layers of space, aiming to snatch away Fa Wu's life. Fa Wu intoned, Ba, as his expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that this rogue, merely at the quasi-half-saint level, could contend with him, a great Buddha, which was indeed surprising. Dust to dust, earth to earth, the 9-tiered Fa trembles the dust. Fa Wu's words flowed rapidly as he recited scriptures. Buzz. The 9-tiered Fa stirred, emanating a formidable sealing power, transforming into a towering divine edifice that radiated dazzling golden light. The ethereal currents swirled with fervor, and the surging spiritual energy dissipated into nothingness. The 9-tiered Fa descended, directly suppressing the brick and fishing rod. Old bald donkey, do you truly believe I can contend with you solely through a brick and a fishing rod? Chi Hao discerned the opponent's thoughts, mistakenly believing that he relied predominantly on those two objects. Such a notion was gravely erroneous. Despite his frequent use of the brick and fishing rod in battle, one should not be misled into thinking they were his primary sources of strength. The true essence of Chi Hao lay in himself. As a quasi-saint, he had amassed numerous treasures, various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and divine artifacts suitable for his cultivation, which he absorbed and refined to bolster his own foundation. Divine martial techniques, to him, were as effortless as breathing, having reached an unparalleled mastery. Possessing quasi-saint prowess, he stood unafraid before a great saint-level Buddha. Chi Hao assumed a starting stance. However, it was precisely because of this seemingly ordinary gesture that Fa Wu was taken aback. For the first time, Fa Wu's expression turned grave. He felt himself locked onto, as if marked for death. Master. Below. Xiao Chen observed Chi Hao's stance and realized his master was about to unleash a sky-shattering punch. He eagerly anticipated how his master would execute it. Crackling thunder erupted throughout the realm, fierce winds howled, and blood rained down, as if the heavens themselves wept. The sky roared, the earth trembled, and the cosmos twisted. With time and space fracturing, with a single punch, Chi Hao struck forth, his motion deliberate yet powerful, piercing through the fabric of space. The rift enveloped a radius of 1,000,000 miles, coalescing into a pitch-black sphere that contained millions of times the gravitational force, continuously drawing in the fragmented remnants of space. The entire obsidian orb appeared to exist outside the realm of the heavenly path, detached from the desolate continent. The dark sphere engulfed Fa Wu, no longer composed. Fa Wu's expression shifted. The magnitude of this technique surpassed his expectations. Ba, the great freedom Arhut golden body. Fa Wu hastily chanted scriptures, and behind him, a towering Maitreya Buddha statue emerged, radiating golden light, forming an impenetrable defense. It must be said that Fa Wu's power was indeed formidable, yet it was merely adequate. Crack! The golden Maitreya Buddha statue shattered, swept away by the overwhelming force, having held for less than 3 breaths before fissures began to form. The butterfly effect took hold. Once a single crack appeared, more would inevitably follow. The golden Maitreya was completely obliterated, revealing the pale-faced Fa Wu. Die! Chi Hao's eyes narrowed, and he exerted more force. The encompassing sphere began to rapidly compress and collapse, dragging Fa Wu down with it. Fa Wu roared in anger, attempting to escape the sphere's gravitational pull. But it was ultimately in vain. Within this domain, he could not sense any spiritual energy, as if the entire heavens had forsaken him. With unyielding resentment, Fa Wu was gradually drawn away, his furious cries fading into oblivion. Taking a deep breath, Chi Hao realized that this was the first time he had fully unleashed a divine martial technique. He was astonished by its might. Just as he relaxed, preparing to deal with the remaining 300 arhats, a beam of golden light shot forth from the western region's Foin temple, traversing billions of miles to suddenly appear above Misty City. Chapter 73, One Strike to Annihilate the Buddha Ancestor. On the battlefield, a terrifying golden Buddha phantom materialized. An overwhelming imperial aura emanated, causing everyone to feel as though they had been pressed on pause, their eyes wide with horror, unable to move. An imperial realm? A Buddha ancestor? Chi Hao gazed intently at the Buddha's shadow above, discerning from its aura that it was likely a Buddha ancestor's phantom. The Buddha ancestor corresponded to a being of emperor-level strength. Moreover, the emperor level was further divided into pseudo-emperors, half-emperors, and heavenly emperors. The Buddha phantom before him exuded an imperial might equivalent to that of a pseudo-emperor. The Buddha's phantom loomed in the sky, casting a cold, merciless gaze down upon the world, as though surveying a colony of ants. It fixed its gaze upon Chi Hao and intoned, "Benefactor, you have committed acts of slaughter, entwined in karmic retribution. I hope you can lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Chi Hao looked down at the lifeless mortals in Misty City, laughing in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? I have committed slaughter? Are you blind? Chi Hao was utterly enraged. These bald donkeys were adept at playing double standards. A single utterance from the Buddha had led to the slaughter of countless mortals, and yet they dared to accuse him of sin? The Buddha phantom sighed. There is no need for the benefactor to quibble. All that has transpired is a consequence of your actions. You must bear the burden of this karma. Chi Hao burst into laughter. What a splendid notion that all karma rests upon my shoulders. You despicable bald donkey, I must commend your ability to distort right and wrong. However, if you think to breach my defenses with mere words, I might as well take my own life. Do not think that just because you are but a phantom, I would not crush your teeth. With that, Chi Hao moved, striking forth with a palm, causing the heavens to twist and the cosmos to flow in reverse. Yet another divine martial technique. Umitba, let me suppress your sins. The Buddha phantom sighed. As if pitying Chi Hao, the phantom raised a hand, attempting to seize control of the nine-tiered Va. Yet Chi Hao would not allow such a thing. With Fa Wu's demise, the control over the Va was lost. His fishing rod could be employed once more, and with a deft flick, he ensnared the nine-tiered Va. A tug of war ensued, neither party wishing to relinquish control of the Va. The Buddha phantom, left with no choice, had to take action. For one of his caliber, any strike would be cataclysmic. The Buddha's 5 fingers descended, resembling 5 serpentine peaks reaching towards the heavens, shattering the comprehension of all beings with unparalleled imperial might. This power, distinct from the Buddha's prior actions, contained a terrifying force capable of easily subduing a great saint. If your true form were to appear, I might genuinely struggle. But to think a mere phantom could hope to suppress me? Chi Hao scoffed, unafraid. He had never known fear, even if the true form arrived. If he were to falter, he could always summon a future version of himself for assistance. As for the consequences, he could not be bothered to contemplate. First, he would eliminate the bald donkey before him. With a flick of his wrist, a needle materialized, rapidly enlarging, towering as high as the heavens. The words Rui were inscribed upon the staff, stirring the galactic stardust as he swung it. The colossal staff, reaching hundreds of thousands of feet in height, was hefted by Chi Hao as he brought it crashing down upon the Buddha phantom. How is this possible? How could you possess such an object? The Buddha phantom's countenance shifted, clearly recognizing the staff before him. Chi Hao smirked. I have caught many things. Is it not normal for me to fish up a staff? He recalled the time he nearly hooked a certain rowdy monkey while attempting to reel in the staff, causing it to flee in terror. Boom. The heavenly staff, with its momentum locking onto the Buddha phantom, descended slowly, bearing an unstoppable might. The phantom's expression turned grave. Such a divine artifact compelled him to exercise caution. His body radiated golden light, akin to a deity of the 9 heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, as he invoked secret techniques of the Buddha to repel the heavenly staff. Below, all eyes were riveted upon the scene, the overwhelming power rendering them pale, revealing just how insignificant they were in the face of such might. Yet, his endeavors proved futile. Confronted by the weapon of a mischievous monkey, even the ethereal visage of the Buddha at the emperor level had no choice but to kneel submissively. The towering staff descended with unyielding momentum, and no matter how the Buddha's projection resisted, it could not avert this strike. Crack! As the staff fell, the cosmic river reversed, and ripples of time and space emerged. Above the heavens, a fissure cracked open, revealing the shimmering currents of the river of time, from which a colossal hand made of monkey fur emerged, attempting to reach across. Goodness! Chi Hao was taken aback. That monkey's hand was rather intimidating. Umitba, good sir, may I inquire your name? The Buddha's projection gradually dissipated. Under the weight of a single strike, it could no longer maintain its form. In response to the query, Chi Hao chuckled. What is there to fear? I bear no change in name or surname. I am Sun Wukong, also known as the Great Sage equal to heaven. Come, if you dare to challenge me. Umitba. Before the projection vanished completely, it left behind one final remark. Good sir, we shall meet again. As the Buddha's visage fully faded, the imperial might that enveloped the realm also diminished. Chi Hao understood that his opponent had likely fled. However, he could not indulge in joy, for upstream in the river of time, another monkey lingered. Hey, who dares to steal my great staff? Come forth and face me. Chi Hao observed the colossal monkey's hand drawing closer from above the river of time, and he dared not hesitate, plunging directly into the river. Assuming the role of a ferryman, he shifted his own aura to a different position along the downstream of the river, diverting the attention of the monkey hand. Seeing the monkey's hand shift its focus, Chi Hao took a deep breath, emerging from the river of time and sealing the space completely. That was close. This mischievous monkey was relentless for merely having snagged a staff. The next time we fish, I'll be sure to reel in your clothes. Bang, bang, bang. Chi Hao gazed below, where the defeat of the Buddha's projection had begun to unravel the formation of the 300 arhats. He turned his attention to the 200 arhats surrounding Lu Piaomiao and struck with a palm. The imprint transformed into a gigantic hand, shattering over 100 arhats and revealing Lu Piaomiao's figure. Upon witnessing this, Lu Piaomiao ceased her cautious approach and unleashed her full power. The formation had been broken, and the remaining foes were no match for her. They were swiftly vanquished. Chi Hao surveyed the rest of the battlefield, and whenever he noticed his allies in peril, he hurled a brick, smashing the heads of the arhats. The tide of battle began to turn decisively. Victory was all but assured. Below, upon witnessing Chi Hao's triumph over the Buddha's projection, the expressions of his 4 disciples flushed with excitement. They were all deeply captivated by Chi Hao's presence. The one who held the most admiration was, unexpectedly, Xiao Chun, for he understood the profound disparity between the holy realm and the emperor level. Even if that Buddha's projection seemed to possess only the strength of a false emperor. Seeing Chi Hao pulverize the Buddha's visage, he felt a genuine respect. Dan Tai Chingwei's gaze shifted slightly. She caught wind of Xiao Chen's inner thoughts, causing her heart to tremble. From Xiao Chen's musings, she discerned something truly astonishing. At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared. Xiao Chen's expression shifted as he beheld the newcomer. Xiao Buyu, having concealed himself for a long time, was now astounded by Chi Hao's prowess. He realized that he could wait no longer. Seizing the moment, he revealed himself and casually waved, whisking away the person before him. Xiao Chun, the one who made his bloodline tremble. Cold Yin Zhu and the others had yet to react when Xiao Buyu and Xiao Chun vanished from their midst, leaving 3 individuals with grim faces. Chapter 74, Identity Exposed. Mood unpleasant. Half a stick of incense later, the battle in the heavens had concluded. The great Buddha and all 300 arhats who had come from the Temple of Sound were utterly annihilated. Chi Hao sighed. The demise of these bald monks could serve as a solace for the mortals who perished in Piaomiao City. Whoosh! With the battle's end, Lu Piaomiao flew over. Noticing this, Chi Hao cleared his throat, preparing to put on an act. Lu Piaomiao's eyes flickered with doubt. Uncle Master, are you all right? Chi Hao feigned a grave demeanor. Little Piaomiao, what could possibly be wrong with your Uncle Master? Those bald monks are far from capable of harming me. Lu Piaomiao stared at Chi Hao with an expressionless gaze. Chi Hao immediately sensed something amiss. Seeking an excuse, he turned and said he would check on his disciples. Unexpectedly, Lu Piaomiao suddenly remarked, Uncle Master, your pants are not properly fastened. Nonsense, I clearly. Chi Hao froze, breaking into a cold sweat as he turned around with a sheepish smile. Meanwhile, Lu Piaomiao's countenance darkened, her fury mounting. She struggled to accept the truth, yet previous events had already hinted at something amiss. During the earlier tumult at the Piaomiao sect, her keen intuition had alerted her to Chi Hao's unusual aura. Furthermore, prior to the Buddha's appearance, she had felt no signs of Chi Hao being possessed. All signs pointed to the possibility that Chi Hao had not been taken over at all. Subsequently, after the battle concluded, Lu Piaomiao approached him and cautiously probed, only to confirm her suspicions. Chi Hao had not been possessed by the Void Saint. Everything prior had been an act. Lu Piaomiao's expression turned serious. Is this amusing to you? Chi Hao had never felt as flustered as he did at that moment, internally pleading. Which handsome fellow can rescue me right now? I shall bestow upon you divine-grade equipment. Chi Hao swallowed hard. Lu senior sister, let us agree, no strikes to the face. Upon hearing this, Lu Piaomiao was instantly enraged, delivering a forceful slap that sent Chi Hao crashing into the mountains, piercing through several peaks. Many below noticed this spectacle. Bewildered by the situation between the two, Lu Piaomiao glanced at the direction Chi Hao had flown off in, then turned and stepped back towards the Piaomiao sect. Her mood was exceedingly foul. She needed to regain her composure. Cough, what a sin. Getting addicted to roleplay and suddenly facing this situation, there was no remedy. Had she known, she would have revealed everything much sooner. It was a miscalculation. Chi Hao scratched his head as he emerged from the mountains, watching Lu Piaomiao depart with a look of resignation. He had misplayed his hand and was now facing the consequences. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that dwelling on these thoughts was futile. Soon after, Chi Hao stepped forth, arriving at Piaomiao City, appearing before the Cold family. Ancestor, quickly, save Xiao Chun. Upon seeing Chi Hao, Cold Yin Zhu urgently called out. Chi Hao furrowed his brow. Through Cold Yin Zhu's recounting, he grasped that someone had appeared and abducted Xiao Chun. He reassured the 3, signaling them to remain calm. Simultaneously, he noticed a change in Dan Tai Chingwei's gaze directed at him. Chi Hao shook his head, dismissing any errant thoughts. Do not worry, I shall retrieve him at once. With that, Chi Hao stepped forward and vanished from the spot. In a deep mountain, Xiao Buyu regarded Xiao Chun with a solemn expression. Kid, who exactly are you? How do you possess the bloodline of the Xiao clan? Xiao Chun frowned. Upon seeing Xiao Buyu, he too was taken aback. Xiao Chen replied directly, Xiao Buyu, long time no see. The boy from back then has now become a great sage. At this declaration, Xiao Buyu's expression shifted dramatically. Speak. Who are you truly? Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm, his pitch-black pupils revealing an abyss of darkness, within which an ancient figure began to emerge. Xiao Buyu was utterly astonished at the sight before him. How could he possibly not recognize that figure? It was none other than the venerable ancestor of the Xiao clan, the founder of the holy nation of Xiao, and the last great emperor, Xiao Chun. How could this be? How could you be him? Xiao Buyu was incredulous, for he had witnessed with his own eyes the fall of Xiao Chun beneath the divine punishment of the heavenly Tao. Yet here he stood, right before him. Xiao Buyu's expression shifted dramatically. It was precisely because of Xiao Chen's demise that he had been able to inherit the doctrines of the holy nation of Xiao and ascend to the position of its sovereign. Now that Xiao Chun had returned, could he retain his place? The mere thought of this ignited wicked intentions within Xiao Buyu's heart. He contemplated seizing the opportunity to strike down Xiao Chun while he was still weakened. Xiao Chun, perceptive as ever, inquired, You wish to kill me? Xiao Buyu flinched, lowering his gaze slightly. I dare not. He adopted a submissive stance, weighing the risks and rewards in his mind. Xiao Chun observed him silently, watching to see if he would make a move. Should Xiao Buyu decide to attack, he would not hesitate to ignite his bloodline and summon his imperial soul. Xiao Buyu's eyes flickered as clarity dawned upon him. The return of Xiao Chun signified that he would once again have to submit to him. After being the sovereign for so many years, how could he willingly become a subordinate, even if that subordinate was his own ancestor? Xiao Buyu raised his head defiantly. Uncle Xiao, I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to live. Xiao Chun seemed to have anticipated this outcome, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your intention to strike is not surprising, I understand. But you must consider what will happen if you fail to kill me. Xiao Buyu's gaze turned frigid. Rest assured, Uncle Xiao, even if it costs me dearly, you shall die today. Xiao Chun chuckled. Is that so? I am eager to see how you intend to take my life. As a former emperor, to think that mere words could compel him to yield was nothing short of delusional. As Xiao Buyu's murderous intent enveloped him, he prepared to attack. It was then that Qi Hao made a sudden appearance, so unexpectedly that Xiao Buyu had not even sensed him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiao Buyu's expression shifted dramatically. The earlier display of Qi Hao's might, vanquishing the Buddha's phantom with a single strike, was still fresh in his mind. Xiao Chun greeted Qi Hao respectfully, Master. Qi Hao waved his hand dismissively and turned to Xiao Buyu. And who might you be? You dare to threaten my disciple? Xiao Buyu, puzzled, recalled having seen the son of the void before. He did not speak in such a manner. I am Xiao Buyu of the holy nation of Xiao. Pray tell, who are you? The son of the void would never address me in such a fashion. Oh, you have met my master? Qi Hao inquired with surprise. If you deduce that I am not possessed by the son of the void, then surely you know who I am? Upon hearing this, Xiao Buyu fell silent. He had heard that Qi Hao, the master of Wufeng Mountain, had been possessed by the son of the void, and since this man was indeed Qi Hao himself, he maintained a composed demeanor. Do you intend to interfere in the affairs of my holy nation? Qi Hao shook his head. Your holy nation is of no concern to me. However, if you wish to lay hands on my disciple, I cannot simply stand by. Do you even know who this disciple of yours is? I do, your ancestor. Ahem, if you are aware of this. Why would you dare to take him as a disciple? Why not? Spare me the nonsense. Are you leaving or not? If not, I shall assist you in departing. Qi Hao's words were direct and left Xiao Buyu feeling apprehensive, despite Qi Hao's current level being only that of a quasi-saint. The fact that he had effortlessly slain a great Buddha and shattered the phantom of the Buddha was undeniably true. Xiao Buyu dared not act recklessly. Xiao Buyu glanced at Xiao Chun, who returned his gaze. He then turned and vanished without a trace, leaving behind a warning. This continent is not as simple as it appears. I advise you not to be too arrogant. There are still great emperors in this world. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun fell into contemplation. The absence of great emperors did not equate to their extinction. The reasons for their silence were well known to him. I have no interest in your family matters. If you intend to bully the weak, you must first pass through me. Furthermore, I am already in a foul mood. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? To teach you a lesson, I shall present you with a brick. Qi Hao promptly produced a brick, binding it with a rope, and flung it into a black vortex. Before Xiao Buyu, who was already miles away, could react, the brick emerged from the black vortex and left an imprint on the back of his head. Xiao Buyu roared with fury, his trepidation intensifying. And he dared not look back, vanishing without a trace. All settled, my disciple. You may return. I shall head back to Wufeng Mountain to fish. Qi Hao cast a glance at Xiao Chun, still vexed by the earlier incident involving Lu Piaomiao. Only fishing could divert his attention. Xiao Chun nodded, watching Qi Hao depart before returning to Piaomiao City. Chapter 75. Qi Hao's new skill, face-to-face entanglement. Half a month later, The events in Piaomiao City spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entire eastern region. The news of the quasi-saint from Piaomiao City slaying a great Buddha with a single punch and shattering the phantom of a pseudo-emperor spread rapidly, igniting a tremendous commotion. All gazes turned toward the Piaomiao sect in astonishment. Was it possible that the Piaomiao sect was on the verge of rising? In the back mountains of Wufeng Mountain, Qihao continued his fishing as usual. His 4 disciples had returned to Wufeng Mountain, each pursuing their own training and endeavors. During these past 2 weeks, Qihao had noticed something peculiar. His second disciple, Dantai Qingwei, had taken to visiting the back mountain daily, beaming at him without uttering a word. Qihao, puzzled, wondered what had come over her. Qingwei, why aren't you focusing on your training? Do you wish to learn to fish? Not at all, master. I simply want to watch you. Watch me? I know I am quite handsome, but your constant gaze is quite distracting while I fish. That's all right, master. I don't mind. You don't mind? Qihao chuckled. Since taking her as a disciple, Dantai Qingwei's demeanor had shifted dramatically. He sighed, recognizing that this was only natural after spending so much time with that aloof girl, the yellow-haired one. Dantai Qingwei sat gracefully, her enchanting smile bringing a sense of serenity. During her time in Piaomiao City, she had discovered Qihao's secret. Through Xiaochen's thoughts, Dantai Qingwei learned that Qihao was not possessed by the ancestral spirit at all. Instead, he was a quasi-saint, and they had all been deceived. Dantai Qingwei did not mind. In fact, she found herself even more inclined to remain close to Qihao. This marked her first true understanding of Qihao's secret. However, she chose not to disclose this information to others. It was sufficient for her to know. Qihao shook his head, realizing that he was currently in a free-range mode with his disciples, and he need not concern himself with their training. His gaze drifted toward the depths of the Piaomiao sect. He found himself troubled by Lu Piaomiao. Ever since the revelation of his identity half a month ago, Lu Piaomiao had grown increasingly irate, meeting him with a scowl at every encounter, and he was left with no choice but to endure. Thus, he needed to devise a way to appease Lu Piaomiao's anger. Go on, don't linger here. You're making it impossible for me to catch any fish. Qihao urged Dantai Qingwei to leave. Reluctantly, she departed, deciding to return later. Qihao furrowed his brow, his thoughts troubled as he gazed at Dantai Qingwei. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Of course, how could I not have thought of this? Since senior sister Lu is upset and does not wish to see me, I shall persistently cling to her. I refuse to believe that senior sister Lu can remain unmoved. The clinginess of Dantai Qingwei over the past fortnight has prompted Qihao to contemplate this notion. Thus, he swiftly began his course of action. Within the ethereal abode, the intricately carved wooden bed was draped with cicada-winged gauze curtains. Beside it, a Zetan vanity table displayed a diamond-shaped copper mirror, flanked by a blue and white porcelain vase containing several branches of magnolia. On the wooden bed, Lu Piaomiao, clad in a flowing white gown, sat cross-legged in meditation, her brow furrowed. Unable to quell the turbulence within her heart, the concealment by Qihao left her unsure of how to confront the situation. Only through cultivation could she temporarily forget her troubles. Senior sister, are you still angry? At that moment, Qihao's head emerged from beneath the bed, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Lu Piaomiao's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, she sent Qihao flying with a slap. The following night, at the pavilion of the ethereal abode, the stone steps glistened with the dew of night as they led towards the pond. Moss traced a winding path beneath the shadows, while the reflection of the stars was disturbed by ripples, resembling a liquid Milky Way. Lu Piaomiao sat quietly by the pond, savoring the beauty of the night. The moon reflected in the water brought a sense of tranquility to her heart. Just then, a lewd head emerged from beneath the pond, disrupting the moon's reflection. Senior sister Lu, what a coincidence. Enjoying the moon, are we? Lu Piaomiao's face darkened once more, and she swiftly slapped him again. Qihao soared into the air like a meteor falling from the night sky. On the third night, after managing the affairs of the sect, Lu Piaomiao appeared somewhat fatigued. She decided to take a bath, seeking relaxation. The warm spring pool enveloped her in steam, and the jade bracelet clinked against the stone edge, shattering the reflection of the waning moon in the water. With her eyes closed, she gently wiped her body, relishing the rare moment of peace. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. Senior sister, your skin is exquisite. Would you like your junior brother to assist you in rubbing it? Lu Piaomiao, filled with rage, exclaimed. Is this never-ending? Her aura surged, sending up a torrent of water that concealed her form. With a wave of her hand, a water vortex emerged, sweeping Qihao, who was howling in protest, away for thousands of miles. On the fourth day, to prevent Qihao from continuing to pester her, Lu Piaomiao discreetly ventured alone into Piaomiao City. Over the course of half a month, the city had suffered grievously due to the recent battle, with all mortals perishing. Yet, after this time, Piaomiao City had once again revived, bustling with life and activity. Cloaked in a veil, Lu Piaomiao stepped into the streets, instantly captivating the attention of all. Some approached her with the intent to flirt. At such moments, a dark hand would emerge, dragging the suitor into an alley for a sound thrashing. Chi Hao sauntered out, clapping his hands. A bunch of fools, have you not seen the stars? Unbeknownst to Lu Piaomiao, the clingy Chi Hao was lurking nearby. As Lu Piaomiao reached a stall adorned with an array of treasures, her eyes were drawn to a beautiful hairpin. How much for this hairpin? She inquired. Oh, the young lady possesses discerning taste. This is the finest hairpin at the stall, perfectly suited for you. I believe only you deserve it. Consider it a gift from me. The vendor replied. Lu Piaomiao's brows furrowed in suspicion as she lifted her gaze to find Chi Hao grinning at her. Senior sister, are you still upset? Your junior brother acknowledges his mistakes. This hairpin is for you, hoping it will ease your anger. I truly regret my actions. Lu Piaomiao gazed at the hairpin he offered but did not extend her hand. Chi Hao continued to beam at her, unwavering in his gaze. Meanwhile, beneath the stall, a man was bound, his eyes wide with fury, muffled cries escaping from a cloth stuffed in his mouth. You scoundrel, this is my stall. Chi Hao merely raised an eyebrow and kicked the vendor unconscious. Why the rush? I'll return your shabby stall shortly. Time passed, and Lu Piaomiao ultimately accepted the hairpin. Turning to leave. Before departing, she stated, I shall accept the hairpin, but do not follow me any longer. Upon hearing this, Chi Hao exclaimed joyfully, having finally succeeded in his endeavor after days of effort. As Lu Piaomiao walked away, admiring the hairpin in her hand, a sweet smile broke through the veil concealing her stunning visage. Chapter 76, The Fifth Disciple, Sherdaniu. Time flew, and a year had passed. Throughout this year, all remained tranquil atop Wufeng Mountain. The eldest disciple, Lung Yanzhu, had successfully broken through to the great innate realm, progressing towards becoming a king. The second disciple, Dan Taiching Wei, was also advancing swiftly at the upper innate level, currently in seclusion to attempt a breakthrough to the great innate stage. The third disciple, Long Batian, pursued the path of physical sanctification, his vitality vigorous and overwhelming. Those unfamiliar would mistake him for a massive dragon, as his strength had also reached the upper postnatal level. The fourth disciple, Xiao Chun, as an ancient emperor, possessed memories of his past life, allowing him to progress rapidly in cultivation, quickly surpassing Long Batian and reaching the middle innate stage. The enhancement of the four disciples' abilities garnered considerable attention within the Piaomiao sect. There were frequent challenges issued to them, yet none could emerge victorious. Some older disciples, unwilling to be outdone, attempted to challenge the four with their superior experience, but were equally unsuccessful. It became evident to all that the innate talents and bloodlines of these four were astonishingly powerful, and their cultivation of advanced techniques was the reason for such a stark disparity. Lu Piaomiao was perplexed by the source of the advanced techniques utilized by the four, having never encountered them before. Upon learning this news, she personally sought out Chi Hao on the back mountain to inquire. Chi Hao, comprehending the situation, pondered that he should not only enable his disciples to grow stronger, but also contribute to the Piaomiao sect as a member. Subsequently, he instructed Lung Yanzhu to bring Lu Piaomiao to the storeroom. Upon entering, Lu Piaomiao was struck with dizziness, overwhelmed by the treasures within. What did she behold? Divine-grade martial arts, divine-grade techniques, 9th-tier spirit artifacts, and 9th-tier elixirs, along with various other items too numerous to name, all emanating terrifying waves of energy. These treasures had all been caught by Chi Hao, carelessly tossed into the storeroom thereafter. Initially puzzled, Lung Yanzhu wondered why her master occasionally placed treasures within. Chi Hao's explanation was straightforward. These belonged to your ancestor. Lung Yanzhu could not help but question, could an ascendant-level ancestor possess so many treasures? Chi Hao elaborated. These items were left behind by your ancestor's ancestor. Realization dawned on Lung Yanzhu, leading her to let go of her doubts. Master. The master says you can take whatever you wish from here without hesitation, she said with a smile, introducing Lu Piaomiao to the items in the storeroom. Suppressing her astonishment, Lu Piaomiao asked, are all of these items placed here by your master? Lung Yanzhu nodded. Indeed, he occasionally tosses in some items said to be left by your ancestor's ancestor. Lu Piaomiao could only stare in disbelief at the innocent expression on Lung Yanzhu's face. Lung Yanzhu, do you not realize that you have been deceived by your master? Lu Piaomiao chose not to say much further, taking with her some advanced martial arts techniques and rare treasures of heaven and earth before departing. These items could elevate the strength of the entire disciples of the Piaomiao sect by a significant degree. A few days later, at the back mountain of Wufeng Mountain, Chi Hao was fishing while a small fox lay sleeping at his feet. Xiao Qin sat quietly beside him. Disciple, what is the current status of Sherdaniu? He inquired. Returning to master, as per your previous instructions, we have been intensifying his training. Considering the time, what are your thoughts? As you wish, master. Very well. As expected of you. Bring Sherdaniu here. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqun nodded, having suspected as much. Qi Hao intended to refine Sherdaniu with the aim of taking him as a disciple. When Xiaoqun arrived at the foot of the Piaomiao sect, he found Sherdaniu kneeling on the ground. Sherdaniu was not surprised to see Xiaoqun, as he had grown accustomed to such encounters. Just as he was about to accept his fate, Xiaoqun spoke. Sherdaniu, rise. My master has instructed me to take you to Wufeng Mountain. Esteemed immortal. Who is your master? Sherdaniu asked. You will know once we arrive, Xiaoqun replied. But I am merely an ordinary person. How could I dare to enter the Piaomiao sect? Rest assured, with me by your side, no one will dare to obstruct you. Sherdaniu nodded. Having knelt for so long that his legs had grown numb. Though he harbored doubts, he followed nonetheless. As they approached Wufeng Mountain, Sherdaniu was immediately struck by a surge of potent spiritual energy. Bathing in such a rich aura left him astonished, and with a breath. It felt as though he had gained years of life. As they proceeded, he encountered a familiar face, Long Batian, who was relentlessly honing his physical form through extreme methods. Long Batian acknowledged Sherdaniu with a smile, seemingly unperturbed. Dantai Qingwei also noticed him and offered a greeting, while Lung Yanju was engrossed in secluded cultivation. Upon reaching a lake at the back mountain, Sherdaniu spotted someone fishing by the shore. Little brother? He exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the figure from their previous encounter. Qi Hao turned around, smiling. Sherdaniu, it's been a while. I told you we would meet again. Sherdaniu was taken aback to see Xiaoqun, whom he had thought to be his immortal master, respectfully addressing Qi Hao as master. Even Sherdaniu, with his limited understanding, grasped the significance of Qi Hao's status. Little brother, did you summon me? Sherdaniu asked, bewildered. Qi Hao nodded. Indeed. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I am Qi Hao, the master of Wufeng Mountain of the Piaomiao sect. Sherdaniu, do you wish to become my disciple? At this, Sherdaniu was momentarily stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. After all, he had knelt for decades in hopes of entering the Piaomiao sect. And now someone offered to take him as a disciple. Who wouldn't be skeptical? Observing Sherdaniu's reaction, Qi Hao continued, Sherdaniu, I am asking you, do you wish to become my disciple? Startled into realization, Sherdaniu looked into Qi Hao's earnest eyes and trembled as he knelt once more. I am willing. Qi Hao nodded. Good. Since you have become my disciple, you shall be my fifth student. The two individuals you saw earlier are your second senior sister and third senior brother. This person beside you is your fourth senior brother, Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun smiled and nodded, having taken a liking to Sherdaniu. Only then did Sherdaniu finally believe he had truly become a disciple and was embarking on his journey of cultivation within the Piaomiao sect. He was unaware of the implications of being a disciple of the master of Wufeng Mountain. He only knew that his dream had come true. He pondered whether he was dreaming, but the tears that fell confirmed the reality of the moment. Unable to contain his emotions, Sherdaniu gazed skyward, releasing 30 years of pent-up feelings, finally achieving his long-held wish. Beep. Host has accepted a new disciple. Sherdaniu, a prodigy with a tragic past who has comprehended the path of the mortal world. Due to the host accepting a fifth disciple, a disciple reward has been issued. Reward, Divine Level Martial Skill Mortal Fantasy, and a Divine Level Technique Mortal Sutra. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qi Hao nodded, pleased with the successful addition of his fifth disciple. Chapter 77, The Path of Mortality, Intertwined Fates. In a chamber within Wufeng Mountain, Qi Hao and Xiaoqun stood observing Sherdaniu, who sat cross-legged on the bed. Daniu, the Mortal Sutra I bestow upon you was created by the Emperor of Mortals. The Mortal Fantasy is a martial skill you must master for the journey that lies ahead. Shortly, you will enter a prolonged slumber. Sherdaniu listened intently, not daring to miss a single word. Xiaoqun remained by his side, also attentive. The Emperor of Mortals, an extraordinary figure from ancient times who set the record for the fastest ascension to Emperor. In a single night, he transformed from an ordinary person into an Emperor, a miraculous feat that astonished all on the Huangtian continent. No one could fathom how someone could bypass the 8 great realms to ascend directly to Emperor status. Yet, the Emperor of Mortals achieved it. Waking from a dream to become an Emperor, his method was widely disseminated, and while initially, everyone was thrilled at the prospect of attaining Emperor status, silence fell when they encountered the prerequisites for cultivating the Mortal Sutra. The most crucial point was that one must comprehend the path of mortality during their mortal years. Just this condition alone eliminated 99% of aspirants. Understanding the path of mortality as a mere mortal was akin to scaling the heavens. But that was only the beginning. If a fortunate mortal managed to grasp the path of mortality, they still faced one final trial, traversing the path of the undead in a dream, reaching its end. The location of this path was unknown to all. Only those who comprehended the path of mortality could enter. Once on the path of the undead, one's soul would be stripped away, falling into a deep slumber. If one could not awaken within a century, they would remain in eternal sleep. However, if they could exit the path of the undead within that time frame, they would ascend directly to emperor status, replicating the emperor of mortals' monumental achievement. Dainio, do you understand what I have conveyed? Chi Hao asked earnestly, looking at Sir Dainio. Taking a deep breath, Sir Dainio comprehended the implications. At his current age of 80, even with Chi Hao's miraculous elixirs extending his lifespan, he could ultimately escape the limitations of mortal life. He could only live to around 120 years. This meant that upon cultivating the Mortal Sutra and stepping onto the path of the undead, he would need to emerge within approximately 40 years. Otherwise, he would perish of old age without hope of return. Sir Dainio nodded. Master, I understand. Xiao Chun offered solace from the side. On the path of the undead, willpower is of utmost importance. Solitude will accompany you. The training master had us undergo to strengthen your resolve was for this very preparation. Realizing the depth of this, Sir Dainio nodded earnestly. Dainio, the illusions of the mortal realm, is a martial technique crafted by the sovereign of the mortal realm, enabling you to combat the peculiarities within the path of the undead. Furthermore, here is the everlasting divine fire lamp, a divine lantern forged from celestial flames, which neither extinguishes nor fades, capable of illuminating your path as you traverse the path of the undead. If you are prepared, I shall now impart the teachings of the Mortal Sutra, guiding you to step directly into the path of the undead. Chi Hao produced a golden-hued copper lamp, its flames radiating with an intense heat. This lamp was the very one he had fished from the upper reaches of the River of Time during his initial foray into its depths. He fashioned it into the everlasting divine fire lamp to pave the way for Sir Dainio. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Sir Dainio finally lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes as he addressed Chi Hao. Master, I am ready. Let us commence. Chi Hao nodded, forgoing any further discourse, and proceeded to act. He extended a hand, resting it upon Sir Dainio's head, channeling his spiritual energy to guide Sir Dainio in the cultivation of the Mortal Sutra's operational pathways. Sir Dainio, quickly grasping the essence of the mortal way, found the entry into its practice to be remarkably accessible. As time elapsed, a growing fatigue enveloped Sir Dainio, as though his very soul were on the verge of departing, lured into slumber. Observing this, Chi Hao offered a final remark. Dainio, until we meet again. Upon the utterance of these words, Sir Dainio closed his eyes, surrendering to a profound slumber, awaiting a future day when, upon awakening, he would ascend to the rank of emperor, or, if he did not awaken, dissolve into dust. This represents the extreme method of cultivation within the mortal way. The 7 forbidden zones of the desolate sky continent are renowned across its expanse. It is said that very few who enter these zones emerge alive. Even those of the sacred realm dare not venture recklessly within. The 7 forbidden zones include the mysterious sea, the lifeless desert, the abyss of shadows, the dreaming marsh, the forest of souls, the great demon caverns, and the tomb of the sovereign. At this moment, deep within the dreaming marsh, a black-clad man opened his eyes. His gaze pierced forth, emanating a fearsome imperial aura that captured the attention of the beings dwelling within the forbidden zone. The man's eyes turned toward the world beyond the forbidden zone. After all these years, the truth has finally surfaced. That wretched thief, who once stole my divine fire and caused me to lose an external incarnation, shall not escape this time. The black-clad man was elated, recalling how, during his time in the sacred realm, he had been preparing to utilize the divine fire to materialize a doppelganger when it was cruelly snatched away by a fishhook, igniting his fury. Yet, despite his relentless search, he could find no trace of that thief, neither the person nor the divine fire. Nothing remained. His only solace was that a fragment of his residual soul had clung to the divine fire when it was taken. While his residual soul lingered in the past, Chi Hao fished in the present, and due to the influence of the River of Time, the latter was oblivious to this lingering essence. The black-clad man had long awaited the moment when the thief would reveal himself. At last, that moment had come. Bai Qiu, where do you think you are going? The black-clad man soared into the sky, poised to depart the dreaming marsh when a figure appeared, an extraordinarily beautiful woman with flowing white hair and a frosty gaze. Blocking his path, Bai Qiu frowned. Yao Ji, I have matters to attend to outside for a day. I will return once they are resolved. Yao Ji remained unmoved. The rules are clear. No individual above the half-emperor level is permitted to exit the forbidden zone. Bai Qiu, feeling a headache coming on, replied, Yao Ji, I only need to step out for a brief matter, not even a day. I will not create difficulties for you as an enforcer of order. Yao Ji's stance was unwavering. I have stated the rules. If you wish to leave, you must defeat me. Hearing this, Bai Qiu felt resigned. He could not possibly defeat Yao Ji, a 3rd transformation half-emperor, while he was merely a 1st transformation half-emperor. Recognizing the futility of his situation, he conceded. If I cannot exit, may I send a message to another? Yao Ji nodded. As long as you do not leave, you may do as you wish. Bai Qiu understood that he could not press further. With a swift motion, he drew his hand across, letting a drop of blood transform into a streak of light that burst forth from the dreaming marsh, heading towards the central region of the desolate sky continent. As the message was dispatched, Bai Qiu glanced back at Yao Ji, then turned and returned to the cave, falling into a profound silence. Yao Ji cast her gaze toward the central region, but paid it little heed. The current situation was far too dire. To ensure the stable development of the desolate sky continent, all Emperor-level beings must adhere to the established rules. Turning her attention back to the depths of the dreaming marsh, the dark abyss oozed with strange black blood as dark entities peered through the great barrier. It seemed that soon, war would erupt once more. Time was not on their side.